What else? Or who else? Um, how about Richard Serra? You know, I thought he kind of sucked dick, but he had that whole thing on the. What did he have? He had the thing on the thing. What did he do? On the fucking Galactic Federation, which was tight. So that'll always be kind of cool in my book. What people have you? To what people have you spoken on Coast to Coast? Ian Planet, the one guy. Um, Richard Serra. Why? Because I love you. Go fuck yourself. How about that, douche? And then anybody else? I want to say, like I called it. How many times have you called Coast to Coast? 3 times, maybe? What about what did you talk? One time was made all these predictions. One time I talked about my world peace project, and then another time I talked about maybe I've only called twice. I've called more than that, but I've been put on hold and shit. Okay, one time, was it just on the Galactic Federation? Something like that. I think I've spoken with Richard Serra twice, and John B. Wells once, or not John B. Wells, but Ian Punnett once. Is that it? Yeah, something like that. All right, and you know you're talking, and you're like, yeah, because Zoo was gone, and I was talking about the fucking turkey baster. Are you done? Are you done? What else? What else is there? What do you think of the saying, live every day like it's your last? Well, George, you know I wrote a book called You Might Die Tomorrow. Yep. So I think that I was a big problem actually when I wrote that book, because when people hear that, live each day like your last, you might die tomorrow, our minds, I discovered, people's minds go immediately to, oh, I should quit my job and travel the world, or, I should. Is that the end of your story? Because it was awful. It's one of the worst stories I've ever heard. That's not it. And the reason that I'm qualified to come here and tell you that is I did quit my job and travel around the world. I did really live for the present moment. But, that trip ended. I traveled around the world. You don't believe that they raised $10,369 or 541 cents? No. How much do you think they raised? It's like when you go online, numbers just don't fucking matter. Especially that website. That website lies so much. How many people are watching Hidden Ross? 57,000? Really? It's literally like overnight.
76,000. No way. No way. No way. Overnight, he gets that many people. I don't believe that shit. All right, are you done? I gotta stand up.
I know when I've been in deep grief, it's painful and it's raw, but there is an aliveness in there. It is this fullness of emotion. How do you keep positive with negativity all around? The zoom out. To me, there's nothing like the zoom out. And so, at the top of this segment, you said, hey, last time you came on here, you talked about death, and now you're here to talk about aliveness. So clearly, I really like to think about big ideas. And the reason that I like to zoom out from the myopia of my life.
Are you gonna stand up? Look at this athleticism.
Managers, because the difference too in mixed martial arts, especially in the UFC, the managers, the agents compared to NFL, NBA. To be a agent in the NFL, you have to pass the bar. You have to be like a legit, fucking credible attorney, know what you're doing. You could be the manager to fucking John Jones or Ilya Topuria right now. There's no issues.
Yeah,
Thanks,
they're a little friendly with the UFC for my level of comfort.
You shut, boom. Yeah. That's my point.
Yeah.
There's not, and listen, there's some good managers out there. All I'm saying is the UFC's not the NFL, not the NBA. Those managers are terrified of Dana White and the UFC brass. When I say there's no negotiation, there's no negotiation. UFC goes, very cool. You're taking this, open up.
Yeah.
That's how this goes.
No, yeah.
If it was 2025 and I was 25 years old, I would have a manager just for endorsements. For the contract wise, you're not getting 10%. For what? You did nothing. Literally, especially now that there's no pay-per-view model. What the fuck do I need you for?
Yeah.
Just give me endorsements, and that's the other thing. So not only they get double their pay, but now the exposure being on CBS, being on Paramount Plus, the exposure, we can now use that. And this is what managers are for if they're good. They should use it. Hey, we know that whatever, 10 million views. Use that exposure now to get those endorsement deals. Because the contracts, no one's negotiating with the UFC. It doesn't work that way. So your manager should be doing all the endorsements and using that exposure, and that's where they make even more money.
Yeah.
This is a home run. Couldn't be better. The pay-per-view model was dying. The UFC in America was dying. It's just numbers were down. There's a reason why the UFC went, oh, fuck. We got to leave the pay-per-view. Because they were losing their ass. Losing their ass as far as, because they got to pay guys out. Now, I think people know this. ESPN, to host, remember there is still a pay-per-view on ESPN. ESPN had to pay a minimum, I think it was like $30 million every pay-per-view, no matter what.
Yeah.
Whether it sold 2 pay-per-views or $2 million.
I think they still got, it was like 225,000 buys.
And here's the thing, a lot of those didn't do that.
Yeah.
But the UFC still got paid, but they're still getting their $30 million from ESPN for hosting it on their network.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and the whole thing is like I was saying, it's like in a sales job, the absolute dream scenario is you get to do the job and you have absolutely no numbers that you are accountable for. And they had a quota with ESPN. They have no quota now. Dude, listen, honestly, if you're right and they end up doubling fighter pay, then I completely retract.
They will.
Then that would be amazing.
They will.
That would be amazing.
Because here's the thing, they're going to do it, and it's still only 15% of revenue. Yeah. It ain't shit. They can't. Why would, if they don't,
that's fucked up.
If they don't, oh my God, fighters, managers, fucking say something.
Do something.
But they might keep eating cock. They might not. Which is so wild, because now's the time. Dana's 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He did this deal, and do you know about the whole, how Trump helped with this? Do you know any of this stuff?
How Trump helped with this deal? So I know about the Trump. I know about the Late Show thing and the CBS merger and all that
There you
stuff.
go. So CBS and I forget the guy who runs Paramount Plus now and all that. So Paramount Plus and CBS, that's one. That's under the CBS banner.
Yeah.
Trump was suing CBS, right? And it actually won. And then this gentleman they brought him to the UFC fights when Trump was there. And apparently they negotiated. It was kind of you scratch my back, I scratch yours. If that makes sense. You're like, all right, CBS, you have this huge liability. Trump can come after you and all this shit. And then UFC needs a home. Let's figure this out. And apparently Trump did most of the negotiation. That's the word. That's the word.
Hey, he's like, Dana, those two, I mean, you were talking about a symbiotic relationship right there. Those two guys have been helping each other out for a very long time. It's unbelievable, dude. Dana's on the board of Meta now. Like these guys, like, if someone would have told me that 5 years ago, they're all, hey, Facebook, once we're in 2025, they're going to stop banning everybody. They're going to let everybody say what they're going to do. And as a matter of fact, Mark Zuckerberg's going to be a blue belt. He's going to be hanging out with all the UFC guys, and Dana's going to be on the board of Meta. I'd be like, fuck you.
Dude, it's wild. And to my point, back to this is where if you're a fighter, you're a manager, now that they're with CBS, you can shake those trees and scare those guys.
Right now.
This David Ellison ain't Dana White's a savage.
Yeah.
He is he's a promoter through and through. He's the best to ever do it. You're not getting a fucking inch out of him. I don't give a fuck about fighter pay, none of that stuff. You're not gonna scare.
He doesn't care about negative press.
None of that. He does not care about the public eye. None of that. Trust me, he does not. He ain't running the show, buddy. He's 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He's doing these business deals with the help of Dana, all that shit, or to help with Trump. But if you're gonna scare them, if Paramount, CBS does not want this whole fighter pay narrative, that's the last thing. You can scare the networks. We've clearly seen that. You look at Colbert, you look at how woke they did and all these bullshit. You can scare them. Social media can scare them.
Yeah.
So if they don't double their pay, which I think they will, like they're gonna do it. But if they don't, imagine fighters saying, now's the time to shake the trees because you're dealing with corporations.
But again, like, who's gonna the players in the game? Who's gonna lead a group of fighters to start making noise loud about fighter? I just think, like, I agree with you 100%. Strategically, you're definitely correct. But
Connor, they don't partner with White House.
Dude, Connor, I don't know. He's a wild boy. I don't know if he's got juice for that anymore. Like Connor has savaged his own. Yeah. Like I'm talking like guys who represent multiple people, like professional agents who represent multiple agents
because it's career.
Exactly.
If it doesn't work out,
even if it does, they'll start.
if it does, you're still gonna be kind of screwed. But if it doesn't, you're gonna find it. Starts doing real estate.
Yeah.
Yeah, starts doing real estate.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of like these guys that represent the vast block of the fighters. A couple guys whose names I wouldn't say, but I'm like, they work for the UFC as far as I understand. They are literally in the pocket, 100% in the pocket. And I'm not talking about names that people generally know. Like massive. Yeah. But they represent like 60, 70, 80, 100 guys. I heard a story about them one time, where someone made an accusation at one of those agents, and how the UFC went behind and they literally just like into it. And we're like, what do they care about this agent's reputation who's getting run through? Like, why would they care about that? And I remember seeing that. I'm like, oh,
It's all one big shit show.
Yeah, they're all now they can't fighter pay where it's at as long as they do. That's why I'm skeptical that they just double it, because that would double it. Because just with one swing of the bench, just memory double. 2026. Yeah, and if they're going to do that, they literally cannot say it in 2025 because no one will fight in 2025. Correct. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to fight in January.
Monster for half the pay. But I think if what would really be game changing, which do it, and it's a slippery slope. But I really think they should stop with the rebuilds. I think it should be a flat fee.
Well, he already he's increasing the bonus.
He's increasing the performance bonus at 75K. I'm saying if fighter A pays 300 to show, 300 to win,
It should just be 600. Yeah, $20. Yeah. Totally agree. It's such a sneaky way that they've forever, because what professional fighters all okay 200 okay cool I'll get 200 like everybody thinks they're gonna win.
Yeah, and that was the old school way of thinking. Like, well, no, we're gonna give them half their pay because then they really come out and show the fight. Now, at this level now in the
They're fighting as hard as they can. They're paying the money.
and they're making enough changes where now's the time to do it. Now, would you say them signing with Paramount, CBS, is bigger than ESPN? Because remember, here's the argument. Especially ESPN at the time, what, 6 years ago, before they went all woke, doing full. There's a show on there, Dominic Fox, where show is the worst show you've ever seen. They literally, he's in like his pajamas breaking down football. It's so, the production's so half-assed. That's on at like 10.
I don't know, dude. I'm canceling ESPN Plus the day that they go down.
So ESPN now, it's changing a different thing now, right? You get like top 10 plays in the top 5 are WNBA. Softball, you're like, hold on. That girl catching on pop fly was more impressive than that spinning back and crazy. Oh, okay, that's the world we're living in. But that's ESPN. So now they're a little diminished. But you gotta remember, when UFC signed with ESPN, they'd be huge, and they were covering the UFC. They'd be at the ticker, breaking news. Like as a kid growing up at ESPN, it breaks my heart what they turned into. But as a kid growing up at Sports Center, like being on Sports Center, highlighting their events, it was a big deal. And I think it really cemented the UFC to a legit sport. Now I think Dana's doing the perfect thing, and he knows ESPN's a fucking woke machine. He's like, all right, we're jumping this ship, and now we're going to where it's available to everyone. So I think 6 years ago, if you look back on it, that ESPN deal was such a big deal. It was so big at the time. This is big, but just to legitimize the sport, that ESPN deal, I think is big.
I agree. And Dan's like, with my first action at ESPN, get Ariel the fuck out of here. It's so cold, dude. It's so cold to do that. It's fucked, dude. Like, Ariel, like, it's like, I worked my whole life to get here, and Dana's like,
Very cool. I'm here now. Get the fuck up. That's how I knew, like, especially at the time, me and Dana are cool now. At the time, we hated each other. But that made me feel good because Showtime hired me because this is how it worked. So there's the UFC side, which I worked for, and then there's the Showtime side. And Espinoza and Dana fucking hate each other. So the way they...
That's the dude that Connor called a little rat.
Steven Espinoza, I think.
Like the guy who turned on his mic and he called him a rat.
It was great though, because again, I was working for Showtime, but representing the UFC. It was this weird thing. So then I guess Dana's thing was, and then it was me and Ariel. At the time, it was me and Ariel. Ariel just got off a plane. Like, he was just chatting because he found out Dana was like, get the fuck out of here. So Showtime was like, hold on, you said we can pick our team. He goes, yeah, you can't. You can't have Sean and Ariel. Like, there's literally the two people I hate most. And you're like, all right, pick one. And he's like, I'll take Sean. And I'm like, He
really hates Ariel.
That's when I was like, okay, so okay, and then we were at 3-on-3, we were at 3-on-3 basketball league, and we were both courtside, and I went up to him and said, dude, I know you didn't like it. It was still like, fuck you, but
how did it even start? How did your beef with Dana start? Yeah, that's the exact guy, Espinoza.
And I love Espinoza. He's awesome, brilliant dude. He was the lawyer for Oscar De La Hoya when he was the big in his height of his career. Like, he's brilliant. Him and Dana are both brilliant, but you can only have so much ego. That's how that. He's awesome. And I love both of them. Him and Dana, I like both of them. So I was like, oh, this is awkward. The beef with me and Dana. When I was in the UFC, like my last year, because that's when they did the Reebok deal. And then remember, now everyone's like, Volkanovski has a great podcast, Mighty Mouse. everyone, right? Kevin Young, Gaslam, everyone, their mom has podcasts. At the time, I was the only active professional fighter in the world who had a podcast. It was pretty big. And so when the UFC did the Reebok deal, I was making noise. And I was also one of the hosts of UFC Now, which was on UFC Fight Pass. And I'd go on there and complain. I'd like bring it up. And with every moment I could, like we were like bringing out knockouts or something. I was like, that's cool, he's gonna have his man. And I'd just go on this rant about Reebok and all this shit. And then they fired him. Dude, fired. I was like, all right, cool. And then I went on Fox and brought it up there and just started doing it. And Dana even called me and was like, hey, dude. And Dana never talked shit really to my face after the Andre Arlovsky fight. We got into it. But when I went on there, I was like, I'm making this, this, and this. So the Reebok deal fucks me over this, this, and this. And I give the numbers. Dana called me and I didn't have his number. So it was really right answer. My brother was in the car when we got to the 405. He's like, Shop, it's Dana. I'm like, what's up, dude? He goes, dude, I see all the shit you're talking. You know the IRS is going to come for you. I was like, what? He's like, if you're bullshitting on these numbers, they're going to come for you. I was like, oh, buddy, I'm not some dumbass from the streets. Like, I know how the IRS works. I pay my taxes. Bring it. He just went click on the phone. Because he thought I was like, oh man, but I was like, what? Yeah, bitch, I know how it works. What are you talking about? Why do you know that? I got going to agree. Hey, I come from a good family. What the fuck you talking about? Yeah, I know how it works. And like, and your personality, I mean, if he would have just asked you nicely and not talk numbers, you probably wouldn't have. I would have done it. Exactly. Yeah. He was like, dude, look, like, if you would, I understand. We're on the other side of any financial transactions that happen between the two of us, but like, I would appreciate if he didn't put numbers out there because you got it. By the way, you got it. My bad. 100%. Yeah, that's all it takes. Yeah, that's all. Man, I got cool. I get it, man. 1 second. And then, but at the time too, I remember I'm full of piss and vinegar, and I was just spewing hot fire, and then. I needed that at the time. I needed that jet fuel, so Dana did me a favor. Now I'm out of it, right? I got kids, my life has moved on. I look at it, I go, nah, dude. Same thing he's doing with this Paramount deal. Dana doesn't sit down and go, oh, this is going to affect Brady Shaw. What am I going to do? Oh, poor Brett. No, he's a businessman. So he's going, what's the best for the UFC to increase the profit share to my shareholders? This Paramount deal. He's not going, oh man, now Connor, John Jones, Joe Pierce not going to make life-changing money. He's making decisions what's best for his business. And he does. Now, there's no animosity. Yeah, there's no, like, so I get a big dog. Like, my bad, like, we remember a time of young, full of piss and vinegar, that's what it took. Yeah, I get it. It's all good.
20-year-olds are not capable, like, people in their 20s are not capable of, deep introspective thinking about other side people's like incentive structures. Dude, by the way, speaking of the shareholders, so right when they went public, immediately I bought TKO. It's up 117% since I bought it. I fucking love it.
Yeah, how could you not? Yeah.
One of the greatest
he's crushing it. I almost made a huge buy. I almost made like a fucking match my 401k buy in TKO because I was that fucking like I was like this is gonna work for sure. Like people that I talked to, they're like, "Did you never know?" And the only reason I didn't do it is because the class action lawsuit was hanging over the head. And I was like, "All right, I'm gonna make." It was still a big buy. Should have called me. I would have took like this. Yeah. I mean, hindsight's always 20/20.
You never want to bet against. You don't want to bet against Dana. Like I hate the slap fight. I think it's so dumb. And I've heard it's great in person. Like I talked to Theo about it. He's like, man, you gotta come. I'm like, yeah, I guess. He's like, I'm telling you, I was making fun of it too. You come in person, it's awesome. Yeah. All right. So I've been like, even when Dana's like, slap fight's gonna go, like probably, he's just that guy. Yeah, he's just that guy. We blaze him enough, but this whole thing's massive. It's a win-win for the fans, for the majority of the fighters, for Dana. Like this, it's awesome.
It's fucking awesome.
It's exactly what
it's crazy that now it's crazy no more pay-per-views. Now I realize most people steal them, but I don't. I've never had that one. I did one time when I was overseas and I couldn't buy it. So I was in another country, and so I could whatever. It was a technical infrastructure issue, and so I watched it through the, like a pass. Yeah, actually, that was actually a UFC on CBS event, so I actually didn't feel it anyway. It was whenever Holloway fought on CBS, I just felt like I went to like a stream.
So you're good. Yeah, I think with the pay-per-view model, it's just so outdated, and then also I just think it goes to show that the numbers are trickling down. Now, the argument would be, the UFC doesn't have stars, and yeah, that's a big component of it. I think the biggest component is they can't stop the piracy. They don't know exactly. The kids are too smart. Exactly. The VPNs, all that shit, they know how to get around it. It just shows you. We have no clue what to do with that, so the UFC's like, we can't stop it. It is literally the only way to stop it is by not doing it. It's pay-per-view, like this is like a direct mirror of Napster to CDs to now, you pay $10 a month for fucking Apple. And good on for the UFC and whoever did this deal being like, yeah, you're a pay-per-view. You cannot stop the UFC. You can't. We've tried. David was like, we're coming for you, motherfucker. Remember that? That's not happen. You can get trying to scare people, but those young kids are like, good luck catching me, dude. My VPN shows me I'm in Russia. I'm in fucking Marina Del Rey. I got a computer here that says, so here to here to here to here. It's like I'm in 12 places. You can't track it. So I think good on the UFC for not being like, no, we'll show them that we're not going to lose that. Yeah, we're just going to not do pay-per-views. Now, these same kids are going to illegally stream it when it's on Paramount Plus. But there would be no reason to do it on CBS. Like, dude, you can't just do it on CBS. So you're still going to have some of it because they're like, I'm not even paying $12. I can get it for free. So still be some of it. It doesn't matter. Now you have the masses.
And also, Paramount Plus is such a sick fucking platform anyway that like most people are going to just pay for it.
The general consumer is going to pay for it because of other content. The argument would be is leaving ESPN. Those are straight sports fans. Those are hardcore sports fans, right? They'll watch that. ESPN Plus, even more hardcore fan. Is the Paramount Plus fan base sports fans?
But that's why they're buying it. That's why they're buying.
Trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, basically what Dana did here, and I just made this connection right now, is like what Jimmy Iovine did in the music business. It's like Dana couldn't beat the Pirates, so he did this. Jimmy Iovine knew that they were not going to be able to get streamers, so he built Beats headphones, and they built the streaming service for Beats, and they sold it to Apple for fucking $5 million, and now that's Apple.
Yeah, no, all the moves. Let's take a little break from me, my boy Jesse, breaking down all the latest with the UFC, Real Housewives of MMA, because it's going down. This is the last month to enter to win the Ultimate Dad Rig. It's a TRX 2024 Last Call Edition with over $50,000 in mods, and the winner gets $10,000 cash. Super easy to enter. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you purchase automatically enters you to win this badass one-of-one TRX. This thing has over 800 horsepower, fully custom, one-of-one. People say one-of-one. This thing's actually one-of-one. King shocks all over the place. You got Kibby Tech travel all over the place. You got Fiberworks, carbon fiber, wide body, front fenders, rear fenders. It's sitting on 20-inch freaking matte gold block off-road wheels. You got 38-inch Toyo open country tires, which are the absolute best. Real truck accessories all over that thing. You got Chris Bailey tuned this bad boy. We're doing a very limited few days only. We get 50 extra entries when you buy one of the limited edition shirts. The giveaway ends at the end of the freaking month. This is your last chance to win. We got new merch dropping. It ends this month. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Get automatically entered to win. It's drivefastallgas.com. Ending this August. Get yourself entered now. Drivefastallgas.com. Good luck. Let's get back to the program. In other news, your boy Francis Ngannou.
I can't wait to talk about this.
Yeah, this is the one you said. Your boy Francis Ngannou, who left the UFC, fought Tyson Fury, fought Anthony Joshua, made all the money in the world, had a deal with PFL to be the face of PFL. He's fought once there, even though they're still paying him. And then his whole thing was like, I want to change the game. And I want to have kids in Africa, the same opportunity I had, so they have to leave. I want them to fight Africa. So PFL goes, say less. We're going to start doing fights in Africa and use local talent. And he's like, this is perfect. I want to be the face of it. They do a show in Africa, it sells out. And Francis is nowhere to be.
He no-showed 2 things for UFC, I'm sorry, PFL Africa, and he's not just the face, he's the chairman of PFL Africa. Like, they made him the chairman of the entire thing. Like, the deal that he got compared to where PFL was from a business perspective is unbelievable. Like, and just, okay, so since Francis left UFC, he made $10 million for Tyson Fury, $20 million for the Anthony Joshua fight. He made $20 million for his PFL. Well, he's going to get 20 total. It was 10 and 10 for his 2 guaranteed fights. He got 4 up front, and then he got 8 for the fight that he has. He still has 8 more to make with 1 more fight for PFL, and he becomes the chairman of PFL Africa. He also got them to write into his contract that he was guaranteed that his opponent would also make $2 million. So that Ferreira guy got paid $2 million to get worked for 3 minutes. You know, stars. Yeah. And so, like, if you look at the deal objectively, like, Francis made a fortune. I don't even know what that total was, $50 million.
Probably more than that. Because the reported numbers for Fury and for Joshua are
I didn't know what he made for those for sure. Like, those I know for sure.
10 to 20.
Yeah, you know, I know what he made. But it was 10 to 20, yeah. And then, but bottom line is, like, these guys went so out on a limb for him. Like, they bet the entire company on him, dude. Like, PFL's paying him $20 million for 2 fights. You see, they've seen that money. They've seen nothing back. And you have to know that. No one wants that pay-per-view. No one wants it. Because, unfortunately, PFL's issue is there's no one for Francis to fight. And this is, again, coming from a fighter like I ain't that rich, you can see why Dana doesn't pay these guys 50-50. Name one fighter, name one in the history of the UFC that got paid what they're worth, as they like to say, and it turned out for the better for the actual UFC. Oh no, Conor never fights. Never fights. Nate Diaz never fights. Never fights. Francis never deserted them. So if you're a business owner, you're Dana, or you're homeboy from PFL or Bellator, wherever, Ryzen, one championship, you're like, dude. History shows when we give these fighters money, they never show up again to fight. The only guy who got fuck you money ever, and it didn't affect how he showed up, is Poirier. He's a fucking stud. He got 10 for the Conor, the one where Conor broke his leg or whatever. And you know what's crazy is I had assumed that if you're headlining a show against Conor McGregor, that you're going to get fuck you money. I met Theo for the first time, and we were at Kid Rock's place. I was there with like a bunch of Navy SEALs and that show. Yeah, Theo was at Kid Rock's, and I didn't realize his best friends with Dustin Poirier, so I started talking about UFC like I'm the fucking expert in the room on that. And he's like, actually, Dustin, he's like telling me on his contract. I was like, no. He's like, yeah, I'm like really good friends with Dustin. I'm like, you are? And then he told me, he's like, Dustin's contract for that first one that was in January 2021 had an incentive structure that'd be won by stoppage. He got this enormous contract for the rematch, and he knocked out Conor, and so he got it for the next one. So he really did get all that fuck you money the time when Conor broke his leg, and he just kept fighting. Dude. Like, he's like the one guy who ever got a huge payday like that just kept on fighting. Yeah, he's a stud. Yeah, it's never worked out. And then I've heard matchmakers say too, to me personally, here's the thing, when these guys get these big contracts, and then we're like, hey, we need you to fight. Insert awful matchup, like tough matchup. They go, no, I'm good. But when they're hungry, like, hey, here's this match, but fuck yeah, give it to me. Khabib even retired. I forgot about it. Khabib even retired. 32. Yeah. So the UFC, the whole incentive is to not pay them so much. Now, granted, this deal they're gonna have to pay more, but not to pay them so much where they're just comfortable, because they're like, we can't get the matchups that the fans want and that we want, because they just turn them down. Because like, I got paid once, I made enough money, I'm good this year. He's like, no, you can fight 3 times. I'm like, no, we're good. They are double incentivized to not pay fighters a lot. Like, just purely from a business perspective, you always want to pay guys the minimum to keep them happy and performing their jobs. But if they pay them too much, they literally lose them as an employee. It's like, so when people bitch about fighter pay, it's like, that's why if they really do double fighter pay for like regular guys, that's the real win. Because you can't expect UFC to want to make guys rich when making guys rich has been the end of their career.
And again, it's not like they're making fuck you money if they double their pay. It goes from 7 and 7 to 14 and 14. Now people are like, dude, 14 and 14 is so cheap. It's not worth it. That's exactly what they should be earning. Because UFC is hoping you become a star. It's really fucking tough. So they're saying start off 14, prove your worth, and then we'll give you good money.
Yeah,
but not fuck you money.
60 and 60.
Yeah, exactly. So it's smart what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Like if you look at disclosed, I know disclosed is different, but generally speaking, for the guys who are making 30 and 30, 50, 50, that's probably exactly what they make. That disclosed is no side letters and all that stuff. Yeah. So like, you think about guys like, what do you think D-Rod makes? Perfect example. Like, what do you? I don't know. I haven't looked
He's
it
getting
up.
exactly what's on his contract.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what is he? Shit, look up.
D-Rod's been looking for a while. I bet D-Rod's making 120, 120.
That's what he'd be worth, I'm saying. That's, yeah. Or like, because like, he's like the guy that I would think of, like, he's got a name. He's done what he needs to do for the UFC. He's not a superstar. He puts on good shows. Like, what's like, okay, so Kevin Holland, 500. D-Rod, around 200. Okay, so well, if he won, so I don't know. Yeah, you're probably about right. He's right there. Yeah. And so Kevin Holland is at 250, 250 most likely.
The UFC fights him. He's really active.
But he fights all the time. You got to figure so many of these guys that are in around that range that don't do what Kevin Holland is doing at the end of their career. You got to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why didn't you fight more? Yeah. You weren't going to be a podcaster. You know that's not your skill set. You should have been fighting fucking 5 times a year like Kevin Holland. Yep. And saving your dough.
Back to Francis, and made more money than God. So I think Dan said this. He said this a long time ago. Now get brought up. He's just a bad guy.
And I think that this validates that. Do you? I do.
Is he a bad guy, or is he? We'd have to define bad guy. Like, is bad guy like difficult and super selfish? Like, his friend's going. And this is how I view the PFL. His friend's going, hold on, it's a sinking ship. It gave me money, but I don't want to be associated with these losers.
You're not allowed. That's what a bad person would think.
Really?
You don't think so? Like, it's like, you gotta at least
take the Africa thing out of it. Let's say they're doing the Africa thing, it's just on pay. So it's just fights in Vegas or whatever. And Fred's like, dude, so you've already told me that you don't have an opponent for me. You can't find one. And now you want me to go on what? A press tour and promote what? What am I going to promote the PFL? You don't have any fighters. You have no future. Your TV right deal's up, I think, this year, which I don't know what ESPN's going to do. Because PFL is terrible number-wise. All signs point they're about to go under. So he might just be like, dude, it's a sinking ship. I don't want to be associated with it.
And I would agree with you if it was a local show. But PFL Africa?
The Africa thing's a little bit. Africa thing where I'll give you where you're like, okay, that's just fucked up.
It's super fucked up. But the good news for
Finally in your country,
they sold out. It's their first sellout show. And I don't know how many seats there were, but it sold out. Which is
my
like,
question would be how much were tickets?
Yeah, I know. I don't know anything about African economy, dude.
I know it's not popping. Also, where was the fight chicken arena? Was it like Uganda?
No, I feel like it was
in South Africa.
I think it was in Cape Town.
Well, that's different. If it's in Cape Town, there's money there. It's more of an industrial. But if it was in like fucking,
They're like, this is the closest you're ever going to get to Drinkus. This is a VFL fight, dude.
We have a Drinkus highlight video.
July was Cape Town.
Yeah, that's big boy. So that makes sense. Do you know how many seats were in the arena that they sold out?
Right. This is a big. Did he get a fucking flight from Cape Town?
I know.
Do that?
And PFL sold out. He's got to be looking at Dana like, are you fucking serious?
7 to
5,000.
What is it?
5 to 7,000 standing or 5,000 seated.
I mean, it's not a UFC show, but it's not like nothing.
It's not good.
It's not good.
Yeah. Just that, and that ain't The UFC ears aren't perking up when they sold out the arena. They're like, well, no, it's like you guys sound pretty nice.
They sold out half of what the Apex will be. Dude, what are they gonna do? Like, anyway, I don't want to derail the France thing. I'm very curious, like, what they're, because there's so much fucking land over there.
Yeah, that's all they're gonna do. Expand.
Yeah.
Because also that fights there, they control it. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense business-wise that expand that. It's brilliant.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, France.
So with Francis, you were this.
I've met
Francis.
I have not met Francis in person. I've FaceTimed with her a couple times and like, we're close with his manager.
I know Markel. He used to represent me as Markel's an awesome person.
I love that guy. I literally just talked to him, and
he's awesome.
I sent him that article.
Yeah, so you know Markel, so I don't think Markel's going to represent a bad guy.
He doesn't represent him.
Young Jew escaped from the nearby death camp of which had been operational.
I'm not a huge fan of Francis anymore. I'm just saying, like,
Markel's awesome.
Markel's best. I'm gonna hang out with him 2 weeks when I'm out there.
I can talk about it because Markel's my boy, but I'm pretty sure Francis left him after he left him after the Fury fight, right? Or right before. It's like around that time.
Yes.
He left him before too. He left him for a while before they came back.
There is a process. There is a series
And then we made life change. In fairness,
I've only heard
out. And Markel, I love Markel. Markel figured out the entire deal and stood by him. Francis left. These not facts.
Left him, then came back when they had the Tyson fight for him. And the Tyson fight. I just think that there's all signs would point there's something missing in Francis' brain, like in terms of like, oh, these people did this for me. I should probably reciprocate at the fucking baseline level. It's like, loyalty, bud? Yeah, nothing.
That's what Dana's is.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say. Like literally, no one. Like Francis' story. I fucking cried telling Francis' story to a stranger drunk in Cancun the day after the fucking Tyson Fury fight. You're real one. I did. I was trying to like explain it to somebody like it's way too inflamed. Like, can you care about the guy? I was like, dude, he's a fucking guy. Like, I was trying to like explain it because like God, I got that Tyson Fury fight. Like, that Tyson Fury fight. Not the fuck was going on. Why did he bust out his? Oh, I was just like, because I was just trying to explain to him, like, the guy, like, anyway, literally a female stranger on the beach in fucking Cancun. I was wasted, but I get it. Fans, it's the Lord's work.
The historical
we don't have much evidence to not say he's not a good guy.
I mean,
so
it just the pattern of behavior is clearly like he does.
Markel thing's a huge red flag. Markel's like the nicest, sweetest, smartest dude.
And he stood by him like every time. The way Francis was able to get out of his UFC contract was they had to turn down millions of dollars at every single stage, and Markel advised him to do that. I know where Markel was like Markel's end of whatever, like I know the big offer that Francis got was a $4 million base, which at the time was going to make him the highest paid fucking heavyweight at the time. That they turned Markel's end of that is what? You think that it's not a big deal that you think it's not a big deal that he's like, let's not take it, go for it all. Like he put his entire fucking life on the line. His entire future on the line to ride with Francis and had faith that he would fucking win.
Francis,
and that was the Stipe fight, and then he did it again going into the fucking which is going into the Gone one. And if he would have lost that fight, Dana would have buried him. Dude, I have a video of right after that fight, like as they were walking out, I rolled up and I saw Markel talking constantly leading to this thing. And like, it's my favorite video ever. Just like, that's how he filmed it, and I was like, I can't believe he got that on video. That's great. And then after that, like Francis is like, well, I found some kind of random reason that I can just represent myself or some weird shit. And then like, oh, you got that? I said, all right, cool, we'll do this. And then after that, it's like, oh, now I have this reason that now I'm. It's fucking insane.
whole
He's insane.
It just sounds like he's not that loyal guy, and Dana alluded to that.
Yes.
And he
So
knows
it's like,
that
God, bad person. Yeah, I don't know if he's a bad person. He may have some damage from the way he grew up, and he has trust issues. So I don't know if he's a bad person.
Definitely that.
Yeah, probably there's probably some trust issues there, and when it comes to business, he probably just, does it different.
That's a difference.
Which is how most of us do it, and by American
And so
standards,
this is the argument of
it's not good.
The
now
big
there's
top
that
arena
essentially it
at
gets
Carnival
too bad
City.
and his
That's the second
theology
location for
is-
PFL. I
The
forgot.
problem with
It looks
this
bigger than 5,000.
Why the fuck did you call it the big top? It only seats 5,000.
The details, it doesn't.
It does look bigger. Maybe that's a different
No,
picture.
it's-
He says the arena is part of a larger structure, which also includes a casino, restaurants, and other entertainment.
Greatest expressions
Yeah, it looks
of
like
this mystical.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with Francis. But the only thing is, I can understand why Francis like this is a sinking ship.
I mean, of course.
It's like, yeah, but they paid you.
Yeah, they paid you, and you still are under contract with the boy. Like the thing is, he has been paid $2 million of the 10 for a fight he has not even done yet.
Yeah, he's gonna. So I do think with David being on CBS and this Paramount deal and this new money, I do think this gives a small chance, but I do think there's a glimmer of hope for the UFC to bring him back.
God, please.
Even though Dana can't stand him, but with the shareholders and these other guys at the helm, they might be like, dude, we know you hate him. But listen to this. Like Tom Aspinall's a tough matchup.
Tom Aspinall, Francis, John Jones, that
Abrahamic proportions.
that changed everything about the heavyweight. It would be amazing.
Now this one you said, I haven't seen it. Says Conor McGregor promises to never cheat on Dia again.
Okay, so that story went all over the place. And so everybody was talking about it. It's like, Conor promises not to cheat on you. That's how they interpret this, right? Like, so everybody's like, oh, he said they're at Bulgari, and he's like, I promise. And he's got her on his lap, so he's promising not to cheat again. I'm like, I'm not sure that is necessarily how I would interpret that. However,
But he didn't say that.
he didn't say that. This is what he posted. I've been in like all
His face says otherwise. If you go back to it, doesn't look stoked.
Right now, he's like, yeah, that is kind of weird because usually he looks pretty happy when he's with her. Like,
Right there, he's like, promise.
promise. Jesus, someone post this on their fucking Facebook.
Yeah. So he's saying he promised never cheat on Dia again.
That's how people interpreted it. I just think like
This is a promise.
everybody has been, like in the articles about it, everybody's projecting on her that like when he hooks up with other chicks, he's like cheating on her. And when I covered this, I'm like, I honestly think that she's one of these chicks that has a powerful dude. And she's like, go out, taste every fucking flavor of ice cream in the world because she feels empowered by it. She's like, he fucks everyone, always comes home.
Yeah, there's that. And I know fighters that have that agreement. I know people, my circle that have that agreement. But there has to be some sort of agreement. She always defends them. She always has his back. So when people, are sending DMs, they're like, "Oh, we caught this news," and she's like, "Yeah, like, trust me." She's like, "I'm the one that took that picture." They've also, yeah, exactly. They've also, whose idea do you think was put the weights on me? But I think T and him have been together since they were kids.
Yeah.
So I think he probably got to a level. He's like, "Babe."
Okay, so here's the question. I'll ask you again.
She might be doing her own thing on the side, or women are different than men. She's like, I'm good. I'm gonna stay home with the kids. Yeah, just don't bring that shit back home.
I mean, they have a lot of
I know a fighter that the rule was they just can't stay the night.
Yeah. Dude, you know what's crazy thing about you though? Is like, if she really understands it, I didn't even think about this until just right this second. They got a lot of fucking kids. That's a lot of it. Like, if she knows that he is a fucking fuck machine, it's like, I have to be begging 3 times a day, no matter what. She's like, I can't do it. She's like, go get it. Yep. Let's go get it. Here's the other thing. Who fucking knows? No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? It worked for them. They look pretty fucking happy.
They always look happy.
Why would you give a flying fuck what Conor does with his dick? I've never understood that. I don't give a fuck.
I don't care either.
Even if it's fucking dudes on his side, like, okay, what's next? Like,
I'd be like, that's actually not that surprising somehow.
you probably got a hot take on it, but I would go, man, that's crazy. We'd make fun of it or whatever. But okay, yeah, I don't.
give a fuck.
Great things
Let me ask you
from
this.
Reiser, who has written extensively
If he came back to
on
fight
acidic
now,
visualization techniques and meditation
your level of
techniques,
excitement,
and I
your level of excitement would be where compared to where it would have been a year ago. Because this is the first time ever where I'm like, if he's coming back, I'm like, fuck, I don't think I care that much. And I get back to you say that now, but the build up, if he gave that hot promo, and you saw some countdown footage of Connor, and like he looks good, he's with the old team, that's with John, you'd be like, oh, but That's fair. That's fair.
So right now, because it's like, who fucking knows?
Yeah.
So right now, it's like, he posts pictures, hitting pads all the time. You're like, all right, several times. But if Dana announced, like, in whatever, early next year, like, Connor's made an event in the White House card, wait till it's shit version. It's cool to say right now, hate on him, but right, he's a lot of negativity in the news, stuff like that. We're like, dude, I'm so over him. Sure. If Dana, January 3rd, goes, huge fight announcement on CBS, live from the motherfucking White House in Washington, D.C., on America's birthday, on America's fucking birthday, on July 4th, your main event is Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler, and your co-main event is John Jones versus fucking Tom Aspinall. Every person, no matter how you feel about Conor and John, would lose their shit.
Yeah, that's true.
So right now, it's so far in the distance, where I got these, I'm kind of like, I don't care about it. It's a lot of shit. I love Conor. I don't agree with some of the shit he's done outside and another. John either. I love both of them. As far as the fight fan goes, dude, take my fucking money. Here's the thing, not only take my money, now it's fucking free.
Yeah.
Fuck you, dude. I would be go.
Yeah, if someone was like, hey, you have to watch this fight like strung up upside down by your ankles, and you have to like just be there for 6 hours waiting for the fight, I'd be like, fucking stream me up. I'm not missing that fight no matter what.
Right now, we're all kind of like, dude, I'm so over this counter stuff. And I'm with you. I'm so over this John Jones stuff. I'm with you. He's gonna be 38 by then.
Sure.
He'd be 45. And if they announce that at the White House, I'll be fucking drunk.
What do you think that's going to look like in terms of, what's the crowd look like? Are they going to do it on the
elites? It'd be super elites. Yeah. Super elites. Usually, Rogan, if I call him, give me a ticket, when you're front row. Yeah, that one's probably not.
That's a tough ticket.
That one, he'll like, dude, like a fucking David Goggins.
He's like George Soros sitting behind me.
He's like, bro, I had to get fucking Elon Musk in. I don't have fucking tickets. So I think it's that level.
It'll be like the current state Apex, but at the White House. Be the most impossible ticket. Jeff Bezos will be there. Zuckerberg will be there.
If you're a terrorist, that's probably the one you want to get into.
Yeah.
Because this will be the most influential, most powerful people of all time at that thing. That's it, like UFC Sphere, like UFC 300, whatever, like everyone wants to jack that off. I think this makes that look like a fucking random fight.
Yeah,
because I agree. Dana's super pro-American, super Trump, right? This is at the White House. Will probably never be done again. I bet this card is the best card in UFC history.
John Jones,
presentation, the production, the lineup. It's gonna be such an honor to fight there. That from the prelims up, it's gonna look like what we were used to, like UFC 100. It's gonna make UFC 100 look watered down.
Yeah, and John Jones is fucking America, son. Tom Aspinall, love the guy, but at that White House, John Jones is smart as fuck too. So the whole build-up, he's gonna be doing everything draped, an American flag. When he comes out, it's good. Oh my god, that's the only problem. Is Connor's fucking Irish,
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But then also, it could be a rough night for Americans too at the White House.
Yeah,
like Connor, Chandler probably has a good chance of winning, but John Jones, Tom, tough. There's a reason John keeps turning down. They offer him $30 million. This is guaranteed. Ariel report this. He knows for a fact. UFC offered John $30 million because John was like, I want 30. So he goes, I want Wilder money. I want Deontay. His exact words is like, I want Deontay Wilder money. UFC at first goes, you're fucking crazy. Some money came in from the Middle East. They went, we'll pay that $30 million. The UFC comments, all right, bud. We're going to call you bluff. We came up with the 30. We'll give you 30. I'm out. That's a fact, Jesse. He turned the fight $30 million down to fight Tom Aspinall. So when they say he's ducking him, that's what I meant.
30 didn't get him out of bed. Take that 30 and lose.
Then his legacy's done.
30 million. Oh, that's today? That shit came out today? Turned out 30 million? Shit, I know what I'm filming when I get home.
Ariel said that before, though, right? But he said this on the. He like confirmed it. Okay, so he said on Logan. She went on Logan and talked about it. Yeah, Ariel was great on that.
Yeah, I don't like that word because I think it's disrespectful towards him. But I think he didn't want to fight him. And I think it was a calculated decision on his part. Why did you drag this out all the way to June? You always wanted this fight. He gave the UFC number. I believe it's a $30 million rating for this fight. Which, by the way, I think he deserves. They didn't think that they would come up with the number. And they did. They did come up with the number, yes. And I believe that Saudi Arabia was involved. The big dogs were involved, right? He said yes. 2 days later, 3 days later, whatever, he said, nah, it's like, and that's why when he announced his retirement, he said, he gave his word. And he went back on his word. I think he was hoping that they would not meet the number, and then he could be like, hey guys, I tried.
And Turkey was just like, no, we haven't.
And they missed.
Turkey's like, let me reach in my back pocket for 30.
The imagery of victims of the thorny bush is the conjure image of our sparkle sending a message specifically to Moshe and to the people that I'm with you in your star. I'm with you. And the idea of fire is that it maybe this is symbolic of the God that our sparkle, the God is with us in our differences. The Hasidic master Sfas Emes has a slightly different interpretation, which is so profound, in which the interpretation of Sfas Emes says that Labat H, the passion, fire of that was inside of that victim, is symbolic of the lake. The Labat H, the Torah sky, Sfas Emes comments. When the tzaddik feels that he has this labat H, he has this fire soul that's a that he is no longer in Galut.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Greg Shankar, Machtol in bed.
The notion that no matter what we face, we have passion, fire burning inside of us, and we continue to flame our fire, to inspire ourselves to be able to get through anything, to be able to feel. But if we have that nekudat haksosha, we have that inner safety of fire, really close to God, we feel that we are not in Galut. Actually, that that ability that Rabbi Shapiro was able to tap into as a Rebbe could, that we are all trying to aspire to. And the way he was able to, facing the horrors of the Shoah, to inspire his community. And I know that in the course of the last number of months in our community, we've been learning more, turning more to Chassidut, learning Chovos Talmidim during the week, drawing on the Torah of the Ish Kodesh. And now to have Dr. Felix here with us, to share his fire, his passion for the history of the Torah, to bring the historical context, help us bring the Torah to life. We have such a special opportunity to be able to have a delve into the historical background of who was Agon, the Thomas Shapiro, the Rebbe, the Zetzin, the Kodesh. It's really such a privilege to have Dr. Abraham address us tonight. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Rothschild, for a very kind introduction. I really appreciate it, especially because I know that my daughter and her husband are listening right now.
But in 2020, he threw out a massive number. They said no, and then the fight fizzled. This time they said yes.
Wow! Well, so I have a couple thoughts. Number one is, what kind of dough is John Jones sitting on? Good for him. He actually saved his dough.
Yeah. With that stuff, he's smart. I mean, I think he cares more about his legacy than he does his bank account. That's what that is. Because he's not sitting on 30 mil. He's probably doing well.
He said he was making 5 a fight. He said he was coming when he was before his most recent contract. When he was talking about how he wanted back up the brakes truck for his Francis fight. So all his light heavyweight fights, he was making 5 total. And then he did his heavyweight. So then he had 2 heavyweight fights. He was getting paid a lot more. So let's say it's 12. And he lives in Scottsdale. It's not that expensive.
So he raised 60, 70 million.
Yeah.
So he might be sitting on like 30, 40. Yeah, 30, 40. He also said that he doesn't remember. We talked about he doesn't do anything other than nothing less than $100,000 for like. He doesn't leave his sign. Yeah, $100,000.
A girl's like, I want you to crash your car. He's like, $100,000. I'll crash the fuck out of my car.
It costs $100,000.
Dude, that is man, that.
I just think John, and it's smart too. Like he's like, all right, a little older. I'm not moving great at heavyweight.
Watching Tom.
Tom's a fucking animal. Also, we don't know much about Tom. I'm gonna turn this down. I'm gonna wait a little more. It's a tough fucking fight, man. Tough fight,
dude. You don't get to fight multiple 3 generations and never lose without being good at picking your opponents, even if you're as good as John.
But to that point too, no one's ever going to be better than John. You look at his run and strength of schedule; it's the best ever. And the time he was dominating, it's literally the hardest time ever to be a UFC fighter. It's my same time period, not a big deal. But it was impossible. And he fought all comers. Some of them twice. Yeah, DC, Gustafsson, who are amazing fighters. DC and Gustafsson would dominate right now.
Oh yeah,
John schooled him. Yeah, so John's the best to ever do it. So I'm with Errol. Ducking is such an extreme way to say it. I think it's more of a calculated, be like, not right now. Let's have Tom fight some guys, see how he looks, and then once we have more footage on him, so I can pick up tendencies. Because right now he's never been out of the first round. So let's see, and then I'll come back because the 30's there. I think more. So ducking, it's more. I don't think ducking. You can't call the greatest of all time say he's ducking anybody. I don't think that's fair and super disrespectful. I think it's a calculated turning down of the fight. That's what it's calculated doing. This guy looks really good. He's in his prime. I'm clearly not. I don't know much about him, man.
Yeah.
Let's see how he does with Cyril, which we're not going to learn a lot from that. Let's see how he does against some of these other guys, and then I'll do it. I think eventually John would do it, but it has to be in the next year. It would have to be like the White House card. But I think even that White House card, it could be this where John's still like, I'm not fighting Tom, but I'll fight Alex Pereira. And that's a game master fight too, for sure. So I think Alex will be on the White House card.
You might get to learn a little bit about Aspinall in that Gon fight in terms of let's see how a front kick keeps him at distance. You know, because that's like one thing that Gon does that John also does well is uses those uses front kick and kind of manage distance. That's the only thing I can think of. And if Aspinall just navigates that incredibly easy, because he's never fought anybody that really does that. I'm grasping at straws for what John or what you're going to find out about Tom because he just steamrolled everybody.
Yeah, I'll tell you the pressure on Tom in that Gon fight, the pressure of him winning, and we all expected him to be favorite. The pressure on him is, can he look more impressive than John did against Gon?
That's going to be tough.
I mean, he has to. Yeah. So the comparison right now, because they're not fighting, is, all right, Tom, you guys are fighting the same guy. He's a fucking French blue belt, which is a white belt here in America. It ain't shit. Okay, so the guy doesn't know how to grapple. You're this black belt. You grew up in your dad owned a jiu-jitsu school. So the pressure is you gotta be Gon. That's a given. You gotta do it more impressively than John did. That's his pressure. That's what he's going to that fight with. And if he knocks him out, if he's like, fuck grappling, watch this. And he throws that kick, fucking parries it, knocks him out in 30 seconds. That's just gonna build on it. And then also John learns nothing. Yeah. John goes, fuck.
Yeah. If he stretches Gon with a punch, that would be bananas.
And then this Middle Eastern investor, these guys, these sheiks who have all this money, you don't think they're gonna go, well, hold on, the fight we want to see in Abu Dhabi or where the fuck they're at, we want Francis. And then Dana's going, no, fuck that guy. He really wants too much money. No. You're not listening to us. We want Francis, so get it done.
Yeah.
We'll
buy him out of his PFL contract. 100%. PFL probably sell him for $1.
No, PFL's like, dear God, take him.
Yeah, we don't want to pay him that $8.
Yeah. So just cover what we own. Cover the $2 million.
Yeah.
Then whatever you guys agree to. Those guys print money, so they're gonna pay them. So I would assume you see Tom versus Francis way before you see John.
That would be amazing.
And then that would get John out of bed.
Yeah, it's true, dude. If Francis beats Tom, then you get John Jones.
Or they just fuck over Tom and go John versus Francis. That's the fight.
1900, baby.
For years, it was supposed to happen. John fucked around with that.
They call it the BMF belt. That was a big motherfucker. Big motherfucker. Yeah.
So we'll see, dude. Hey, and yeah, the UFC White House, Dana confirmed it. It's 100%. And here's where, signs point to it's going to be the greatest card of all time. John Jones and Connor both got back in the testing pool.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, dude, that absolutely could be why they are doing that. By the way, I saw a clip of you looking for a vanity plate. Did you see the one that I texted you yesterday? Like you were looking for some vanity plate about like UFCT.
Yeah, that's good too. Yeah, that one's good.
Yeah,
I think that.
Yeah.
What's another one? Someone put CT4 ZR1. CTE4 ZR1, because that's B7. So CT number 4 ZR1.
Wait, it has to be 7?
Yeah.
UFCTE.
We could do UFC4 ZR1.
Yeah. Are you sure it has to be 7?
I'm pretty sure it does too.
I don't know shit about vanity
because you won't see any vanity plates that are like, yo.
Yeah,
you want like, like
JESCOF. They're gonna be like Jesse's only vanity.
Like, I get him to show his car.
Yeah. No, license plate do not universally require a number of characters less than the same.
In Texas, for example, the transition to 7-character plates was due to exhaustion of secrets. So in Texas, it has to be 7. But you can use a star. So you go UFC star CTE.
You go star UFC TE.
I like CT4 01.
That's good.
That one's good.
That's good. Yeah. So what do you think about UFC 319 this weekend? What do you got?
I'm so stoked for it.
Yeah.
I'm fired up. Stoked. I think it's the best middleweight title fight since Kelvin Gastelum and Izzy just at middleweight. To me, is top 3 fights of all time. So I think it's on that level. I think it's on the level of Hendo, Shogun.
Yeah. Now both undefeated in the UFC.
Yeah.
And Dricus I think Dricus has lost a million.
Yeah. I think he has one loss, right?
I think it was like one. It was early on, 1-1, and then so he lost. How did he lose? He lost. Wait, go back down.
First one.
That one, he got guillotined in 2014, means nothing. Okay, go up, and then he got knocked out once.
That guy's a monster from KSW
in 2018.
Yeah, and it was fight of the night, so it was back and forth. He got caught. And then since then, he was like, say less, and went on a fucking 8-year
run. And let me see, so like TKO. So decision was the last one, but that was okay. So
There's several other
good for him, dude.
Yeah, I think it's the best middleweight matchup, especially for a belt in, I don't know how long. I can't fucking wait. And here's the thing, you know me, I don't give a fuck if I'm wrong, right? I always make predictions. This one I cannot predict. I don't know what to tell you. Because I went to Hamzat's camp, right? I flew out to Newport, got an inside look at Hamzat's camp, and I was like, holy fuck, he's good. Unreal, dude.
Who's he?
I don't give names, but world-class Division I national championships, gold medalists, wrestlers, but toying. where the coach was like, hey, because I've seen him go, I'm like, all right, he's on his own. And his coach, in whatever language he speaks, Chechen, goes, hey, pick it up, let's get going there. And he looks at goes, okay, and just listen him up. Oh, and I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? His cardio? Insane. Wait, Hamzat's? Yeah, he's a minus 245 favorite. Hamzat is? Dude, didn't Drickus do like a grappling thing where he submitted like all black belt, like and one after the other, like 6 guys or something like that? So yeah, this is the fun. Like, so this thing goes one of 2 ways, I think. Hamzat is as good as advertised. The hype is real. He submits him in the first round. Goes in there, and even though DDP, we hear all these crazy stories, and he just goes in there, and Hamzat, and I've seen him do it to world-class guys, it's like, cool, you grapple, and you beat all those crazy Baja guys, check this out, and just fucking mollywops him, break his fucking jaw, and it's in 2 minutes. We're like, holy fuck, this is insane. I think that's worst case. But let's say he does that. Like, holy fuck. Or Hamzat comes out, and is applying that pressure, doing his thing. He might get DDP down, but DDP's a big, sturdy dude. He survives that first round. Like, okay, what do we got here? Second round. So I think Hamzat, I can see this happening. Hamzat wins like the first 3 rounds. Yeah. And then that 4th round, even though his cardio is great, but he's not DDP. DDP's just, you can't beat him. He's just an absolute winner. I think DDP's the toughest guy we've ever had in the octagon. Yeah. Mentally wise, I think he's as tough as they come. Physically as tough as they come. So those first 2 rounds, he's down. You're like, holy fuck, Hamzat's beating the shit out of him. But he's not finishing him. Yeah. And then that 3rd round, the title starts to change. You're seeing legs like the Canelo fight. You see
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Big dude on top of you. He's landing on the ground. Yeah. It's happening. Like, the fucking.
Who was in a car accident?
I will guarantee.
Yeah. It's wild, Mr. Aquarius. I heard you.
And the records show that.
Well, that's okay. That's good that they're not hurt.
DDP's so durable where he's like, exchange with him. I'm going to keep it on the feet and not tire myself out. Because then I think if I'm Hamzat, I go, no, what are you doing? You're doing what got you to the dance. We got here salsa dancing. Yeah. So, guys, you know how it is. You look at some guys just switch it up. I think the first round.
Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Aquarius.
Just like, to your point, it's a nightmare. First round, I think he's the toughest guy to fight in the first round. The worst guy to go to the 4th and 5th round. Yeah. Doesn't really get tired. He's sturdy as fuck. Figures shit out. He's unconventional. Yeah. Figures out. He's a smart fighter, smart IQ. Can grapple. He's hard to take down later in the round. He punches like a Mack truck even when he's not trying. So one guy's great in the first round. One guy's great in the 4th and 5th. So it's like, who imposes the game plan the best? Yeah. For the first time. And I don't know either. DDP does not. It's like there are certain guys that can get touch, get like in bad spots grappling, and they never start doubting themselves at all. And like he's one of those guys that like even when he's just thinking in his head, he's like, this guy's gonna get tired. I'll tell you this though, with those odds of DDP being the dog here, I would never bet against DDP. Fuck that, plus 200. I was just thinking, I'm like, plus if I was gonna put money on the fight, and again, I have no idea how this is gonna go down. I have no clue. Either guy can win. But just because it's so, to me, it's so close, I'm betting on whether it's Hamzat was the underdog or DDP's underdog, I'm putting my money on the underdog. Me too. And 2 to 1 underdog is great. 2.5 favorite is bananas. Insane. That fight is so good. That's what makes it good. I don't know. Wait,
All right, Mr. Aquarius, have a wonderful day.
Fucking Robert Whittaker's jaw. He starts sliding his name across your teeth.
I'm not saying anything that you can't pick up on watching tape on Hamza. I'm sure DDP knows this. He does this thing where he'll shoot from way far out, where most of it going to a knee, which is a no-no because they just put all their weight and then you're in some trouble. He does this thing where he shoots from so far out to a single,
And he grabs the ankle sometimes.
he grabs the ankle, but he goes to a deep single. He knows you're going to sprawl. He's not getting. He doesn't want the takedown. He's doing it. You sprawl just to transition to get your back, and then he goes to work. I've never seen a single person. These are world-class guys I'm talking about who could defend him. Anytime he wants to get to the back, he got to the back. Based off that. So he has a game plan where he shoots for a low single. You're going to sprawl. All good. Sprawl. He's just going to come around. Yep. The highest level grapplers could not stop it. And they just beat the shit out of him. He gets there and he's just seatbelt and beating the fuck out of you, and then breaking you down, beating the shit out of you, breaking you down. You get up, he's on your back, breaking you down. That's his game plan. Shoot, back, punch, break down, up, break down, up, break down, up, break down, submission.
Yep. Oh my! I'm keeping my chin tight. Break your teeth.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. Yeah. I don't know how you stop it. I also don't know how you beat DB. I don't know.
No one's shown us the game plan
because he's this outlier where if my son was like, "Down would be a UFC fighter. Can you show me the middleweight champion of the world?" Like, oh, you don't want to watch him. Now you want to watch him for his tenacity, his toughness, but technically, technique-wise, it's not really how you're supposed to do it. He's doing it on fucking works for him.
Yeah,
he's throwing this rhythm off.
Yeah,
you know, like you're playing whatever the he's a D. You don't really know how to adapt to it.
There's no one to prepare you for him, and also there's no patterns to get. He's like the exact opposite type of striker as like a Peter Yan. Peter Yan, throw that like really crisp. He's doing it like intentionally, kind of the way that like people would have trouble with like Nate or like any of these really unorthodox guys. It's like he's doing it very intentionally,
and it's so awkward. There's only one DDP. Like there's not. I don't know. He tried to mimic it. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he would do. So for Hamzat, I think, and I saw this, it's more about his team's like, we're focused on Hamzat. We don't give a fuck what DP is doing. We know he's awkward. We're not even trying to bring in a guy for that. We're trying to bring in guys who can stop Hamzat's grappling. We can't find anybody. We haven't found a single person. We brought in world-class guys and we can't find anybody to stop this.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. And they're saying if that guy's not stopping it, we don't give a fuck about DDP, Tom Aspinall, Alex Pereira, John Jones. These world-class guys are stopping those guys. That's what we're focusing on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And whoever wins this fight, I think, has the best.
Yo, what up, Sam?
DDP, Hamzat, whoever wins this fight is gonna be a fucking major superstar. Because I think for the first time, we've talked
Pam.
about it, but I think for the
What's good, son? Can you hear me, big dog? Oh, dude, you're so much clearer now. Oh, dude, like, I could not understand what you were saying earlier. Okay, if I may ask, you found out about me from Kick, from one of my spam bots. Did you find out in the chat or in a clip? Tight. And do you know who the user was who you were watching? Oh, no way. I remember doing that one. That's tight. All right, very well. Have you seen any of my other bots? Oh, so you're a streamer as well? What do you like to stream? Oh, you're in Thailand. That's tight as fuck. Oh, that's tight. Do you slang dick like it's going out of style? All right, I got it. Sure, dog. Do you ever go to Bangkok? Is it fun? Do you ever hang out with any of the other people from Kick who are in Thailand? Often, like think like Chris Travels and um, yeah, no, uh, yeah, yeah, and I know Slightly Homeless. What happened to Slightly Homeless? Oh, oh, that's tight. So you do IRL streaming? Sure. What happened? Yeah, I do. That's really nice. What? Okay. Whatever happened to Marat? That's tight. Yeah, I do remember that. Do you know? Let's see who else is out there. Um, oh, what was this guy's name? Oh, Mr. Sins or something like that. Mis- Okay, okay. He always looks like he's having fun. Um, how are they when you stream in one of the bars there? Are they open to just having you IRL stream there, or do they give you shit? Right, and then the girls there. I mean, like basically the things that I've seen, they're like five girls around one guy. They want nothing to do with him except for his money, and then you can like buy them drinks, which are just like donations, and then they'll drink them on screen. Is that true? That's exactly right. Right. Dude, so you're a pretty big streamer. Do you do YouTube as well? Absolutely. Are you originally from the United States? Okay, very. Oh, tight. I'm based out of Irvine. Uh, if I may ask, what is your Kick username? Okay. Um, I. So you don't have any. Oh yeah, you've got followers. Um. All right, Doug. You've got, and you have your own Discord. Oh, so and you already have 248 followers. Oh, great. If I know it's like not a huge deal, but if you want like unlimited followers, I can teach you how to make a bot like I have. You want to see my bot? Excellent. Okay. So I have three. Well, actually, okay. So I've got three bots on computers and then another five on handheld devices. The ones on handheld devices just create clips of people that say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and my Discord link. And I get random ass people in here and I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, you clipped my channel. And so it's like, okay, tight. And then I've got I'm gonna show you right now. I've got there we go. All right. So this is just some random streamer, Stroud, and what it's doing is creating a clip on them. Once the clip's made, it's going to copy some information into what, so it's good, like what it's going to spam. And so I have it here in an Excel spreadsheet for like just a spreadsheet. And then it'll minimize. It's going to press the follow button, which is that green button. It just pressed it. Then it's going to spam the shit out of them. And it spams like for like 30 seconds or something. Maybe a little less. No. I mean, it's a robot that does all this. Exactly. It's just a macro, so it's a um, it's a just memorizes where my clicks are. So it's yeah, I mean you can do it with Python. It's more complicated than what I do though. I just use a type of software. It's called JitBit Macro Recorder. It's amazing, and I figured out a way how to use it. Figure out a way how to use it for free, even though it's like has a license of like $500 a year. And since I need it on like multiple devices, it'd be pretty expensive. So what it does is it just records where the mouse needs to click, and then it has some options to be able to like identify images and so like let's say the follow button isn't in the right spot, it has image detection that it can find it. It also has OCR, optical character recognition, so it can know like where it's supposed to read something. And so my journey with Kick, I started with Kick like having no idea what it was. But I told you that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, and somebody within that community, like 2.5 years ago or so, they were like, "Hey, you should stream on Kick." And the thing with Kick is it doesn't have like an internal way to stream. Uh, you stream using like um, you stream using like um, OBS Studio or something like that, and sometimes my internet goes out, and especially because I stream really long hours, like 12 hours every single time, ideally, before I start a new stream. I need it to stay consistent, and basically Kick didn't have disconnect protection. Not only that, that wasn't the real big reason. The reason why I wasn't so keen on Kick is they don't save your streams, and I understand why, because it's really expensive. It's actually like the only company that can do it is YouTube, and they do it at a loss. But I'm about archiving. Like my thing is ensuring that people can watch this like hundreds of years from now. Now, perhaps not on the same platform, but I'm sure we'll be able to transfer it, given enough time or whatever. But really, I want people to be able to go back on my streams from years ago, which you can do, and see what I was doing for 12 hours or whatever. Okay, so the fact that Kick didn't archive and they only saved for 30 days meant that like it wasn't that attractive to me, and there weren't a lot of people on it 2.5 years ago. Not that there still are a lot of people on it, but nevertheless. So then last spring, we got a new the house in which I live got a new router, and so my disconnection protection was going to be a little better. And I did some projects for some people and bought some new computers, and so I figured, okay, I'm going to start streaming on Kick again, and I did. But I recognized very quickly that it was pay for play, just like YouTube, just like Twitch. No one was ever finding me because I didn't have anybody watching me, and I was way at the very bottom. So I thought, okay, well maybe I'll start going in people's discords. So I did, and like I was in like Action Man's Discord and Amaranth's Discord and Aiden Ross's Discord, and within like a couple weeks of streaming on Kick, uh, I eventually got Aiden Ross in my stream because I had been living in his Discord like basically 24 hours a day. So he interviewed me, and that brought like 30 people into my YouTube or whatever. Nothing crazy, but I didn't even know who he was, and so I just figured I wasn't gaining that much traction on Kick, and so you know what? I'm like the king of making bots. Like I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. So I figured, you know what? I'm gonna just create Kick accounts. And the thing is, Kick is, I don't know why they don't. They don't have a CAPTCHA system. You know what a CAPTCHA system is, right? And so it's pretty easy to automate. Like Twitter has a really tough CAPTCHA system. Google has a CAPTCHA system. Blue Sky has a CAPTCHA system. Twitch does not either. And those are like the two main ones that don't have one. And so but Twitch has some really good AI on their back end to be able to prevent bottom. Well, Kick is still new, and it just doesn't have the ability to pivot as quickly um, as Twitch does. So I figured, you know what? This is a really good opportunity. If I ever wanted to bot a platform, this would be the one. But before I did that, so I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube channels. And I figured, you know what? I'm going to since I multi-stream, I'm going to multi-stream with Kick, in just addition to being live on Rumble and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and all those other ones. And Kick did not like that. Kick did not like, it's not that they didn't like that I was multi-streaming, that's fine. But I was multi-streaming from like 10 different accounts simultaneously, and they did not like that. Although it was not a violation of their terms and conditions, they just didn't like it. So they basically shut down all of my accounts except for the one. And I didn't know. Now I didn't like that because it wasn't at that time a violation of their terms and conditions. It was basically I just thought outside the box. Nobody else is like, well, we're just going to stream our lives from like multiple angles. Usually people are really focused on their one stream, but I am different. So when they banned those accounts, it pissed me off. And so I just was like, you know what? I'm not getting that much momentum on this platform anyway. So I'm going to just buy a bunch of computers and um, create robots on them. So for 8 months, from like basically April 2024 until January 1st, 2025, I spammed it. I spammed Kick. Now, the bots that I had then weren't as powerful as the bots I have now. The bots I had then, I had to do a lot of manual work on them, and they only worked when I was awake. So I was only really able to spam like 16 hours a day. But it still got to the point where everybody knew who I was. So Amaranth, I'm the number one streamer all the time in her Discord. I've spoken with her. Aiden Ross, I've been live streaming in his Discord for over a year. I'm the number one streamer by far in his Discord. Kai Sanat, I'm the number one streamer all the time in his Discord. I Show Speed, I'm the number one streamer all the time in his Discord. Like all the big ones. If they'll allow you to turn on your camera in their Discord, I'm like the number one person I ever have done that. So I end up saying to myself, you know what, January 1st, I'm going to stop spamming them. I was getting interviewed by people on Kick. I don't know if you know who Sam Bond is. He interviewed me. Ori interviewed me, Ouri. A Flax Life, he interviewed me. He still does a bunch. And I started like building friendships. And I wouldn't have had the friendships that I had without basically these bots that I had created. But nevertheless, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop botting for 6 months. Or actually, I was gonna do it for a year, and then I figured, you know what? Kick's gonna let me back on if I stop spamming for a year. So and I did this interview with Ori Ouri, and Eddie Craven saw it and added me as a friend on Discord. So I was like, okay, well, that's cool. Like, you know, the owner of their platform friended me on Discord. And I know this is the real one because he's the owner of the Kick Discord and the Stake Discord and these other things. So I was like, okay, well, that's really cool. So 6 months go by, and it's like June of 2025, so like a couple months ago. And one of my friends from Kick came into my Discord and they were like, hey, Rabbi, you know, what you did wasn't that bad. Yeah, we all know who you are and we all know your bots and stuff. But I've seen people do way worse things on Kick, like shoot at people, and they've had their accounts banned for only a little while, and then they've gotten back. So if people can literally shoot at people on Kick, then like your bots weren't that big of a deal. You should be let back on. And especially because you took 6 months off, you've shown remorse, and you said you won't do it anymore. And I'm like, no, if they let me stream again, I won't. So I recreated an account, started streaming, was able to stream for 24 hours, and I got banned. So I reach out to them. I'm like, hey, what's the deal? I haven't spammed anybody in 6 months. You know, I've got this permanent ban, or I've got this ban. What's the deal on it? And they're like, you've been banned indefinitely. I'm like, okay, is that a lifetime ban? And they're like, it's indefinite. I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? Like, is it permanent? Is it for the rest of my life? They're like, it's indefinite. We go back and forth with this like a bunch. And finally, I got them to say, for all intents and purposes, it's a lifetime ban. So I said to them, okay, so let me just get this straight. It's the year 2025. In 50 years, in the year 2075, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still going, you mean to tell me that you won't let me stream on Kick? Do I understand this correctly? And they're like, that's correct. So I was like, okay, well then peace is not an option. Basically, I gave you guys the opportunity to let me back on and I won't spam anymore. But now you're saying that no, even 50 years from now, you're not going to let me stream on there. Well, I have no alternative as to just, I mean, I could not, but I mean, basically the only alternative you want to give me if I want to have any interaction on Kick is to spam it. So I told them I'm going to create better bots. I'm going to create more of them, and you guys can stop this, but you got to let me stream on there. And I even told them I'll take a year off. They said no. I said, how about 2 years? They said no. then I said 50 years. They're like, no. So this then my bots started back up about a week ago, and I've seen some really great growth. Um, just people finding out about me. Well, firstly, when the bots started up, people were like, "No way, this motherfucker is back," and no way he's still streaming. He's been doing this for like years, and it's like, "Yep." And then, before I was spamming on like Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff, and I might get like in a month like 10 people to join the server, which isn't that great. But when I spam on Kick, I get like 50 people a week, which is really great. I mean, not always, but like just recently. This week, in 1 week I got like 50 people to join the server. And I know you have a server. You have no idea how difficult it is to get people to join a server. You're asking them to social media hop, which is really difficult. I mean, firstly, you have to have a Discord account, which not everybody does. Secondly, they have to be able to put your link in correctly, which not everybody knows how to do. And then thirdly, they have to join and, stay if, long term. And so I'm pretty thrilled with how my bots have worked thus far. And I made improvements to them so that they work 24 hours a day. Before, I used to have to basically manually create the accounts for them to spam, but I've got that all automated. And now it's just a matter of time. I mean, if you see how much data I have, it's an incredible amount. And the thing is that I don't do anything to hurt anybody. The worst thing that I do is spam you. And if anything, that causes creators to make money because they get more money from unique chatters, and my bots are unique chatters. So, it's one of those things. And I also, if anybody's ever like, I don't want you to spam me, I tell them what they can do to stop me from spamming them. And that's basically just turn a 2-minute delay on, and I won't spam you. You'll never get any spam from me. Now, you'll still get clips of mine, and you'll still get a follow, but you won't get any spam. And whenever anybody's complained to me about my spam, I always give them the way around it. I don't hide that. And so with that being said, I think it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And what's going to happen is somebody's going to see what I do, just like you did, and they're going to be like, okay, what is this going on? What is this? You're talking about invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines and universal basic income and artificial gravity and stuff. What is this? They're going to come in here and they're going to be like, oh, you're a real person. And then all I have to do is say, just look at what I've got on YouTube. In fact, for you, in the upper left corner, you should see it says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you just put that link into YouTube and watch what happens.
Thanks so much. We'll talk to you next week. Alrighty, have a great weekend. Alright, you too. Okay, so we were talking about the mashup, the Amazon and the
Okay, in the upper left YouTube streams, yeah, it's got like a red circle.
it's like a total knockoff from another movie.
Put that link in YouTube.
Well, thank you, Darren. He called back.
So what I was referring to is
Absolutely. I totally understand. I totally understand. Say no more. Say no more. I totally understand.
Darren, you are so right. We had another talk back too. That he said, yeah, it's from Return of the Jedi. Look, the face of that dinosaur looks like the Rancor from Return of the Jedi. All right, it still doesn't look like a dinosaur.
Okay. Now, do you see how many of these streams are live? There are 20 of them. No other creator creates as much data as I do. And so, like, you'll get some people who are like, well, so-and-so streams their life. They don't do it the way that I do it. They don't do it on 20 different accounts. And then also, a lot of people just always have a stream going, but they don't stop it. I stop mine every 12 hours so that they're archived, and I just have huge amounts of data. And not only am I the main person in it, but I also stream sporting events. So I've streamed 3 Super Bowls, 3 Olympics, including 2 Summer Olympics and 1 Winter Olympics. I've streamed every UFC. I'm going to stream the UFC this Saturday. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed basically everywhere in Southern California. And there's like an entire treasure trove here. This is like a big treasure hunt that people are going to be able to go on. And in addition to that, I always have a radio going to Southern California KFI radio that basically has every news event going 24/7. So what does that mean? It means you can go back to any minute of any of my streams for the last 3.5 years and find out what was going on in the world, which is like a time capsule for society. It's quite interesting. Did you have a chance to look at the about Rabbi Rothschild, like my I have like a biography in there and all kinds of stuff? Exactly. Absolutely. It's huge. Anything that I do is huge. Oh, dude, you got to check out my blog. Have you seen my blog? It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. This thing is fucking huge. It might be the biggest blog entry in global history. Just go to Rabbi Rothschild, RABBIROTHSCHILD .blogspot.com. Go to the lowest blog entry. It's like from August of 2024, and just click it. And you'll be like, this never fucking ends. It's like, it's so long. It's basically a bunch of entries that, like, I would just ask ChatGPT questions about future technology and about myself because it knows about me. And it's like the biggest blog entry you're ever going to see. And why is that important? Because there's all kinds of interesting stuff in it. Like, what are 100 ways that you can travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 types of computers that are faster and more powerful than quantum computers? What are ways to extend your life? That kind of stuff. .com. Yeah. Just, you should see a picture of my face. Just click that. Now, on the right side where the scroll bar is, look how, like, try to scroll down it. It'll take you forever. I came up with the questions, and then ChatGPT would come up with the answers. But it's like, it's going to take some people a long time to go through all that, and it's all future information, or like most of it. It's like, like, what are types of mega projects that the world could complete in order to improve it, like creating a Bering Strait tunnel where we connect Asia um, and North America, or a Gibraltar bridge or tunnel from Morocco to Spain, or a transatlantic tunnel, a trans-Pacific tunnel, um, space elevators, space slingshots, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. Just really interesting stuff. You're 100%. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. I have long form content. I have the longest form content, and people want short YouTube shorts, TikTok shorts, that kind of stuff. If that's what you want, I like that stuff too. So I watch that as well. But that is that's not why I'm doing this, to just get people's attention really quickly. I'm here I'm here to create more data than anybody's ever created on Earth. And I'm successfully doing that. No, 100%. Yeah. If I wanted to just be famous and make money, I'd go do something viral in at Disneyland to get, in trouble or something like that. I don't want that. No, I want to create a time capsule for society. I know I asked you this, but I couldn't hear it last time we spoke. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show? Okay, so that's what I'm basically doing. I want people to be able to understand that we're all not that different as humans, that we all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore, we all eat, we all sleep, we all dream, all of the things that a human does. And I'm doing my best to capture that and archive it. And I've done it now for almost, well, more than 3.5 years. And I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. Yeah. So that's why I do it. It's not just to get rich or anything like that. I mean, I know that I'll be rich when this goes viral. It's just a matter of time. Excellent. Very well. Well, I'm glad we could speak and I could hear you better this time. And I know I said this to you previously, but again, I'm here to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the world, and just to give people hope. So, again, if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Come back when you have some more time. We'll chill. Every day I play games with people in here. So, we'll get you associated with those if you want. Next time you stream, let me know. I'll check out your stream. I won't spam you. And don't be a stranger, okay, Sam? Good talking to you too. Peace, man. Have a great day, buddy. Bye. What a cool person. Shout out to Zam. Zam, you're really nice.
As it flows, you feel like there are times when the Jews feel hopeful, there are times when the Jews feel despair, and the document reacts to that. So it's hard to make a generic comment about the entire document without reason. Another reason it's important is it's written in ABS prose. It's written as these events are unfolding. It's written not with kind of like the benefit of hindsight, and not with kind of a prophetic vision into the future. It is a real-time document that has huge difference. But when we look at the micro history of the ghetto and the sermons together, we can determine a lot of the report. So let us turn to that question for a moment, and in that context, we look at the history of the ghetto. One last detail on that. We also don't know who he was speaking to. We don't know anything about the size of his audience. The vast majority of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto did not survive, along with the Rebbe himself. Shimon Huberman, the Zamler, who was involved in collecting data on the religious life in the ghetto, he did attend a few important meetings with the Piasechet Rebbe. He did attend some of his gatherings, and we get the impression that, especially in the early period, they were huge. He had hundreds of people from all walks of life, not just Hasidic Jews, but also Misnagdim, Lithuanian Jews, also free thinkers, socialists, and in fact, one of the fascinating things about the Piasechet Rebbe is that he was an incredibly broad-minded thinker. He was devoted to the community as a whole, and he went to join the other organizations, the resistance, offered him the opportunity to escape, and he refused to leave his community. Even when he was in the work camp where he lost his life, and there was a planned escape, he said he would only join the plan if every Jew in the camp, every prisoner, including the atheists, were also part of the plan. He refused to leave literally any Jew behind. But when you look at the literature in the beginning of the text, tend to be very simple in nature. It tends to be very partial with raunchy, which is kind of like something that's accessible.
For the first time,
Anyone with a sort of basic core education. But towards the end of 1943,
you're gonna actually have one of these two guys legitimately be the first closest we've seen being a 3-division champion. Middleweight, lightweight, heavyweight. And for Hamzat, DDP can. Hamzat might be able to go to 170 because he's fought there before.
Yeah.
So Hamzat could even do 170, 185, 205. DDP can go 85. Probably should be a 205er. He's doing it right. And then heavyweight.
Have you met him in person?
No, he's massive.
He's really big, huh?
Did you see the video of them seeing each other at the fucking whatever?
Yeah, I did.
Hamzat was way bigger.
Yeah. Camera was behind Hamzat. Yeah, but he did. He looked big. I've been right next to Hamzat, and Hamzat's tall. He's much taller than I expected. He's not tall compared to you.
No, yeah,
But for a 170-pound fighter, see, just like Gilbert Burns.
See, for 170, like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
For 85, I went, he's not normal.
Yeah.
I've never seen DDP in person, but from the picture of him next to Bisping, I'm like, Jesus Christ. But when I was at Hamzat in person, I didn't walk away going, God damn, he's
as I
massive.
mentioned,
He surprised me how tall he was because he had just fought against Gilbert Burns. You know, like he was at he was at the airport with we were literally like just right next to him at the airport. He's like 6'2".
Yeah.
$170.
Yep. Again, another reason why I would, if you had to lean towards something, I'd lean DDP. Because I've never seen him waver. Ever. So, if you remember back, and this is not on Hamzat, this is, I'm trying to come up with a reason why who's going to win the fight, so I'm reaching it. But remember in Hamzat during COVID-19, he got COVID, and he had, it affected his lungs, he had long-lasting COVID, and he said, I'm thinking about retiring. DDP could have AIDS, full-blown AIDS, and he wouldn't even mention the word retirement.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and this is a stretch. So I'm looking for, because if it does get to the 4th and 5th round, which good fucking luck, if you get to that 4th and 5th round, you literally have to kill DDP. There's just, we haven't seen a trace of evidence that there's any wavering or quit whatsoever.
No, yeah.
With Hamzat, like the Gilbert Burns, Kamaru Usman, a little bit, if those were 5 rounds, especially the Kamaru one, you're like, that's not great. But also, to Hamzat's defense there,
It's Kamaru Usman.
yeah, but also, he's compromised at 170. His cardio, he was dealing with that long
Against Kamaru was 85.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, but he was dealing with that long COVID. So, but all that stuff's gone. So maybe he's just a different animal now. All I'm saying is we've seen Hamzat be put in these compromised positions.
He looks big right there. He looks big right there. His back looks thick.
Yeah, the camera angle.
Look at how he's standing, dude. He's a fucking animal.
They're both fucking monsters.
Yes. I can't wait to watch this fucking fight.
It's the best.
I can't wait. What other fights do you care about on here? And
I'm a big Aaron Pico fan.
I know you are.
I
Yeah.
think it's such a tough matchup for him because if you look at Aaron Pico's resume, he hasn't fought anybody remotely close to Murphy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only is it your first fight, but it's fucking Murphy.
They threw him in the deep end for sure.
Which they should. But it's such a tough fight for him. So, and again, Murphy would be his entire resume the same night.
Yeah.
He should deal with a different man. Murphy is undefeated. So, he's looking like go to Murphy's record. How old is he? Is that his prime? So he's beat Josh Emmett, Jade, Edson Barboza. He's got a lot of fucking creativity and strengths to it. So I'm rooting for Aaron Pico. I never root for the guys that they come from the organization. But I love Aaron Pico. I just This is such a tough test, and it's his first fight in UFC. It's on a major card. It's just a lot of pressure. Fucking Murphy's a disaster.
He had a couple like stumbles early too when there was all that pressure. I mean, it was a long time ago. Yeah, and so like he was like, "This is the fucking guy," and he lost. You know, and then it was like, yeah. I mean,
I was working for Bellator at Madison Square Garden. I said, Aaron Pico is our LeBron James, meaning he's like the next freak, and then he gets fucking started.
yeah.
I'm like, okay, well. And they're like, all right, back to Brendan. I'm like, okay, well, maybe on the next LeBron. Fucking
24 seconds too.
Yeah, get started.
Yeah. That's a rough start.
Yeah, not great. But, you know, he's learned, he's come back, and now he's with that Jackson team, so he's
It's a long time ago.
Long time ago, dude.
He hasn't lost aside from an injury since 2019. Yeah, dude, that's a lot of wins in a row.
He's been searching it. So, again, I'm rooting for Aaron Pico. It's such a tough matchup. It's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Now, it could have been worse. It could have been Mozart, which is even worse.
What's his what's the line on that fight?
I think Aaron Pico's favorite.
Up until this time,
But yeah, you gotta realize the guys making these odds really don't know shit.
Minus 1. I agree that they don't know shit if they got fucking Hamza at a minus 245. Like, that's fucking crazy to me.
That Carlos Bronson fight, Jeff Neal's fantastic. Jared Cannonier, Michael Venom Page at 85 to me is so exciting. Jared Cannonier, that could go two ways because Michael Venom Page is really a natural 170er. He's so creative and fast at 85, and Jared Cannonier's not the fastest cat, and he's older. I think Jared Cannonier's like 40. So I can see Michael Venom Page just lighting him up like a Christmas tree. I can also see Jared Cannonier using his size and just making a boring ass fight.
Yeah, it could look a lot like that the Holland fight against Page.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah,
That thing goes one of two ways.
yeah. Jared's 41.
Yeah.
I mean, these two up like right off the bat. I'm like, if you want to bet, I don't even bet really, but you seem like the best bets.
100%.
Yeah.
Dude, your parlay would be DDP and Murphy.
Yeah,
If you want to make
that's
money,
gonna pay out big.
you put 100 down, you're talking about.
600 probably. You know, if you bet two guys that are.
And I'm not saying DDP's going to win. I'm not saying Murphy's going to win. I'm just saying as far as matchup wise, those are great value. Either way, it's all going to take a fighter that's going to make you the most money. That's all it is. I can't wait. We're doing that after the fight. I don't watch that big crib, but I got really close to all my neighbors. And I have like a thing for UFC 397. When it comes to that, I'm with my wife, my in-laws, and I have my Diet Coke loaded up, and I watch the fights. I'm like, I don't want to miss life. And I don't want to feel like I don't want to shut it down. I don't have to keep you guys out. You know, like, I don't want to turn this asshole like keep you out. Also, I don't want you to apologize. Because they're super casuals. Like, they'll be the one like, oh, it's Conor fighting Logan Paul, but it hurts my feelings. And so I feel like this DDP guy any good? I don't have to like break it down. Is Hamza from Chicago? Like, well, fuck me in the face.
No, he's definitely not.
Yeah,
No.
he's fighting there.
Wait, they're saying he's from Sweden. You're like, from Czechia.
Oh, God.
He trained there. Just never a fucking mind.
Yeah, so I don't get into it. So I'm just like, oh no, I used to our family thing. I'll see you guys on Sunday.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, that's weird. I'm like, and my wife like, trust me, you don't want to come over.
Do you watch your house, Jesse, or do you draw? I watch it at my house usually. Yeah. If I ever have people over there, like jiu-jitsu guys who fucking know
They know their shit, yeah. But I can't wait, brother. I appreciate it, man. Another one in the books, brother. I love doing these with you, man. This is fun. Well, that's it for War Report UFC 319. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm Brent Chop. That's my boy, Jesse. Thank you for tuning in. Like, subscribe, do all the thing. We love you guys. Enjoy the fights this Saturday. Peace.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram CRX. $50,000 of upgrades.
In the beginning, earlier, much of what he says fits along traditional lines wanted to be he speaks about what we might call teleological suffering. In other words, that this seems terrible, but there's a reason for it. that God wants us to suffer. We will become better for it. We will merit for it. It's kind of like understands it within some kind of lenient system that would have made sense 100 years prior. Then in 1940-41, the suffering increases, it ratchets up a notch, and you see more of birth pangs of the Messiah appearing in the story. More the idea that, this isn't.
6人の子供の母親です。インビズラインは私の笑顔だけです。
When we hear the report of the man who survived hell-no, then we get his most dramatic break. And this is where, according to Dr. Majid, we see the Rebbe losing his faith. And this is where the children as I did.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Yeah, we're back, pal. Let's go, buddy. What's going on?
Episode number 2 of the week. What's going on?
Talk to you about those pants for a second. Now, those are duck hunting pants, right? Are those actual First Light pants?
These are cock hunting pants.
Okay. But they're duck hunting pants.
I sit in the bush and look for cock.
Yep, you can see you camouflage yourself. You see a dick run by and you jump it.
Only black deers.
Really?
Only black deers.
Okay.
Because of the biggest.
Black stag.
Black stags.
There you go.
Stallion.
A stallion.
What is going on? Oh, kiddo starts school today.
Good.
First school. Dropped them off at school.
I did that Monday. Yep.
Yeah, but how old is he?
He's 3.5.
So it's not real. I'm talking proper school here, Bubba. Real shit.
Yeah, I brought my son. I went to pick him up yesterday, and he looked for his mommy. He didn't see mommy, and he
Freaked out.
Yeah.
Stranger danger. That's okay.
Yeah.
You're busy.
Yeah. And
I dropped him off. I thought it was gonna be like hard for him, but they already have friends there because we moved in the summer, so they made all their friends. All their boys are there.
he knows everybody.
Oh, lots of like, see ya.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll take you from here.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, no, I want you. No, I got it. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm like, all right, so we dropped Bossy out first, then T's going. I'm like, T, I'm like, explaining to him, like, you just gotta, sports are the equalizer, so at recess, show off, buddy. He goes, yeah, I got it. I was like, well, yeah, but I'll walk you to class just so we can see your desk. I'm good.
I'm good, dude. Yeah, I don't need you
Right
next to me.
I'm good.
That's right.
Dude, heartbreak. I felt like crying.
I know.
I went, oh, yeah, no, I get it. That's not cool.
That's right.
I was like, hey, hold on. Coolest dad here, though, right? Out of these dads? Yeah, cool. Come on.
Nah, you with your cold
I drove the Hummer.
Get out of here.
I drove the Hummer for you.
Beat it,
I brought the Hummer
nerd.
first day school. Your dad pulls up in the Hummer.
You're too big. You, blonde hair. Get the fuck
Hey,
out of here.
Bigfoot, out of the shot.
Right.
Yeah, Shrek, out of the shot.
My son.
But then they have coffee for all the parents there, so I'm just mingling with all the new parents. So
Sure.
My morning was mingling.
You mingle
with the newbies. Huh? Yeah, that's it.
Cool people?
Yeah, everyone's super nice.
It's nice.
Everyone's super nice.
Yeah, we my ex brought my son who's 14 to this get together thing that the kids in his future middle school go to. It's like a camp and out. It's a sleepaway thing. And
danger, sleepaways, molestation.
I said, well, that's why the parents have to be there now. I said, but they're 14. I go, well, how's he doing? She goes, it's Lord of the Flies. I go, wait a minute. She goes, boys are different. I go, yeah, they are. And what they do is they delineate authority right quick, and they get together.
They were nice to him?
No. Here's what my son has going for him. Funny.
So they're
laughing. So he's in. Because that kid he's.
I think it depends on that crowd. It depends what the kids are doing. Because where we're from, it's like, especially out here, it's like they play sports. The kids aren't good. They kind of get pushed to the side. The kids that can ball, they stick together.
So my son is tall, good looking, and he's funny. But he's coordinated. He's not like unathletic. But
yeah, but sports aren't his thing.
That's it.
Yeah.
He's not like some big baseball player. But the kids. Like everybody wants a funny guy around.
Yeah, they'll take it. Yeah.
And so it's funny to see him becoming me. That's how I negotiated the space, right? And he's the same way, but he's lucky because he's got the bone structure. He's getting tall.
He's taller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wife's taller.
Broad shoulders. He's got her looks.
Yeah.
He's got those genetics. You don't want the Callan genetics. Let me be honest.
Yeah.
But you want my ex's genetics because they are all like kind of
Tall.
Yeah, they're the kind of people that they tan well. Like he's got real beard, brown, the whole thing. So anyway,
You just want your kid to get bullied.
It's the biggest heartbreak.
Or does he bring him character?
I don't think you want that because here's the thing.
But see, you want it a little bit. You want a
You
little
want some struggle, right? The old saying, you can't protect your kids, make them strong, don't protect them. Make them strong and teach them how to negotiate life. I get it, but you don't want your
I don't think a parent can make
you don't
them
want your kid to
strong.
be lonely. You don't want your kid to have
Not
no
lonely, but a little bully goes a long ways.
Well, definitely, because you'll learn how to not get bullied. You'll figure your way through. But there's something. So I fucking had. We had a problem with our plumbing. So bear with me on this story. We have a problem with our plumbing. And we have a plumber come out, and we can't figure out where the smell is coming from. We're losing water pressure. Yeah, we're losing water pressure. We can't. So we bring this guy out, and he's doing all this stuff. He's there for 5 hours. I fix it. Did you? All right. It's right back. Nothing. Doesn't do anything.
It still sounds like poop.
So then we get another guy, and this guy shows up. And the first thing I see is he's absolutely massive. Like he's as wide as he is tall. And I go, were you a power lifter? He goes, yeah, I used to compete. I go, because I mean, it was just all over him. I was like,
And you're going to be all over that.
well, I'm gay.
That guy fucked.
But I mean, he was unusually wide.
Thick, yeah.
And he so turned out he was competitive and stuff like that. And so then he starts talking about what the problem is. And he does this scientific thing where he's like talking about the hard water. He's doing his job as a plumber. But he figures something out. He figures out that it's this weird thing. And he goes, I think it's coming from this. And I go, what? Long story short, he fixes the whole problem.
He's right.
He snakes the drain we didn't think it was. He goes, I said, but the plumber said, yeah. He goes, I know, because he's thinking this, but he's an idiot. This is why. So I'm looking at him. He's a young guy. He's a young fucking dude. And he goes,
how young?
He's probably 30.
Okay, not that young.
Yeah, but it's his company.
Oh, he owns it.
He owns it.
Oh, he's a hustler.
He's a hustler. Not only does he own it, he also has other services which he can do this and that. And I'm like, oh wow. He goes, but you have to book an appointment. I'm so busy, I can't. And I said, how's business? He goes, honestly, it's never been better because I have buildings downtown and everything else. I still talking about there's something about this fucking guy. He's so smart. I find out he's got his master's in AI. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because he's too smart. And I go, what's your background? And he goes, well, I grew up in foster homes. I was an orphan. And I said, damn, it's got to be hard. He goes, it's not hard. It's hard, but that's why I figure things out. That's why I'm an entrepreneur. That's why my company's killing it. I've always had to figure it out on my own.
He's a work ethic.
I came home to myself. I didn't come home to parents.
He's a work ethic.
Crazy work ethic. Crazy work ethic. Like he wasn't stopping until he figured it out. It took 4 hours. But he was also 2 hours of that was talking to you, but keep going. That's probably true about weightlifting and feeling his muscles. But the way he solved that problem and wouldn't stop until he figured it out.
He's gonna make it.
He's gonna make it.
He's gonna make it.
He's a winner. Yeah. Guy's a winner. And he said it never would have been that way, but I always had to figure it out on my own. I didn't have anybody to help me. I had to figure it out on my own. And now I would have it no other way. And sometimes, like, we love our kids so much, you protect them so much, and sometimes the worst thing you can do is
cold-hearted bitch. I don't know, but what else are you gonna do?
Well, what am I gonna do? Not?
Oh, I know.
No.
I know.
By the way, excuse me, but good guidance saves you a lot of time and saves you a lot of money. Like if you have,
there's good guidance, good advice,
yes,
but
for your kid, there's a reason certain cultures make a lot of money. Because their parents are teaching them the basic principles.
Correct.
Financial literacy.
Yeah.
Why is education important?
Here's my thing with having a financial education. And people make fun of athletes and rappers and all this shit who make all this money, and then then we find out they're broke or struggling. But where would they learn that? So
where would they learn that?
So if you think,
I don't know it.
Yeah. So if you because it's not a curriculum, it's not a class in high school. Okay, whatever. You're not really making money. College, there's nothing teaching you how to pay your taxes, invest, all this stuff. Mortgage, don't get an Amex right when you get out of college. No one's telling you any of that. So unless your parents are on it, then where are you going to learn it? There's nothing to learn it from. So people want to make fun of the athletes or whoever it is. They make a lot of money, and then whenever they fall in hard times, it's like, yeah, but
you know what? We talked about this for an hour. Rob Dyrdek. What a great guy, by the way. Took an hour of his day to talk to me.
On financial, yeah. Different animal, though.
And different animal. I mean,
Because he didn't come from money.
Absolutely not.
He's self-taught. He learned it.
He's such a good person. That people,
One of the best.
Rob Dyrdek is, forget the money. He's such a good human being. And that dude hit me up. You know what he said to me? He goes, read this book. It was Tony Robbins' book, Master the Game.
Yeah, he loves Tony.
Read that book if you want to achieve financial literacy. Read that book, and then he has a follow-up book to it. Read those books. Read them cover to cover 3 times, and you will be financially literate. And it's not that hard.
You just gotta put effort into it, but no one really does. But like even with my guy out here, he's like, hey, if instead of paying your mortgage once a month, if you break it up to bi-weekly, you pay your house off in 6 years earlier. So instead of 30 years, it's 24 like that. I went, what?
Little details.
And I thought, and I came out to my wife, I'm like, why don't they discuss that?
Because the bank makes more money. I don't want you to know that.
I know.
Why the fuck would they want you to know that?
Or like my thing was
paid at the end of the month, so that's
yeah,
you have to.
true.
That's what the whole
But if
thing
you have
is
the
set up for.
free, yeah, exactly. But my thing is like, why wouldn't they discuss that? Then also, like I was like, all right, let's pay off the house, have no mortgage, and then you talk to somebody like, you don't want to do that, right? I'm like, why? Like, hey, whatever, whether it's a car loan, whatever it is that has high interest rate, you want to pay that off. You don't want to pay off the one that's the lowest interest rate.
Because then your money's sitting in bricks and mortar when it can be out there working
Exactly.
at a higher interest.
But yeah, no one, it's just, I'm learning it now. I'm fucking 42.
At least you're learning it.
Which I'll be able to pass down to my kids. And like my dad knows a lot of this shit, but he never. Yeah, you figure it out. Hey man, but fucking,
Would you have listened though? That's you have to ask me.
yeah, I know.
I don't know if I would listen. You don't start thinking about money until you have to.
Yeah.
In a way, right? Like it's like, this train keeps coming.
Yeah, but I think also like, do you know much about crypto?
So
No, I know the answer. No, right?
I know nothing, but there isn't a minute. Well, no, okay. There isn't 5 minutes that go by. There might not be 5 minutes go by that I don't wish I was in the time machine and I could buy Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, but it's like crypto. I think in like 20 years, people are like, dude, how the fuck did you not get involved with crypto? And I know I should get into it. I just don't. And I'm a pretty smart guy in crypto. But
not all crypto.
hear me out. Again, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Neither do I when it comes to this. Like, there's certain things about Bitcoin's good things. I know a little bit about it.
Yeah, I've had some conversations though.
Me too, with big boys. So when you talk about crypto, it's like if you don't get involved in it and like at least spend some time learning about it, in 20 years you're gonna be kicking yourself. And I know this, and I know Bitcoin and crypto, but even like we get out of here, I'm like, I got shit to do. If I just spend some time, it could really pay dividends down the road.
Well, I would say this. Like I'm in Bitcoin a little bit. Okay, but. Like as far as like here's the only thing I say about Bitcoin, because I've talked to the big boys and all of them go, most of Bitcoin most of crypto is trash. The thing about Bitcoin is this: there's a finite amount of it. There's a culture that there's already an economy that underpins it. It might be a dark economy, but there's an economy. People use it. And number 3, there's also a philosophy around it that's never going to die, which is there's an anarchy to it. There's a rebellion to it. There are people out there. Well, the 4th thing's going for it, but there are people out there that are like, I do crypto on principle because it's my way of saying fuck. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's not going away. Yeah. And then there's a 4th reason I think crypto, especially Bitcoin, does well. It's because people like to gamble. Yeah. People are like, look, it just keeps going up. And now Trump and the whole Trump government has legitimized a lot of crypto.
Oh yeah.
So
it ain't going away.
Now there are a lot of people that make money on crypto. A lot of people lose money.
I know a ton of people.
A lot of people are ass. Oh, dude, they're ass.
But I know some of the smartest people I know who show me their crypto portfolio. Like, oh, you make that much? Yeah. Like, why would you call me? Why don't you just give me a ring and say, hey, do this, and then tell me when? But they're putting out their own fires. Yeah. But long story short, I do think there should be some sort of thing offered in school for kids.
I agree.
Because the whole thing's to set up people to have,
don't the NFL now have financial advisors that come in and tell them stuff?
They come in during camp, go, hey, be smart with your money. But it takes on. You need someone to help you out, man.
You need to be there. You need to, like everything else, you need to be sitting there doing it. Yep. Let's take a little break. I need auto parts, but I want friendly, helpful service. I want to be able to have parts knowledge. I want to be able to do things like buy windshield wipers or have my battery tested when I'm in my car.
Dude, you need my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. That's right, the O'Reilly Auto Parts. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. They're super knowledgeable, super helpful, best of all, super friendly. All right, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Just a weird thing.
Yeah.
Are you on the road this weekend?
I'm not. I'm going to play golf with my father and my son for 4 days, and I frankly can't wait.
All 4 days of golf?
Yeah, but it's more hanging out.
Yeah, hanging out, because that's what your dad does.
Yeah.
I get it.
Talking trash, hanging out. It's fun. Old shoulders give me some problems for the first time in my life.
Very good for you.
Yeah, old shoulders.
So you'll miss UFC 318.
I will watch UFC 318 in Utah on Saturday. I'll watch it.
Will you though?
I will.
Is your dad gonna be like, let's shut everything down and watch 319?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He won't watch it, but I'll watch it with my son.
Because I have feeling coming on Monday and you'll be telling me about the highlights.
No. I get these fights under my belt, Brendan. I don't really like the way you're talking right now.
Don't show him the card. Okay. No, he just saw it.
I know this lesson comes out. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I would say I'm going to go with Kamzat, and I'm going to go with Kamzat because I know the idea is that is Kamzat going to do anything, be able to do anything when and if he takes Duplessis down. I don't think you're going to see that. I think the beginning of the fight, I think Kamzat's striking is better than Duplessis. And I think there's going to be an exchange of blows.
You think it ends from striking?
I don't think it ends from striking. I think that Duplessis is saying, okay, I'll wrestle you for 3 rounds, and then you're going to get tired, and I'm coming the 4th and 5th. That's very legit.
Yeah.
He does it to everybody.
Yeah, melted.
There's something about that guy. He just doesn't get tired. People think that Duplessis is smaller than Kamzat. He's not. I don't know who's bigger, but I think Duplessis is
just big dudes.
Big dudes.
Just big dudes.
I would say that Kamzat's wrestling is amazing. But with
Older, two bad knees, older, smaller.
Yeah.
And then with Gilbert Burns was at 70.
I know.
And he struggled with both of them.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the other thing I would say. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat take DDP down. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat on DDP's back. So then
That's guaranteed.
So then let's say DDP stands up. Does it take more energy to ride someone's back, or does it take more energy to stand up when somebody's on your back?
Both, because Hamza's going to have to shoot to get
Right.
this back.
So
And he's going to do that over 5 rounds.
that's a lot.
It's a tough one.
I think Kamzat can also, if he wins the first 3 rounds, which I think is very possible with his takedowns, his top control, his striking, I think he can ride the last 2 rounds out. He can kind of ride them out. He can wrestle.
I don't think so.
They can wrestle to a stalemate. They can be against the cage. There's clinch. It's dirty boxing. But I think that you're going to ultimately see Kamzat grind it out into a decision. That's what I think.
No, interesting.
I know.
That'd be a weird way.
I think it's going to be, and I think the last moments of that
So that means
are
it's not
going to
gonna
be
be exciting.
against the cage.
That means it's not going to be exciting.
It very well may be just not very exciting because, again, you have to look at as good as DDP is, his strength is also when he finishes dudes, he's on top. He's using his strength. We did it to Adesanya. DDP's jiu-jitsu is good, but he's a smasher. He's just a hammer.
But he's a hammer 1 through 5.
He's a hammer 1 through 5 because I think he's got some special wind that's that Cain Velasquez cardio
He's
shit.
a monster.
Okay, and that is to me that's the craziest weapon in
This is the
in
best
MMA.
weapon. Yeah, it's the best weapon. Which I would not bet against that weapon. Because I don't think Hamzat has that.
You don't. You don't think he has that kind of?
Not in the 4th and 5th.
He's very
And DDP's experience, championship rounds, went with some of the best guys. And if you look at DDP's history, like matchup-wise, there's not a single guy where you're going to go, oh, DDP has better striking. There's not. Is he? What? Is he way better striking?
Yeah. No, I know.
Strickland, twice. Way better striking.
I know.
Robert Whittaker, way better striking.
Isn't that crazy?
Keep going. Keep
No, I
going.
know.
Derek Brunson, better striking. Darren Till, way better striking. Brad Tavares, way better striking. He beat all of them. Because his main.
No, you play a dangerous game betting against DDP. You play a
and
dangerous
he's an
game.
underdog too, so that's another reason if you want to make money. But also, his thing is being awkward and unconventional. So you go through that whole list: Strickland, Izzy, Whittaker, Brunson, Till, Brad Tavares. You're going, dude, DDP's not a better striker than him. Cool. He outstruck all of them. Because you wouldn't watch tape on DDP and go, man, that guy, you want your kid to fight like him. No. He's just an absolute winner.
Part of
And
that's also
mentally the toughest
You
guy.
gotta get somebody in camp who fights weirdly like that.
You're not going to do that.
Can't
No,
fight.
Hamzat's whole thing's not that. Hamzat's whole thing is
Control the fight. You control the fight.
it's do what you do.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
You dictate the fight. You put DDP where you want him. So you think that? Do you think that the Kamzat's going in there thinking my number one weapon is my wrestling and body and control, top control,
Yeah.
right? So he's going to try to do that. He's going to wear him like a backpack.
Yes.
Okay.
Just shoot for the single and go to the back.
You don't think then there is much striking in the beginning.
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say in this fight because even Khabib, and he's not saying anything most of us don't know, but like Hamzat, his like 1-2 is like traditional boxing, probably better than DDP.
Yep.
So Hamzat could be like, I'm gonna soften him up, see how I do striking, and then shoot for the takedown.
Right.
But again, that's not what got Hamzat to the party, so I wouldn't like that. If Hamzat comes out and he's like kind of feeling it out in the first 2 rounds, I'm like, oh, he's flopped. You gotta come out like the Banshee, and hopefully it works. If not, we'll figure it out from there.
Right.
But you gotta do what got you to the dance.
Well, or you save your cardio the first 2 and then you
Mistake.
go crazy.
Huge mistake. Huge
Why?
mistake.
Because you can't keep up with that.
No,
cardio.
because
The 5th round is coming. He's coming.
3rd, 4th, and 5th. So your best chance to win is the 1st and 2nd. If Hamzat's coach called me and was like, hey man, we're going to conserve energy for the first 2, and then 3, 4, it's on. I go, oh, cool. I bet all my money on DDP.
Really?
Yeah.
Because nobody has DDP's cardio.
But that's not Hamzat's thing either. His thing's not to drag you later to the
I think this fight is going to come down to less that, and it always comes down to cardio to an extent, but I think this fight's going to really come down to Ken comes out literally neutralizing everything DDP has to do.
No, see, I don't think nobody can. I think it's Hamzat's so dangerous where when it goes to the ground, he takes advantage and finish him.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't finish him, he's going to win the first few rounds.
Yeah.
But what happened in that third, fourth, and fifth one, you're a little tired. DDP's a big dude. Your takedown stopped working. Now you're forced to engage with him. And he hits like a Mack truck.
Yeah.
Oh, and he doesn't stop. So you have to deal with that for fucking 15 minutes at a championship level. But again,
I haven't looked forward to a fight in a long time like this.
Oh, this one's must see TV.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. I have no clue how it's going to go. Because Hamzat could go in there and finish him in a minute. He's that talented. He's so talented.
It might be Hamzat's turn, but you got it. Like, you know, you're talking about he just finds a way to win.
He's an absolute winner.
He's an absolute winner. I'm less excited about the other fights. Tim Elliott still doing it. Jared Cannonier with Michael Page.
That one's fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Carlos Bata, Jeff Neal's great.
Yeah.
Murphy, Jeff Neal's
What do you think of that? So, is that the co-main event?
Yeah.
What is Aaron? I just haven't heard of him. Was Aaron in the? He was in a different league for all.
He's in Bellator.
Yeah.
So he just came over.
Yeah.
It's his first fight. He lost his first feud with Bellator, and he's been on a fucking 8-fight win streak.
Yeah.
The only reason he lost is he got hurt. He went with Greg Jackson. So he's out. Has a lot of sense. I mean, the TKO he was injured, so he didn't actually lose the fight. But he hasn't lost since he went with Greg.
Yeah.
But again, he hasn't faced that tough a competition. Murphy's such a beast.
Yeah,
it's such a tough first fight.
Who was the last guy Murphy fought? I saw that.
Josh Evans.
Killer.
Beat Danny Ige.
Yeah, man. Danny Ige's a
Beat
monster.
Victor Barboza. Murphy's a fucking savage.
What? Talk about being thrown into the fire.
That's how it goes. Especially when you come from a different promotion with all that hype.
It's a different. We're talking about a different game. Pico's has not faced this caliber of fighter. Is that fair?
Not even remotely.
Not even remote.
Not even the same. Fucking not even close. Wow. Not the same.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to ask.
I think that
I'm a Pico fan. I think you can get it done, but it's not going to be easy.
I think so much of this stuff comes up to fight IQ too. Like, just how do you adjust
to the big show?
Yeah.
It's a completely different animal than what he's used to.
You might have seen everything that Aaron's get, but Aaron's wrestling obviously world class. Aaron Pico was wrestling at 16 years old on the international circuit. He was wrestling grown men. Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. So
Golden Gloves national champion. Yeah, he checks all the boxes.
All the boxes. I don't know. This is a huge test for him.
You know, I don't know.
I think this. I think what this is the hype reel. Like every time I've seen so many people who are great in Strike Force, they're in Bellator. They come over and a lot of times they're just something.
Not Strike Force. Strike Force was
the
real deal, but the Bellator and PFL when they come over, okay. Rise in one championship, they come over. Okay, it's just a different animal.
It's a different animal.
Just it's in the big leagues.
Big test for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait. What are you gonna do for the fights, Jim? Watch by yourself drink. So many people messaged me after that episode. By the way,
what they say?
A lot of them have my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, they want you to die,
bro. Do your thing.
No, and then anyone that says do your thing.
The one thing about the internet is you can count on them.
Yeah, I appreciate their support. And but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. Go to this rehab center in this area. Yeah, people that care about you are people that actually are in for your best interests.
We care about
you. Yeah, that's what we're trying to help.
The main thing is that
anyone that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think Brendan and I have been around long enough. And we've had our own issues.
Yeah.
And so I think what happens when you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about, last night we were together, and he was talking about, we were talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. And he said, you're where you are because of you. you did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man? You know?
Yeah.
And that's an important thing to say. So
And you're talking about some old salty comic.
yeah, sure.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
No, I know you don't. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. Things happen in life, but, you know, what are you going to do to get the fuck out of it? And, yeah, there's some salty people out there in our community. And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been more successful. And it's like, hey, bro. Yeah. Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
What do you got, Jim?
Curtis already.
Let's go, baby.
Alrighty, let's start here.
Wait, hold on. Gun to your head. I got to do it to you. Gun to your head. Chimaev, Duplessis. Don't think.
DDP.
Really?
I won't bet against him.
Smart. It's really smart.
But I wouldn't bet on it. But if I was, DDP's up plus 200, so it's not a bad way to make money.
Yeah.
Then Murphy's also a dog too, so I'd parlay the dogs just because they're dogs. Now if Hamza and Pico were the dogs, I'd bet on them. Like I can't tell you how it goes, man. I don't know. Usually I talk shit.
How about Paige Cannon?
I'll take it. 42, 41, yeah.
Boy, is he rugged though.
He's tough.
You guys have thoughts on this? Let me see. So a federal judge rejects Trump's request to unseal secret land.
Yeah, well, so here's my thoughts on this. People say, well, they're not unsealing this stuff. They can't unseal it. Here's why. Because there are people in those documents, especially underage, that when they were underage, and it's not, you're not legally allowed to expose a child who's been raped or sexually assaulted or whatever it is. There are privacy issues here that are in place for a very good reason, right? So part of this is the reason that you can't just unseal the whole indictment and document is because the people that are in those claims, in those complaints, don't want their privacy violated. There's a whole thing that you're not allowed to do. But there's another thing that's going on, and I think this is what people are really pissed off about when it comes to that.
Couldn't they just black out those names?
They could black out those
Of
names.
age?
Yeah, they could black out those names. I think the larger issue, this whole thing, and it's actually become a liability and split the MAGA base for the first time. This whole thing is literally, was Jeffrey Epstein an Israeli Mossad agent, and does the Israeli Mossad have control of our government and our corporate leaders?
The answer is yes.
That's what people say. That's what people want to know. In other words, was there a guy? Was there an Israeli asset, a Mossad guy who belonged to intelligence, who was also helping our intelligence in sort of cross promotional cooperation? And was he? And you had 40 witnesses, many underage, who said he did X, Y, and Z, which meant he took advantage of me sexually when I was 14, 15, whatever it is. And did somebody in another government have enough pull and power to say, kill it? And they killed it. And since 2009, or whatever it was, 2008, we still don't know anything because nobody wants to be caught holding that hot potato. Nobody. Who did it? Who was the one who said, this doesn't go any further?
They're going to have to come up
Do
with
a
something.
plea deal. Give him his own wing in a local jail.
This go. You're going to have to come up with something.
Well, you have to.
You have to feed the frenzy.
You have to. Maybe it comes out that Trump was there with some professionals on the island. Who knows what that is? But I think that he's realizing this ain't going away. And there are powerful.
Care if Trump was on the island with some pros?
I don't care.
If they're of legal age,
If they're legal age, I don't care.
It's Trump doing Trump shit.
Yeah, I mean, that was a different time.
I assume all politicians are complete pieces of shit.
But it's not even that. If you had a bunch of powerful men who were on an island having sex with pros who'd been flown in of age pros, nobody cares about that.
No, if anything, it hurts my feelings.
Nobody cares about that. Yeah. What we care about is were there underage, were there 14, 15-year-old girls involved? We know Ghislaine Maxwell was not only convicted of that, but she was convicted of taking part in that. So she was convicted in a court of law. But why have no other names been named? What's going on here? Well, there might be very powerful forces saying shut up.
Yeah, of course that's what's going on.
Yeah. So that's what's going on.
Guys,
Guess what shirt I'm wearing, Brandon?
guess what shirt I'm wearing?
True Classic.
Of course.
Always
Anytime you
wearing.
see me in a white tee, True Classic.
If I look crisp and sharp, if I cut a beautiful figure, it's because I'm wearing simple but elegant design. And that's called True Classic, which you can get in Target and Costco, or you can go to trueclassic.com/fighter.
And then if you just like the essentials, like a regular white tee, black tee, I only wear white tees all the time. It's always True Classic. Now you're probably gonna see True Classic at UFC 319. They're being the Octagon. They're big boys now. They're in Costco. They're in Target, as Brian told you. Or go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. It's True Classic. They make, hands down, the best shirts of all time. They have joggers, button-ups, chinos, back-to-school ship for you, yourself, barbecues. What date night, they have it all. Go to trueclassic.com.
I've been wearing this. I've probably washed this, I don't know, 100 times. And look at it, still holding true. It's great quality. Get it.
Okay, this guy is kind of going viral for this is a police officer in Atlanta, and I'll just play the video because it'll make more sense when I play the video.
Yeah, let me tell you how this outfit clean up. This talk like that, so you look like it. Oh, no, what you? I know what you do. Let me tell you how.
That's it. It's just some Asian dude that's like a, I don't know what you call it. You know, you've heard the term.
It's called Ebonics.
Black Sand as well.
Quote, ghetto.
He's funny.
I mean, I wonder if he actually really talks like that. He probably does. If he lives in Atlanta.
I mean, I think a lot of people who grow up going to black schools and stuff like that, it's just you're around, you mimic who you grew up around.
Yeah. You know do you remember the Mackenzie Dern thing?
Yeah.
Remember that? So she spoke almost exactly like a regular American person, and then suddenly she started having this Brazilian accent.
That was a little bit strange.
She do no wrong about it. Okay.
Yeah, there's some of that stuff is there was another person like that who was the wife of someone who
Alex Baldwin.
Alex Baldwin's wife would become
As you guys say, cucumber. And then you find out she was born in New Jersey.
Yeah, you're like, come on,
Bitch, it's a cucumber. Why are you putting a fucking accent? And then she got found out.
That's so embarrassing to me. So
she said she was born and raised in Spain, and then her classmates like, no, bitch, we're from Jersey.
Now, have you ever been around a black dude who will be talking to you and hanging out? He's talking, and then
I've seen you do it multiple times.
Yeah, why?
You're like, damn, dog.
I speak a lot of different languages.
Oh no, you're the most guilty person I've seen. You get around a black guy, you're like, damn, that's crazy, dog. Like,
I do not. No, I'm sorry, sir. I would love to agree with you.
Yeah, you love this.
I don't do that. I might go, oh man, no.
Mama.
Oh shit.
Big dog.
Big dog. No, I have seen though. I have been with black men who will talk to us, and then I'll see them go right over here to some.
Yeah, and then switch it up.
They switch it up.
Yeah,
like
that's the kids call it code switching.
It's just a language.
Have you ever seen when Obama, when he's meeting the U.S. men's basketball team, he's like shaking hands, then he gets to like, black guys like, what's that?
Yeah, it's great. Bring that up. Let me see that. Because that Jordan Peele did that shit so well.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
arch on the side.
I love that.
Obama greats.
Obama greats basketball team.
Yeah. Because it's just a different thing. I would watch. So I played pickup basketball with my buddies Black.
Pretty much one of the
Yeah, there it is. There.
But when he was with the white guys, it's just handshakes. Looks like she's all over.
Yeah, but there's all like I was with my buddy Kenny, and he would walk by a black dude. I swear to God, and they go like this. They go and they nod to each other. I'm like, how about me? And he's like, no, we're just kind of
part of the group. Yeah.
It's like, I see you.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx said that. Jamie Foxx said, Tony, he goes, see, he'll be walking down the street, and if it's a white guy, they go, Foxx, can I take a picture with you? If he's with, he'll see a black woman will be across the street, yo, Fox!
Yeah.
Let me get a picture. Because he said, in our community, it's like, I have something to do with you.
Yeah.
I have something to do with you. Like, I'm here too. And we're all kind of like, don't be thinking that you're, it's really interesting. And there's a whole dance you play in that sense too. It's pretty wild. He talked about it. It was so funny. It's just culture. You're more comfortable with your own.
You're just more comfortable.
Yeah. There it is.
Actually, too, I'm not even joking. When I'm with my friends, I sort of see myself mimicking stuff you guys say as well, or how you say it.
Sure.
I'm hanging out with you guys more than probably anyone these days, so it just happens.
Yeah, half my lingo comes from Brian and Dalia.
But when I was older, and my lingo comes from New York.
Yeah.
My buddy Jimmy Burke and those guys. You pick up shit.
And I'll see myself, I'll see clips, I'll be making certain points like that sound fucking like Dalia. It's just what you're influenced. People are like, oh, stealing from Dalia. I'm like, it's one of my best friends.
Yeah.
Talk like him.
Jerry McFadden, my buddy. I got so much from him. He was just older, and he was a New York guy. The way he would talk, I was like,
pick up their lingo.
hilarious. Yeah. All that stuff. All right. I never forgot the first time he said that. I was young, and there was this giant basketball player. Like it was 6'9", and I think he almost was a pro, but huge, and way better athlete, strong, and got in a fight on the court. But it was just a shoving match. And I remember I said something. I was a karate guy, and I was like, "You'd be surprised, those guys will fall if you hit them right." And Jerry looked at me and goes, and Jerry plays, he was huge, just like you, just giant, play football. And Jerry goes like this. Jerry goes, he's not here to keep at you.
That's funny. Now I use it all the time.
And he goes, you know that, right? Not a peep. Yeah. And I'd never heard that. And I was like,
then you're like, oh, I love that.
Probably true.
Yeah, certain things, as I find I'm getting older, I find it's okay to be like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
How about that? It's refreshing.
Oh, dude, because I was at this meeting with this big car company, and I have these headers from my F350. I've never used this brand. I'm familiar with it. I've never heard no one say it, and I thought the name was Kooks. I thought it was Kooks. K-O-O-K-S. I thought it was Kooks. Right? So, but I've never been around someone that said it or anything like that. I'm at a meeting. These guys are the car guys, but they know all this shit. They go, dude, what kind of headers are there? I go, I have the Kooks for the 7.3 back there. I can see on their face they go, they're like Texas boys. What do you have? I go, Kooks headers? And he goes, Kooks. And I went, it's pronounced Kooks. He goes, I went, do that. That's the first time I've ever had someone explain to me. I said, I don't know.
I would have done it. I have an excuse impediment because I can't hear it very well this year.
Oh, no, when I shut down, I went, oh, you gotta say, you call it Cooks? Oh, in LA, we call it Cooks.
Oh, this meeting's over.
Oh, dude, it's Cooks, dude. But even when, growing up as a kid, when we refer to wheels on a car, we call them rims. The rims are usually called, if they're on a car. On trucks, for the majority, called wheels. And on mine, it's called wheels. And he would show me something, and I was around, I filmed something. I go, man, those are 17-inch rims. And he goes, hold on, it's not filming. He goes, why do you call them rims? I go, that's just like rim, call them rims. He goes, don't call them rims. We call them rims. Call them wheels. I never called them rims since. I went, oh, and I told him, I didn't know. That's all. Yeah, I didn't get defensive. I just went, I wasn't aware. That's right. My bad. That's right. I've never done it again. That's right.
Just tell me, and I will show you.
Or even when someone asks me about a fight, like, some fighters on their card I've never heard of. And even I would be on the companion, and Eddie'd be like, "Yeah, you guys know those two?" And I can tell me and Rogan really don't. And I went, yeah, but I should have went, Eddie, I don't know those guys. It's okay, dude. Like, it's so much better. It's like, I actually don't.
I realize I know so little about most things. Well, people ask me about boxing, and I'll give you my opinion on Canelo and then Bud Crawford.
Sure.
And I'll talk for a half hour. Sure. And then I'll hear somebody who knows their shit break it down, and I go, I just need to just not talk about this because there's so many things that I don't understand.
But even like when I did the Jackson podcast, like Rampage, I was like, how do you know all this? Actually, it gets mine. Like, you know everything. I'm like, I don't. Like, maybe it's that way. I go, I really don't. I know my shit. But dude, if you listen to like Eddie Thomas or some of these other guys, like they run circles around me, man. Like, I'm good for this. I'm telling you, like, I ain't shit, dude.
Even if it's about history or politics, and I'll hear like a guy like Scott Galloway or some other guys break it down, and I'm like, you're breaking this down on a level. Like, you spend your day thinking about this, and you read, like, that's just a different thing.
No, because I found myself, especially like when I'm at Mecum or looking at a card, guys will be explaining stuff, I'll just go, I know. It's all good, like, I know. Yeah. Like, so my brother knows cars. So, like, I didn't know what lifters were for. Yeah, for an engine. I've never been privy to it. No one's ever brought it up to me. This guy's talking about, you need lifters for the CR1. And I was like, oh, cool, man. I walked away, I'm like, mind I ask, well, why do I need those? So I got in the car, I text my brother, I'm like, hey, what's a lifter for? And then I'll break it down in front of me. I'm like, this is for this.
Understanding also the basics. Like, if you really know, if you see people who really understand shit like a car, they understand first the rudimentary basics, how a car works, the principles, and from there they tributary. It's exactly like so if your kid's in jiu-jitsu, sometimes what a lot of classes will do is they'll go right in the triangle, arm bar, and you'll just learn these steps on A, B, C. You gotta understand from A to K. Right. And you have to understand, like, the body, like, what are the fundamentals behind the body control, wrestling, how to be on top of it.
Tiger was doing a jiu-jitsu class, and they start off with arm bars. No. And I just stood there, I'm like, give me that dad that jumps in. To the class ended, I'm like, T, come here. Yeah. Show me how you're going to get there. That's right. And he's like, how are we going to get there? He's like, but dad, I go, you can pull it off. How in the world are you going to get there? I said, here's the problem with this class. I'm not discrediting your coach. I said, you went from A, where you should be shrimping, learning all this stuff. I'm right, T. I said, I'll teach you how to get there. I said, no, T, come here. Yeah. Show me how you're going to get there. That's right. And he's like, how are we going to get there? He's like, but there I go. You can pull it off. How in the world are you going to get there? I said, here's the problem with this class. I'm not, show me how you're going to.
Understand first the rudimentary basics, how a car works, the principles, and from there they tributary. It's exactly like so. If your kid's in jiu-jitsu, sometimes what a lot of classes will do is they'll go right in the triangle, arm bar, and you'll just learn these.
Instead of going A, B, C,
you gotta understand
from A to K.
Right. And you have to understand, like, the body, like, what are the fundamentals behind body control, wrestling, how to be on top of it.
Tiger was doing a jiu-jitsu class, and they start off with arm bars. No. And I just stood there, I'm like, give me that dad that jumps in. To the class ended, I'm like, T, come here. Yeah. Show me how you're going to get there. That's right. And he's like, how are we going to get there? He's like, but there I go. You can pull it off. How in the world are you going to get there? I said, here's the problem with this class. I'm not discrediting your coach. I said, you went from A, where you should be shrimping, learning all this stuff. I'm right. I said, I'll teach you how to get there. But you're already at L. You skipped all this, buddy. And now if you don't learn that, he's going to do a disservice. So then I have him shrimp.
Everything is like that. Everything is like that. You got to start shrimping. You got to start from what you're doing, like from the bottom up. If you don't do that, forget it. Wrestling's the same way. Like, how do you set it up? Where do you put the person?
Everything's that. Like, you need the basics. You need the meat and potatoes, and then you can expand and put on the sour cream and all the dressing. But if you don't have the basics, you're not going to be able to figure it out.
It's like just boxing. Like, you can work on your jab for fucking, everything is like that. How you set it up.
I mean, do you guys even want to cover this? It's just Ryan Garcia was about to get a divorce and then stopped and said, like,
Don't they have a job together?
yeah, and she's gorgeous.
She's easy on the jabs, isn't she?
I've received a lot of feedback that
Well, I'm glad they figured it out.
lectures, which
Yeah, I always loved to hear stories like this one.
Who is he
have been
fighting
very well
next?
received by individuals
He was
who
supposed to fight
want to expand their awareness of this dark
Romero?
period in
Romero?
Jewish history, but especially
I don't
from
think that's happening
middle school
anymore.
and high school
How's he doing?
teachers who have used these
I can't
lectures in
tell.
part or in whole
But he's
to
not having the
supplement
exercise
their
anymore.
social studies curriculum
I haven't seen him online doing
to
crazy stuff yet.
give their young charges an
That's
awareness
what's happening.
of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us today. So if you have a look at the information box below, there's a link to this site.
All right, here's one. I'm a boomer, so I don't know this girl, but apparently she's a singer, maybe a rapper, but Renee Rapp was on that girl's podcast.
Hold on real quick. Does anyone in here know her? Because I don't. It's okay.
Hello, fellow
Hey,
students.
you just had this on.
We're growing.
Hey.
Oh, she's so young. She may not.
Yeah, but so is fucking Billie Eilish.
Yeah. Let me see.
It's from that girl from Call Me
I'll look it up
Dad.
after this.
Dr. Maris,
So I'll just play one.
was 81 years old.
So Logan, Renee Rapp has no idea who Joe Rogan is. So she was on Call It Daddy podcast with Alex Kramer, and that was not the first time I've heard his name, but I'm not sure who that is. He's not in Ocean's 11. Who is it? He is Gen Z. He's a musician. He's a lesbian. Yeah, does he know who Joe Rogan is? No, I don't know who Joe Rogan is.
Can somebody get Luca over here?
The bros are now.
You guys both know who Joe Rogan is.
In this short
You
video,
know who Joe Rogan
I'd like
is?
to tell you a
Was he the
little
one
bit
that
about
declared
Dr. Maris
pottery?
was,
They're Bush.
share a little bit about
Hold on, pause it, Jim.
what
So here's the. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense because I would assume Rogan's fan base is a lot older, especially now. He's talking about older things. He has these, these older people on, so they might tune in when he had like fucking what's her name? That singer, that country singer that he like.
Taylor Swift.
No, he's never had Taylor Swift. Come on,
No, it's on his
Miley Cyrus. Maybe the two from like the youngers. When they, but if you think about Rogan, like it's kind of for an older demo. Older meaning like 30 and up. Because if you're 21,
Links to a few of his books.
you're not trying to listen to fucking Ranella or Cam Hanes or you or me. Like
major historiographic
maybe they tune into the when he has the Drinking Bros on or something like that.
He's so famous, though.
Yeah, that's why it's surprising. I still feel like
But if you're not in that, like Rogan's probably not that big on TikTok where it's popping up on their shit or their algorithm on YouTube. Our fan base is older too. Like, do you have a lot of 20-year-old kids coming up to you?
I have more than I would expect, but
He
for the
also
most
wrote
part,
many other topics.
No.
He wrote
They were
Like our fan base is
2012.
Our fan base is more of our age. So if they're 22 or 12, they're in their mid fucking
books are really
yeah, man.
late 30s.
Yeah.
every field.
So ours is younger too.
Long after I left the University of Toronto, he went back to
Interesting.
school.
But Rogan is definitely older. Like he's like scientists on talking about history and shit. Those
What
young
he was
kids
like as
ain't
an instructor
that
was
shit.
really
That's right.
phenomenal.
That's a good point.
This is, I studied
It's
him
a
back
good point.
in
Okay, bring up Renee Rapp. Let's see what she's doing.
He used no slides.
Yeah, we don't know if
She's
she's
a young lesbian. Like
And,
that's
there
not
are
her
a few clips
demo.
of him, so you can actually see what it was like.
American singer-songwriter,
to study like
actress.
He never read from his lecture
Regina
notes,
George and
but he
Broadway
always
musical
had them, and
girls.
he liked
Let's hear her music.
I remember listening to him and said, wow, he is so carefully crafted his lectures. He speaks directly and conversational tone, but he's got his notes to provide a really important statistics, dates with tremendous precision. What I remember as a student was just how generous he was.
You got the 2.1 mil.
He was always deeply engaged,
Yes, sir.
to absorb the complexity of the material he was presenting.
It's not for us. Hey, it's not for us. The main lyrics were, I'm a real bad girl, but I'm a real good kisser. I'm out. We're too old. You're way too old.
I'm alright. It's creepy for me even to watch it.
Like as a mentor.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable.
Like, you know what I mean? If I'm like this,
I don't feel good about it.
yeah. All right. Good, we saw that.
Yes, cool. You saw our demo.
Yeah. Real
And nor
bad
could it
girl,
ever
but a real good kisser. I'm a real bad girl, but a real good kisser.
No, I don't.
Let me try it again. I'm a real bad girl, but a real good kisser. That's pretty hot. But it's pretty hot. Does it make you uncomfortable because it's sensual?
No, it makes you uncomfortable because you're 60.
Let me see you sing it.
None.
No, really try.
No, I don't want it.
I'm a real bad girl, but a real good kisser.
Did you like it, Chin?
Chin, how's my voice?
It's just not for us. You guys sound
I'm a
great.
real bad girl, but a real good kisser. Kiss me, Brendan, now. Do it now. Do it now. Let's go.
Is she big in the scene? You know what's weird? Look, this is fascinating to me.
Who cares? You don't want to sing?
Where are you? No, I don't. Where are you saying?
Man, so, never mind. This is boring. I don't care about her.
No, tell me where you're saying. No, this is something to take in.
Why do you kill people from?
Analytics-wise. So this one, so she has 2.1 million views, but so she has 390,000 subscribers to her channel. And then her Instagram has 3 million followers. I was kind of, which is fascinating to me, that much of a jump, you know?
Okay, but I'm bored. Let's go to the next event.
Yeah, but I don't get it either. Like, I've seen some pages with like 2 million subscribers, and they have 50,000 views, or even like 3,000 views. But I wonder what it is. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's fascinating. Is it being like suppressed? I don't know.
No, it's just they appeal to your vanity and you don't actually have that many followers. How about that?
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I just don't know.
I should apply for graduate school.
Okay, let's look for another one.
Even though my GPA dropped.
How about this? I haven't seen this yet, but it says British man playing fetch with dog. Wait, before you play this, Brian, have you seen any video of UFO that makes you go, okay?
Nope. Why is every one of them blurry? Everyone in this day, because we don't have good cameras at all.
Sure enough,
I've never
The military has terrible cameras.
But even the military one that they remember those?
The Atari one?
Yeah.
From the 80s?
Yeah.
You mean the get the fuck out of here. Lies, all lies. Let's see this one.
Yeah.
It better be fucking good.
I hope so.
Well, I got an office right behind.
He's playing fetch on the side of the mountain.
He's cute. That dog is cute as shit.
He's cute as fuck.
Dr. Magachi, and they
I
were very
heard that's
close friends.
dangerous. So they're happening?
The wonderful privilege of
It's
seeing
gonna happen.
That dog is so much cuter.
colors interact.
Maybe I was
And
distracted
love
by
that
the
dog.
And I often heard over the transom in Sydney Smith Hall their
Oh my
conversation.
God. Hey, Milf!
And they're
Hey,
singing,
Milf!
occasionally singing.
Oh, God.
Amazing.
Let me see it again, just so I can hate.
I wonder if they're gonna slow it down here. Let's see.
Let's see it.
But just
Like, I'm like standing on the TV, so I can't.
my progress that
Yeah, we'll get new TV soon.
I feel
Okay.
a tremendous responsibility to live up to his example. He
Oh,
was
no,
really
it's
something
like a shot up.
that
See? Oh, here, you see it right here?
history is apprenticeship. It has elements of science, but really it's art. In order to learn this art, it's craft.
Yeah, click that Like, fuck you.
You know what? They got us though.
Much like I have
Fuck off. Hey, all of you motherfuckers, all you whistleblowers, all you guys, you're all bullshit. They're all liars. Fuck your UFOs. They don't exist. There's never any proof. Fuck these whistleblowers who testify in Congress. All lies. All bullshit.
All of you. Do you think Bob Lazar's full of shit?
Fuck yeah, I do. And the only thing I can say is maybe Bob Lazar was working next to a top secret drone program he didn't know otherwise. But I think
Bob Lazar's, because he's since the 70s, I think he believes it, but I don't think it's real.
I don't think
Bob's like some big liar or anything. I think he's been saying the same story for so long he believes that.
Yeah, maybe, but a lot of people do. They'll tell themselves the same story until it sounds feels real to them.
Yep.
Fuck off.
If anything, that should be breaking news. There's a flying eagle.
If you want to get me, I'll go right to sleep if you want to talk about, literally about UFOs. She starts talking about UFOs. I'm like, oh, show me one picture. I was literally with Rogan and we were together when these guys from the military came to the green room of the fucking mothership to show us on their computers irrefutable proof of UFOs. Nobody's more into UFOs than Joe Rogan. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the details of any of this, but trust me when I say this was legit sources, like legit military people.
That was the video.
Rogan and I were watching it. I got up and I got away from there. I got away, and then he came over to me, and I was like, I don't believe any of that. It's all blurry. It's all bullshit. He goes, I agree. And then he got the fuck out of it. Because, why are your pictures all blurry? Why are you getting all the pictures? Hold on. How are you getting these from a helicopter? How are you here? Do you think that so what in the Wall Street Journal, what I'm surprised, ran an article that said one of the things that our intelligence agencies and military does is when they're working on top secret shit, they want you looking over here. That's what they do, and they'll do that with who? With some of the biggest influencers.
So hey Joe, check this out.
Right. But he's too smart for that shit.
Sorry. Was reproduced over and over again.
Fuck, I'm supposed to make a phone call right now.
Do it. All right.
So, I wanted to drink Magic Mine on air, but I did it before, and this is what I do. I'll grab that Max, and I just feel different when I drink it. I feel better. I have energy. I'm going to do a show tonight. I'm doing my acting off show, my live show. I always do Magic Mine before I do it. It keeps me in flow state. It's got nootropics, it's got adaptogens.
Especially the Max. The Max, so I showed shows this morning. I had 2 shows. I use this old noggin of mine. I start my morning off. I'll do 1 cup of coffee, and I'll do a Magic Mine Max before I come to the studio. Get to the studio. I'll be fine for the first show. Then in between shows, I do the regular Magic Mine, and that's usually my routine these days.
Yeah, it kicks in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need coffee anymore. Usually I'd have to get like a 1 shot of espresso. No,
right?
I just use Magic Mine.
And I guess there's a time-release caffeine. It's about as much as you get in a cup of coffee. And I love it. I swear by it. It's also good for you. It's got matcha, which is like a crazy antioxidant.
Dude, Magic Mine Max. Get in, get it done, get on with your life. It's Magic Mine Max. Good luck finding them. They're sold out everywhere, but if you can find it, they're the best. Magic Mine Max. It's different. Don't mess with the regular one, but the Max is what you want. That's different. So if you're tired of feeling like you have to choose between your ambition and feeling like yourself, this is your move. Magic Mine Max is so confident. They offer a 100-day money-back guarantee. 100 days. Stop wasting energy, dreading tasks, knock them out, free yourself up for the good stuff. Magic Mine Max. Get in, get it done, get on with your life.
What I'd like to demonstrate.
What's this, Jed? You guys were talking about Hamza and DA earlier about their size differences in this video came out. We talked about our show, but
I'm going to send you another video too.
This is the camera angle. You know, the camera angle. Yeah, you look small there though. I do like how the respectful part. Yeah, you don't think the weird boss. No. They ask me about your like that's exactly what that
Take a look at comes out with our boy Dave
frustration.
This is recent.
His failures. And the Jews served target relying quite often on historical precedent and a long tradition, allowing an individual to construct a kind of pseudo-universe in which the Jews are somehow engaged in some kind of plan to bring the individual to his knees. We see that as a society is capable, therefore, of adapting so many different places.
Look at Daniel messing with him.
21st century when there are hardly any Jews living in Japan, but nevertheless, the noxious book, The Protocols of the Other, was not translated into Japanese for Japanese readers because there are people who need this desperately to justify their own failures. Now, one more word of caution before we get deep into the material. You should understand that I'm using the term anti-Semitism, but it is really not an ideal term. The term was actually invented by those with antipathy to Jews, by Wilhelm Marr, a 19th century German thinker, wrote this book,
in that video,
The Way to the Victory of Germans Over Jews, by coining the term anti-Semitism, to avoid the appropriate offense associated with a much more vulgar term,
How tall is that DP?
Judenfinder, Judenhass,
I mean, Bisping's only
Jew
6'1".
hatred, and that was considered something that was, really
So DP
appropriate
is
for refined people. But
Says on
anti-Semitism, that's something
What's
you
DP?
standing. You can say, I personally
Wow.
have observed this so-called
Wow, that's
phenomenon
about right.
as
He
Semitism,
looks all taller than. Why is it like
and
something?
I refuse to promote it. Therefore, I am anti-Semitic. It's really only after World War II that
That's interesting.
anti-Semitism began to acquire a negative connotation, appropriately so.
I think he's taller than
And
6'2". Looks taller.
scholars in the end of the 20th century began to say we should really stop
You know what I'm saying?
spelling it with a capital A and a capital S
He's
separated by
He's 6
hyphen.
feet. He's a tall
Because
6
there was
better
no such
skin
thing
than
as
6'4".
Semitism.
Right. So that doesn't look like
It
6
is a
feet.
phenomenon
And
unto
in
itself.
that picture,
So therefore,
is
the
he has
preferred
shoes on? Yeah, so
spelling
he's
is
a
Yeah.
one word without
Okay, so
hyphen.
I've been with Izzy. We have pictures side by side.
Easily, he's a little taller than you.
We're about the same.
Yeah.
Might be a tad
Now
taller.
DP doesn't have shoes on. Salamander has shoes on there.
With that in mind,
DP is
we are
not 6
going to
feet.
have to
That is a
work with
ridiculous
the
thing. DP is look. He's
There are
bring him up
four
against with this
basic
big for a second.
periods of
Yeah, there's
interest
You're
in
looking at
it right
ideology
there, okay?
that scholars have
He's a little taller,
Let's just run
and I
through
remember
them very
that
quickly.
picture.
The first
He's a
period is known
little
as
taller.
classical
Might be an inch
xenophobia.
taller.
No, I'm
Xenophobia
calling
is
that
actually
picture.
means the
There's
fear
a
of
line,
strangers.
too.
This is associated
You guys are almost
primarily
exactly
with the
like that.
Greco-Roman
All
world,
right, so
in which we have
so
a significant degree
let's just see him
of
right there. Let me see him
antiquity
right there with his
expressed in a lot
arms
of
being
the
raised
writings
with
of
out of
several
sight.
significant
Let me see that.
writers of the era.
Yeah, it's
We
hard
see
to
it
tell
in the
there.
monumental form, for example, of
But look at him there at the weigh-in. Look at him there at the weigh-in, right down there.
Roman victory
Right there.
over
Okay,
Judea
now look.
that I referenced earlier with the coin.
I'm sorry, but he's taller than
He's
you.
just tough to tell. But I mean, he's definitely taller than 6 feet. He's right taller than 6 feet, but he's not 6'4".
The arch
No,
that
he's big.
shows carrying away
Yeah,
the
I don't know.
spoils of the temple into Roman captivity.
This was this is
Nora,
one.
so it's wrote and shown. So,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
but we should understand that Roman xenophobia was really not anti-Semitism in the same way that we understand it later on. It was really much more about misunderstanding.
Oh, he got his girl on the pod.
customs and
Yeah,
culture.
so
For
his pod
example,
chill's pretty there though, Joe. I
Jews
give you
were
that.
felt to be
What's your girl?
lazy
You barely see her in
by
there.
xenophobes because
Yeah.
they
James says
insisted
Taylor
on
Swift,
not
7
working
words, and
one
Travis
day a
Kelce
week.
almost breaks the
Jews
internet
were
at a
felt
few
to be
heights
clannish because they would not
Uh,
dine on
we're about to
non-kosher
do a
food
fucking
with
podcast.
They were
She was
felt
laughing.
to be misanthropic
He
because
said
of
he was being
a whole
funny.
host of issues.
This
So
isn't
there's
really
like
news. It's
all kinds of things that are based on misunderstandings between
Is this a video
Romans
here or
and
no?
Jews. And
Leonardo DiCaprio
it certainly
searched by police who don't believe he is who he is.
Wait, why did they pull him over? Is he drinking and driving? I mean, he's trying to get into this
we should
tequila party.
understand that
Yeah, but he's not. This wasn't in his country.
Did he get visa?
pretty much
man.
endemic
But
to the
still.
human race as a whole. And just like Romans disliked Jews for features X, Y, and Z that they claimed to understand but really misunderstood, they also disliked a whole pile of other people, barbarians.
It's very exclusive.
And we can say that, Asians
You think they really didn't believe that it was in them?
Chinese and
No, the
Japanese.
French didn't know. They're doing their job. He's in black. They're like, what? Yeah, they're like, I don't give a fuck.
He's dressed down.
Did they deny him access or something? I don't think no.
And this is basically
Now in
the
America,
type
it'd be a
of
different story.
antipathy directed at Jews that we see
Yeah,
in
they should have
the
led
Greco-Roman
with
literary
Ford
record.
land.
Again,
Stop.
recall that I'm separating here the ideology underpinning
Let's
the
check this
hatred
one
of
out.
Jews with the
It says now
actual
spends almost
expression of
50,000 on
hatred,
multiple
which could be
BBL surgeries.
quite
There's
violent.
like Brazilian
We
butlets,
see
right?
it in the repression
Thanks to
of
botched
the,
jobs.
the First Roman Jewish War, the Bar
That's
Kokhba
her.
revolt, and so on. attempts to expunge the practice of Jewish behaviors, Jewish religion, and so on. It doesn't necessarily mean that the experience of
I just hate when they look like that. They look fake shit.
However, what I'm focusing on
That's actually a pretty good
are
job.
the
She looks good there. Her face is pretty. Her body's great. That ass just looks just so fake.
Going on, then people come to
I want
when you move to the
no more
early
of that.
Christian era, things change dramatically.
I mean, I
With
say
the
no.
beginning of Christianity, due to the era of the church
I mean, we
fathers
could.
for the first few centuries in particular,
And
the really
I'm pretty sure everything's all right.
now the activities of Jews has a special kind of dynamic because Christianity emerges from
Just
Judaism.
make sure. I want to
And
make sure.
emerging from
Yeah,
other
you gotta
religions, so to
make sure.
speak,
All right.
the daughter religion has also a pushback
that's your
against
thing,
the mother religion to try and identify
Tiny
herself.
waist.
In other words, you think of it like a mother and daughter relationship.
It's just too big.
Is it though?
Is it very gentle? That's really
No, I mean, I agree. I think it's outrageous.
You know, if the daughter chooses to seek her own
She's
independent
not
path,
subtle. There's
to a
nothing
certain
subtle
degree,
about that.
That's just too
I
much.
feel like those are real.
conditions
But
will
maybe
involve
they're
a
loose.
degree of
Just,
rebellion
I feel like she's just.
parent figures, and this can be expressed sometimes in a very
That doesn't.
harsh manner.
That
But it
scares
is
that
nevertheless
doesn't drive
an
me at
expression
all.
of
You have to come with it. You know, you have to be.
children,
Oh, no, you gotta come
especially
with
with
it.
their teenagers, who are striving to
She's cool.
demand and to
Yeah,
establish
there's a lot.
their
There's a lot she's doing.
a couple of iconographic
What's called
examples here. On the left, you see the famous Strasbourg
Friend
sisters.
has got something to
It's
say.
a
That looks like
monument
young
outside
Ghislaine
of the cathedral
Maxwell.
in Europe, which is century university. And this is, by the way, just a typical example. We have hundreds of examples of this
I think she did what she was doing.
No, that goes ahead.
which is especially useful
Yeah, that's
for
a heavy.
Christian theology.
Real
So
professional.
illiterate peasants who
All right, well,
to the artwork,
I think
explain
put
how
just
Judaism
Lane
differs from
ahead of
Christianity
young.
itself. So on the left, you
Bridge
see
is
the
like Maxwell Young.
church, Ecclesia, and she is shown there
Put you just
with
Lane Maxwell.
crown and holding a chalice and upright unbroken staff. The clothes are arranged properly, so she's clear-eyed, looking forward, and so on. So this is representing the church, the power, authority, and so on. To her right,
Back in the day,
is the synagogue, and
Go
she is
there, go
portrayed
right
in an
there.
entirely different way. She is in an attitude of decline, falling away from the law. Her staff is broken, power.
There we
She's
go,
holding
right
on to
now.
the Ten Commandments,
You know what I'm
but they're
saying?
slipping out of her
Yeah,
grasp.
I think she had the
And she
heavies.
has
I
no
think she got
crown,
all of
and
these
of
were her
course she
real
is
heavies.
blindfolded,
Yeah,
indicating that she's blind to the truth, and that's the justification for not converting to Christianity in the first place. And this was a way of trying to explain to illiterate peasants that Judaism had its place, but now it has lost its authority, it's lost its vision, it's lost its ability to hold on to its own law because she's holding the tablets and rather loose and so on. And that this is designed to show replacement theology. Sometimes this can also provide applications. On the right, you see stained glass window on the church in Berlin, Germany, where
I got no problem
the
with
church riding a touch more, putting up upright staff and chalice.
I've been way more attracted to
Descends from heaven.
Let's
Placing
get
a
it.
crown on the church's head, ready for state's approval.
and
And on the right, by contrast, the synagogue riding a donkey, a sterile animal, holding onto a ram's head and a leash on a tree. Not only exists the fact that the whole idea of sacrificing which the church fully out is necessity carnal, a broken staff, a blindfold, and the crown is not on the head, by a hand descending in heaven, holding a sword in herself. Very cool sign of discipline. So
Would you guys prefer like
different type of
basically
Jews,
flat
very,
chest?
very
Flat
different.
chest
Roman
with a little bit of
xenophobia.
ass
This is
or
something that's special because the relationship between Jews and
yeah, that's the
Christians
go for the
very, very
no
sensitive.
tits. I'm not doing either shit. Alright.
Yeah,
When
but
we get to the
I don't.
medieval
I
era,
mean,
that's
if a
when
girl's
this
got a
goes
blowout ass
way
and
off the
big
rails.
thighs, like just like a sprinter, like a you shoot like she got the hindquarters of a horse.
And then it gets into this
Yeah, if she looks like she's literally somebody put the hindquarters of a horse on her
That
ass.
realistic, like the big, like nice thighs and ass. You can't really. The doctors aren't going to do that.
That's right. To explore
Tits, that's easy.
The whole notion of
There was this girl. Damn it, I'll probably find it for the next episode. But she was like, you know those people on the yachts? What do you call them? Like
the desecration of the
yeah,
host.
they're like stewardesses, but for yachts.
Incredibly
Yeah, yacht girls.
Particularly from
You mean
the
the
12th
horse?
century onwards, they're compounded by the invention of the printing press and the circulation of
I'm not going to go far enough, but yeah,
further
exactly how you described it.
before. But this is the period where we really have
and she
the
broke
worst
it.
examples of
But anyway,
quite distinct, although related,
just two
but
more, I
quite
think.
distinct from
This
the
one
Christian
is very
period
nice.
and
She
very
and Kelly
resembles
bought his daughter her dream car.
And there are lots of examples of this. For example, the Juden's out in which that portrays Jews and
I did this for my daughter.
relationships with pigs.
What'd you
See
look
their
in
Jews
your
because they
daughter?
have
I got a
those
Kia
symbols
Sportage.
That's a good
on
one.
their clothing.
I like Machine Gun Kelly personally.
Yeah,
I like
the
got her a sensible car.
as a Jew. And incidentally, I don't mean to give the
That's an Audi, isn't it?
that
It's inaccurate.
one form
That's
of
an Audi.
anti-Semitic
I
ideology
think it's
is
accurate.
over
Go back
transition
to where it shows it.
the last ones
That's
are left behind. Unfortunately, we see that even in the
I
modern
love that.
era,
He's a good
many of
dad.
these
What is it? Is it accurate, Jim?
earlier
Yes,
throwbacks are still quite
yeah, it is.
prominent. Here is, for
It's got
example,
starter car, Jim.
Absolutely.
You don't want to kick off your kid with a fucking
that
Ferrari.
celebrates
You got her a
the
safe
blood
car,
libel.
makes sense.
Yeah, it's not going to cause a lot of attention. She can still get around. It's nice. It's new. Under warranty.
Yeah, and people like give him so much flack. I was listening to some of his music. It's not my kind of music, but he's talented.
That's basically the medieval
He's so
period.
talented. Like
Now we
he's
come to
his
the
own
modern
guy.
period, which is what
Some
most
guy
of
was
us
like, how do you see this
experience.
on the street? He goes,
Up
how do you stay
until
confident? He goes,
recent
well, it's a
years,
constant
the
process
modern
all the
mutation
time.
really
So,
relies on
I'm always
two
trying to,
different things. It relies
shut
on
up.
this relatively new
Yeah,
concept
accurate
of
TLX.
race, which was pioneered by Joseph Robert de Daubigneau, who wrote this essay.
He goes, I don't know why it's her dream car, but it is.
Arguing
Oh, that's
that
it. That's weird
various
to be your dream car.
peoples, especially based on complexion,
Yeah, it's a good person.
hair
Most
quality,
celebrities
things
get
like that,
He's young to have a
really
kid.
are
He's just
different
hurt
in
with
an
her.
essential manner, which has no scientific basis.
All right,
But the
I saw
notion
this
that,
in this
you know,
stuff so much. This dude.
Blacks are intended
Airlines.
to be a slave
This dude
race,
brought in
Nordics
a
are intended to be kind of
They
like
got
a
kicked
master
out. They
race.
started blaming
Jews specifically are supposed to be a parasitic race. The Jews,
people
their
on the side.
racial
Oh, no.
survival strategy is borrowed, by the way, heavily from the ideas of Darwin, by their survival of the fittest, etc. The idea is that they survive primarily by attacking healthy rich societies rather than terrible. Here's a couple of examples from the 20th century. On the left,
He sounds like he's doing great.
the Jews portrayed
I've never. Some people need to get just
one
punched, like just
that is
boom.
strangling the
That's
Austrian people.
25,000.
The caption reads, German Christians say of Austria. This is
They're in
actually
the
an
air,
election
so.
poster.
But
On
I don't
the
think
right,
anything
you
happened
see,
to him, but then he also went on a news
fascinating
program
book.
saying like he regrets it. He goes, I wish I never gave faith in the beginning because I feel like I
which
should
is
rely on
titled
it. That's why I had to do it in the bathroom.
A woman,
Then,
a
literally like a
novel
day
of the
later,
times,
he
very
posts
appropriate,
something about
that
like, I'm going to
shows
go after
the healthy,
American Airlines because they didn't
male
deserve it. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy.
and on top of
No
it,
sane person's
He's not well
talking shit like that online.
Vulture
Yeah, that's
clearly
it.
representing the Jew. That
Where
is
you
just
be?
waiting
Well,
until
buddy,
he weighs
yeah, but
down
I'll
and
be
finally
in
dies.
San Diego at the Mic Drop Comedy Club. Let's go. April 22nd, 23rd, then Covina Laugh Factory, September 12th, 13th, 14th. And then I'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19 and 20. And then Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 3rd and 4th. Yeah, baby.
Taillights giveaway this month. You just drop new shirts on there. You get 50 bonus entries when you buy any of the new merch at this month. Go to drivepassallgas.com. Give it away end of the month.
To adopt this much more secular friendly version. But racism is a fantastic story.
Yes,
Other
really.
languages
The
certainly
finally
is the
can.
idea of a conspiracy theory. How do Jews
Yeah, we're back out.
succeed
Let's
those
go,
the
buddy.
theory
What's
in
going on?
their
Episode
racial
number 2 of the week.
quest to
What's going on?
Talk to
undermine
you about
healthy
those pants for a
societies?
second. Now, those are duck
Primarily by
hunting
being
pants, right?
linked with
Are
each
those
other
actual
in
first lights?
global
These are
plans
cock hunting
to
pants.
dominate
Okay.
and
But they're duck hunting.
I sit in the bush.
Here's a
Cock.
French
Yeah,
example.
you can see
of
you
the,
camouflage yourself. You see a dick run by and you jump
showing
it.
a
Only black
Jewish,
ears.
Really?
he looks like
Only
a beggar,
black
but his
Okay, because of the
pockets are
makeup.
filled with money.
Black sack.
Happily grasping the
sack.
entire
There you go.
globe with
Stallion.
his
Stallion.
semi-high
What is
hands
going
and
on? Oh,
feet.
kid.
And on the
Look at
right,
this
here's a
athleticism,
Mexican
though.
example. This is a
Look at
trip
this
to
move.
cover of the precious Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is one of the key texts of this particular form of modern anti-Semitism. The caption in Spanish reads, "The invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the globe." Right? You see the obvious images there. A couple things that become iconic: the large, heavy man with the top coat is meant to be a capitalist, a symbol of capitalism. Think of the Monopoly man, and he's got this waist. And he's got this watch fob that has the word Talmud on it with the American dollar sign. Modern anti-Semitism, which basically dates from the late 19th century, reached its nadir with the Nazis. And of course, we see here a tremendous evolution of this. This is a remarkable text written for children in the 1930s. Their gift gifts, the toadstool, the poisonous mushroom. And the whole message here in this children's book was meant to communicate to kids that Jews may look like regular people, but they're really extremely dangerous, just like toadstools look a lot like mushrooms, but they're in fact poisonous. And so many examples of this exist from the Nazi period. Also, the conspiracy idea that Jews are not only distinct racially, as you can see from this caricature, but also they are deeply connected with other people, whether they're Jewish or not, or imagined to be so, and so on. So that's really modern anti-Semitism. And basically, personally, I always thought we were more or less done with that. But what could be the next evolution? This is really it. To my dismay, I think I discovered that, yeah, in fact, there is a fifth version. I'm not the only one to discover it, to see it, but I'll share it with you right now. Now, let's turn to what appears to be the newest variant of anti-Semitism. That is specifically what I'd like to call anti-Zionism. Now, please understand that there are, legitimate boundaries of anti-Zionist thought that are not at all against Jews. In fact, if you went back 100 years to Europe, you would find some very vigorous debates among Jews about the value of Zionism. There are religious objections to it, there are political objections to it, there are economic objections to it, but ultimately Zionism as a movement succeeded in gathering the support of the overwhelming majority of Jews in virtually every place where we're able to measure the relative popularity of various movements. I'm not talking about anti-Zionism of that nature. I'm not talking about people who oppose Zionism because they feel that a certain reading of the Talmud indicates that Jews should not support Zionism, whatever. The way I'm using this term anti-Zionism today is that it is basically a cover for those who want to hate Jews to cloak their hatred in a much more acceptable format. It is exactly the same phenomenon that we see with Wilhelm Marr when he invented the term anti-Semitism. He was trying to distract people from just how crude and hateful the word Judenhass was. That's essentially what's going on with this term anti-Zionism in the majority of the times that we actually see this. Now, what exactly are the elements of anti-Zionism as I'm portraying it? First, the belief that Israel is an illegitimate state. And you'll notice that most of the press releases that come out of the Arab world will refer to it as the Zionist entity. They don't want to actually give it the name of a state because they believe the state does not deserve to exist. And when I say illegitimate,
You don't start school today. Good. First school, drop them up at school.
We may disagree with the
Yeah,
way
how old is he?
hundreds
He's
of
3 and a
states
half. So it's not real. I'm talking proper school here, bro. I got real shit.
Yeah, I brought my son. I went to pick him up yesterday, and he looked for his mom, and he didn't see mom.
He is freaked out. Yeah. Stranger danger. That's okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like it's a hardcore meal, but they got friends there. They moved in the summer, so they made all their friends. All the boys are there. Oh, that's really cool. See them?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take from him. Yeah. I'm like, well, no, why can't you? No, I got it. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm like, all right, so we dropped Bossy out first, then T. I'm like, T, no. I'm like, 22. I'm like, you just gotta
you know, sports on equalize that recess show off. Like, I got it. Yeah, I'll keep faster so we can see your desk.
And design is good.
I'm good, dude. Yeah, I don't need you right next to me.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like
Resistance.
oh yeah, no, I get it. That's cool.
That's right.
Because
I drove the Hummer. Get out of here. I drove the
injustice of establishing military state so grave that
Get the fuck
out of the shop.
Yeah, out of the shop.
But then they have coffee for all the parents there, so I'm just being little all the new parents on it. Sure. My morning was the
participation of
with the new. Yeah, that's it.
People?
lends
Yeah, everyone's super nice. Everyone's super nice.
Yeah, my ex brought my son who's 14 to this get-together thing that the kids in his future middle school go to. It's like a camp and house, it's a sleepaway thing. And I said, well, that's why the parents have to be there now. I said, they're 14. I go, how's he doing? She goes, it's
Where is this
boys. I go, wait a minute. She goes, boys are different. I go, yeah, they are. And what they do is they delineate authority right quick, and they get together.
We're nice to me.
Here's what my son has going for him. Funny, so he's laughing. So he's in. Because that kid is,
I think it depends on the crowd. It depends what the kids are doing. Because where we're from, it's like, especially out here, it's like they play sports. The kids aren't good. They try to get pushed to the side. The kids that can ball, they stick together.
So my son is tall, looking, and he's funny, but he's coordinated. He's not like unathletic, but
yeah, but sports on his thing. Yeah,
he's not like some big baseball player. But the kids, it's like everybody wants a funny guy around.
Yeah, the great kid. Yeah,
and so it's funny to see him becoming me. That's how I negotiated the space, right? And he's the same way, but he's lucky because he's got the bone structure. He's getting tall. Yeah,
wife's taller.
Broad shoulders. He's got her looks.
Yeah.
He's got those genetics. You don't want the counter genetics. Let me be honest. But you want my ex's genetics because they're all like kind of tall. Yeah, they're the kind of people that they tan well. Like he's got real beard, brown, the whole thing. So anyway, it's the biggest heartbreak, dude. Or does he bring him care? I don't think he wants that because here's the thing.
But see, you want
some struggle, right? The old saying, you can't protect your kids, make them strong, don't protect them. Make them strong, teach them how to negotiate life. I get it. But you don't want to parent. You don't not only, but the low bully goes a long way. Well, definitely, because you'll learn how to not get bullied. You'll figure your way through. But
the idea of connecting.
So I fucking had, we had a problem with our plumbing. Bear with me on this story. We had a problem with our plumbing.
Note that
and we have a plumber coming out, and we can't figure out where the smell is coming from. We're losing water pressure. Yeah, we're losing water pressure. We can't. So we bring this guy out, and he's doing all this stuff. He's there for 5 hours. I fix it. Did you? All right. It's right back. Nothing. Doesn't do it.
Still sounds like purple.
So then we get another guy, and this guy shows up. And the first thing I see is he's absolutely massive, like he's as wide as he is tall. And I go, what's powerlifting? He goes, yeah, I used to compete. I go, because I mean, it's just all over the place, like but I mean, he was unusually wide. And he so turned out he was competitive and stuff like that. And so then he starts talking about what the problem is. And he does this scientific thing where he's like talking about the hard water. He's doing his job as a plumber, but he figures something out. He figures out that it's this weird thing. And he goes, I think it's coming from this. And I go, what? Long story short, he fixes the whole problem. We think he snakes the drain we didn't think it was. He goes, I said, what the plumber said, yeah. He goes, I know because he's thinking this, but he's an idiot. This is why. So I'm looking at him, he's a young guy. He's a young fucking dude. And he goes, he's probably 30, probably 30. Yeah, but it's his company.
Oh, he owns it.
He owns it. He's a hustler. Not only does he own it, he also has other services which he can do this and that. And I'm like, oh wow. He goes, but you have to book an appointment. I'm so busy, I can't. And I said, how's business? He goes, honestly, it's never been better because I have
not only is it
buildings
deeply
downtown.
offensive to Jews,
I
but
sometimes
it is very
there's something about this
pervasive.
fucking guy. He's so smart. I think find out he's got
Start
a
joins
master's. He's got his
an
master's in
American
AI.
dollar, of
I'm
course.
like, the fuck
We
are
see
you
this
talking
over and
about?
over again. So the
He's too
Soviet
smart. And
foreign
I go,
policy
what's your background? He
filtered out
goes,
into
well, I grew up in Foster homes. I was an orphan.
primarily through the
And I said, damn,
symptoms.
it's got to be hard. He goes,
Another
not hard,
major
it's hard.
element that
That's why I
creates
figure
a
things out. That's why I'm a
attitude
Jews.
Jews
That's why my company's good, because I've always had to figure it out. I'm like, oh, it's a work ethic. I tell it myself. I didn't call it the parents. It's a work ethic. Crazy work ethic. Crazy work ethic.
Western
He
Europe
wasn't stopping me. He figured it out in 4 hours.
into
But
parts of
he knows
Africa,
2
Asia.
hours of that was talking to you, but keep that.
That's not true about
Agreements that have higher sound
but
language.
the way he solved that problem and wouldn't stop until he figured it out.
He's gonna make it.
He's
Make it about it.
In the case of
That's
Israel, you can see
And he said it never would have been that way, but I had to figure. I always had to figure it out on my own. I didn't have anybody to help me. I had to figure it out on my own. And now I would have it no other way.
basically
Sometimes like we love our kids so much, we protect them so much, and sometimes the worst thing you can do is
Cold-hearted bitch. I don't know, but what else are you gonna do?
well, I'm going to do not.
Oh, I know. I know.
By the way, excuse me, but guidance, good guidance saves you a lot of time and saves you a lot of money. Like if you have,
Oh, no, there's good guys, good advice, but
for your kids,
these two maps
there's a reason certain cultures make a lot of money because their parents are teaching them the basic principles.
correction.
Financial literacy. Why is education important?
So
Here's my thing with financial, having a financial education.
Third major
And people make fun of athletes and, rappers and all this shit who make all this money and then they, then we find out they're broke or struggling. But
element of
where would they learn that?
for us in this context?
So where would they learn that?
So
Hey, I don't know.
Yeah.
Measure
So
objective
if you
no
don't,
way to say
it's not a curriculum, it's not a class in high school. Okay, whatever. You're not really making money.
one's own truth.
College, there's nothing teaching you how to pay your taxes, invest, all this stuff. Mortgage, don't get an Amex right when you get out of college. No one's telling you any of that. So unless your parents are on it,
today,
and where are you gonna learn it?
begins to question
There's
basic
nothing to learn it from. So people want to make fun of the athletes or
for
whoever it
example,
is and make a lot of money in whatever they call hard times.
This
It's like, yeah, but
You know, we're talking about this for an hour. Rob Deere,
Club actually.
what a great guy, by the way.
To the
Took an hour of his day to talk
on financial, yeah, different animal though.
and different animal. I mean,
Where did he come from, buddy?
absolutely not.
He's self-taught. He learned it.
He's such a good person. That's that people. Rob Deere is forget the money. He's such a good human being. And that dude hit me up. You know, he sent me to read this book. It was Tony Robbins' book, Master the Game. Read that book if you want to achieve financial literacy. Read that book, and then he has a follow-up book. Read those books. Read them cover to cover 3 times. And it's not that hard.
You should put effort into it, but no one really does it. Like even with my guy out here, he's like, hey, if instead of paying your mortgage once a month, if you break it up to bi-weekly, you pay your house off in 6 years early, so instead of 30 years, it's a little more like that. I went, why the details? And I thought, and I came out to my phone like, why is no one doing that? Why don't they discuss that? Because if they want to think about what I don't want to do, I know. Why the fuck do they want to do that? Yeah, exactly. But my thing is, like, why don't they discuss that then also? Like, I was like, all right, let's pay up the house, have no mortgage. And then maybe talk to somebody, like, you don't want to do that. Like, why? Like, whatever, whether it's a car loan, whatever that has high interest rates, or pay that up. I want to pay off the one that's the lowest interest rate. Because then your money's sitting in bricks and mortar where it can be out there working exactly. The higher interest rate. Yeah, no one does. It's just I'm learning how to fucking because you're learning it. I'm talking to pass down to my kids. Like my dad knows a lot of the shit. He never. Yeah, hey man, but fucking would you have listened? That's the answer. Yeah, I know. I don't know if I would listen.
You may disagree
You don't start thinking about money. In a way, right? Like it's like strange.
but that has nothing to do with
I think you also like my track record. So I know the answer.
No, there is 5 minutes to go by. There might not be 5 minutes to go by that I don't wish I was the time sheet I could buy Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, but it's like crypto, I think in like 20 years, people are like, and I know I should get into it, I just don't, I'm pretty smart guy.
The challenge is that instead of the right for the cause, the only is that giving up reality.
So when you talk about crypto, like, you don't get all that, at least some time learning about it. In 20 years, you take your share. I don't Bitcoin crypto. If I just spend some time,
they become right about how they committed
like as far as like, here's the only thing I say about Bitcoin. I talk to Bitcoin, and all of them go, most of Bitcoin, most of crypto is trash. The thing about Bitcoin is that there's a finite amount of it. There's a culture, that there's already an economy that underpins it. It might be a dark economy, but there's an economy. People use it. Number three, there's also a philosophy around it that's never going to die, which is there's an anarchy to it. There's a rebellion to it. There are people out there. Well, the fourth thing's going for it, but there are people out there that are like, I do crypto on principle because it's my way of saying, fuck, yeah, man, that's not going away. And then there's a fourth reason I think crypto, especially Bitcoin, well, it's because people like to gamble.
Yeah.
People are like, look, it just keeps going up. And now Trump and the whole Trump government has legitimized a lot of crypto. So
it ain't going away.
Now there are a lot of people that make money on crypto.
Shortly after October 7th,
I know some of the sports people I know who
basically
told me the
dedicated
crypto portfolio.
to politics, decided to include a question about the situation in Israel, largely
Why
because
don't you
it
just give me a ring and say, hey, do this, and then tell me when
to the upcoming elections in
but they're
November
putting out their own fires.
2024.
But long story
So
short,
right
I do
after
think there should
the
be
war,
some
every
sort of
month
thing offered.
subsequently, they asked this question. In general, in this conflict, do you side
Because the whole
with
thing's
Israel
to set up people to have, you know,
Don't the NFL now have financial advisors that come in and tell us
American
stuff?
support for Israel
come in during camp, go, hey, be smart with your money.
4%. It's
But it takes, you need
waver
someone
a
to help
couple
you
percent
out.
over the months, but basically
like everything
4 or
else, you need
5
to be sitting there
Americans support Israel.
Take a break. We're taking a break. Auto parts, but I want friendly, helpful service. I want to be able to have parts knowledge. I want to be able to do things like buy windshield wipers. I have my battery tested when I'm in my car.
All right, my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. That's right, the O'Reilly Auto Parts. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the boys at O'Reilly Auto Parts are one-stop shop for everything. They're super knowledgeable, super helpful, best of all, super friendly. All right, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
I am happy to say that over
Are you
time,
on the road this weekend?
especially a
I'm not. I'm going to play golf with my father and my son for 4 days, and I frankly can't wait all 4 days of golf. Yeah, but it's more hanging out.
Yeah, because that's what you do.
Once again,
Talking
79%
trash.
support Israel. It dropped a little bit from the 84% from November, but it's
All
still
shoulders give me
that
some
number.
golf for the first time in my
But when you look
life.
at the age group 18 to
Yeah,
24,
So you'll miss UFC 318.
I will watch UFC 318 in Utah. on Saturday. I'll watch it. I will.
Is your dad gonna be like, let's shut everything down and watch 319?
Really? Yeah. He won't watch it. Well, I'll watch it with my
So
son.
you have people coming on Monday and you'll be talking about the highlights.
No. I get these fights under my belt. Brendan, I don't really like the way you're talking right now.
Don't show the card. Don't show the card. I just saw it.
I know. As it comes out, I've been thinking about this a lot. And I would say
this is a small race.
I'm going to go with Kamzat, and I'm going to go with Kamzat because I know the idea is that is Kamzat going to do anything, be able to do anything when and if he takes Duplessis down. I don't think you're going to see that. I think the beginning of the fight, I think Kamzat's striking is better than.
And what's important to bear in mind,
and I think there's going to be an exchange of blows.
You think it ends from striking?
I don't think it ends from striking. I think that Duplessis is saying, okay, I'll wrestle you for 3 rounds, and then you're going to get tired, and I'm going to come down, come in the 4th and 5th. That's very legit. He does it to everybody. There's something about that guy, he just doesn't get tired. People think that Duplessis is smaller than Kamzat. He's not. I don't know who's bigger, but I think Duplessis is big dudes. I would say that Kamzat's wrestling is better than Duplessis, yeah.
A Jewish woman playing with her child, and in the place of
the way I see this going is I think Kamzat has the edge striking. I think he's just more fundamental. And I think he puts his hand on Duplessis' face more. And I think at the end of the day, Kamzat's a better wrestler, which translates to him being on top of Duplessis and giving him a good old pounding.
You think he finishes DDP?
I don't know if it's very hard to finish someone like DDP.
I don't think he beats him with decision.
Really? Because you think if it goes 5,
if that goes 4 or 5, I don't know if he gasses, but I think he gets fucking tired. I'm not saying he's gonna gas and give up, but I think I could see. Here's my thing. I'm not picking a winner. I do not know. I think it's the greatest middleweight fight we've had in ages. I do not know.
You did see Kamzat with your own eyes.
Yeah,
you were very impressed.
Of course, but DDP's super impressive too. So I think I could see Kamzat definitely win the first round, but DDP's just so durable. He's not going away, but he's getting taken down, but get back to his feet. And there's that for like 2 rounds. And the 3rd round starts to slow down, and then DDP's like, let's ride. And starts to stay on the outside, and then I think DDP gets a takedown in the 4th, and then the 5th he can finish him.
So
Kamzat is the toughest fighter ever in the first round.
Yeah.
And he's a fucking Chechnyan tsunami. And he goes in there that first round like he's done to so many guys. Yeah. And fucking does what he did with Robert Whitaker. Gets him down and breaks his face.
Whitaker is a monster.
Yeah.
And just took him down, took his back, and sunk that choke in.
DDP beat the fuck out of Whitaker.
That's the thing. So the question is, we've seen Kamzat with smaller guys just get on top of their back and just ride.
We've seen him with smaller guys struggle.
Well, you're saying with Kamaru.
Kamaru was at 85.
Yeah. Let's not forget Kamaru is also a champion and amazing, but
with older, 2 bad knees, older, smaller, and then with Gilbert Burns was at 70.
I know.
And he struggled with both of them.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the other thing I would say. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat take DDP down. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat on DDP's back. So then so then let's say DDP stands up. Does it take more energy to ride someone's back, or does it take more energy to stand up when somebody's on your back?
Both, because Hamza's gonna have to shoot to get his back.
So
and he's gonna do that over 5 rounds.
That's a lot.
It's a tough one.
I think Kamzat can also, if he wins the first 3 rounds, which I think is very possible with his takedowns, his top control, his striking, I think he can ride the last 2 rounds out. He can kind of ride them out. He can wrestle. They can wrestle to a stalemate. They can be against the cage. There's clinch. It's dirty boxing. But I think that you're going to ultimately see Kamzat grind it out into a decision. That's what I think.
No, interesting.
I know.
That'd be a weird way.
I think it's going to be, and I think the last moments of that,
so that means it's not going to be exciting
against the cage.
That means it's not going to be exciting.
It very well may be just not very exciting because again, you have to look at as good as DDP is. His strength is also when he finishes dudes. He's on top. He's using his strength. We did it to Adesanya. DDP's jiu-jitsu's good, but he's a smasher. He's just a hammer.
But he's a hammer 1 through 5.
He's a hammer 1 through 5 because I think he's got some special wind. That's that Cain Velasquez cardio
He's
shit.
a monster.
Okay, and that is to me that's the craziest weapon.
This is the best weapon. Yeah, it's the best weapon. Which I would not bet against that weapon because I don't think Hamzat has that.
You don't. No. You don't think he has that kind of
not in the 4th and 5th.
He's very big.
In DDP's experience, championship rounds, went with some of the best guys. And if you look at DDP's history, like matchup wise, there's not a single guy where you're gonna go, oh, DDP has better striking. There's not. Is he? What? Is he way better striking?
Yeah.
No, Strickland twice, way better striking.
I know.
Robert Whittaker, way better striking.
Isn't that crazy?
Keep going.
I know.
Derek Brunson, better striking. Derek Till, way better striking. Brad Tavares, way better striking. He beat all of them. Because his main.
No, you play a dangerous game betting against DDP.
And he's an underdog too. So that's another reason if you want to make money. But also, his thing is being awkward and unconventional. So you go through that whole list: Strickland, Izzy, Whittaker, Brunson, Till, Brad Tavares. You're going, dude. DDP is not a better striker than him. Cool. He outstruck all of them. Because you wouldn't watch tape on DDP and go, man, that guy. You want your kid to fight like him? No. He's just an absolute winner.
Part of that's also
the toughest
you
guy.
got to get somebody in camp who fights weirdly like that.
You're not going to do that. No, Hamzat's whole thing's not that. Hamzat's whole thing is
control the fight. You control the fight.
It's do what you do.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
you dictate the fight. You put DDP where you want him. So you think that? Do you think that the Hamzat's going in there thinking my number one weapon is my wrestling and control, top control, right? So he's going to try to do that. He's going to wear him like a backpack.
Yes.
Okay.
Just shoot for the single and go to the back.
You don't think then there is much striking in the beginning?
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say in this fight because even Khabib, and he's not saying things most of us don't know, but like Hamzat, his like 1-2 is like traditional boxing, probably better than DDP.
Yeah.
So Hamzat could be like, I'm gonna soften him up, see how I do striking, and then shoot for the takedown.
Right.
But again, that's not what got Hamzat to the party. So I wouldn't like that. If Hamzat comes out and he's like kind of feeling out in the first 2 rounds, I'm like, oh, he's fucked. Not like the band, hopefully it works. If not, we'll figure it out.
There she is.
Right.
But you gotta do what got you to the dance.
Well, or you save your cardio the first 2 and so crazy
mistake.
Because you can't.
What up, girl? How you living?
His round is coming. He's coming.
So I mean, your best chance. Hamzat's coach.
Baby, calm down. I'm gonna break a lot of hearts someday. It's gonna be a permanent flood warning near Tel Aviv. Really? Why not? B. Alexander, I fucking love you. You're the man. Motherfucker could be dead by now.
It's on. I go, oh,
Kick
cool.
clips.
I bet all my money.
Hey guys, we're raising water for fun. Whatever. Dogs. All I need to do is be like, hey, let's just talk about desalination technology. And everybody like, oh, that'd be so fun.
But I think this fight's going to really come down to can Hamzat literally neutralize everything DDP has to do?
No, see, I don't think nobody can. I think is Hamzat so dangerous where when it goes to the ground, he takes advantage and finish him.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't finish him, he's going to win the first few rounds.
Yeah.
But what happened in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th one, you got a little tired. DDP's a big dude. Your takedown stop working. Now you're forced to engage with him, and he hits like a Mack truck.
Yeah.
Oh, and he doesn't stop. So you have to deal with that for fucking 15 minutes at a championship level. But again, I
haven't looked forward to a fight in a long time like that.
Oh, this one's must see TV.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. I have no clue how it's gonna go. Because Hamzat could go in there and finish him in a minute. He's that talented. He's so talented.
It might be Hamzat's turn, but you got it. Like you're talking about. He just finds a way to win.
He's an absolute winner.
He's an absolute winner. I'm less excited about the other fights. Tim Elliott's still doing it.
Jared Cannonier with Michael Page. That'll be interesting.
That one's fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Carlos Plata, Jeff Neal's great.
Yeah.
Murphy versus Aaron Pico's
What do you think of that? So, is that the co-main event?
Yeah.
What is Aaron? I just haven't heard of. Was Aaron in he was in the different league for a long time?
He was in Bellator.
Yeah.
So then he just came over.
Yeah, just came
It's his first fight. He lost his first feud with Bellator, and then he's been on a fucking 8-fight winning streak.
Yeah.
The only reason
He
he
had to
lost,
figure some shit
he got
out.
hurt. He went with Greg Jackson, figured some shit out. Hasn't
More
lost
patience.
since.
Yeah.
I mean, the TKO is he was injured, so he didn't actually lose the fight, but he hasn't lost since he went with Greg.
Yeah.
But again, he hasn't faced that tough a competition. Murphy's such a beast.
Yeah,
It's such a tough first fight.
Who was the last guy Murphy fought? I saw that.
Josh Emmett
Killer.
beat Danny Ige.
Yeah, man. Danny Egan's a
Beat
monster.
Edson Barboza.
Jesus Christ.
Murphy's a
Look at
fucking
that.
savage.
Talk about being thrown into the fire.
That's
You
how it
know?
goes. Especially when you come from a different promotion with all that hype. They're going to toss you.
It's a different. We're talking about a different game. But Pico's has not faced this caliber of fighter. Is that fair to
Not
say?
even remote.
Not even remote.
Not even the same. Not even close.
Wow.
Not in the same category.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to ask.
I think that
I'm a Pico fan. I think you can get it done, but this one ain't going to be easy.
I think so much of this stuff comes up to fight IQ too. Like, just how do you adjust?
To the big show.
Yeah.
It's a completely different animal than what he's used to.
You might have seen everything that Aaron's but Aaron's wrestling, obviously world class. Aaron Pico was wrestling at 16 years old on the international circuit.
Yeah.
He was wrestling grown men.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous. So his wrestling
Golden Gloves national champion. Like,
Yeah.
he checks all the boxes.
all the boxes. I don't know. This is a huge test for him. He's
Yeah,
ready for it.
I don't know if he.
I think this.
We don't know.
I think what this is the hype reel. Like every time I've seen so many people who are great in Strike Force, they were great in Bellator. They come over and a lot of times they're just some
Not Strike Force. Strike Force
Yeah.
was the real deal. But the Bellator and PFL, when they come
Yeah.
over,
Yeah.
okay. Rise in one championship, they come over, okay.
Yeah.
It's just a different animal.
It's a different animal.
It's in the big leagues.
Big test for Aaron Pico.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait. What are you gonna do for the fights, Jim? Watch by yourself, drink. Nailed it,
Seriously,
didn't I?
Brandon,
So many people messaged me after that episode, by the way.
what'd they say?
A lot of them have my side. They're just like, you just do your thing.
Yeah, they want you to
Do your
die,
thing,
Jim.
bro. Do your thing.
No, and then some
Anyone
people,
that says do your thing,
The one thing about the internet is you can count on them.
yeah,
I appreciate their support. And but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. Go to this rehab center in this area.
yeah, people that care about you or people that actually are in for your best interests
And we care
are
about
not. Yeah, that's what we're trying to
That's
help.
the main thing. Is that
Anyone that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think Brandon and I have been around long enough. And
I know how it
we've
ends.
had our own issues.
Yeah.
And so I think what happens when you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about we were talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. And he said, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man?
Yeah.
And that's an important thing to say. So
And you're talking about some old salty comic.
Yeah,
I
sure.
know exactly what you're talking about.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
No, I know you don't. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's things happen, but what are you going to do to get the fuck out of it? And but there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been more successful. And it's like, hey, bro,
That's all they are. You're laughing.
or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
What do you got, Jim?
Ernest already. Let's go. Alrighty. Wait, hold on. Gun to your head. I gotta do it to you. Gun to your head. Chimaev, Duplessis. Don't think.
DDP.
Really?
I won't bet against him.
Smart. It's really
But
smart.
I wouldn't bet on it. But if I would, I'm sure DDP's at plus 200. So it's not a bad way to make money.
Yeah.
Then Murphy's also a dog too, so I parlay dogs just because they're dogs. Now, if Hamza and Pico were the dogs, I'd bet on them. Like, I couldn't tell you how it goes, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Usually I talk shit.
How about Paige Cannonier?
I'll take Paige. Canner's 42, I think.
Yeah, 41, yeah. Boy, is he rugged, though.
He's tough.
Fuck. All right, do you guys have thoughts on this? Let me see if it pops up here. So a federal judge rejects Trump's request to unseal secret grand jury documents. Yeah, well, so here's my thoughts on this. People say, well, they're not unsealing this stuff. They can't unseal it. Here's why. Because there are people in those documents, especially underage, that when they were underage, and it's not you're not legally allowed to expose a child who's been raped or sexually assaulted or whatever it is. There are privacy issues here that are in place for a very good reason, right? So part of this is the reason that you can't just unseal the whole indictment and document is because the people that are in those claims, in those complaints, don't want their privacy violated. There's a whole thing that you're not allowed to do. But there's another thing that's going on, and I think this is what people are really pissed off about when it comes to.
Couldn't they just black out those names?
They could black out those names.
Of age?
Yeah. They could black out those names. I think the larger issue, this whole thing, and it's actually become a liability and split the MAGA base for the first time. This whole thing is literally, was Jeffrey Epstein an Israeli Mossad agent? And does the Israeli Mossad have control of our government and our corporate leaders?
The answer is yes.
That's what people say. That's what people want to know. In other words, was there a guy? Was there an Israeli asset, a Mossad guy who belonged to intelligence, who was also helping our intelligence in sort of cross promotional cooperation? And was he? And you had 40 witnesses, many underage, who said he did X, Y, and Z, which meant he took advantage of me sexually when I was 14, 15, whatever it is. And did somebody in another government have enough pull and power to say, kill it? And they killed it. And since 2009, or whatever it was, 2008, we still don't know anything because nobody wants to be caught holding that hot potato. Nobody. Who did it? Who was the one who said this doesn't go any further?
You're gonna have to come up with something.
Give him his own wing in a local jail.
This go. You're gonna have to come up with something.
Well, you have to.
You have to feed the frenzy.
You have to. You have to. Maybe it comes out that Trump was there with some professionals on the island. Who knows what that is? But I think that he's realizing this ain't going away. And there are powerful.
Do you care if Trump was on the island with some pros?
I don't care.
If they were of legal age,
If they're legal age, I don't care at all.
It's Trump doing Trump shit.
Yeah. I mean, that was a different time.
I assume all politicians are complete pieces of shit.
I mean, it's not even that. Just if you had a bunch of powerful men who were on an island having sex with pros who had flown in of age pros, nobody cares about that.
No, if anything, it hurts my feelings.
Nobody cares about that. Yeah. What we care about is were there underage, were there 14, 15-year-old girls involved? We know Ghislaine Maxwell was not only convicted of that, but she was convicted of taking part in that. So she was convicted in a court of law. But why have no other names been named? What's going on here? Well, there might be very powerful forces saying to shut up.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's what's going on.
Stable break, bees.
Guess what shirt I'm wearing, Brandon?
Guess what shirt I'm wearing?
True Classic.
Of course.
Always
Anytime you
wearing.
see me in a white tee, True Classic.
If I look crisp and sharp, if I cut a beautiful figure, it's because I'm wearing simple but elegant
design, and that's called True Classic, which you can get in Target and Costco, or you can go to trueclassic.com/fighter.
And then it's just like the Central's like a regular white tee, black tee. I only wear white tees all the time. It's always True Classic. Now you're probably gonna see True Classic at UFC 319. They're being the Octagon. They're big boys now. They're in Costco. They're in Target, as Brian told you. Or go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. It's True Classic. They make, hands down, the best shirts of all time. They have joggers, button-ups, chinos, back-to-school ship for you, yourself, barbecues, with date night. They have it all. Go to trueclassic.com.
I've been wearing this. I've probably washed this, I don't know, 100 times. And look at it. It's still holding true. It's great quality. Get it.
Okay, this guy is kind of going viral for. This is a police officer in Atlanta, and I'll just play the video because it'll make more sense when I play the video.
Yeah, let me tell you how this outfit. I should clean those. He's like that. They don't look like that. How you do that shit? Oh, that was you. I know what you do. Let me tell you how.
That's it. It's just some Asian dude that's like a, I don't know what you call it. You know, you've heard the term.
It's called ebonics.
Black sand as well.
Quote ghetto.
He's funny.
I wonder if he actually really talks like that. He probably does. If he lives in Atlanta.
I mean, I think a lot of people who grow up going to black schools and stuff like that. It's just you're around. You mimic who you grew up around.
Yeah. You know do you remember the Mackenzie Dern thing?
Yeah.
Remember? So she spoke almost exactly like a regular American person, and then suddenly she started having this.
That was a little bit strange.
She can do no wrong about that. Okay.
Yeah, there's some of that stuff is. There was another person like that who was it was the wife of someone who.
Oh, Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin's wife would become.
Should I say cucumber? And then you find out she was born in New Jersey.
Yeah, you're like, come on.
Bitch, it's a cucumber. Why are you putting a fucking accent? And she got found out.
That's so embarrassing to me. So
yeah, she said she was born and raised in Spain, and then her classmates like, yep, bitch, we're from Jersey.
Now, have you ever been around a black dude who will be talking to you and hanging out, and he's talking, and then
I've seen you do it multiple times.
Yeah, why?
You're like, damn, dog. I'm like,
speak a lot of different languages.
Oh no, you're the most guilty person I've seen. You get around a black guy, you're like, damn, that's crazy, dog. Like,
no, I do not. No, I'm sorry, sir. I would love to agree with you.
Yeah, you
love this. I don't do that. I might go, my man. No.
My man.
Oh, shit.
Big dog.
Big dog.
No.
No, I have seen, though, I have been with black men who will talk to us, and then I'll see them go right over here to some.
Yeah, and then switch it up.
They switch it up.
Yeah, like that's it's called code switching.
It's just a language.
Have you ever seen when Obama, when he's meeting the U.S. men's basketball team, he's like shaking hands, then he gets to like black guy.
Yeah, it's great. Bring that up. Let me see that. Because that Jordan Peele did that shit so well. Yeah. It was hilarious. I love that.
Obama greats.
Obama greats basketball team.
Yeah. Because it's just a different thing. I would watch. So I played pickup basketball with my buddy who's black. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
But when he was with the white guys, it's just handshakes. It's
like I was with my buddy Kenny, and he would walk by a black dude. I swear to God, and they go like this. They go, and they nod to each other. I'm like, how about me? He's like, no, it's kind of
part of the group. Yeah,
it's like, I see you.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx said that. Jamie Foxx said, he goes, see, like he'll be walking down the street, and if it's a white guy, they go, Mr. Fox, can I take a picture with you? If he's with, like, he'll see a black woman will be across the street, yo, Fox!
Yeah.
Let me get a picture. And because in our community, it's like, I have something to do with you.
Yeah.
I have something to do with you. Like, I'm here too. And we're all kind of like, don't be thinking
thinking that you're, it's really interesting. And there's a whole dance you play in that sense too. It's pretty wild. He talked about it. It was so funny. It's just culture. You're more comfortable with your own.
You're just more comfortable.
Yeah. There it is.
Actually, too, I'm not even joking. When I'm with my friends, I sort of see myself mimicking stuff you guys say as well, or how you say it.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm hanging out with you guys more than probably anyone these days, so it just happens.
Yeah, half my lingo comes from Brian and Dalia.
When I was older, and my lingo comes from New York.
Yeah.
My buddy Jimmy Burke and those guys. You pick up shit.
And I'll see myself, I'll see clips, I'll be making certain points, I sound much like Dalia.
But,
it's just what you're influencing. People are like, oh, stealing from Dalia. I'm like, he's one of my best friends.
Yeah.
Talk like
Jerry McFadden, my buddy. I got so much from him. He was just older, and he was a New York guy. The way he would talk, I was like,
pick up their league.
hilarious. Yeah. All that stuff. All right. And I never forgot the first time he said that. I think I was young, and there was this giant basketball player. It was 6'9", and I think he almost was a pro, but huge. And way better athlete, strong, and got in a fight on the court. But it was just a shoving match. And I remember I said something. I was a karate guy, and I was like, you'd be surprised. Those guys will fall if you hit them right. And Jerry looked at me and goes, and Jerry plays huge. He's like, you just giant play football. And Jerry goes like this. Jerry goes, he's not hearing a peep out of you.
That's funny. Now we use it all the time.
And he goes, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Not a peep.
Yeah.
And I'd never heard that. And I was like,
and you're like, oh, I love
that's
that.
probably true.
Yeah, certain things,
Yeah.
As I find I'm getting older, I find it's okay to be like, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
How about that? It's refreshing.
Oh, dude, because I had this meeting with this big car company, and I have these headers from my F-350. I've never used this brand. I'm familiar with it. I've never heard one say it, and I thought the name was Kooks. I thought it was Kooks. Kooks. I thought it was Kooks. Right? So, but I've never been around someone that said it or anything like that. I'm at a meeting. These guys are the car guys, by the way. They know all this shit. And they go, dude, what kind of headers are there? I go, I have the Kooks for the 7.3 back there. And he goes, I can see all their face. They go, and they're like Texas boys. They go, well, what do you have? I go, the Kooks headers. And he goes, Cooks. And I went, it's pronounced Cooks. He goes, yeah. I went, dude, I was embarrassed. That's the first time I've ever had someone explain to me.
You know what I would have done?
I said, I don't know.
I would have done this. I have a speech impediment because I can't hear it very well this year.
Oh, no, what I should have done, you gotta say, you call it Cooks? Oh, in LA, we call it Cooks.
Oh, this meeting's over.
Oh, dude, it's Cooks, baby. But even with, even my boy right in that Kibby Tech, growing up as a kid,
and also
when we refer to wheels on a car, we call them rims. And rims are usually what you call it if they're on a car. On trucks, and for the majority, call them wheels. And on lines, call them wheels. And he would show me something, and I was around, I was filming something. I go, man, those are 17-inch rims.
And this
And he
was
goes, oh,
a
that's not
major enterprise of the Jews in,
why do you call them
let's say,
rims?
the second through
That's just I grew up with calling
fifth
rims.
century in
No, we call
Babylonia.
them rims.
Knowing how the tunnel came into place,
I never
how
called them
it
rims.
was used, how it was developed,
And I told him, I didn't know.
organized themselves
I didn't get defensive. I just went, I wasn't aware. That's right. My bad. I've never done it yet. That's right.
Also,
Just tell me, and I will shut up.
Or even when someone asks me how to fight, some fighters on their card I've never heard of.
For
And
several
even we'd be on the companion, and he'd be like, yeah, you guys know those two? And I can tell me and Rogan really don't. And I went, yeah, but I should have went, maybe I don't know. It's okay, dude. It's so much better. It's like, I actually don't, dude. It's all good.
I realize I know so little about most things. Well, ask me about boxing, and I'll give you my opinion on Canelo and then what Crawford showed. And I'll talk for a half hour, and then I'll hear somebody who knows their shit break it down, and I go, I just
need to just not talk about this because there's so many things that I don't understand.
But even like when I did the Jackson podcast, like Rampage, I was like, how do you know all this shit? He's like, it's mine. He's like, you know everything. I'm like, I don't. Maybe it seems that way. I go, I really don't. I know my shit.
Yes.
But dude, if you listen to like Luke Thomas or some of these other guys, like they run circles around me, man. Like I'm good for this. I'm telling you, like I ain't shit, dude.
But
Like I know my
I
shit.
know, like, even if it's about history or politics not here, like a guy like Scott Galloway or some other guys break it down, and I'm like, you're breaking this shit down to a level. Like, yeah, like you spend your day thinking about this, and you've read, like, there's just a different thing.
No, because I found myself, especially like when I'm at Meatcom or I'm doing looking at a card, and guys be explaining stuff. I just go, oh yeah, oh I know. It's all good. Like I know.
Yeah.
Like so, my brother knows cars. So like I didn't know what lifters were. For an engine, I've never been privy to it. No one's ever brought it up to me. See, I was talking about you need lifters for the ZR1. I was like, oh, cool, man. So I walked away, like, why did I ask him, why do I need those? So I got the car. I text my brother, I'm like, hey, what's a lifter for? And then he won't make fun of me. Like, this is for this.
Understanding also the basics. Like if you really know, if you've seen people who really understand shit like a car, they understand first the rudimentary basics, how a car works, the principles, and from there they tributary. It's exactly like you know. So if your kid's in jujitsu, sometimes they'll what a lot of classes will do is they'll go right into triangle, arm bar, and they'll just learn these
Instead of going A, B, C, they go from A to K.
Right, and you have to understand like. The body, like what are the fundamentals behind body control, wrestling, how to be on top, how to be
was doing a jiu-jitsu class and they start off with arm bars. And I just stood there, I'm like, how do you be that dad that jumps in to the class and I went, Tika man, show me how you're going to get there. Right? And he's like, how are we going to get there? He's like, but Dad, I go, you can pull it off. How in the world are you going to get there? I said, here's the problem with this class. I'm not discrediting your coach. I said, you went from A, where you should be tripping, learning all this stuff. I'm right. I said, I'll teach you how to get there. But you're already at L. You skipped all this, buddy. And now if you don't learn that, you can't do the disservice. So then I have them shred.
Everything is like that. Everything is like that. You got to start shrinking. You got to start from what you're doing, like from the bottom up. If you don't do that, then you forget it. Wrestling's the same way. Like, how do you set it up? Where do you put the person?
Like obviously, you need the basics. You need the potatoes, and then you can expand and put on the sour cream and all the dressing. But if you don't have the basics, you're not going to be able to figure it out.
It's like just boxing. Like, you can work on your jab for fucking, everything's like that. How do you set it up?
His first teacher was
I mean, you guys don't want to cover this. It's just
and he was also taught
Ryan
by his
Garcia.
grandfather, Rabbi Yehuda.
He was about to get a divorce and stopped it suddenly.
Now,
they have a job together? Yeah.
what exactly was
She's
he
gorgeous.
doing?
She's easy on the judge, isn't she?
He was associated with one of the greatest establishments of Jewish learning in history.
Yeah, I always loved to hear stories like this one.
Who is he fighting next?
You can see in this
He
map
was supposed to fight
where Pumbedita was. You can see
Romero.
there's
Yeah,
two
Romero.
major rivers in Mesopotamia.
I don't think that's happening anymore.
Means
How's he
between the
doing?
rivers, the Euphrates,
I
the
can't
Tigris.
tell.
The oldest.
He's not having those episodes anymore.
The
I haven't seen him online doing crazy stuff yet.
two of them had a rivalry that lasted
Yeah, it's supposed to happen. I don't think it
Sora
happened.
was
Did
the
they
older,
fight? Shoot.
Rav Shiragon was associated with the younger Pumbedita. And when he took it over, Pumbedita was really in decline. Rav Shiragon was very instrumental in turning that around in two particular ways. The first is he remonstrated with the surrounding Jewish population, saying that it is a communal obligation to support institutions of higher learning, which is something that working for Tyrrell College, I certainly resonate with. And he insisted that they have to do their part to support the people who are toiling away in
Following
scholarship.
conversation,
And that
Jack
actually
Weatherford,
really,
anthropologist and
firmed
historian,
up the financial
specializing
foundation
in Genghis
of the
Khan.
yeshiva of Pumbedita. And secondly, he connected with many other communities in the rapidly expanding diaspora of Jews and insisted on the centrality
Following
of
conversation,
the
Jack
Mesopotamian
Weatherford,
yeshivas, Surah and
anthropologist
Pumbedita,
and historian,
as the
specializing
locus of all
in Genghis
Jewish
Khan
knowledge. Really,
and
this is the
Mongol
place
Empire.
where if you have a question,
He has
you've got to
written
send
a
it to
legendary
the
book on
Surah
this
or
topic
preferably
titled Genghis
Pumbedita.
Khan and the
So
Making
this
of
is
the Modern
essentially
World.
what he did. If you
And
have a
he
look at
has
this
written
map here,
many
you can
other
see where
books,
Surah and
including
Pumbedita is
Emperor of the
in
Seas,
what would
Kublai
be
Khan and the Making of
contemporary
China,
Iraq.
Genghis Khan and the quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Let's Favorite podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack.
Welcome in.
Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything: his father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. So a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents were, and then how he was conceived.
Which includes later texts that are embodied in the Mishnah.
A cart was coming across the Mongol territory.
This one.
And only women rode horses. They rode horses. Women also rode horses. When women owned the houses, which were called tents, they owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. In fact, the cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her.
said, "Hey,
so what happened was
with those people? Could you
a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her. What he knew, she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back in the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around.
Fascinatingly, there are many little details
and she decided
that are different
that it's more important for him to live.
In the Talmud.
And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me.
If you look in the Talmud,
but if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Erlun after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment.
So there's a lot of other
discussions about
why they could have died.
And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, on whether he should go or stay.
Now that makes perfect
But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time.
Following their Rebbe,
they came in, and they took Erlun.
Because then, of
she
course,
didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father.
That's
the beginning of his story and his kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. And to some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of
a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, but all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife. Her husband had a wife named Sochino. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was the name Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic, but today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, no, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It's not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, like could be about 4 or 5, but he was left behind. And later, as it turned out, some other people, the Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife. Which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichu to reunite with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlung's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family, it's sort of like the first family he came across. And the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl, Restream, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join him. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person, comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter.
Early
They
Jewish
make it
texts
through the
because
winter.
everybody involved
Mother
in the
Heirloom, by
Christian
now,
movement
she has
is also
4
Jewish.
sons
And we have
and
in
1 daughter.
the
I
Christian
think the daughter had already been
scriptures,
born, or the daughter was
passage in the
going to
book
be
of
born
Romans,
not too
chapter
long
15,
after that.
where Paul,
They make it
Saint
through the
Paul,
winter.
right? Paul of Tarsus, also known
The
as
spring
Paul
comes,
of
and
Tarsus,
of course,
writes
the
to
clan
the
is going to move to a
Rome,
new
and he
camp.
mentions
They go to
in
spring
verse
camp from
23 of
winter
that
camp.
chapter,
And they have
having a
a
great
ceremony
desire
with the
many days to
ancestors.
come to you,
And they started the
whenever I
ceremony what
journey
they
to
did not tell
Spain.
Heirloom.
Meaning that Paul is
And
making
so
his
she
way
came and she
from
was angry that
the
she
eastern
had
part of the
been
Mediterranean
left out.
to
The old women
Rome,
said,
and then
"You're the one
onward
for
to
whom we
Spain.
do not have to call.
So
We
he's
will
like
feed you if
stopping
you
off.
come,
Here's
but
a
we
map,
do
by
not
the way.
have
You can see in
to
this
take
map
care
some
of
of
you."
the travels
Letting
of
her know
Paul,
that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view.
to the left is Spain.
And that was really the
But
signal that when they
it's
moved
enticing.
camp,
You'd like to
they were
think
not
that
taking
Paul is
her
going
with
to
them.
Spain because he wants
And
to
they
spread the
packed up.
message of Christianity
They took
to
her
a Jewish
animals.
community there. Unfortunately,
They took
he
the
was entirely
animals,
silent.
but she,
What
at
that
that moment, she
Jewish
still had
community
one
is
horse for a
like,
moment,
even if there is
and
a
she
Jewish
jumped on the
community
horse
there,
and
so
she
we're
took
kind
the
of
banner
like
of her
in the
husband,
dark.
and she
Later,
raced
when we get to
around
the
the
Council
people.
of
And the
Elvira,
banner
or
after
first
death
century,
contains
a
the
lot
soul
more
of
about
the
the
person.
community. Go back to the
And so she
earliest
raced
text
around
we
and
have.
they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped
Amazing
for one
inscription,
night,
which
and
is
they waited
sometimes
until
referred to as the
it
inscription
was dark.
of the US of
Then
Adrian.
they took off.
Like the
At this
inscription
time,
about Adrian,
one of the
original
friends of the
However,
family came
we
running
do
out
have
to
a
try
much
to
more
stop them,
scholarly
and
transcription
they
that
killed
was
him.
made in the year 1783
And
by
Temujin
Juan
cried.
Mariana,
He
who
was
has
a little
much
boy,
better reputation
8 years
as
old.
following at least
There was nothing he
18th
could
century
do. He was
standards
just a
of
little boy.
historical scholarship.
And
And
now
it
that
records
family is
a
left there
one-line
on the step,
Latin that reads
4
as follows.
children,
There's some
possibly
kind of
5
ellipsis,
already.
something missing from the original tombstone.
Sochigal, the
And
other
hence
woman with
the
2 children,
letters NIA.
they're all left there
And
to
then there
die
is
on the
kind
step.
of an
When the
asterisk,
winter
which
comes,
indicates there's a
they will
bit of
surely
space
all
between
die.
words. We would
How do they make it
speak
through the
actually
winter?
use like an actual
Mother
space,
Heirloom,
but in
in the
Latin,
words
it's
of the
not
secret history,
just squeeze everything
she
together
pulled
in
her
one
hat
big
down
paragraph
over
without
her
any spaces.
head.
Later,
She took
we
her
evolved
black
like the
stick
addition of like
and she
fonts
ran
and things like
up
that
and
to separate
down
words.
the banks of the
Then it
river,
says, so
digging
after
out
that, yeah, it
roots
says Salo,
to
and
feed
there's
the
a couple
gullet
letters
of her
probably wiped
brood.
out. Salomonio.
She fed them through the
Of
winter.
Solomon.
She found food,
Someone named
digging up
Leah,
whatever she could, finding whatever she
daughter
could,
of Solomon.
everything she could. And
on,
even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to
men's
go out to
watch
collect things.
for months old.
He
Notice
could
that
get
the way that
fish,
the
he could do a
Roman
few
numbers are
tasks to help
calculated
feed the
with
family.
4 lines
It was an
rather than
extremely
IV,
awful
which
struggle
also
at this
indicates
point.
that is a
But she saved every one of the children.
So,
no,
Temujin's
one day,
early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and
let's just
struggle.
think about this for a few
Yes,
minutes.
even
First of all,
after this,
what was her name?
he was
No, it could be
kidnapped
Lumia,
at one point by Tai Chi
Anya,
people.
I don't know exactly what
He was
it could be.
kidnapped,
By the way,
and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his 2 arms
And
are
it's
in
dated,
it,
by
and
the
his
way,
head
to the
is in
7th
it.
century.
And he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by that family.
So what's going
And
on here?
one night there was a
Know that
little
someone
celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart.
Positively,
And Temujin managed to take the
Solomon
kangaroo
is, of course,
yoke that he's
very
trapped in
Jewish
and
name.
use it as a weapon
Notice
by
that he
turning it
doesn't say
around
it's
very
not written
quickly and
in
hitting the
English,
boy in the head,
Latin,
knocking him out.
which indicates that
That's one of the first
it was
lessons for the Mongols
normal
that
for Jews to
anything
put
that
something
moves
as
is a weapon.
significant as a gravestone.
This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night
as well,
and
they tend to
he jumped into the river
Latin,
to hide.
Hebrew,
He's still got a
Aramaic,
cake on him.
languages.
He's still trapped under
He
there.
was
The
most
people are
likely
looking for him.
well
They
assimilated
come out
into
up
culture,
and down the
especially
river,
because we don't
and
have
he's
a
hiding underneath the
Hebrew
water for
text
the most
along
part, trying to
Um,
breathe as best he can.
know
But it's
that
dark
he was
and this
obviously
protects him a little
proud
bit.
that she was
They give up and they
Jewish.
say, okay,
His
we'll come back
daughter was
tomorrow. He
Jewish,
can't
because
possibly
that's how he
escape.
marks her
But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family at the time. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the cake and then burn it in their fire.
they gave him food to escape,
Could have simply said
and then he had to go find his family
could
again.
have simply said it.
So this is the kind of life
Specifically how
that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes.
mortality is a matter of course.
And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's that story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China, that one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen, and so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child, and it's unclear who the father was, and all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother come. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No. He has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there, and Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the ger, the tent, and
early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows that horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl Temulin in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take Ursta. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea, but they're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Xochitl, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves Bursta. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlun is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, into Burkhan Haldun, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. And all. So Mother Erlun saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? And is he going to go out and look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Ursta. He has found something good in this life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius born, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies.
Allies.
He goes to a man who ruled the Karyat people in central Mongolia, kind of on the Tol River, about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is a name, or Torkel Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him, and so he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because Ursta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlun at the time of the marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamukha. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamukha. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to have happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years to Genghis Khan. So who was Jamukha?
Jamukha was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was an Urihankai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamukha was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Botanchan, his ancestor. So they're both through as the Mongols would say, from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka is not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like Nuhr in the language. There are several different types of friendship, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a roebuck, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. And it's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter at that point whether it's either Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice, and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys, and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. Well, among the Mongols, it's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another, but also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. So it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged roebuck knuckles. This time they exchanged, and so they had been close friends. And Wang Han said, okay, Jamaka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out. Some troops from Wang Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jamaka and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the Merkit people of the Seling River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And we see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the Merkit people. We're going to jump through the tunnel, the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the elder people. Wang Han's people came late, and he gave this long lecture about, we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. And then so he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the Merkit camp. They also come in at night. And so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting with sables, the Merkit men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Barsta has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. It's just somebody. So she and the grandmother go out shit again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, you know, not to moralize, but there's also, you know, the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Bector, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Bector was the older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Ta, and he refers to them as Chi. It's like a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers, or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Bector eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry.
Salient characteristic of the Jewish people is that, to use the Yiddish phrase, we're still here, right? 2,000 years of exile, millennia before that, tremendous challenges from the peoples around us, and nevertheless we are here celebrating our culture, exploring our culture, exploring our relationship with each other, with the divine. That's really what being Jewish, in my humble opinion, is all about. So that's the theme that we're going to explore is how is it that the Jews managed to survive such existential crises, such challenges to their very being, and not only get through them, but even thrive. It's a fascinating conundrum, and I don't think you'll find many other parallels like it with many other populations of this planet. So that's really the theme that we're going to be exploring over the course of the next 12 weeks. So just a quick word, because, we are sharing this with the internet. There's about 5,000 or 6,000 people who watch these lectures every single day. So if you don't want to be in the frame, make sure you sit towards the outside of the video there. So there is some information that may be a little bit redundant for this particular audience, because most of us here, we actually know each other, we're in the same community, and so many of our values are shared, and so on, our experiences are shared. But let me just back up a little bit. Who exactly are the Jewish people? So as we shall see, it's about 15 million Jewish people in the world today. Depending on how you want to count them, I'll give you some demographics a little later. That's a little bit smaller than the entire state of New York. And I know the entire state of New York is Jewish anyways, but that's about the population we're talking about. A tiny fraction of a percentage of the Jewish population. Just to give you a sense of the scale, if you think of Jews are about 15 million in the world, Chinese Muslims are 15 million in the world. And I've never met a Chinese Muslim, but there are many more Chinese Muslims in the world than there are Jews in the world. So we're a tiny little fraction of the population. We are a gregarious people. We like to hang out with each other. We like to argue with each other. Life is with people as the proverb goes. We are here tonight, in fact, celebration of that same kind of
you will never have
we're
anybody in your
also
life
highly
except your own
diverse
shadow.
people. One of the things that people on my internet audience seem to be confused with is that Jews are not all Caucasians. We have a wide variety of racial characteristics. African Jews, Asian Jews, and so on. Of course, there are Asian Jews because otherwise, where would we get our food for Christmas Eve? Definitely, there are a wide variety of racial characteristics that go. Jews are also highly unpredictable. Just once you try to cast them in some kind of character, try to say something general about the Jews as a whole, and they go and surprise you. It's not always a pleasant surprise, but in the 20th century, we had some very strong, powerful surprises as Jews, with the emergence of the state of Israel, really reshaped a lot of hundreds of years of character that had adapted to a ghetto environment and were able to heroically create their own state, really out of nothing at the time. They are overall, they possess an irrepressible joie de vivre, a simchas hachayim, a thirst for life that is expressed in so many different aspects of their culture and activity, and that's what I think makes them survivors. This is the theme that I hope we will return to multiple times over the course of this series. At the same time, we lack a common definition of who is a Jew. We have a very simple definition that is the traditional one that a Jew is someone who is born of a Jewish mother or who converts to Judaism. That second clause is really complicated, but the first clause is much simpler. And so in that sense, it has kind of a tribal affiliation. But as we know from DNA studies, Jews hail from all kinds of different populations, and it's hard to see precisely how these common genetic links are made over so many centuries. There are some fascinating studies that point to the common ancestry of most Kohanim priests that they have on the Y chromosome, a link that takes them all the way back to a single male ancestor about 3,000 years ago, which is pretty much what Aaron the priest would have been. There's also some fascinating studies that talk about Ashkenazim all being descended from a handful of women in northern Germany about 700 years ago. Fascinating studies that will take a little further afield. I would like to tender for our suggestion, however, much more traditional definition of who is a Jew, and this is what God offers in the book of Genesis when Jacob has his famous scene wrestling with the angel or struggling with the angel, and he receives the new name Yisrael, and it says right there in Genesis 32:28, Israel is someone who struggles with God. So we struggle continually with our relationship with God. We wonder, how could God allow certain things to happen in the world? What are we supposed to do? God, are you being fair to us? These are kinds of questions that plague the Jewish consciousness for centuries, and it unites us even as it is one of dynamic tension. And you can see even in this picture by Rembrandt here, there's an obvious problem. We have to just add a little kippah there to Yaakov, so it falls into place. Struggling with God. That's enough for sort of the philosophical overview. I want to take a few minutes now just to speak about historiography, which is essentially the inevitable part of historical theory that must precede the actual discussion of history itself. I'll try not to take too much time with this, but this is actually a very important element to understanding the foundations of the historical research that I hope to be speaking about. Even though I give you kind of this glowing model of Jews surviving despite adversity and so on, the traditional short version of this lecture is, they tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, everybody knows, but there's a lot of periods in Jewish history which are not so sanguine, they're not so hopeful and not so really cheerful or enthusiastic, things that we're not necessarily so proud of. This picture here, for example, which dates from the 8th century before the Common Era, shows King Yehu. You can see him here alone, a supplicant, and he is showing obeisance to an Assyrian conqueror. So we definitely have moments in our history which we're not necessarily so proud of, but they nevertheless are part of the fabric of Jewish identity as a whole. Let us begin our discussion of biblical history, because we're starting with the most difficult part of Jewish history as a whole, theoretically, the most difficult part of study, and I'd like to introduce you to the thought of Jacques Derrida. Those of you who have studied the humanities are no doubt familiar with his work. Derrida is one of the early postmodern thinkers. He's Jewish, of course, because anyone who's going to disrupt the natural order is definitely Jewish. And Derrida suggested a philosophical model of approaching reality that first reverberated within the humanities, cultural studies, and then over the course of the 20th century began to penetrate the social studies, and now it's actually affecting the sciences. I'm not going to go into great detail as to what postmodernism is, but I would like to take you to one of his most famous statements, which is in Yachad de Ortex, which literally translates as there is no outside text. Some people translate it even so far as to say there is no reality, only language. We're not going to unpack that statement, which is actually a mistranslation. But the idea that there is no outside text is crucial to understanding the biblical period. What do I mean by that? So what is an outside text? One way to look at the Bible is to consider it like a puzzle. Right? It is specifically like this puzzle here, the Action Bible Jigsaw Puzzle. I just found this on the internet. I wanted to order a whole series because it has action figures inside it that are really great. But, we have this text, we have this Bible that is a phenomenal source of Jewish history. My gosh, it starts at the very beginning, takes us through this arc of developments of characters, of tremendous profundity, and gives the whole story of how the Jews came to be, how they lost their nation, how they regained it, how they lost it. Phenomenal amount of material in this. And it is a lot like the outside of a puzzle box. Right? The picture on the outside is a guide for what is inside the box. And this is basically before the 20th century, how virtually everybody looked at Tanakh, trying to understand it as a historical document and applying the information there backward to history. And then when things came along that confirmed the picture on the outside, you said about it. So that's fantastic. Like, for example, this one here, this is the Tel Dan stele, which was found in Israel. It dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, and it has, you can see here in this chopped-in part, it actually has in the Old Hebrew script the phrase Beit David, the house of David. So it's a fantastic. We have these amazing Bible stories about Melech David, King David, and look, here is a reference to the house of David from the 9th century. This Azure word confirms the Bible, and for much of the 20th century, that's how archaeology worked with the Bible as a text, trying to determine Jewish history, looking at the Bible as the template, the outside of the picture, and then whenever any piece of data was found that could fit into that, it was fantastic. We had a huge celebration. There was a Kiddush, the pairing, everyone was pleased. However, historians who do not necessarily start with that background say, no, it's much more complex. It's kind of like this. There's no picture in the box, and we are confronted with a whole bunch of puzzle pieces. So we're going to start figuring this out. We're going to lay it all out, and we're going to see what the puzzle looks like. But we can't use outside of the box as a template to figure out what is inside the box, what the puzzle pieces actually look like. Archaeology is still a very young discipline. It's very inexact. It's much more art than science in many ways, and it is very easy to distort the historical records through archaeological finds to either support or deny the veracity of the Bible. So archaeologists and historians in particular have therefore found themselves somewhere on a spectrum between two poles. On the one hand, you have the so-called maximalists. These are people probably like myself and yourself,
and then he wanted his son to
believe
marry
in
the
the
daughter
validity of the Torah as a God-given document, and look at it and say, this is my history. And then when we find archaeological evidence, we fit it into that picture. Just like we use the outside text, we use the puzzle box cover as our guide for exploring Jewish history. That is a time-honored way to study history, is the Word of God, whatever exactly that means. The Bible begins in Medias Res. It was only given to Moses at Sinai hundreds of years after the events that it describes, the wandering of Abraham, the creation, and so on. So minimalists say you have to forget about the Bible, just look at the
Two
puzzle
of them do
pieces
not meet in
and
combat.
fit them together as best you can,
Now
and
their
that's going to be
forces
your
are fighting
history.
each other.
Naturally,
And they didn't
minimalist
see that.
historians come up with radically
There's an
different
obvious tension there.
versions
There's
of
an
ancient
obvious
Jewish history
slight
that
breaking of loyalty.
we would find
Yes,
shocking
it's
and
hard to know what's going
very
through their mind
contrary
at that
to
point.
our
We only have it
sensibilities of
later
where we
on.
come from and who we are as a people.
When
We're not going to go too
the
far down
relationship
that
is being
road because we are,
resolved
after all, in
in
shul,
unfortunate
and we are
ways
going to
that
celebrate
they claim
our
that
common
neither
history,
one of them
but I'm
ever
pointing
truly
out to you
broke
that
it.
the
Because they never
state of
harmed
the
each
field
other
right now is
directly.
very much in flux.
And in fact,
The tension between the so-called maximalists and
eventually defeats
so-called
Von
minimalists, and I
Hahn.
will state, by the way,
So he takes
most
over Central
archaeologists and
Mongolia.
historians
He's
find
starting to really
themselves
rise
somewhere
up now.
between those
And
two
he
poles.
has
It's
the
very hard
title
to
from
find
his own
a
people of
complete
Genghis Khan.
maximalist who's
They give
actually
him
got a
that,
job or tenure in the university, and it's also very hard to find a minimalist who is so blind as to say, I'm not going to use the Bible for any
He takes that title.
information
That's not a
regarding
title that
history,
anyone had
but
ever
that's
held
essentially
that we
what
know
is
of
the
Genghis Khan.
crisis in
It was a new
in
title that
determining
he
the actual
just
history of the Jews based on this rare text.
thought up, or somebody
These
thought up,
thoughts,
or
which I
somebody
introduced
thought
you
it had
through
the
the
auspicious
words of
meaning
Derrida,
behind
il
it.
n'y a pas de
It's very
text,
close to
there is
the word
no
Genghis,
outside
which means
text,
the
there is no
sea.
guide
It
like the
could have had
Tanakh
something to do with
to
that.
give us direction as to how to
Mongolians really
understand the
like,
ancient period.
you might say,
This has
puns,
phenomenal
they like
implications
words
for
with
lots
multiple
more than
meanings.
Jewish history.
And
It
it's
has
very important
phenomenal
that the more meanings a word
existential
has, the
challenges
more
to
power that word
Yiddishkeit
has.
in general.
It has different
And very
meaning in
few
different
people have actually
languages.
engaged with these
So in
things.
Mongolian,
The one
it sounds like
exception is
strong,
Rav Shagar,
chill.
shown here, who is known as
But
the
in
postmodern
Turkic, and there
thinker
are many Turkic
of
people, including the
Judaism,
market
who tried
themselves,
to
mostly Turkic people.
deal with Derrida's
It sounds
implications
like
for a
sea.
believing Jew.
Dingus.
Okay, that's it for the theory.
So
Thank
it's
God. Now
exciting
we
to
can go
them
straight to the
when there's
history.
this
I'm
double
sorry for
meaning,
the
and the
detour here. So
double
let's look
meaning
at
plays
Jewish
with each other,
theology.
and
Where
that
do
excites
the
them.
Jews
Especially
come
with
from? Again,
names.
the
Like
first
today in
couple
Mongolia,
of elements in this lecture are going to be based primarily on the
about 20
biblical
years
record
ago, it
because
was
we
popular to
simply
name
do
the
not
children
have
Michelle
an archaeological record
because
that
it's a
will
French
give us
name,
comparable
an American
data.
name,
The
and it means
biblical
smile.
record is really clear,
In
and of course we
So
read
it's
it
the power
every
of
year. We
three
go through
great
the entire cycle, the
languages and
first
three
five
great
books of
symbols.
Moses,
And
and
so
we
many
explore
names
the
are like
origin
that.
of Jewish
And
people
so I think
year after
Genghis
year.
doesn't have one meaning. I
We
think it means
know from the
powerful.
Bible
It means the
that
sea.
the
I think
origins
it
of
means
Jewish
many
people
different
are
things.
in
But
individual
so
named
he become a
Abraham and his wife
Khan,
Sarah,
and he was ruling over here.
and
And so
their children and
Jamaka
grandchildren.
now
And he
switched
hails
loyalties
originally
to the
from
next kingdom over
Mesopotamia,
called the
this
Naiman
region
people,
here,
who are
so-called
farther west.
between the rivers. The southern river is the
He
river
becomes
Chat, which is the Euphrates River,
protege,
and the northern
say, of
river
the Naiman
is
people.
the Tigris, known as the Hidekel in Hebrew. And
When
these two
Genghis
rivers
Khan
are
attacks
an
the
extremely
Naiman,
old source of
Jamaka
human
deserts the
civilization.
Naiman.
There's a snow melt that
tells
comes down
them
from Turkey
these people
every
have
year, and that's actually quite predictable.
snouts
Like
of
the Nile
steel,
is also
and
very
they
good
eat
for
humans
flooding,
alive.
and with
He's telling all
a
these
series
horrible
of
things
dams
about
and
the
irrigation,
Mongols,
the people of
And,
Mesopotamia were able to develop a very
Tayan
early
Khan, the
civilization,
leader of the
Sumerian and so
Naimans, he
on.
was
So Abraham
rightfully
comes from
scared
this
about
very
them.
early part
And he was
of
left
the world
there.
here. This
And
is
he, in
his
fact,
hometown,
was very
Ur,
quickly also
Ur
defeated.
Kasdim. You can see
So
it has a
Jamaka has not
reconstructed
fought against
ziggurat there.
Jews in this
And he
campaign.
wandered from there on the command of God.
And he's
That
off
will
with some
probably
of
be
his people,
the second
Jonathan
section of the
clan
book of
people.
Genesis, and he
He's
made
off
his
with
way
them,
to the only
and
country in the Middle East without any
they
natural
see the
deposits
turning
of
of
oil.
the tide.
So, just looking at where Israel is
But he
located
now wants
here,
to become
and
the great
don't get too
Khan
upset,
of the
please,
steppe.
about the
He
ways
has
the
very
lines on the map
very
are drawn. This is
few
taken
followers,
straight from
but he
Wikipedia
takes the
and has
title
a lot of
Khan,
political
which is a very old,
sensitivities about such
ancient,
things. But
important
note that
title.
Israel is at a
But
strategically
because
important location.
Khan
It
is
is
gone,
at the crossroads
Khan
between
gone,
three continents,
he can take
Africa,
this title and
Asia, and
pretend to
Europe.
be the great Khan
Any
of the steppe.
trade, especially overland
But his
trade from
own
Africa
people
through Asia,
turn
has to go
against
through
him,
Israel.
and they capture him,
Major
and they
ports
think
are established in Israel for the maritime trade. It's a connection as well to the Mesopotamia region here and into the Persian Gulf. So it is really a crossroads of history. And you see this even more importantly when you look at this map here, which is a satellite map, which shows you a little bit more about how important it is. You can see that you've got all this brown over here, which is essentially desert, and there's a tiny little strip of green here, a tiny little strip where you can actually farm and produce goods for living, for life. So there were two roads that would cut through Israel, the so-called Via Maris, or Derech Hayam, that would go along the coast. This was kind of like the A1A of Israel, and the other was called the Derech HaMelech, or the King's Highway, which has been transplanted, of course, into Brooklyn.
And you will always know
the
that.
Hamelech went
And
just
you will never
inland a bit.
completely
But
trust
these
me.
two routes
I
were
will be
extremely
like a
important for
mouse
all overland trade
underneath the
and
collar
connecting to the maritime
of
trade
your
as well. So
turban.
Israel was at a
I will be like a
strategically
fort
important location,
and a
and as a
lapel
result, of course, it
of your
was
dell.
the victim of the
He said,
depredations
kill
of many
me
surrounding cultures for much of
without
its history.
shedding my blood.
You can also get a better
Let me
sense
die.
for the geography,
do,
and geography is very important for what historians
take
call
my
la longue
remains up to
durée,
a high place
the long
and bury me,
duration, the long
and I will
arc
be the
of history,
guard.
which involves
I will
many
be
other
the
factors
protector for
beyond
you
the
and your
narrow
people
human activity.
forever.
You can see here from this
So,
map, which does not show vegetation, it shows elevation, that
obviously,
there is
if I did not
a flat
participate in
land
the
that extends
killing,
along the
what he
coast,
ordered to
and
killing,
then it's bisected by these mountains here that tend to
he
be
was
very arid. The Judean desert,
it's not specified how he was
and
killed
there's a
without
tiny
shedding
amount
blood.
of water here, the
Moses
river
had several
Jordan,
ways
the
because the
Kinnaird, and
most
so on.
honorable way
So
to die
Israel
was
is really
without shedding
just a
blood.
tiny strip
Blood
of land
contains
which has a
soul,
little bit
and
of
if you lose it, you're
arable
losing your soul before you die. So
area,
they
and
usually
is
wrap
the
them up in
crossroads
felt
of so many
carpets
places. Here's another
and
way to
then
look
beat
at
them
it.
to death or
The
trample them to
3D
death by
view,
horses,
see
something
how
like that.
tiny
A couple
it
other
is. Only a
methods,
fraction,
but I
for
think that's
example, of the
probably
state
the
of Florida.
method
In
by
fact,
which Jomoko
I
was
didn't think
killed.
of lining it up with
And so
Long
he
Island,
was
but I think
killed,
it's probably
and then
about the same
Temujin had
size as
his
Long Island,
Genghis
except
Khan
it's
had
facing
his
straight up instead of
remains
Long Island,
taken up and
which is sort
buried
of
in a
tilted
high
like most of the
place.
people who live here.
This is
So
over near Tuva, which is today part
you can
of
see
Russia.
that the distance from the
Until the
Jordan
20th
River
century was
over
a
the
part of
mountain
Mongolia.
range into
The
the
two had people
lowlands
very, very
is
close
55
culturally to
kilometers,
Mongols.
that's about 30
It
miles,
seems
and
that
then to the ocean is
both of
another
them
15 kilometers. So you
under
could
the Mongol
almost walk
relationship
in a day
had
from
a
Jordan
deep value
to
for
the
loyalty.
Mediterranean. It's a
And
tiny
so
little
the
waste,
way,
a tiny little strip
it's
of
not
land,
worth
and yet it
living
has such
after
an
you've been
outsized
disloyal,
impact,
which is
even to this day,
the
on
Jomoko
world
perspective,
history.
right?
So that's just
He
a
had
little bit of
become
the
very
geographic
practical at this
context.
point.
Now, the Jews will
He
be, as we shall
understood
discuss,
that you
will be
needed complete
dispersed from this
total
land
loyalty and
multiple
trust
times. What I'd like
with
to do with this
everybody
slide is
around
just
you.
give you a very quick
And
flash
I think for
forward
this
to the
reason,
present day,
it was really
and then we're going to go back to the
to
biblical
accept
period in
the
earnest.
plea of
So how did Jews get from Israel? We have major demographic
Khan was
upheavals
asking
in the
him to
6th
come
and
back
the 1st century.
to be
This
his
is when
shadow and to
conquerors
be his
chose to impose
safety guard
population
again.
transfer as a way of
Maybe
controlling
that was just
the
a
rebellious
formality
nature of the
that
Jewish
he knew
people
would be
by trying to
rejected.
displace them to other
Or
lands.
maybe
So we
when
have two of those
Jomoko
major
offered
exiles,
to be
and
killed
this
without
results
shedding
in
blood, that was the
significant
formality
population
that he
growth in
thought
Mesopotamia,
would
where
not
the
be
Talmud
followed
would be
through.
written, in North
Nevertheless,
Africa, in
to
Egypt,
me, just
and
reading your
Tunis,
work
places
and
like that,
understanding
and
this
even the
history,
Italian
this
peninsula. Of
relationship
course,
seems
the
like a
Romans
really,
would
really
take
important
tens of thousands of slaves to
relationships that
Italy.
defines the nature of
And
loyalty.
then, as you
Yes.
move towards
For
the
Jews,
turn of the
I would
millennium,
say
Jews make their way
in both
further west
negative
into
and
Spain,
positive
and
ways,
then
it
up
was the
into
most
Europe
important
proper, west into
relationship
the Pyrenees, and
of
finally,
his
by the time we get
adulthood
to
of
the 13th
Seinfeld
and
first.
16th centuries,
But
they're
that
moving all the way
relationship
over into
really did
Eastern
not seem
Europe.
to have
So
many
Jews kind of
negative
like
aspects.
make their way
They sometimes
initially
disagreed on
to the
things, but
east,
small
to
things.
Babylon,
So she
and
was
then
part,
at the
she was
same
by
time
him. She was
westward
positive
along
in
the coast of
every
North
regard, so
Africa,
far as we
and
know
over time
forever.
they kind of circle
Although
the
she was not
Mediterranean and
submissive,
find their way
but she was
ultimately
always
in
on
Eastern
his
Europe, where
side.
you have the largest single
And some of us,
concentration. Then in the
it was just a little
late
too
19th and
hot-headed
20th
for me,
century,
you know.
you have
I mean,
massive
evacuation
population movement of Jews from Eastern Europe, in particular,
these things like,
to
oh, we gotta
the
drop
New
down on
World
the
here,
market and
the
we're
United
gonna
States
come
of
through
America,
the smoke,
Canada,
we'll kill everybody, you know.
Brazil,
And
South Africa, and so on.
he had a
Here
flair
is
for the
one
dramatic,
last
even
slide
in a
to
way
look at
giving the
before we
gold
go back
belt
to the
to
ancient
Temujin.
period. This is a
Jomoko also,
representation
he
of the
explained
current
himself at the end
population
of
of Jews in the world. This
And he
is from
said,
2010,
you know,
something like
we
13.5
both
million
lost our
back then.
father,
There's some debate
but
over
I also
how to
lost my
count
mother.
Jews, and you can see
And
that
you had a strong mother to
81% of
raise you.
them live in two
I did
places,
not.
either in the United
He
States
said, you had
or in the
Rashta,
land of Israel,
You have a
and there are
very
smaller
strong wife
concentrations.
to help you.
So that's the
And my
quick
wife,
version of the entire
she just used a
demographic
word like
pattern
prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along,
contemporary period.
and we did not
Okay,
have
we're
a
actually
basis.
right on time. So let me go to the first temple period then, heading back to our biblical period.
Something
So,
about that rings
as I
true.
mentioned, in the context
There were
of
some elements of
postmodernism,
that were true.
we
But
have
John
two very
certainly
different
didn't have the
sets of
intelligence and
information to work
real
with. We have
genius
the
for
literary
dealing with people,
evidence,
dealing with
which is
soldiers,
primarily
especially
in
in
the Tanakh,
warfare,
the
that
Torah, which is
Temujin had.
hugely valuable,
In that relationship,
but
there's a
not always
contrast because
corroborated
Genghis Khan
by external
did not
evidence such as
accumulate
archaeological
riches
evidence.
or
What we find from
accumulate
digs,
power in a way that
you know,
was for the
statues
sake
and
of the riches or
documents
for the
and
sake
so
of
on, whatever
power.
we get
It was
from
always
other
very
cultures.
practical.
I'll show you exactly
what
where
is
those tend to
the way to
overlap. But the
maximize
very earliest period,
the success
well
of this
documented in the
operation.
Bible, and and pretty much
Yes,
nowhere else.
I
If you
often
look
wonder what
at the
happened to
Bible
the
itself,
gold
by the
belt.
way, this is a beautiful
Except
Bible.
from the
This
story,
is the so-called
their gold
ViralRabbi
belt doesn't
Bible
just
that
disappear.
was published by
What happened to that? It's so
Gracia Mendez
interesting
and
because
Bentonita Abravanel,
Timuchin
who
was
were
never interested in
refugees from
material
Spain
goods.
at the
And as
during the
Genghis Khan
expulsion
is
of
the
the
ruler,
15th century, and
in some
they
ways you could say
published this
became the richest
Bible
man in the
essentially
world
for
because he
Jews
controlled the
who
most
were
wealth
unable
through
to
him.
read
But he
Hebrew
always dressed
because they
simply.
had been
He
under
always lived in a
Spanish
tent.
persecution. And it's
And
got
he
this
said, I
amazing
eat what my
image on the
soldiers
front
eat.
cover
I
of a
dress the
ship
way my
that's clearly
soldiers dress.
distressed.
I
The
live the
mast
way
is
my
broken.
soldiers live.
There are these
We're the
monsters
same.
waiting for them in the
So
ocean.
he had
And
no
by
interest in
choosing
the
an image
wealth.
like this on the cover of a
Until,
Bible of all text, really
inside
says something about what was
Van
so
Han,
important
which
to them,
was
about how
very
they wanted to
advantageous
express
because they
what
had
it
more
was like
trade
to be in
goods and
diaspora and be in
wealthier
danger.
people and
But the
all.
Bible
But
itself would protect them.
he
I know
just
you're all
didn't have
familiar
the
with the
temperament, I
Pentateuch,
think, that
which
was going to be
essentially means the
helpful
5
for
volumes.
Genghis Khan's
There's the
continued
first 5
rise.
books of Moses,
That
Genesis,
is one of the
Exodus,
powerful things
Leviticus,
about
Numbers, and
Genghis Khan's
Deuteronomy,
stories.
which
He
have
came
special
from nothing.
religious significance
Absolute
within
nothing.
Judaism.
And he
From a
didn't,
historical
from what I
perspective, you have to
see and
add one
understand,
more,
becomes
continuing through
corrupted by
Joshua.
the riches
And these
or
give us
change. He
the
fundamentally
outlines
remained
of
the
a
same
history of the Jews
person
as
who
they
does not have
emerged
value for
from
material things.
Mesopotamia,
He changed and
settled
matured
around
in various
Israel,
ways over life,
endured
as we all
Egyptian
do,
servitude, and then
but he never
returned to the
became
land of Israel.
avaricious in
That's the
any way.
big
He was
arc
never
of
greedy.
Jewish
He
history
was
in
never
the ancient
aggressive. He
period.
kept the
And
simple
again,
life.
unfortunately, looking
And
at it would
part
be
of the
so
simple life for
fantastic
him
if we could
meant
find
that no
lots
one
of
was allowed to
archaeological
write
evidence
about
that can
him.
support this
No
story,
one was
but
allowed
all
to
we're left with
make his
is
likeness.
these
They couldn't
puzzle
paint a
blocks,
picture of
the
him.
cover
They couldn't
itself
make
that tells us
a
about this.
statue of him.
There
No
are many
building could be built dedicated
questions
to him.
that
No
are
palace,
added to
no
this
tomb,
by
no
historians
temple of
and
any sort.
archaeologists who
Not
say,
even
should we
in
really
point of
be
death,
using a
but the simplest
conquest
gravestone.
model for
Nothing.
Joshua coming into the
It's
land?
fascinating
Perhaps
that
it's
a
more
kid,
of an
like a boy,
indigenous,
that doesn't know the
transformation of the
would
local
have the
population,
intelligence
perhaps
to
with
understand
slaves who are
how
leaving Egypt.
corrupting that
But
is.
all
Like
these
the movie,
models are
somebody builds
based
a
on
statue of you.
supposition, and they
It's
all
like a slippery
contradict the
slope
biblical model that we
towards
have.
becoming
When we move
not
on
seeing
from
the
the
world clearly,
Pentateuch, then we still
not
have much
seeing
more detailed history in the so-called
surrounding
early
yourself with
prophets, the
sycophants
Nevi'im,
that don't tell
Rishonim,
you the right,
the books
the
of
information.
Judges,
Not
Samuel,
being
and
able to
Kings give us
select
the
the right
heroic
people
story
to
of
lead
the
the
golden
armies
age of the Jewish
or
monarchy,
to
in
lead the
particular the
territories that
reigns
you
of
conquer.
3
So
glorious
it's
kings,
interesting that he had
King
that
Saul,
foresight of
King
don't
David, his
reward,
son-in-law, and King
don't
Solomon,
worship.
his
Because
grandson.
that's a
These 3
dangerous
kings
road to
really
go down for a
shaped
leader.
It's
the
very hard to
Jewish monarchy
explain
and
how
represented a
he
high point in
stuck to
Jewish
that, how he
civilization in the
got it.
period.
You're
The
so
most
easily corrupted
concrete
by
demonstration
power.
of which was the
And,
construction of the first temple by Solomon. All of these events are
maintained
broadly
this
known to
very
all of
fierce
us in this room, of course.
attitude
And if
towards
you're unfamiliar with
his
them, I
relationship
strongly
was
recommend
with
you
the
just
people
pull out
around
a Bible
him.
and read them. They're
His
fascinating,
regard mostly in
well-developed
a
characters, lots of
private part of the
plot
army.
twists, and
The central
it's
force
just
army.
absolutely fascinating.
That was
But
his relationship,
we
his
do not
family,
once
he
again
had
have a lot
wives.
of historical
This
data
was what was important to
to
him.
support
And in
the
fact, no
story
portrait was
other
painted
than the
until
text itself.
1278. Well, by then he already been dead for
the end of
51
this period,
years.
which is primarily
And then no
described in the Book
statue
of Kings, after
until
King Solomon dies, there is
the
a
21st
civil
century.
war, and
It's
the
incredible, but
Jews
let's
split
go
into 2
to
distinct
the
kingdoms: the
document that
kingdom
you
of
referenced several
Israel to
times,
the
the
north,
secret
the
history.
kingdom of Judah to the
Secret
south.
history is
And
very
as
unusual
his house is
document.
divided, of course, it will not stand, and ultimately
I
they are
said,
conquered
Genghis Khan
by
allowed nothing to be
external
written
enemies,
about him
and both of
in
them
his
are
lifetime.
ultimately
The
dispersed.
people couldn't take
Let us
notes.
now
Even the
turn
army
to
was
the
the key.
archaeological
Genghis
record.
Khan
Everything I've
ordered
said
the
so
invention
far,
of
I'm
the
sure, is
alphabet
basically
for the local
review. You're
people, and
familiar
it
with
was
it from your
adapted for
studies
the
of the Tanakh
Uyghur people.
earlier. So
And,
the archaeological
so to
record
this
has
day,
some
it's often called
fascinating
the
things. We go back to the
alphabet,
earliest
Uyghur
references
alphabet.
to Jews
So he'd
or
ordered that, and he'd
Israel
ordered
we find things like this amazing figurine here. This is from the 18th century before the Common Era, that is the 1700s BCE, and it is what they call an execration figurine. When I first learned about these things, I actually laughed out loud. These are so funny. What are they? So, execration figurines, sometimes they're called execration texts, comes from the word excrement, and they're basically like when you don't like someone, what you do is you write their name down on something like this doll, and then you break it. And that's how you like express your disgust with this person. And the fact that we call execration texts like, you know, emails that you never send, or at least you kind of do something, you break them and so on. And this is where we get our first references to Israel in archaeology.
Genghis Khan died. He
This figure is a
recognized it
text
was important not
written
just to
on
write
this
down the
figurine
wall. That's all Genghis Khan
that mentions possibly the city of Jerusalem.
Nothing about him
But
or
the problem with these
campaigns or
execution figures,
military
besides the fact that
What
they're fascinating
Genghis
for themselves, they're primarily useful
realized
for
that this was
topographic
going to be
information.
lost. That this is a
Like they
great
say
historic
the word
thing that has
Jerusalem,
happened.
they say
So
great,
he
but they
compiled
don't say
the work.
anything
Part of
about
it, I
Jerusalem
don't know
other
if people
than the
contributed
creators
helped
of the
it.
figurine
Some of it
didn't like
unclear.
Jerusalem.
That's
That's all we
they don't
know.
specify. That's,
So
they
they're
always
not
tell you exactly
especially
where
helpful
something
to
happens.
answer the
So
questions
we know
of where did
exactly
the Jewish
where
people come
it
from
happened.
and so on. They certainly
Although you
don't
still go to that
support the
spot where he
Bible
wrote
other
it.
than
That's very
to the
important to the
extent that
Mongols.
there are people in the biblical
And
period
we
who did
also
not
know
like
it's year of
Jews,
the
and that,
mouse.
of course,
So
would
it
be
was
a huge
1228.
revelation for
Genghis
all
Khan
of
had
us.
died in
Here
27.
is another one. This is
So
actually
he
a fun
wrote
one.
down. It
This
begins with
is
what we
the
would say are the
often cited as the
myths.
earliest
Well, I'm not
clear
sure they're myths,
reference
but the origins
to
of myths. It
Jews
begins
per
with the
se in
Great
the
Wolf
archaeological record.
with the
This
tawny
is a so-called
deer.
Merneptah stele,
And some people
and
say, well,
it
that's
has
not
a
kind
long
of myth.
description of
Totemic.
what the pharaoh
Almost all say,
Merneptah
they
did
look
in
at
his
me.
lifetime,
I asked them
primarily
about this. They
various
said,
peoples that he conquered and
He was
various
named
empires that
She was named
collapsed
Tawny
under the
Deer.
weight
They
of his
married.
attack and so on. And then down here at the bottom, there is
They
this
think they're real
interesting
people. Maybe
passage
they were or
which
not.
has one little
But
phrase:
so this earlier history
Israel
is just
is
the
wasted,
genealogy
its
as
seed is
it
no
should be.
more.
Who knows?
So
But it's also in
archaeologists
there
have,
because like
first of all,
Bonajar, they call
it's
it
really
Bonajar the
fascinating.
Fool.
It shows that there was a place called
He's
Israel,
cast out
that
because he's
Merneptah
just
knew
so
about it, that
dumb. The rest
Merneptah
of the
had
family doesn't
problems
want him.
with it.
And
So
his
much
father
makes sense
is
with
undetermined who
regards
he was.
the
He
figurine
kidnapped
we
a
saw
very
earlier.
high woman. She has
But
the
it
child
doesn't
and
refer to a
becomes
place,
ancestor.
it doesn't refer
So
to a
it's a
people.
confusing mess, but
When
I
it says
tend to think it's
wasted or
probably
destroyed or
accurate.
no more,
There's
it
a lot of
doesn't
good
mean
information.
that
And by the time you
this
get to
place
the
is no
life of
longer
the Butcher,
extant,
the reason
or
we
these
know these
people have
intimate
died out.
things
And
is
when they say
because
the
that
word
person,
seed, it literally
he
means
was
seed.
there,
Is it
sleeping in the same
referring
gear with the
to
people.
the,
So we even see
the
in there,
weather,
he will
like they don't
record
have any
instances
crops,
where
or is it
Bershta
referring
sits
to
up
their
in
children,
bed
their progeny?
and
Well,
tells
we
her
like to think
husband,
it's
okay, you got to do
metaphorical.
this, you got to do
But
that. You can't
this
do
is
this
our
anymore.
first
We can't do it.
reference to Jews
It's all
outside of
recorded.
Tanakh
So it's a very
in any
intimate
other
document.
source.
And this
And
is one
here's
reason
one
that it was
last one that I'd like
secret.
to
It
show
was
you here to
only
give you a
for the
sense of this.
family.
This
They
is
were
the
trying to
so-called
uphold
Memphis
Genghis
stele
Khan's
from
prohibition
the 9th
against
century before the
putting
Common
out
Era. This was
information
discovered
about
in
the family.
Jordan,
So it was
and
secret
now
for a
we
very
get
long
a
time.
lot richer picture
So much so
of
that scholars
how the
began to
Jews were
think it
perceived,
didn't
and this
exist.
is where we
And
begin
then
to
in the
see
19th century, a Russian academic who was
sort of
working
a
in
convergence of the biblical
China
record
at the time
and the
of Beijing,
archaeological record.
he
Prior
discovered a
to this, you
manuscript
really don't
which
have
was
much
very,
more
very
than little
odd.
pieces that I've shown you.
People
But
didn't
this
think
is
was
the
anything
text
because it's
partway
all
through the
Chinese
stele. It
characters.
says, I am Mesha,
But it
son
makes no
of
sense in
Chemoshiati,
Chinese. What he
king of
recognized,
Moab.
but if
But
you
Moab
read
will
it,
basically be Jordan
pronounce
today.
it,
So this is a
it makes
non-Jewish
sense of
king
Mongolian.
writing in this stele, and of course
So
it's
it
a
was in
kind of
this code
a monumental
that used to
architecture. Was
record
meant to
the
stay a long
information
time.
in
Was meant to
Chinese.
celebrate
So
the
they're
victories and so
recording
on.
the
And he says,
sounds.
The sounds,
Omri
correct.
was the
They used
king
Chinese
of Israel.
characters
For
to
those of you who
record
study Tanakh,
sounds.
Omri
Which is always
is not
problematic.
really, he doesn't get a lot of
Some
play in
areas
Tanakh.
you're
He's in the
exactly
Book of
sure what the
Kings.
name is or
His
something
son
like that.
Achab gets a lot
was a very
more
unusual
development than
document.
Omri, and he's mentioned in this
And
text as
then
well.
once they
But
found it,
Omri is
they
where you begin
realized
to
that
see
some
a
of the
lot
Persian
of cross
documents had
references in
incorporated
other
part of that
archaeological
already.
sites.
So that was
So he
very
says,
helpful to
Omri,
me.
the king of
Because some of
Israel,
the Persians I
oppressed
trust very
Moab
much,
for many
and I
days.
liked their work very much.
For Chemosh, the
It was
god,
helpful
was
that it already
angry with
existed,
his land,
and
right?
all of it. Some of it
Chemosh, the
existed
god
in
of the Moabites,
Mongolian,
was using
other
Omri, the
Mongolian
Jewish king,
sources. There
to
were written
punished the
later.
Moabites.
Some of it
And his
was
son
just
Ahab
incorporated.
succeeded him. He
So
was even
it
worse.
seemed to
This
be
is
fairly
Ahab and
genuine,
Jezebel,
but it
right?
wasn't 100% pure.
And he also said,
It had
I will oppress
little
Moab.
things that happened to
In
him
my
along
days
the way.
did he say so. But I
Some
looked
things
down
have
on
been
him.
snipped
This is
here and
the
there,
king
and
of
a few
Moab
words
speaking. I looked
changed.
down on him and
And
his house,
sometimes for
and
Tabucha they
Israel
call
has
him King
gone to
Han. Well, he
ruin.
wasn't Han
Yes,
then.
it has
Sometimes they
gone
call him
to
Hun,
ruin
which is like chief,
forever.
and other times Han,
I'd just like you to
which is
observe for a
emperor.
moment here.
Well, in
Is there a
Macquarie,
pattern developing? You
so
see,
there are little
from the
things like
18th
this that
century to
move
the
around
13th or the 9th
that you're
century,
not sure
it
why,
seems
but
that
it's
a
a
lot of the
document.
neighbors
I
of the
have
Jews
great
don't
faith
like the
that it was
Jews,
not
and
published
they
in
keep
English
on
until
predicting
1982,
that
when
it's over
Francis
now.
Whitman
It's not
Cleaves
going to
at
take care
Harvard
of the Jews.
University
This is essentially the
translated
story
it
of
in the
Jewish history.
50s. It
Unfortunately,
was
right
ready
up
for
until our own
publication,
times,
and he was
where
having
people are
trouble with the
constantly
publisher,
claiming that they have
and so
finally
it
wiped
didn't
out the
appear
Jews.
for
Custom
nearly
Shalom
30
Golan.
years.
But that is
It was supposed to
essentially
be
the
two
kind of
volumes. The first
information we
volume
get
was the
from much
translation.
of the
The second
archaeological
volume was
record.
going to be the
So at this point,
notes, and the second
you
volume
know,
was
just to
lost.
recap for a second, the very earliest parts of the Bible, we have to rely on the Bible for reconstruction of this point because we don't have a lot of archaeological details. With the reign of King Omri in particular, in the Book of Kings, that's when we begin to see a lot of corresponding information developing from surrounding cultures, which are also becoming much more sophisticated this time. By the time we get to the 6th century, the 8th century before the Common Era, that's when Assyrians attacked the northern kingdom and scared away much of its population. Contrary to popular belief, the 10 lost tribes were not removed surgically from the land of Israel. Only a certain portion of those Jews living there were actually removed to Assyria. We definitely have interesting correspondences of things like Abrahamic names among Assyrians in various inscriptions indicating that there were Jews who were taken, like the biblical account says, to Assyria. But we have lots of Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. It's not a complete and utter exile. Most of the 10 lost tribes were never lost. They lost their tribal affiliations, perhaps, and over the vicissitudes of time, we no longer have a clear sense of who belongs to the tribe of God, who belongs to the tribe of Asher, but most of them still live in the land. Similarly, with the depredations in the south, in Judah, under the Romans, under the Babylonians, excuse me, there's also not a total emptying out of the Jews. Jews continue to maintain a presence in the land right up until the present day, although very tenuous at certain points, particularly in the medieval period. So we have two major exiles, the one in the north, took away much of the leadership of the population of Israel to Assyria, and then in the south, in Judah, taking them down to Babylon, a little further south, to where you would eventually have the Talmudic Adam. And then, in the middle of the 6th century, you have the King Cyrus of Persia, who dramatically proclaims, also well described in archaeological record, as well as the biblical text, Cyrus proclaims that Jews may have their liberty, they may return under Persian supervision to rebuild their temple in Israel. This is the so-called Cyrus cylinder, which records some of the text of those decrees, indicating that Jews and others may follow their own religious proclivities.
And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter.
The second temple period, now we're talking about the late 6th century, roughly the year 539 and onward, before the Common Era, and then reconstruct the temple that was destroyed under the Babylonians. They basically lived under Persian influence for a couple hundred years without too much incident, and then in the towards the end of the 4th century before the Common Era, Alexander enters the region. Now, I know I spoke here in this room about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I think I recognize almost all of this on my talk, so I'm not going to go into great detail as to what this meant and what the Conical Rebellion was all about, but I do have to hit some of the highlights so that we understand the impact on Jewish history as a whole. Alexander emerges from Macedon, northern region of Greece, and in an incredible military onslaught, he actually manages to unite these very disparate kingdoms. He conquers the entire eastern Mediterranean. He pushes all the way through the Mesopotamian region and even into Central Asia as far east as Afghanistan. And he unites for the first time all of these cultures under a single cultural rubric, which we'll call for upwards Hellenism. Hellas is Greece in Greek, and so Hellenism is essentially Greece. There's a lot of things to say about that, but let's just look at a couple of them. Hellenism at this time was extremely highly advanced culture. They had the philosophy of Socrates, which we are still studying today. As it's been said, all philosophy is merely footnotes to Plato, which is Socrates. We are still studying the ideas of the Greeks of the 5th century before the Common Era. The thought of Aristotle, huge impact on Jewish thought. Maimonides had tremendous respect for Aristotle and quoted him liberally. We also had things like the literature of the Greeks. Aeschylus, the great dramas, much of our drama today, our popular movies and novels, things like that, is directly influenced by Greek sense of tragedy and comedy and so on. We are living, in many ways, very, very Greek lives because of the influence of this culture. And finally, our sciences are heavily dependent on the scientific method of those ancient Greeks. Euclid with his mathematics, Archimedes, his physics, and so on. This was like a phenomenally advanced culture. They're like Martians that came to the planet and offered something so radically better than everyone else was doing. Now, Jews are highly syncretic by nature. They're very willing to adopt ideas, fashions, tools that other cultures have proved useful. And so the Jews just completely absorbed Hellenistic values. And they, especially in the cities, places like Jerusalem, there was just immense enthusiasm for Hellenism to such a degree that after some years of experience of the Greeks, they began to lose a sense of how much was too much. When was Judaism going to be submerged, assimilated within Greek culture, such that Judaism would never survive? And this is ultimately the cause of the Maccabean revolt. Alexander himself died very young. He wanted to push on further east. His troops were exhausted, said, we've got to go home. He died on the way back, possibly by alcohol poisoning in his 30s. The empire was divided up amongst his successors, and as you can see from this map, Israel is right at the border between the Ptolemaic and the Seleucid kingdom. These are successor empires to Alexander. And so Israel went back and forth between these two empires. For the most part, your average Jew living in Israel would not have really cared who was in charge. They still have to pay taxes, but basically they could live their lives normally. But the urban elites, particularly in Jerusalem, were very much interested in who was in charge because they really wanted to adopt Greek norms to the highest degree possible. As I discussed and talked about this for an hour, a few weeks ago, not only were they adopting things like Greek names, Greek math, Greek literature, all kinds of elements of Greek thought, they were actually absorbing things which we would find really, contrary to basic Jewish values, such as, for example, the practice of the Olympic Games or athletic contests in general, which were always performed totally in the nude. They were supposed to be a celebration not only of physical skill, but also of the beauty of the human form. Like when you watch figure skating or gymnastics or something like that, it's like something amazing to see. So they had this, but they took it to the max by saying you have to perform it in the nude so we can really see the musculature and things like that. So Jewish boys, when they would go into compete in these competitions, the Greek audience would look at them and say, look at what the Jews do. They take a perfect specimen of humanity and they punch them up like that. So they were actually Jews who would go through a very primitive form of surgery called epispasm in an attempt to hide the mark of the circumcision, an attempt to look as pre-circumcision as possible. Very painful and crude operation, but it's referred to in the rabbinic literature as Hamechir Bris Avram Avinu, someone who denies the covenant of Abraham, our father. So this just gives you a sense of how far they were willing to go to try to absorb Hellenistic values. Things came to a head when Antiochus Epiphanes IV came to power in the year 174. He was a complete newcomer to the scene. He had actually been raised in Rome. He had no idea what the local situation on the ground was in Israel. And he kind of clumsily ingratiated himself with various corrupt high priests from Jerusalem who would promise him greater and greater treasures from the temple. So ultimately, after the Jews were squabbling between each other over how they could best please Antiochus, he said, okay, enough of all of this. We're going to right now Hellenize your country because we can't handle this strange invisible God that you have and so on. And he attempted to dramatically
kept by water, your
turn
animals
Israel
and you are going to
into
be
a
polluting it,
Hellenistic
messing it
country
up. So
by
they're back,
defiling
maybe
the
in
temple.
our modern terms,
This
about a
was a
kilometer
bridge
back.
too far.
You take the animals
And
to
he
the river
banned the observance of the
to drink,
Sabbath,
and then
banned
you take
public
them
study of
away.
the Torah, banned
You
circumcision,
do
of
not
course,
bathe in that
and we had
river.
a popular
You take
revolt
the water
led
away
initially
from
by
the river,
Matisyahu
and
and
you
then
bathe
by
away
his
from the
very
river, so
capable
you do
son
not pollute the
Yehuda
river.
Maccabee,
The
who
rules
ultimately
are
threw off
very
the yoke
strict
of
and
the
very
Greeks.
clear.
This is
From
a
the time of
defining
Genghis
moment
Khan
for Jewish culture,
about how
primarily
to
because
deal with
it
it. But also,
represented the first
it's
time
dangerous to live close
that
to
the
the river because
Jews
there are
were
flash
able
floods in
to
the summertime. You can
define
suddenly have
for
it, and it can wipe
themselves
away
how
if your
much
camp is
of an
right there by
external
the water.
culture they would tolerate and
So the
were
people,
willing to take up
they
arms to
live with
defend
nature in a
that
way that I
definition
don't
of
see anywhere
Judaism.
else in the
This is a
world.
picture from Gustave
And
Doré,
even
the
today, with
death
the
of
changes with
Eliezer,
the
who
cell
was one
phone
of the
and with
Maccabee
solar
brothers,
panels,
in
and they
a
could get
rather
TV
heroic
out in the
moment
middle
described
of
in
the
the book of
steppe.
Maccabees.
Still, they're
Eliezer
living a similar
thinks that
life.
Antiochus
The young
himself was
people,
on
of
one of
course,
the
want to
war
drive
elephants
a
that the
motorbike, but
Syrians
they're
had
still
brought
herding
into Israel,
cows and
and
yaks
he
and
dives
camels.
under it to
If it's
try
on a
and
motorbike,
kill
okay,
it.
they're still doing it the long
He
way.
is successful in killing the elephant, but then it collapses on top of him and he dies a death on the battlefield. So this is a really defining moment for Israeli Jewish self-identification, and that is ultimately the message of Hanukkah. It is highly ironic, of course, that it always falls out in December. So that's one of the times of year when Jews have the most pressure to try to conform to secular values and Christian culture. And I myself, I grew up just as an aside. I was the only Jewish in a very, very small town, and I used to feel terrible every Christmas because I never had a Christmas tree, and all my friends had Christmas trees. And
they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on a horseback, making targets out of leather pouches.
So that's now let us take this time to just reflect a little bit as we come to the end of this period. We have covered quite a bit of history. We've gone back from the very earliest period of Jewish history, and we've looked at the sources. Once we emerge through the kind of heroic period of the great kings, Saul, David, and Solomon, then we begin to actually see a lot of the biblical record really being reinforced by the archaeological record, especially with King Omri and his son Achaz, where there are multiple points of contact between other records and our biblical texts. The story continues for hundreds of years with the conflict between the Jews and their neighbors, usually not ending well for the Jews, but ultimately in a glorious act of rebellion. The Maccabees managed to define for themselves and really for posterity what it means to be a Jew. And this is perhaps the lesson we should take away from our understanding of this first period of Jewish survival. The existential threat of absorption within a very powerful culture is something that Jews continue to strive with, especially when they're living as a minority within very powerful host cultures. Jews must learn to find a way to identify themselves without ending in conflict with our neighbors, but at the same time taking out the boundaries of what it means to be a Jew in a contemporary period. So next week, God willing, we will continue the story, and we're going to go to the period of Roman domination, which begins in the year 66 before the Common Era, and through the very complex era of early Christianity. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The early Christians were all Jewish and represented a breaking away, let's say a breakaway million of global proportions, and we'll understand exactly what was going on within that very complex time. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame, an image of the synagogue as
whether or not they've
represented
reproduced in the case of the females.
woman,
All these
and
things
the
are
serpent wrapped around her head is indicative of alleged
a few years
blindness
ago,
to the truth
a
of
presidential
Christianity.
candidate
This is the
ran
kind of
under
material that we'll
the
God willing
slogan,
discuss next week.
raised in the
Thank you very
dust
much for your
of many
attention,
fast
and I look forward to seeing you next
Just
week.
resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. For Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that.
Last week was a very
They use a
difficult
very
lecture.
small
We looked
crop.
at some of the most difficult,
It's
most
a little bit
clearly
like a stick with
documented periods of Jewish history. We had to get into deep historiographic
Never
theory.
anything
Today we're
else.
going to
They're
read through a little bit
horrified
of
at
theory, but
Western
nothing
people
like
who
what we
use
did
metal
last week.
spurs.
We're going to look at the period of the Hashmonaim,
to harm the
the
horse and
Maccabean
stuff.
kings,
And
all
to
the way
harm the head
through
of a horse,
the Roman
they say
occupation
it's a
of
capital
Israel.
crime.
So we're talking
I don't know
about
anyone to say
basically about the year
But you never ever
165 before the
harm
Common
a
Era
horse's head.
through
So horses
63
are
before the Common Era, where the Romans came in,
important in every
and then
way.
we'll begin
Even
to enter
religiously
the
important
first
with the
century
making
of
of
the Common Era.
fermented horse's
We will
milk.
conclude with a
The
longer
mother
discussion
goes
of
out
the
every
emergence
morning
of
and
Christianity,
she
which
throws
is, of
salt to
course,
each of the
a
four
part of Jewish
directions
history in a very
to start
important
the
way,
day.
both in terms of
They
its
use it for
origins
every
and much
kind of
more so in terms of
thing.
the reverberations that we
Well,
have throughout the
some things
centuries.
puzzled me.
And next week, God willing, we'll
Once
continue
I
with that
remember one
period,
day
and
being
we'll
with a
look
very
at
nice
the
family. It happened to be on a gelding
unfortunate
day when they
first
were
Roman
up there
Jewish war,
gelding
destruction of the temple,
with
the
these stallions.
exile, whatever exactly that meant, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on.
Family, they had a bunch of
Hellenism
boys.
posed a phenomenal challenge
one or two girls,
to
like
the
4 or
Jews
5
of ancient
boys.
Israel. We should
And one
recall
boy
that the
was
challenge
maybe
of Hellenism
11 years
is
old.
ongoing.
He fell
We
from
are
the horse.
still
You couldn't see
very
it.
much
Not so far away. He
engaged
fell from the
in
horse.
trying to
It didn't
find
get
the
up.
right balance
No
between
one
what
moved.
is appropriate
They
secular
all kind of turned
influences, the
attention
outside
away.
world, on
And
our
I thought,
Jewish identity,
what am I
and
supposed to
how much
say?
is really
This
too
boy
much.
fell
And
down.
when
Somebody
is
go
it
get him.
that we cross the line and we end up assimilating
And then
and being
the boy was trying to
self-defeating
hobble
in our
back.
attempts
He
to
still had to raise
identify
those horses.
ourselves as
But
Jews?
he
So that
couldn't
was an
rebel.
incredibly
He was
difficult
trying to
challenge.
hobble back. So
And
his little brother went out to
the
help him come
response
in.
to it was the
And they came
Maccabean
into the
revolt,
gear and they
which
sat
for a
down.
brief period
The
of
mother
time
just turned her
kind of
back.
set a line in
I'm
the sand.
How on earth
Until
did you
this
do
point,
this? This is a
this is the
child. This is your
boundary. We're
child.
not going to allow more than this Greek influence
2
into
weeks
our
later,
lives. Now,
by
the reality
chance,
is, it was
another
a
boy
very,
who was
very
practicing for
short-lived
knockout,
victory. And in fact,
annual races,
Yehuda
like this boy happened
Maccabee,
to
as we
do.
discussed last week,
He was
and
off in an
more so
area
on
right
a longer
close
lecture
to
a
the
while
forest
ago,
and mountain
Yehuda
area.
Maccabee,
And the
he
horse
wanted to
bolted,
fight much
come off
harder
through
and
the
longer
woods.
than his
He was knocked off by a
colleagues.
tree, and then the
He
horse went
was faced
deeper
with
into
a
the
lot of
woods. The
war
boy followed
fatigue
him.
on
The
the
boy
larger
became
population.
lost.
And many Jews
The
at one
boy
point,
was 12
they
years old.
decided
He was
to
lost for
make
2
a
weeks.
deal with the Syrian
And he
Greeks
lived.
and say, listen, if you
I
let
would
us
have
go
died in
back to
48
the status
hours.
quo
He
ante,
lived. He said,
let
well, he
us go
slept in the
back to
daytime when
observing
it was
Shabbos
warm.
the
He
way we
walked
used
at
to,
night when it
learning
was
Torah the
cold.
way we used to,
Even though this was
practicing
the
our own
summertime, nights could
decisions
be quite
with
cold.
childbearing and
Let's
education, things
And
like
he
that. Then
sang
we'll be fine.
loudly
We'll continue
all
to
night long
recognize
to
you
keep
as
the
the
wolves
overlord.
away.
We'll continue
And
to
he
give
knew
you
what to
tribute and
eat.
so on.
And
Yehuda
he walked
Maccabee
until
wanted
he
to
found
fight to the
water
bitter
moving,
end,
and he
but
would
he
follow
was
that water down
unfortunately,
to
from
the
his position,
He
blindsided
lived.
by the Jews who
And
were
I
more
realized
moderate and wanted to come to
the
some
boy
kind of,
falls from the horse. His
modus
mother's not
vivendi
going to be
with
there.
the Syrian Greeks.
She knows
This
that.
is in
And it's probably hard for
164
her,
of the
too,
Common
to see
Era.
her
We
boy
nevertheless
suffer,
were able
but
to kind of mark that
she
as
knows.
a very important turning point, because that's when the
Just
temple
a
was
small tangent.
liberated and
There's
cleaned
a
from
wrestler named
much of
Gary
its
Coleman,
Hellenism
and he
influences.
tells a
However,
story
almost as soon as
about mental
the
toughness
hostilities
that
ceased, we were right back into it again.
the first time
Even the
he saw
Maccabees
truly
themselves, not so
mentally
much
tough
the
people was
immediate
when he
family,
visited
but certainly the wider
Mongolia for
society,
a
and
wrestling tournament.
especially the
And he
urban center
remembered
in
that they
Jerusalem,
were taking showers in
went
ice
straight
cold
back
water.
to their Hellenizing
And,
ways. I mean, there's
all
just
the
so
other
much
wrestlers had to
powerful
take the shower,
material
and then when the water
in
hits them,
the
you can see a
Greek
little
culture, and
grimace.
so the Jews
But
went
then
right
with
back.
Mongols,
I say
there
the
was
Jews, I
just
should really
nothing.
generalize
It
about
was
them, which reminds me
emotionless.
of a joke. I
They're
have to
like,
tell you this joke. I was thinking I would start with this joke,
ice
but I
cold
couldn't.
water
So the joke
or
goes
any
like
other
this. I
kind of
apologize,
hardship.
but maybe I'll cut it out of the internet.
You
The,
build a hardness.
Two Jews are walking down the street,
And I suppose that
and
falling from the
they see a
horse is
sign
an
in front of the
example
church.
that
We're
there's a
in front of
mental
Christianity
hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time is still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And finally, where I live, the rest of the rest of them they're trained in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain.
And Moshe waits outside.
There's a break, they go down, they take what they do not get in the water.
Finally, 2 hours
They take
later,
the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery
as we shall
that they've
see,
employed in war,
even after this great
the Mongols
conflagration of
were
but not to be in revolt. Once again, the social tensions of trying to figure out what's the appropriate measure of Hellenizing values and culture and society in Jewish identity continue to plague the Jewish population as a whole. It also led to heavy factionalism, where Jews fell into very clearly defined and highly oppositional camps. This continued right from the period of the early Maccabees all the way through the Roman occupation and into the first century. We'll see it very clearly when we get to the Testaments, the Christian scriptures, and look at the factionalism that was both there. So this is a very dark and difficult period of Jewish history that refers to, an ongoing intellectual a cultural struggle that sought to define what it meant to be Jewish. As I think about this, I reflect on the fact that, when we study Hanukkah in day school and things like that, we get this sort of impression that, the Greeks tried to oppress us, and we fought back, and kicked them out of the country, and everything was fine. And then somehow things all, within a couple of years, they all fell apart again. The reality is they fell apart, within the first decade after the rebellion. Did not take that military victory and translate it effectively into a social victory. The values did not penetrate the larger society, and as a result, the symptoms were still evident in the original disease. Okay, so let us, and that's what leads the factionalism ultimately leads to the national decay and the ease with which the Romans were able to occupy the country. By 3 years old, let us go into the sources and just do a little bit of historiography to understand how do we know all this stuff, where do we get all this information. So there are a few really important sources that we will use this week, and we will also return to next week as they're crucial for the ancient period of the world. The first is the incredible Flavius Josephus. The great news for us is that Josephus, for his era, was a remarkable historian. Really, we are so fortunate to have someone with such a grasp of the scope of human activity, of the arc, the narrative arc of events, the ability to capture in very gripping prose the drama of human history. The bad news about Josephus is it's Josephus that's writing these words. Josephus is an extremely complex figure, politically, personally, religiously, socially. And it's very difficult to tease out what exactly is Josephus trying to do. A very quick biographical note. Josephus comes from a fairly exalted family. He was a Kohen and associated with the services. He was born in 37 of the Common Era. He was of an aristocratic family. He went to Rome on a delegation as a young man, very impressed with Roman civilization. And when the first Roman-Jewish war broke out in 66, he ended up joining the Jewish rebels, trying to throw off the Roman yoke. But he shortly discovered that although he was a brilliant military commander, how do we know, by the way, that he was a brilliant military commander? Josephus told us. Josephus, he showed us all kinds of things, like, when he was 14 years old, all the rabbis came in with their questions and stuff. It's a rather amazing biography that he does. But at any rate, he decided, in a rather unusual story that we'll probably explore a little bit more next week, he switches sides and joins the Romans. And he ultimately climbs up the ladder, and he becomes the official court historian of the Flavian Empire. Vespasian himself, and he is responsible for writing the officially approved Roman history of the First Jewish War. It's an amazing work. Apparently, Josephus wrote an earlier version in Aramaic, which was the Jewish vernacular at the time, and it might have been very different, but we don't know what he would have said to his compatriots. What he didn't do was he wrote in Greek, which was the primary language of learning at that time, and widely circulated. And so he was essentially writing for his Roman captors. So everything we read about Josephus, we have to read through this lens of he's writing for an audience of one, Vespasian, who is his sponsor, and in fact he takes his name, Flavius Josephus. And it's hard to kind of read past that immediate political bias, but nevertheless, very important source. We will read it critically over the course of today and next week. Another interesting thing, why did Josephus survive when so many great historians of the period did not? Why did we know that there were many other historians? We have like little tiny scraps and fragments that are preserved in quotation in Josephus and elsewhere. One of the reasons why he survived is because he is really a talented historian, and also he was a shameless plagiarist. Whenever he found a really good piece of history, he stuck it in there, and it didn't really matter who actually wrote it originally. He just put his name on it. And so we have a lot of things that he went through all the Roman archives. He had great access to sources, and he preserved a lot of it under his own name. The second reason that Josephus survived is because he was a big hit with Christians. In particular, for this passage called the Testimonium Flavianum, which is one passage that occurs in Josephus' works that refers to Jesus. Now, most scholars believe that this is an artificial interpolation by an over-enthusiastic Christian copyist who wanted to say, well, how is it possible you have this historian living in first century Israel and he writes nothing about Jesus? How is that possible? There's also interesting passages, by the way, about John the Baptist. So it could be that this is completely fabricated. There are, however, some scholars who defend it as authentic, or at least based on some authentic kernels. But the kind of weird things about it, for example, it says here, about this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. Right? That's a very kind of Christological statement, like he's not a human being, he is divine. And that's not the typical thing that a Jew would write at the time, at least not a Christian Jew. For he was one who performed surprising deeds, was a teacher, etc., etc. He won over many Jews and many degrees. He was the Christ is the Greek term Christos, which comes from the Hebrew term Mashiach, or Mashua, meaning anointed one. Right? And of course, you read the Tanakh, where the great kings Saul, David, and Solomon, of course, are anointed with oil. So he was the anointed one, which in Jewish thought, particularly first century Jewish thought, means he was the appointed political, military, spiritual leader of the Jews. Just like King David is considered Mashiach, and the template for Mashiach, he was a warrior, a soldier, a general. He was also a poet, he was also a philosopher. So this is a kind of a strong statement to make. It's as if you're saying, oh, and by the way, in the middle of this history, which I'm going to get right back to now, I'd like to say that Martians landed on the planet. We were all amazed, and then we don't say anything about it for another 19 books in the series, which is a bizarre statement, and lends credence to the idea that this really is inserted by a later copy. Nevertheless, this passage really helped preserve Josephus as an ancient manuscript, and eventually it was published in the 16th century, I believe. The earliest citation of the Testimonium Flavianum is from the church historian Eusebius, which is quite early, 4th century, about the year 324, which is pretty significant. So, but I'll leave that with you if you want to do further research. Anyway, that's Josephus, a very important source for this period. We also have some interesting apocryphal books that survive. We looked at a little bit of this last week. The book of the Maccabees, which is not included in the Jewish Tanakh, but it was written around the same time as many of the later books of Tanakh were composed. The rabbis, if you're familiar with a few of the passages in the Talmud, they go through some of the great works of that period, and they either say thumbs up, this can be canonized, and they have debates over books like Song of Songs, which is pretty racy, just read it as a simple translation. Ecclesiastes, which, Song of Solomon, which also has some pretty cynical things in it, like the, Kesef Yana Esakoi. Money answers everything. I mean, that is a statement of fact, but it is one of these cynical things that you wonder should really be included in the Tanakh. So the rabbis said yes to many books, many others they simply said no. For one reason or another, theological or whatnot, they said this cannot be included in Tanakh. It was preserved in other traditions, like the book of Maccabees, the book of Tobit, and so on, and we have access to them, but they are not considered canonized in the Jewish scriptures. That has a lot of tremendous value for our period. We also have, of course, the Talmud, which is a difficult source to work with because it's not typically trying deliver historical information. It's trying to deliver ethical, philosophical, halakhic information, legal information, and it might be that historical elements are relevant to that discussion, but it's not ultimately the main task of it. We'll see, especially when we look at early Christianity, the Talmud does have some really important individual passages here and there about the birth of the church, and they have strong opinions about what that means. But by and large, it doesn't give us a lot of historical information like Josephus does. Penultimate example is we also have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was found in the Qumran region near the Dead Sea. This amazing mid-20th century find of these scrolls, which were apparently written by some of the really bizarre and outlandish groups, possibly the Essenes, as Josephus defines them, but they left behind these amazing works, sometimes copied sections from other books cherished by the Jews, the Book of Psalms, for example, and sometimes things that have no other reflection in any other Jewish work, and we're still deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls and what they mean for history. Finally, and perhaps not surprisingly, we have Christian scriptures. The Gospels, the New Testament as a whole, that term New Testament is theologically loaded because it implies that the Old Testament is kind of like out of date. You need to get a Windows upgrade. You've got to get a patch for the bugs and the old software, which is not necessarily how Jews would do, but pardon me if I use that terminology. The New Testament is essentially a Jewish work. It's written around the same time as many of these other works are composed. It's brought into textual form around the same time. The Mishnah, for example, although the Mishnah is relying on older oral tradition, nevertheless it's being composed as some kind of recorded document at the same time, and it's written by Jews, largely for a Jewish audience, and has tremendous historical data to our purposes. Obviously, still within a religious context. By the way, you can tell this guy is not Jewish. He might know the reasons. You can look at the icon in the background. Also, there's no Rashi there. He's not even learning all his fingers at all. And of course, you know, has no Chinese food on his desk.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like.
Okay, so that's it for the theoretical orientation to the main primary sources that we'll be relying on for tonight's presentation. Obviously, there's a very large secondary material that extends to the 21st century, but we're focusing on the 20th. So what happened with the Hashmonaim, the Hasmoneans, another name for the Maccabee kings that succeeded the successful Hanukkah rebellion? The Talmud basically glosses over many of their less than desirable activities and tends to focus on a fairly narrow band of transgressions. The most significant of which is that the Hashmonaim, the Maccabees, so not really the Maccabee family itself, but their descendants, arrogated to themselves both the role of high priests, right, Kohen Gadol, and kings. Now, as you can see, for example, in this point from Antigonus, which is one of the Maccabean kings from the first century on there, it's not easy to read it here, but on one side you have in Paleo-Hebrew, Kohen Gadol, who refers himself as the high priest, and on the other side, the obverse, it's written in Greek letters, Basileos, which means king. And the Talmud says that based really on a reading of a particular verse in the Bible, they really should be separate. It's not appropriate for a Kohen Gadol to also be the king. There should be a separation of powers between these two institutions, and to arrogate both of those to one family is definitely not okay. Now, this is true that the Maccabees and their descendants, the Hashmonaim, did focus power in themselves in this way, but when you actually look at the historical data, oh my gosh, this is the smallest of the things they're involved with. And I have to say, it's deeply disappointing to see that within a generation of the, the very independent spirited and religiously motivated Hanukkah rebellion, they're patricide, and they are arresting each other and torturing each other, and they are marrying people they shouldn't marry, and they are divorcing those people to marry other people they shouldn't marry, and it's just a whole litany of
should be based on merit.
It's really disappointing because it reads like a Shakespearean tragedy and just one leader after another. The Hashmonaim do not live up to the exalted view that we would like to have of Jewish kings. A couple of exceptions that I think are interesting for historical purposes. Yochanan Hirkanes here, one of the major leaders, he ruled from 134 to 104 before the Common Era, and he was a remarkably effective military leader. One of the most significant things that he did is he took the tiny Maccabean state and he expanded significantly to the south, to the other side of the Jordan River, and up to the north into Samaria, and significantly expands the boundaries of the kingdom. What's especially important for us in our period is that he takes his forces to the south, to Idumea, and he conquers the non-Jewish tribes living there, the Idumeans, and in what appears to be a one-off in Jewish history, he forcibly converts the Idumeans to Judaism. He forcibly requires them to take on circumcision, forcibly requires them to observe at least the externalities of Jewish practice, the Sabbath, kosher laws, and so on. I don't know exactly how well this was policed, but from the Idumeans came punishment to the Jews. That punishment was named Herod. King Herod was descended from the Idumeans, and it usually traced back to John Hirkanes's ill-timed decision to forcibly convert anyone to Judaism. And by the way, this is like the halakhic source why ever since then Jews have never coerced people to become Jewish, and there's theological ramifications behind that as well. But there's a high point a little bit later with Shlom Zion HaMalka, one of the most beloved of the queens of the period. Sometimes she's rendered as Salome Alexandra, and in the Talmud she's called Shlom Zion, Shout Zion, different varieties of that, but she's known popularly as Shlom Zion. Unlike her husband, who predeceased her, who is known for being an extreme persecutor of the rabbis in particular, it's said that he actually crucified thousands of rabbis, which is perhaps an exaggeration, but the fact that he would crucify anyone is awful. And she represented a kind of a turn back towards the rabbis, and she was considered a great friend of traditional Judaism. It was under her rule that the rabbis began to reassert themselves after the Hashmonaim, under their Hellenizing influences, had pushed the rabbis aside. And the Talmud says that during her reign, the land was blessed with an unusual amount of produce, that it seems like there was a pathetic policy that even the land itself responded to her rule. It was, however, short-lived. Immediately after she died, actually just before she died, she became ill. Her two sons got into a civil war conflict. She had named one of her sons, also named after her husband Hirkanes, that he should be the next ruler. Another son said, no, I really should be the ruler. My older brother is pathetic, and they immediately began to fight about it. Shlom Zion died before that fight could be resolved, but it almost immediately spiraled out of control. These two brothers managed to find a truce by dividing authority, which ironically was exactly what the rabbis wanted to happen. In that one brother said, okay, I'm going to be king, and you, the more reticent, the more receding brother, you're going to be the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. But Antipater, who was one of these Idumeans, said, no, this is not going to work. I don't want, I think his name was Antigonus. I don't want Antigonus.
How can they not know this is what Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
There's, anyway, this Idumean named Antipater said, you know what, I do not want to have this particular guy in charge. I'd rather have the Kohen Gadol brother, Hirkanes, be in charge, because I can dominate him more. And so he, to use the Idumean phrase, he mishtarain. He got involved and began to stir up the machlokas, and he invited the Nabateans from across the Jordan River to get involved in this fight. And it immediately
one of the
blew up
things you
again, the
write
Civil
about
War
in a
between the
general
two brothers.
is the
General
Mongols
Pompey,
don't
who's
get
shown here on the left,
written
a
about
Roman
almost at
general.
all.
Rome is always
don't
kind
get
of like
credit
floating around the outside here.
for,
Rome is not
with
directly
the
involved
military
in
tactics and
any
the
of these conflicts, but they are becoming a very important player on the
this kind of
geopolitical
idea
scene
of
of the
the
Eastern
infantry
Mediterranean, very
attacking the
active
flanks.
up in Syria, very active in Egypt. And
you know,
General Pompey, who happens to be in Syria at the time, he hears that there is this,
really wasn't military
bubbling
changes.
civil war
But there were
going
other
on
things
between
too,
the two brothers,
they
and he
didn't like
figures, I'll go
roads.
down to
You know,
Israel,
that just
and
didn't
I
like
will
the roads.
see if
So
there's
they would
any
often
benefit
be
to
coming
be
from
had
some
from this
direction that
conflict for
nobody
Rome.
ever came from.
Both of
And
the
the people would be
brothers,
unprepared for that.
warring with each other,
The most famous
vied
example is
for
probably
Rome's attention, and they both tried to
this is a
outdo each
beautiful,
other
wonderful little
by
city, a great
giving
place in the world
bribes to
to this
Pompey,
day.
hugely
And
expensive
they came
gifts,
across the
and
desert.
Pompey essentially realizes,
Well, nobody had ever
Rome
attacked
doesn't have
across
to
the desert,
choose
so
a
people
side
see
here.
dust coming.
We can just
They
simply
say,
take it over ourselves.
They don't even know what's
In
going
the
on.
year
But
63
it was the
before the
direction
Common Era,
that was a
he
surprise
simply does away
element in
with
that
these weak,
particular case.
ineffective,
So he was
and,
able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking,
bellicose
and
brothers,
to be able to
and he
surprise
takes
them.
direct control. He sacks the
Again,
temple,
felt
and
like to have
amazingly,
this Mongol
he
armada,
decides
the
to
horses.
broach the
Must have
confines
the
of the
ground was
Kurdish
shaking.
tradition
You
itself.
have that
He's
many
always
horses.
heard about
What do
the
you think it
Jewish
feels
religion,
like to
and
be
he
in a
wants to know,
town
what's like? What do
when
people
Genghis
do
Khan is
in the
approaching?
Jewish religion? And
Well,
he
I
wants
think
to
the
go into the
terror
Holy of Holies, which of
was
course
one of the
would only
greatest
be
weapons
entered
that he
by
had.
the high priest, and only on Yom Kippur, the
Cultivated
holiest
this
day of the year. He
reputation
goes
of
in himself,
ferocity.
and he comes
Not
out
only did he
disgusted.
win
He says
battles,
there's nothing
but
in there.
he didn't want people to write about him, as we
ridiculous.
said, but
He
he
also
encouraged
decides to really make his
refugees.
mark
And when
by
he conquered
defiling
the
the
city, he
temple by
always
bringing
made sure there were plenty of
with
refugees
him
to
to
go
the
to the
holiest
next city,
temple
because
ground,
it's going to
and
weaken
there
them, it's going to
performing an
weaken their,
act
their
that
food
has
supply,
gone
and they're
down
going
in
to
Jewish
terrorize
history
the people
as
with
part of
tales
the
of the
cycle of
millions
fast
of
days
people
that
that the
has
Mongols
happened.
killed
That
with their
marks the
steel
end of
chiseled
the
teeth,
experiment
eating
of the
children, and all kinds of
Maccabees. A
horrible
hugely
tales.
degrading
Genghis
moment.
Khan encouraged it.
Roughly 100 years
This
after
is
the Conical
propaganda.
Rebellion,
It's terrorism
Jerusalem
of
is
a
no
mental
longer
sort to
independent
weaken
in
the
any way,
enemy
shape, or form,
until when
and
you hear,
the temple is completely
or
under
even
the
if you know
control
they're coming,
of
you
the
see the
Roman
dust, you
authorities.
hear them,
However, we should
the kind
understand
of
how
roar
the
that comes
Romans
with
intended
all
to
those
rule.
horses and the
So
trembling of the
there was
earth.
something called the
It must have
Pax
been truly
Romana,
terrifying.
the Roman
It's a
peace.
psychological
And this was
warfare.
always said
Was a part of
by
the
the
process.
inhabitants
But
of
as
the
I
Roman Empire
understand,
with
there's
tongue in
always
cheek.
an offer for the
The
towns and the
Romans,
territories being attacked.
their method of
For them
government
to
was really
surrender
something
peacefully
novel
without the
in the
loss of life.
historical
And the
annals of time, in
alternative
that
would be
they were
the
not
near complete
specifically
loss of life.
interested in
Can you speak to
dominating
that?
the population
Genghis Khan had
and
a
eradicating
precise
their
system.
individuality.
Exactly.
Really what they
He sent
wanted
in
was
envoys
simply
first to
exploit
explain
the
to the
population
people a little bit about the
in the
Mongols.
most effective
Already
manner
much was
possible
known,
to
but to explain to
increasingly
them
take
that if they
tribute
surrendered,
from those
all
lands,
the lives would be
to
spared,
expand their
and they could
boundaries,
continue in
and
their
they had no
professions.
real
It's
special
just that now
interest
the rulers
in
would be the
destroying
Mongols.
any
They would have to pay
civilization that they conquered.
taxes, and used to be the
There
same
were some,
taxes as
especially the
before.
German
But now
tribes,
they
that
would go
began
to
to
the
pester them, and
Mongols.
they had a
It
different
was kind of
attitude
the general
towards them.
system.
But the
And
Jews,
because you only have
especially in the
100,000
first century before the
soldiers,
Common
you
Era,
can't leave a
they were
detachment there.
content to simply say,
So
okay,
you're
fine,
going to leave the
we're
local
going to
people in
take over
charge
now,
to run their
and you
country,
can go back to running things the
their
way you
city, or
do,
their
as
area,
long
the
as
way
you
they have done
continue
in
to
the
give us
past.
tribute, as
He
long
was
as you follow our
absolutely
basic,
faithful to that.
civil
In
religion
one
that doesn't
episode
really
in
put
the
too many
north of
demands on you.
Persia,
We will
modern
even
Iran,
give you lots of
his
privileges.
son-in-law,
Your nobility
Rothschild,
gets to be
violated
Roman citizens.
that
You
and were
have all
stealing
kinds
and
of,
looting
they
from the
would
people
pull
who
off the
had
highest
surrendered.
members of society, and it
Genghis
was
Khan
a
called
very,
him
very
in,
effective method of
and
governance.
he stripped
And
him of his
by
rank,
and large,
and he
unless you were a
said,
slave, and
the
there were a
next city,
tremendous number of slaves
you
in
go
Roman society,
first.
but if you were a
As a
free
common
person
soldier. And of course,
was actually not so much different from
I don't know
life
the
under the
name of the daughter,
Maccabees or life
unfortunately.
under the Syrians
But anyway,
before that.
there's a close relative
We
to
should
him
understand
that
that
he was killed in an
what we
incident
call
that his fault. So
anti-Semitism
that was the law.
today was
So then,
born
if
around
the
this time.
city
Now, there are
fought,
some, I'm not
and
going to get
Rome
into
won,
the
they did not kill
hashtapic
everyone.
elements of the
What they did
philosophic
was
elements,
they killed all the leaders.
the famous statement of Rabbi Shimon
They
Bar
felt like
Yochai,
the elite had
Esau,
not
son
served
of
them well.
Yaakov, that
And they usually
Esau,
killed the
he hates
army
Jacob.
because they
That's
couldn't
something really
incorporate
for
the
the
army
rabbi to
into
talk
their
about.
rules.
But if you
The
look
army
at the
failed.
history of
But the one thing that
anti-Semitism
they
as an
valued,
ideology,
all the
this is
artists,
something that
everybody who had
we'll
a skill,
explore in greater
and that
detail
skill could be
when we get
making
to
a
the medieval
pot,
period.
it could be hammering out
Anti-Semitism
a
is a
metal
unique
plate,
antipathy
it could be
because
weaving
it
carpets,
is something,
it could
it's
be
a virus
translating
that
or
is
just
able to
reading and
adapt
writing.
to widely
Every person with a skill was spared.
So when you look at the history of anti-Semitism, it
The
goes
killing
through
of the people who
four
were defeated
easily
wasn't so
definable
severe.
periods. The
What
first
was
period
truly
is what we
severe
call
was if you surrendered.
xenophobia, or the
And
fear
many of them
of
did,
the strange,
and then they knew
the
they would
fear of the
not be
different.
harmed,
If
so
you
they're not
look at
harmed.
the
The Mongols go on,
numerous
the Mongols are hundreds
anti-Jewish
of miles
statements
away.
that are in
And
the
all to
Greco-Roman
forget
corpus
about
of
the
literature,
Mongols. Genghis
they're
Khan said we're never
primarily
supposed to send
directed
so many
at
cows or
how
sheep.
the
Well,
authors are
forget
unable
about the
to
Mongols.
understand
They're far away.
Jewish difference. For example,
No, he
Jews, of
stopped.
course, take off one day a
He
week for
returned.
Shabbat,
He
which
conquered the
was,
city.
a tremendous
killed everyone.
ratio of days
That's the
off
way
to
it
days
worked.
working
So
for most
the
of the
most
ancient world.
drastic
And so
slaughter
Jews were
happens
accused of being
when there's
lazy.
an agreement and
These
there's
Jews, you can't
betrayal.
get them to work more than 6 days in a row.
As it
Then
turned
they've got
out,
to
I
have a
would
break.
say it was
You
more
know,
the Middle East
and that was
what we call
considered,
the around
that's
Iran
basically because they didn't
and
understand our
Afghanistan,
culture.
where these
Similarly,
were the worst
we were
cases.
accused of being
And,
misanthropic, that is,
Actually,
hating other people,
only
being
in
clannish,
Afghanistan did
because
sometimes
the only
the
people,
emotion
the
of the
only
slaughter
way we would recognize other people
take
as
over,
Jewish is
unfortunately.
if they
But
underwent
he had a
circumcision for
grandson
males,
who we
obviously,
loved very
and
much.
they,
And that grandson
conformed to
traveled
our
with
standards of
him.
behavior. That was
He had
considered
the
like,
happy
what do you mean?
childhood that Muji
We
did not have.
worship all gods
And
here.
I think
Why
Genghis Khan
can't you
just
just
loved
worship ours
that
as well?
about him.
We'll just,
But in
and Romans thought
Afghanistan,
that it
he
was like
was
a
sent off
gesture
to
of kindness and
conquer the valley
hospitality
of
to
Babiyan,
simply take
where
the
the
gods
Greek
of whatever
brothers
place
are,
they conquered and
He
put
was
it in
sent
their
to
own temple.
Babiyan,
And so it was just like,
as it
very
says in
pluralistic, so
Persian
to speak.
history,
Jews were misanthropic.
thumb
Jews were clannish and hated other people because we would
fired
not
an arrow
extend similarly
that
pluralistic
shot him
values
down.
to other societies.
He was
So
killed.
it's hard to say that the Romans, especially
Genghis Khan,
before the
he had
Roman
never
Jewish
lost a
War
family
of
member.
the end of the first
Not one.
century, had
None of
any
his sons, none of his
special
grandsons
antipathy
in battle.
towards Jews.
He had not
It
lost
was
them.
basically
But
a
now to
cultural
lose the
conflict,
most
cultural struggle
valuable
between
grandson
Jews
you have,
and
the one
Greeks on the
that's
one,
your
sorry,
pride and
Romans and
joy
Greeks
and
on the one
so
hand,
praise.
Jews on the other. This
And so
will
he
change
called the
dramatically
father
with the birth of
his own
Christianity,
son
as
to
I
him.
hope to show you shortly.
And did not tell him,
And I
and did
mentioned
not
already the
announce
nature
him
of
to
one
the
world
public.
is backwards. So what
His son
exactly
came,
happened to the political
and the
life
son
of
didn't
Jews
know
in
why he
Israel?
was being
So the
summoned.
Romans, according
Genghis
to
Khan
their
said,
notion of Pax Romana, they basically said,
"You have to
fine,
tell me
we
that
are in charge right now,
you
but
will
you
not
can keep on doing
cry
same old.
or moan
We will allow
when
you
I
to
tell
have
you
your own
this.
kings. The only thing is,
But your
the
son is no
kingship
more."
is no longer hereditary. Every
the father
king must be
no one was
confirmed
allowed to
by
moan.
the Roman
No one
emperor
was
or
allowed
the
to cry.
Senate.
No one was allowed to do anything.
And we will set the
Just
amount of the tribute that you have to pay
said,
and so on. So they had
"Make
kings,
them
and Jewish
cry."
kings did continue well into the
No,
first century
he came
until
down on the people of
the death of
Afghanistan.
Herod, really, shortly thereafter. So
So
these kings were
harshly.
just puppets of
And it went
Roman
on for
authority and
weeks and
religious
weeks, the
subservience,
killing in
sometimes called
Afghanistan.
client kings.
And then
Okay.
I just kind of
One
warned
of the
him
most
out. He recognized
infamous
that
of them, and perhaps the most
allowed
powerful
his
of these client
emotions to
kings, was
overcome
the incredible
practicality
Herod.
and
I would like
slaughtering
to
of
spend
these
a
people
lot of
should
time on
stop.
him, but I realize
That's
that
what
if
he
I
did.
even start,
It's the
we'll go
only
down
time
a road
I
that we
know
will
of that he really
not
kind of
easily
lost
emerge
control
from.
of his own
Let me just say
emotions.
two very quick things about him.
And it's something
On
we
the
can all
negative
understand,
side,
but his
he
response
was
was
a
truly extreme.
bloodthirsty,
We will not cry, we
savage,
will not mourn. They will
overly
cry, they will mourn.
sensual,
So that
murderous.
goes
I can only
against
think of all kinds of these nasty, awful
the
words
cold,
to him. He killed
rational
off
way he
his
approached,
several of his wives. He married 10 of them,
which
by
is
the way.
peace is
He
offered,
killed off several of his children.
and then
He
betrayal is
even murdered his
punished.
mother-in-law.
I should,
Maybe I
he
should
did
put
not
that in
slaughter the
different
people
order,
in
I
peaceful
think. But
towns.
you
What
know,
happened
he's like,
was
he was just
killing
paranoid of
of
all
the,
kinds of
what people
plots
thought
behind
was
his
the
back. Actually,
Harry
his
William
mother-in-law was in
of
fact
Genghis
plotting
Khan.
behind his
Killing
back.
of him
But
revitalized a lot of
a
people's
completely
homes,
brutal
and a lot of cities
individual,
revolted. The
very
ones who did not
effective
revolt
leader,
were not
though.
killed.
He
But the cities who were
developed very
revolted,
close
he killed
relations
them
with
all.
Roman
It was a
authorities,
mass
and he
slaughter.
wielded his
There
power
are
with
estimates
tremendous
that
efficiency
Genghis
in the
Khan
land of Israel.
and his
And so
Mongol
he was definitely not favored by the Jewish society as a whole because of his rapacious nature. Just to give you one sense of it, and it's probably the most dramatic of it. He himself was the Idumean, right? His father was Antipater, who we mentioned earlier. So he came from Idumean stock, and fairly recent Idumean stock. So he always had kind of like, there was a question mark or an asterisk about his appropriate to be the king of Israel. The reason he came to power is because his father essentially engaged in plotting, and then when his father was assassinated, he was able to take control. So one of the things that he did to try to cement his authority is he married one of the last of the Hashmonaim queens.
than
One
other
named
conquerors
Mariana.
in
He married actually
history,
two women named
and
Mariana.
other
But this one
countries
was
today that
the
fought
last of
wars,
the
including
Maccabees
our own
herself.
country.
And
If
he
whatever we are
loved her
willing to
deeply,
permit our
but
country
was
to do,
extremely
we
suspicious
should
of
be
her.
able to
At one point,
understand
for
why
example,
Genghis
when
Khan
he had
of
to
the
go off on
Mongols
a
did it.
dangerous mission,
You look
he left
today
orders
in the
behind
world, people are
that if he
killing
falls in battle, he wants no one else to marry her,
children,
so she should be
women,
killed if
civilians,
news comes back
every
that he has
day.
been killed.
Every day.
Of course, the
There's always
guard,
in the name of something, in the name of
feeling
peace, or in the name of
generous,
God,
decides to tell
or in the name
Mariana,
of
so when
our
Herod
nation.
does survive, he
There
gets
are
back
always
and kills the
reasons for
guard.
killing.
Then he later
And the
will
United
kill
States
Mariana
is
himself. But as the
certainly
Talmud tells us,
involved
and
with
Josephus as well, he was
supplying
so
the weapons for
consumed
bombing
with
people,
grief
invading
and rage that he
Afghanistan,
had killed his beloved
invading,
Mariana, that he
fighting
actually had
in
the body
Iraq,
preserved
fighting
in
in
honey, so
Syria.
he could still spend
The
time
United
physically
States is
with
very
her
involved. And
after
there's
he
always,
had
oh,
killed
but
her.
we're defending
This is the
democracy.
kind of person
Yeah,
we're talking
we
about.
brought a hell of a
But
lot
on
of
the other
democracy
hand,
to Afghanistan.
he was a great
We
builder
killed a lot
of
of
his
people.
works. And he dotted the Jewish countryside
If you even
with
look back at World War
amazing
II, our great
physical
moment
structures. He
for
built the
democracy
city
and
of
bringing freedom and
Caesarea on the
democracy
coast,
to Germany.
a new port
We
city
dropped atomic
with
bombs on
phenomenal,
Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military
amphitheaters
targets.
and
We were not doing
great
anything
ports
strategic
and all kinds of things like that.
against the
He
country
built
other
he
than
was a builder of
terrorizing
tremendous
the country
imagination.
by killing
He built
women
up
and children.
his palace
That's
at
America.
Masada,
That's us.
amazing.
My father fought in
sense
that
of
war.
space
He fought in
and
all. He fought in
placement and
Vietnam. He fought in
architecture,
that war.
and of
And he
course his
fought in
most
Korea.
famous achievement, which we
And
revere
he was
here
good.
today, is he
America,
renovated
there's nothing wrong
the
with it.
temple.
And I'm not,
The
I don't
walls
even
that
condemn
are formed the
America,
Western
but
Wall
I'm saying,
today,
how
especially
can
the
we
higher
condemn
bricks,
one set
are
of
all
people for doing
installed
it
by Herod.
and then
Not
excuse it in
necessarily a
ourselves?
nice guy that we want
We
to
tend to
remember
do
in a
that.
positive light,
We,
but nevertheless,
especially
he is
barbarian
associated
people,
with
people from
rebuilding
the
the
steppe,
temple.
for example.
This is one of the most
We
important
tend to
of the
demonize
Client
them.
Kings. He
Or any
ruled for a long
enemy
time
we
and had a
have,
major
we
impact
tend to
on the
demonize
land.
them.
And he
said a
forms
lot of
a
interesting
very
things
important
there.
role
So,
in
one, it's
Christian
just
history
the
of
very
the period as
nature
well.
of war.
But let us go
War's how
to the Jewish society. I've kind of spent a lot of time in sort of the royal
sometimes
political
things like
history,
dropping
talking about the
they
heads of
talk
society.
about
What about society as a whole? So
an act of
this is an amazing picture
essentially
by
terror
Karl Schleicher,
in the same
and
style
the
as Genghis
title
Khan,
is Eine Streitfrage aus
in
dem
an attempt
Talmud,
to prevent further
an argument question from the Talmud. I remember
This is
my grandmother
justification.
around
People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy.
You have this
In World War
phenomenon
II,
of two
but what
Jewish
happened?
opinions
We
that
went to war in
basically
Korea. We
reverberates
went to war in
throughout
Vietnam.
history.
We
And
bombed
there are
Cambodia. We
several
bombed
major
Laos.
groups who are
We
active at
bombed
this time.
Afghanistan.
The
We bombed Syria.
fissures between
We
these
bombed
groups
Iraq.
can be traced
We're
back to
always
the
fighting
earliest
for.
Maccabean
I'm
period,
not a
where we
pacifist.
already see
I
them
am not.
beginning to form
I grew up
distinct camps.
surrounded
So let's
with
just go through
soldiers,
them very
and
quickly.
I'm not a
The first
pacifist.
are the
But
so-called
I am trying to be a
Pharisees.
realist.
The
all
term
nations
Pharisee
kill.
is very well known in
It
the
happens
English language,
everywhere.
primarily because
Can
of
we
its use in
universally
the
also
Christian
then,
Gospels,
the way you're
where it
passionately
is a term of
criticizing wars of the
appropriate,
20th century,
where if you
can we
don't
also
like someone, you
criticize
call them a
Genghis Khan and
Pharisee, and the term
Alexander the
Pharisee
Great,
is basically
and
synonymous
the wars
with
fought by
hypocrite.
Caesar and others
But
in
the
the Roman
Pharisee
Empire?
is just a
And
translation
they're
of the
essentially
Kibbutz Perushim, which refers to
wars of
those who
conquest.
separate. And
And
these were the
in some
rabbis, essentially. They
human
are the
way were
intellectual
not necessary,
inheritors
or
of
were
the
not
oral traditions
defensive.
that have become
They're just part of
enshrined
this
as our
human
intellectual
drive
heroes
to
in the Mishnah, the
expand,
Talmud,
to explore,
Shammai of Talia
and to
and Hillel,
accumulate power.
Shammai,
Maybe this is a good place to also talk
Rabbi
about
Yehuda
something I
Nasi,
respect a
Rabbi
lot,
Akiva,
Dan
Rabbi, all
Carlin
of these
of
people throughout the
Hardcore History
centuries
Podcast.
are members of
He
this
did
particular
an
group.
amazing
And
series
why
on
they were called
Genghis Khan and
separators is
Mongols
because
called The Wrath
they
of the
felt
Khans. I
that
recommend
they
people go
could
listen to
not
it.
control
So
the
he had a
vector
lot
of
of interesting ideas there.
the
One of them, he
Sadducean
presented the idea of
movement that
historical
was overly Hellenizing,
arsonists.
since they could not
So referring to
control
figures who cause
the
the mass
temple and make
destruction,
sure
but
that it
also paved
observed
the way
halakha,
for new
it was much
developments
more
and progress.
Greek than they liked, so they simply
Basically
separated
making this
society.
complicated
They
case that
formed these
destruction often in
charismatic
history
disciple circles where people were attracted to them because of their humanistic teachings and their inspirational ways, their great humility, and they formed really an intellectual tradition that is the basis of Judaism to this day. Those are the good guys in the Jewish story, but they are the hypocrites in the Christian story for reasons we showed. On the other hand, you have the Sadducees. The term Sadducee comes from the term of the name Sadok, who's one of the early Kohanim, and since they were associated with the temple ritual in particular, they call themselves the Sadokites, or in English, the Sadducees. Now, not all of them were Kohanim by any means, but they were so called because they retained control of the temple ritual. Even after the Maccabees were able to cleanse it of Hellenistic influences, the Hellenists essentially pushed right back in, and maybe they were a little bit more careful about what they brought into the Beis Hamikdash. They didn't have idols in the Beis Hamikdash more, but we did have unsanctioned renovations, for example, which actually caused riots in the streets of Jerusalem. The Sadducees were much more worldly than the Pharisees. They were less associated with the common classes. They were much more urban rather than rural, much more educated, and they had a Hellenotropism. They focused their minds towards Greek culture for all the reasons that we discussed
Also, I think we need to look, where does the
then you
destruction
have
come from? And it often
really
comes
from
because
the
powers around
period
them
of Pompeii onwards,
so
but accelerated throughout the first century, a group of people called the Canonians or the Zealots. And these are people who long for the political independence that they hope to achieve under Yehuda Maccabi. And the more that the Romans exercised their power over Jews in Israel, the more they demanded tribute, the more the Zealots gained strength. We will discuss that next week. A lot of the early Zealot movements that really began in the Galilee, northern part of Israel, and build up to the eventual Roman-Jewish war. But these are people who are usually more closely associated with the Pharisees in terms of their connection to the larger people, but they advocated a violent resistance to the Romans. The Pharisees basically gave up. They said, it's really not for us to try to challenge the will of God by putting people in authority over us. The Sadducees were like slavishly imitating and wanted to join the Romans essentially, and the Zealots wanted to fight against them. The final group that is significant in this period are what Josephus calls the Essenes, and they're perhaps the most mysterious of the groups. The Essenes are people who separate radically from society, who they may have formed the core of the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. They practice all kinds of bizarre family practices and so on, and they also felt like they were living just on a moment of something like a rapture, that they felt like obviously God is going to send the Messiah any day now, check your watch. Happen any moment. And a lot of the writings left behind in the Dead Sea Scrolls are like apocalyptic in nature, very, the world is going to be destroyed in just a few moments, and then these things going to happen. And read like the book of Revelations and things like that. So these are the four major groups of intellectual orientation of the Jews that are all one big steamy mess in Israel at the turn of the year zero.
And that affects the
Let us now go to
the unification
the
of China.
Christianity and try to understand where exactly
step in the
this
history
fits
of China.
into the entire picture.
That permeates
Here's a painting from
today.
Mark Chagall. It's
And then there's a lot of
ironic,
stuff
he
that
began
we'll
in
talk about,
1938
religious
calling
freedom,
it white crucifixion. He
postal
actually painted
network,
quite a
the trade
few
routes,
depictions
all
of
this.
Jesus on
There's
the
a lot
cross
of
in the immediate
progressive
pre-World War II
consequences
era.
of the Mongol
But it underscores the
conquest
point
of
that we have to
Empire.
bear in
We'll
mind
talk about
that the
but let's
early
linger
Christian
on
movement
the
was all
heavier
Jewish.
topics for a little bit
Jesus,
longer.
of course, was Jewish.
We're talking
The
about
apostles are
Colin.
Jewish. And everyone they're speaking to is Jewish. Some of the major debates they're having are intensely Jewish. Like one of the very important questions is,
as being a bit too
should Christianity be for Jews,
emphasizing
or
and
is it
focusing
for the world as a whole?
a
And
lot of
if
the
you want to
positive
say it's for
impacts
the world as a
correctly and
whole,
accurately,
so does that mean that
not
if you want to
giving
be a
enough
Christian, you
airtime
also have to
with
keep kosher
describing
and observe Shabbat?
the brutality,
And if you want to say no, you don't have to
the
observe
hell that is war.
kashrut and Shabbat,
So
things like that.
can you understand
Then
this criticism?
why did God command it in the first place? How do we understand the very lore of the Jewish people? Is Christianity a Judaism plus? Or is it some radical new departure? These are all really important questions that the early Christian movement were debating at the time.
It's not that I want to deny the warfare, but that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about
King of the Jews? So,
how the
based
wall
on
was
the
broken
sources that we
down,
have, and here we
how
go,
this
look
unit
deeply, of
was
course,
defeated,
at the
and all.
Christian sources
No, it's
themselves,
what comes
which are highly
afterwards.
problematic. They're not
Which is just
written
the story
by
of our life
direct
begins far
observers of the
earlier
life
than
of
we are
Jesus.
born.
They're written
The story of our
decades,
life goes
sometimes
on
in
for a long
centuries
time
after the life of
afterwards.
Jesus.
If you have a
Perhaps
nation
based on the
of 1
kernel
million
of
people,
representation from
and you are ruling
actual
over
witnesses, however,
hundreds
and we
of
try to
millions of
glean some
people,
kind of content about what's the historical reality of this individual, what did he stand for, how
you
do
do not
relate
do
to
that
his
through
peers, and so
warfare.
on.
You
And what
conquer
we
them
see,
and
for
straight
example,
through
when we look
warfare,
at the
but you do
Gospels,
not
the full
rule them
Gospel
through
at the beginning
warfare.
of the
You've got to be
Christian
offering
scriptures,
something that they
the
want,
first three are
something
called the
that they
so-called
like.
synoptic
And all the things
Gospels because they
mentioned from
basically
the
are a
trading system, the
synopsis of
postal
each
system,
other.
the religious
Meaning if
freedom,
you lay
the
out
rights
the
of women,
events
the rights of
described in the books
minorities,
of Matthew,
these were
Mark, and
things
Luke,
that people
you can
responded
basically
to.
like make three running
So
columns.
the
There
world
are some
benefited
difficult contradictions
tremendously
between them occasionally.
from
That's
the
the
life of
stuff
Genghis
of
Khan.
lots of
All we
Christian
want to
theology.
talk
But in other words,
about,
the
and I
first
don't
three
deny it, is the
more or less hang
conquest
together.
part.
The
Okay,
fourth
that's
one,
20
the
years.
Gospel according to John,
If
is
it went on for
radically
another
different. It's believed
150
to be written
years,
quite a bit later, and
there's more
it
to the
has a
story
much
than
more
just
strident
conquest.
anti-Jewish
And
tone.
there is a
In
point
fact, one of the
that you
things you can
correctly
see in the Christian
identify,
scriptures is
also
that
written about Native
Jews
Americans and so on,
progressively come
that
across worse and worse
history does
as we
seem to
move
be
towards
written
the
by
later
the
books of the
non-barbarians,
Christian
but
scriptures,
in
and
reality,
that's
history is
possibly
not
a
divided
reflection
in this
of
kind of way, and the
the
barbarians
growing
are not these crude,
centralization of the Christian movement.
brutal,
In the
plain,
beginning,
simple people.
everybody's
That
Jewish.
there's
We're having a Jewish
sophisticated,
discussion.
deep
We're having an
culture
argument within the
as well.
family. But as you move
All the
on a few
different
generations, more and
kinds
more
of people that
non-Jews
came
join
that
this new Christian movement,
I guess
and then
if
it
there's
becomes
one
more of like
thing
an
that I
us
try to
versus
do
them.
in my career
And that
of
us
writing
versus them, the
is
Jews
to
are
get
somewhat
us to
else. They're
recognize
not us
the
Christians.
importance of
That leads
tribal
to much
people
more
in the history of
hostility.
the world.
But when
We
you
tend
look
to
at the
have two
synoptic
categories
gospels,
for
for
them.
example,
There are
you see that
barbarians who
Jesus
kill people
often
and eat
has
one another,
fairly
or
intense,
they are
difficult
victims and we should feel sorry
discussions
from them
with
and
the
nostalgic
Pharisees in
about
particular.
everything about them. Maybe
And
wear
they
some of their
argue about
beads or some of
things
their
like,
clothing to show how
when I
much
first
we
read it, I was
sympathize with
thinking to
their
myself, how
suffering.
can Christians
That's the two
possibly
roles for
read this
tribal
and
people.
understand
I'm
it
trying to
properly?
show them in
One
a
of the
different
things the
light.
Pharisees approach
They
Jesus with, and they ask him
conquered,
like a
yes,
really
they were
pointed question.
conquerors, but
They say,
they also
is
created
it
great
true
things
what
in
we're
the history of
hearing,
the world.
that you
And
and
the
your
Mongol
followers
Empire
do not
was
wash
really
your
the first
hands
modern
before
empire
eating?
in the way that I'm
So
putting
if you
together
are
that
familiar with
story.
Orthodox Jewish
And
practice,
Genghis Khan was
obviously what are they
the
talking
genius
about?
behind that, who
Materials
created
Diet, right?
this
Ritual
idea that there
washing
could
of
be
the
one
hands. That
world
you've got to
in which
wash
there
your
would be
hands with
one
a
set
particular
of
kind of
supreme
vessel.
law,
It's
but
got to
all
be so
people
much
could
water,
follow their
and
own
before
laws.
certain kinds
You
of
could have
foods, and it is a
any religion you
rabbinic
wanted, but
enactment.
ultimately you had to obey kind of the great
Obeying the
ethics of the
authority of the
sky.
rabbis. Rabbi
There were
Akiva,
things
for
like that
example, famous
about
story in
his
the Talmud,
vision.
when he was once in prison
And I think
and he only
very
had a
few
small
people
amount of
in
water,
history
he had to
had
decide, should I drink
a
it
vision.
or should I wash
And I
until
look
he
around
died?
the
He
world
chose to
today
wash his
in
hands
my
rather
lifetime.
than transgress the rabbinic decree.
The
To
time
give you a
of
sense of like
Roosevelt's
how
death. I look around,
attached you were to
I don't see
the
much.
rabbis. And so what they were
I
asking
see
him
lots of
is really,
slogans,
do
lots
you
of
recognize
talk,
the authority of the
policy
rabbis? And they give the
papers. Oh
example
my God, we
of
could
washing
produce it.
hands. But if you're not familiar with that,
Where's the
you're
vision?
thinking to yourself,
So
what is this?
we're going to have
Christians
peace,
like
we're going to have a better
unsanitary or
life,
something?
and
They didn't
vote
wash their hands
for me
before
or
eating.
vote for my
Well, wash
party.
your hands before
We're
eating. Everybody
really
does
for
that.
the
But
people.
that's the kind of
and we're-
intense debate that would go
What
on
the heck are they
that gives you
talking
a sense
about?
of how they would
There's no
disagree
vision
with you.
here.
Another
What is
debate
this
that's
country?
really
What should this
prominent
country
in
be?
the
What is this
Gospels
world?
is
How should we?
Jesus'
No vision.
miraculous healing
Well, those figures, I
on
mean,
Shabbat.
they're rare.
Right? Like, why is it the rabbis are so upset that he's healing people with various various demons and leprosy and blindness and things like that
capture
on
the public
Shabbat.
imagination.
And so the way to understand that is you really have to penetrate the laws of healing on Shabbat. And there's much more to say here, but we all
all those things.
the nature, the intensity of the debates of the Pharisees indicates that Jesus himself is closest to the Pharisees of all the other groups. Heavily influenced by, for example, Hillel, and many of his most important quotations are really quotations of Hillel, or Hillel's quotation use of scripture and so on. He's really within that camp in many, many different ways. And there's a fascinating passage that gives us some insight into how the rabbis do this. The Gemara in Sota,
inspire
Mem Zayin 47, which is actually omitted from most of the printings of the Talmud because it talks about Jesus. And the Jewish printers were concerned that the censors would remove it and so therefore it was self-censored. It was later returned to the Talmud on the basis of Yemenite manuscripts and so on. But even the Vilna Shas, if you've got anything published before, let's say, I don't know, 2000, you probably don't have this particular passage. It's a fascinating passage in which the rabbis are discussing how not to be a teacher. And one of the things they say is the right quality of a teacher is a teacher must draw the pupil close with the right hand, right? The closer hand, the stronger hand, but at the same time, push away with the left hand. In other words, the teacher has to maintain a professional distance. There is a power difference between student and teacher. But you want to make your students feel like you care about them, you draw them in, but at the same time, you push them out. Not, says the Talmud, like Rabbi Yeshua ben Prakia, who was Jesus' teacher. And it's an amazing passage. Essentially, that passage in the Talmud is saying, we're not going to go into the problem of Jesus, we're going to go into the problem of his teacher. Rabbi Yeshua ben Prakia did not treat his students properly. He pushed them away with both hands. It's a remarkable passage in the Talmud. We're running a little short on time, so I'm not going to go through it. But basically, that was kind of like an indication of how the rabbis felt, perhaps at least in the reading of this passage, that Christianity was kind of like a missed opportunity. That here were all these Jews who were observing a different kind of past, and had they not been alienated by being pushed away with two hands, perhaps we would not have had the breakaway minions that became the real of Christianity. Much more to say about this, but listen to that. On the other hand, I mentioned earlier the book of John. The book of John has some of the nastiest passages regarding Jews. Jews are referred to as the children of the devil, just like the devil is the father of lies, so too are you liars, for example. Refers to the synagogue of Satan. Really nasty stuff. And it's like out of character from the Synoptic Gospels, it's on the other side. It's really quite a bit sharper. Many scholars believe that the author of the book of John, or the primary inspiration for it, was someone who was affected by the so-called blessing of the heretics. What is the blessing of the heretics? It's really a curse of the heretics. It's a passage inserted in the liturgy. It's the 19th bracha in the Shemona Esrei, which essentially says for the slanderers, and we don't have to go into why this term was used, but it was written primarily because the rabbis at the time, around the turn of the 2nd century, felt, this Christian movement is beginning to get out of hand, and you have people coming into the synagogue who are espousing beliefs that we feel is antithetical to Judaism, and so therefore it was kind of like a litmus test for Christian thought. If an individual was suspected of harboring Christian beliefs, they were invited to lead the prayers for the congregation, and then everyone would wait and see, would they read this 19th mandatory blessing? If they in fact read it, no problem, because it really they would invoke the curse upon themselves if they were secretly Christian. But if they failed to read it, then they would be literally ejected from the synagogue. And some scholars believe that the Gospel according to John was written by some Jew who was forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Obviously, one of the most significant charges of the period is the charge of deicide. The argument that the Jews killed Jesus, right? Deicide, Deos means God, and Fide meaning to kill, like homicide, and so on. Even a cursory reading of the Gospel indicates that this is not what happened. And I'm not talking about a deep historical dive into this. And a little bit deeper reading Christian theology says, Jesus died for all our sins, for the world's sins. So to blame one group when he's supposed to be dead for our sins is a complete inversion of Christian theology. But the story, as I'm sure you're familiar, is Jesus is arrested. He is a rabble-rouser. He disrupts the services in the temple. He denounces key figures. He is ultimately betrayed by one of his own to the Romans, where he is interviewed by Pontius Pilate, who is a local Roman official. Pontius Pilate is impressed with him, And he says, and this is complete fabrication, we don't have anything like this in Jewish tradition, but on the eve of the Passover, he says to the crowds in Jerusalem, listen, I'm going to, as is our custom, there is no such custom, but nevertheless in the gospel, I'm going to release one prisoner who would be otherwise killed. I have two. You can choose whichever one you want. You may choose for me to release Jesus, the one they call the King of the Jews, or I will release Barabbas, this common thief. The assembled Jewish multitude in Jerusalem, as the book of Matthew says, release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate says, are you sure Jesus is a pretty cool individual? And they say, no, release Barabbas. So Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, meaning to say, I want nothing more to do with it. That's how we get the expression in English. And Jesus is crucified. So the Romans clearly are behind it, even on a superficial reading of the text, but nevertheless, that passage has resonated for history. In particular, one verse, Matthew 27:25, when Pontius Pilate says to the crowd of Matthew, do you really want me to crucify Jesus? They say, his blood be on us and upon our children, which have been used for centuries later as a justification of violence against Jews. Because upon our children, these are descendants of Jews. Other readers of Matthew, however, say, no, this is referring to the Roman Jewish war, which the Jews suffered from directly, refers to that very next generation of Jews. That's the children it refers to. But be that as it may, that charge has dogged us for a long time. More significantly even than that is the theology proposed by Paul, definitely one of the most talented purveyors of Jesus' teachings, who essentially takes this Jewish movement and turns it into a global movement by really attracting lots of non-Jews to it. And he essentially proposes answers to many of the questions I mentioned earlier, that the Jews once had God's favor, but because they were not faithful to him, God has now abandoned the Jews, and a new people has replaced them. Metaphor is like the oak tree is dead, or the olive tree is dead, no longer producing fruit, and you just have a stump left. But if you graft on a new branch, that new branch will grow. Unfortunately, the Jews are the old trunk. The Christians, which refers essentially now to non-Jews who joined this movement, they're the continuation of it. Just to give you one illustration of it, in the medieval period, in order to explain this to illiterate peasants, it was necessary to have some AV resources. So since PowerPoint would not be invented for a few more centuries, they have things like monumental architecture, which is on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral. It used to be on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral. So Ecclesia has a crown,
early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times.
The chalice called the Holy Grail, and it represents power and authority.
He would go to the top.
On the other hand, synagoga, the figure representing the synagogue, you can see that she's got a broken staff, meaning her
later on, this became rather dramatic.
She's holding the Ten Commandments here, but they're falling from her grasp. They're literally falling to the ground.
What's God going to tell Genghis when he goes up the mountain?
She is blindfolded by a serpent,
but he was very sincere.
But I think what happened, and her attitude is one of decline,
spirits in the
falling
water,
away
the
from the
mountains,
rock.
everything around him.
Dyad of Ecclesia and Synagogue was repeated literally hundreds of times in Christian art. Here's another example from Werben, Germany, the 14th century. This one is just incredibly bizarre. It's obviously a stained glass window. Here's the Ecclesia. You can see the crown and so on, the upper staff, the golden chalice there. She's riding on a tetramorph, which is a mythical beast of representing the four beasts of Ezekiel. And she has a hand descending from heaven, fixing the crown on her head, indicating very clearly divine approval. On the other hand, Synagogue is riding on a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding there's so many details here, but you see the broken staff, you see the crown falling from her head, you see the blindfold. Here's my favorite detail, and there's a sword descending from heaven, entering the top of the skull, which pretty much says the message that God no longer favors the Jews, God has now replaced them with the Christian people. And this is essentially Paul's message that is incredibly powerful and has very negative impact on Jewish history right up until the 20th century in particular. Many of these things were not really reevaluated in the 1960s with Vatican II. At least in the that does take us to the end. I'm sorry for keeping it a little bit long.
And so then this guy
Reflecting on the survival skills of the Jews during this period, we didn't do so well. We had temporal power, and we pretty much wasted it. The only movement that was ultimately successful was the movement that drew away from temporal power, the movement of the Pharisees, and we're all sitting in this room here today because we recognize the eternal values of the Torah itself, that really preserve the Jewish people and the power of the future centuries. I look forward to speaking with you next week when we'll look at the tumultuous first century through the Christians and Jews. Thank you for your attention.
You people have your scriptures, and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, as throughout this conversation,
Tonight,
it's blowing my
we're going to be
mind
talking about
the
the
kid from the Mongol steppe
the origin of the
that lost everything, right? Lost, just had the hardest of lives. Is now... Yes,
social,
the military,
and of course, literary origin.
genius.
And this is one of those topics that brings out all the crazy people. I'm looking around the room now. I see there are no crazy people who are actually present. That's why we have security, so I'll see all these thank you. On the internet, I know I'm going to have a lot of crazy people. So before we actually talk about the Talmud,
and you're saying,
basically
well,
focus
the cynical
on the
way to
third
see that is
through
when
the
he saw the
5th
value
centuries
of
of the
promoting
Common
women
Era.
in
I
positions
want
of
to jump
power
ahead a little bit to
because
the
they create
13th
a more
century
stable
to talk
society.
about why is it that the Talmud brings out all the crazy people. So it really goes to this man here, Innocent the Third, kind of an ironic name because he was one of the harshest popes when it comes to promulgating anti-Jewish legislation.
This
bas relief on the left here is actually a sculpture by Joseph Kislevsky from the year 1950, and it is part of a series that's on display in the Capitol House, U.S. House of Representatives. 23 great lawgivers. So Pope Innocent III, a great 13th century churchman, is actually one of the 23 great legislators of the entire world. What's his connection specifically to the Talmud? So there was an apostate named Nicholas Donin who started a trend. It actually goes back a little bit before him, but he innovated the addition of the Talmud to the story. This is a Jew who hoped to make a career for himself by converting to Christianity and then essentially telling tales out of Shur to the church, which was something of great interest to Innocent III. In particular, he was fascinated with the question is, how is it that 12 centuries after the foundation of Christianity, the Jews still maintain their ancestral faith? How is it possible that they have not converted to Christianity after all that they have done to convince the Jews of the error of their ways? They still maintain steadfast in their faith. So Nicholas Donin approached the Pope and essentially said, the reason is because you're missing a huge document that regulates Jewish life, perhaps more than any other, perhaps even more than the Torah itself, and that is the Talmud. It's a massive compendium. It takes up about this much shelf on my bookshelf.
Every ambassador, every messenger.
It's written in Aramaic, which is the language which is basically closed to the church. The church spent a lot of time in Greek and in Latin, and a certain degree in Hebrew, but not so much time in Aramaic. And it's highly arcane. It takes years of training to be able to craft the code of how the Talmud is written. Very compact, difficult craft style. And he says the thing is, the Jews have been studying this Talmud, and they study it from a young age. And as a result, by the time they get to the age where they may be open to teaching the Christianity, it's too late already. They have been poisoned by the Talmud. And therefore, Innocent III, what you have to do is get involved in Talmud study and Talmud regulation. And in fact, this is what happened. Innocent III got very interested in the Talmud, and when he found out as much as he could about it, his sources of information, of course, are Jews like Nicholas Donin himself, who claim to have some understanding of the Talmud. It's often very patchy and faulty and clearly tendentious in his rendering of Talmudic text.
efforts to
Innocent,
start
the third said, that's it. We definitely have to deal with this problem. It's really at the root of our problem of Jews not converting. And in the fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which was a major gathering of Christians, it passed a lot of church legislation, introduced to the world the infamous Jewish badge. Here you can see a medieval version. It was not always the version that we're used to from unfortunately the 20th century. It sometimes was the two tablets of the law, the rounded top, which is more of a Christian style, or you would often see, especially in France, the roulette, the little round circle here, which helpfully identifies the people burning at the stake as being Jewish, and of course eventually mutates into the 20th century version of the Judah badge used by the Nazis. This all goes back to Innocent III, and it goes back to Nicholas Donin, which takes us back to the Talmud. The Talmud has this kind of attachment in the minds of many anti-Semites as the reason why the Jews are so obstreperous, why the Jews have some kind of, as they argue, some kind of secret cabal that dominate the world. This is really why it tends to bring out the crazy. And speaking of crazy people, I want to introduce you to one more classic crazy Talmudist, but fascinating one. Some of you were here on the lecture when we spoke about this much greater length, but I'll speak about it briefly right now. In the late 17th century, there was a man named Johannes Eisenmenger. Unlike Donin, who was a Jew who converted to Christianity, Eisenmenger was a Christian who was attracted to Judaism. He spent 19 years studying Judaism. He converted. He went through all shops, went through the entire Talmud. All of the Midrash. He married, he had children, he was completely integrated into the Jewish life of Northern Europe. He actually studied with the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. And then, after 19 years of intense study, he came out with this massive, scurrilous volume, 2,000 pages long, called Judaism and Dectes, which means Judaism unmasked. Here's what it looks like in one edition. It's a brick of a book, and it is a fairly scholarly tome in which he painstakingly goes through every single tiny passage anywhere in the Talmud, in the rabbinic Midrash, in any of the sectas, Rices, every single document you can find. Anything you could possibly twist to make the Jews look bad, he included in here. Contrary to popular perception, he did not misquote, but he frequently mistranslated, always skewed it in his commentary and so on. And essentially what he was trying to do is he spent 19 years as an undercover Jew, pretending to be part of the Jewish community, only to come out with this massive expose of just meditation on the kind of twisted personality it would take to try to infiltrate a community and spend nearly 20 years of your life to expose them. And they're not bothering you at all. Also, these are the kind of crazy people that are attracted to lectures that say Talmud on YouTube. And of course, by the way, it was translated. It's available on Amazon.com even now under a slightly different title. But this is one of the most notorious anti-Semitic, anti-Talmudic tracts. And it is the root and basis of virtually every anti-Semitic slur that we have in modern Judaism today. Eisenmenger really wrote the Bible, not the Bible. He wrote the Bible on anti-Semitism, and he drew very heavily from the Talmud. So the Talmud is not an ordinary book by any means, and unfortunately one of the metrics by which we have to understand the Talmud is that it has an outsized view in the minds of anti-Semites as the reason why Jews are so different and in their minds so dangerous.
They were safe the whole way.
Let me move on from this kind of preface and let's go back to our history. So the sources for tonight's talk are a little bit difficult. We'll get much easier with sources as we move towards the medieval period. But basically, primary sources in particular, we have the Talmud itself. As we've mentioned in previous lectures, the Talmud is not a history book, but it has a ton of history information in it.
never
and you
been
have
a
to sort
year
of read it
without
sideways
contact
to
between
penetrate what it is saying
It was
historically.
perfect. Once
But
he
it
created
happens to
it, it was
be
perfect.
pretty much
I don't
our
think it's
best
possible to measure
source for
positive impact
how
on
the
that
Talmud
because
came
it wasn't
to
just
be.
trade.
Much like
It
Josephus,
was
we
also
are
exchange,
held hostage to
explicit or
Josephus
implicit,
for the
along the way,
first
exchange of
century.
ideas.
We're held hostage to the
That's
Talmud
exchange of
for the history of the
technologies,
Talmud. And
exchange of
that's
like
problematic
philosophical
from a
ideas,
historian's perspective
scientific
because
ideas,
we really like to have multiple perspectives
mathematical
on any
ideas, all
given
this
event to be able to try and determine if there's any bias in the source itself. But nevertheless, we will rely very heavily on the Talmud for our materials.
There was
We
an
also
exchange
have
of ideas
some
on every
really
level.
good
Ideas,
secondary
technology,
analyses of Talmudic history
ideologies,
that are
beliefs,
quite old. Perhaps the most
scientific
important of
information,
that is
everything
the
was being
so-called
exchanged.
Geras
Even
de Rabbeinu
agricultural
Shmira
goods
Gaon.
of new crops
This
for new
was
areas.
written a few hundred years
But
after
Genghis
the
Khan, he had
Talmud
a
by a
part of
noted
his genius
Talmudist,
organization was
Shmira Gaon,
knowing
and
what
it
skilled
is the
people had
first
that would
real
contribute towards his empire.
sort of a
For example,
historical look
the
at how the
Muslims were
Talmud came
very
to
good
be.
with
Not
arithmetic.
written
In
with
fact,
the
he
standards of
conquered
modern
the
historiography,
little
but
empire
nevertheless
of
pretty
Phoenicia,
solid
from
and
which we
giving us
get
a
the
lot of
word
information that helps
algorithm,
bring things into
because there
focus
was a
on the Talmud.
mathematician
We
there
will
who
also
invented
have a similar kind of
algorithms.
document
And
written
so
by Maimonides, which
Phoenicia,
look
Bologna
familiar to you.
conquered it very quickly.
Right.
Very
This is
easily, no
also
problem.
in
But
the
it
House of
belonged to him.
Representatives.
But
He is one of the
Muslims were
23
using the zero.
lawgivers of all time.
Mongols were
You have to
absolutely
include
impressed with
the
that.
third. Maybe you should
Chinese
amend it
less
to
so,
at
they're
least
very
the
suspicious
22
of the zero.
lawgivers of all
The
time. But
Mongols were very
Maimonides
impressed
wrote
because
a great
herders'
introduction to the
numbers are
Mishnah, which
important to
essentially
them
gives
for
us
keeping up with
an
their
overview of
animals.
how the Talmud came to be. He
In fact, the
relied
Mongols have a
on
simple system.
sources like
They
Shmira Gaon,
reduce all
and
animals
it
to
just
the number of
essentially
horses.
kind
You
of like
ask
the
somebody how
theological
many
understanding of how
camels
the
did they
Talmud
have, and
came
they
to
could
be.
say,
In
one
the
horse,
19th
horses.
century in
That doesn't
particular,
mean they have
there
100
has
horses.
been
It's
more
going
of
to
a
be
push to understand the Talmud and its origins from an academic
5 cows count
perspective,
as 4
which has
horses.
led to a
5 sheep or 5 goats
bifurcation
count as 1
among
horse.
students of the Talmud. There are those who are
4
in the
camels
traditional
count as
yeshiva
5
system,
horses.
who are
So
more
they
or
reduced
less
it all down
learning
like
the
that.
Talmud
The Mongols
and
take a
its
census of
history
everything.
the same way
That's one
that
of the
Jews
first
have
things
learned it
Genghis
for at
Khan
least
did.
300
That was
years,
one of the demands he
possibly
made of
much
every
longer than
place he
that.
went.
But in
Is
the
a complete
university,
census
there
of your
is an
people.
approach to studying the
And every
Talmud
house
and its
had the
history,
post
which
outside.
borrows
How
from
many
all
people,
kinds
how
of
many
modern
animals,
theories,
what did
feminist
they
theory,
do, the
Marxist theory,
occupations,
you
all
name
this
it.
information.
And sometimes
So
there
they
are some
needed
really fascinating
good
kernels
mathematics
of
for this.
information that can be
The Muslims
gleaned from the
provided.
academic
So
study of
they
the
took the
Talmud,
Muslims to
but it
China,
is not
these
studied
Middle
at all
Eastern
with the same
scholars and
level of
all.
sanctity
Unfortunately,
that you would
they were
have
rather
in a
ruthless
yeshiva.
sometimes
But
when they
those
came
two
to
kind of
implementing
methods of
the tax
study, the
policies.
university
But they became the
academic study of the
financial
Talmud
advisors.
and the yeshiva study of the Talmud, really are, there's quite a
Other
big
groups
gap
of people
between them.
had
And here's
other
one thing
roles
that's
like that,
happening
and he
in
was
the
moving them
academy,
around
which is so
constantly.
amazing. I'm
And
very
so
excited
you
about
had
it.
a
And it
combination,
is slowly
as I said,
penetrating
he
into the yeshiva
himself had
world
the
as well.
genius
And
for
that is
combining
the
new
study
bits
of
of
the
technology.
Talmud
But it
as a
created a
product
new kind
of
of cultural
Persia.
spirit in
After
which
all,
other people
it
were
was
also
it's not
combining
written in
technology
Israel.
at
There
other
are two Talmuds,
levels
as we shall
and
see
being
shortly,
encouraged.
but it's
It was
mainly
no
a
longer
Persian document
heresy or
written
the devil's
with
work
an
to bring in
Iranian
this thing.
influence,
So we had
and
to
there
spread
are
of
all these
printing, for
things
example.
in
We had the
Middle
partial
Persian.
spread of
In
something
this
saying
script
that
here,
this is print
which
money,
Talmudists have
for example.
never
And we had
accessed.
almanacs being created
Tons
now
of
through
words. That's
printing
what we're coming
that
up to.
combine different
Purim.
calendars
So,
and different
this is the kind
information
of
was
Purim
coming
occurred a lot
along.
earlier than the Talmudic period, but
Simple
nevertheless,
but
that
lethal
kind
form
of
of
culture,
technology
that
was that, for
language,
example,
those weird
Chinese
words we
had
have in
gunpowder.
Megillah Esther, they're related to
Mostly
the
it
Talmud.
was
So there's
used
some
for
really
fireworks,
old scholars
religious things,
who are
and then
learning Middle
sometimes in warfare
Persian.
was used for kind of
The
primitive
late
hand
Dr.
grenade
Hellman,
or primitive
classic
bomb that could
example
be
of a
thrown with a
pioneer of the
different
field.
shape.
My
This is in
colleague
the
Shai
Talmud.
Sefunda
Kublai Khan
written a fantastic book called
so they had
Iranian Talmud,
the Middle Eastern,
things like this are telling us so
and
much
they
about the
had
Talmud
Byzantines,
by trying to understand
they
the
had
historical context of the period in which the rabbis were writing and their culture very fascinating. So I hope to inject a little bit of that into our discussion
The
today.
Europeans
That's
did not
basically the
excel
sources that we will use
very
for our
much in
discussion of
technology.
the
They were
Talmud.
behind in almost everything.
So let us pick up our
They could
narrative
cast
from where
bells
we
for
left off
churches.
2 weeks ago.
Okay,
We are
let's
in
take
the
that bell,
post-Bar
and we're going to
Kokhba
turn it
period,
on its side,
which means somewhere in
and
the
we're
late
going to use the
130s.
principles of the
We, as I mentioned
flamethrower,
last time we were together,
and we're
we
going
don't
to
have
use
a lot of
the
really
gunpowder
good
from
data
China.
on what
You've got a
happened
cannon.
in the Bar Kokhba
So the
rebellion.
Mongols,
We
even
don't
early
know
on,
exactly
by the time they got to the
why
siege of
it
Baghdad,
started.
but not, I
We
think, in the
have
lifetime of Genghis
some
Khan,
amazing
but
new
soon
materials that were
thereafter
discovered in the last few decades,
sons and grandsons.
archival
They were
for
using some very
actual
primitive forms
primary
of cannon,
documents like Bar Kokhba's letters to his generals and
even
things
some
like that. They give us
like firing
a lot of
rods. You can't
information
call it
about
like
the
a
kind of
rifle.
personality he
You
was,
can fire
but we have
very
a lot of
small
blank spots about the
ballistic
actual rebellion
knives.
itself.
So
we do
this
know, however,
combination
that he was widely regarded by
metallurgy,
the
gunpowder,
rabbis
flamethrowers,
as a potential
you put it all together and you come up with something
Israel,
incredibly
Prince
different.
of Israel, very
So if we jump
large
around a
title,
little bit,
and in
sort of
fact,
on
Rabbi
the top
Akiva
of the
himself felt that Bar Kokhba could have been the
technological
Mashiach, the
development
Messiah.
that
We'll come
Genghis
to that in a
Khan
second. From
and his
Dio
son
Cassius, the Roman historian we
and
discussed last time we
Kublai
spoke,
were using.
he
So how
mentions
much gunpowder were they using?
580,000
In general, what
rebels
was their
killed by
approach
the
to the
Romans.
siege
That
warfare, for
number,
example?
it's hard to
What are
really
some
grasp
different
that
ideas there?
number is real
If we
because
switch to the
it would
grandson Kublai Khan,
indicate a really huge population overall, but there's no
first
question
of all,
it
he
gives
changed
a
a lot of the
sense
strategies.
of the
They
wide
were no longer working.
devastation
The Mongol
that
system
the
worked perfectly on
Romans
the
inflicted. We
grassland.
know the number
But by
of
the time you
legions
get to
that
Hungary,
actually
the
brought
grassland starts to
to
give out.
Israel
By the
to
time you get to
control this
Poland,
rebellion,
there's
it
so
was
many
not at all
farms. It's hard
insignificant,
for horses to
and
get
it
through the
was
farms. They don't want to
pitched
go on the
battle for
roads.
about
By the time
3
you get to the
years,
Indus
so
River,
this is not at all
it's too
impossible.
hot to heal it. The bows
Hadrian,
are
for
beginning to
example,
wilt.
the emperor at
The
the time,
horses are exhausted.
famously in
It's
his
not working.
address
So
to the
to conquer
Senate,
South
he
China, Kublai Khan had to
omitted
come
the
up with
traditional
new things.
phrase which the emperor is
One
supposed to
thing
use when he addresses
the
the
South
Senate, which
Chinese
is, I
had built
and my
a great
army
wall.
are well.
It was called the
But
Great
in the
Wall of the
context
Sea.
of the Bar
This is
Kokhba
before the
rebellion,
wall that we
which
know
was
as a Great Wall,
incredibly
which is really the
stubborn
big
resistance
wall
for the
of the
Romans to
Minggu Kingdom.
extirpate,
But the
he
Great Wall of the
omitted
Sea,
that which Dio
and they
Cassius
used it
took
as a
as a
defensive name.
very
As the
telling
largest
sign
navy in the world,
of
it was
the
defensive. And it was
tenacity of
literally
Bar Kokhba's
defensive.
fighters.
And it
As I mentioned,
became
Rabbi
time for
Akiva
warfare.
argued that he
They would
could have been
chain the
Mashiach,
ships together
but his
across the
colleague
mouth of
Jonathan
a
Ben
harbor
Torta
to
said
defend
to him,
the city. And
Akiva,
so
grass
there
will
was a
grow
wall.
from your
So actually, if we
cheekbones
rewind,
before
Kublai Khan,
Bar
who
Kokhba
was
is the
he,
Mashiach.
and
This is a
what was the
very
state of
terse
China
Talmudic type
at that
statement
time?
of,
Kind
he will
of
be
sets up
underground
this
for a
idea
long time
of
before Bar
ships
Kokhba is
and
Mashiach.
siege warfare.
In
It is
1215,
most likely
Genghis Khan conquered
in the
the city we now
aftermath
know
of
as
Hadrian,
Beijing.
that
It
in
was
the
the capital
aftermath
of
of
the
Bar
Jin
Kokhba,
dynasty of
that we
northern
have the
China.
10
But at that
martyrs of the
time,
state.
southern China
What
was
we
ruled
refer
by
to
the
as
Song
the 10 martyrs, the
dynasty, or
Asara
used to call
Duhe
the Southern
Malchus,
Song.
it's
He'd
not
already conquered
technically
the
historical.
Shia
Many
kingdom
of
of the
those
Tangut
individuals
people,
described in the 10
and
martyrs
so
died,
most of
a century
northern China
earlier.
was under the
But
control of the Mongols
the main
from about 1215.
elements
Then
of the
conquered
10
middle,
martyrs are
later
taken from
his
Hadrianic period.
his
The horrible
conquered
death of
middle,
Rabbi
and
Akiva
Kublai Khan was
himself,
the one to take on the south.
his flesh
Kublai Khan was
torn
born
off
that
from
year,
him with
1215,
iron
about 3
tongs,
months after
and
the
Rabbi Hanani ben
capture of
Siradion
Beijing.
having
And
a
he was no
Torah
one.
scroll wrapped around him
He
and
was
then
the
set
second
alight.
son of the
Just
fourth
horrific
son of
persecution
Genghis
of the
Khan.
Jews in the
Well, he's got lots of cousins out
There
there
is
who've been
a
riding around.
tremendous
They've conquered
exile, which
Russia,
has been
and
confirmed
they've
by
already burnt down
archaeological
Kiev, and they've
data,
conquered
but
different
it's not
places in the
necessarily
world.
a
They're real
complete
Mongols.
exile
That's their whole
from
life.
Israel itself.
And he's
Most of the
born there.
fighting
He
was in
doesn't leave.
Judea,
Genghis Khan
that is
was about 7
in
years old.
Jerusalem and parts
Genghis Khan was
south.
away on
But
conquest
the
in
Jewish
Central Asia.
civilization,
And
although
Genghis
it's
Khan came back,
basically wiped out in
and he
Judea
met
at this
him,
time,
and he
it
said,
moves
"Oh,
northward
he
to
doesn't
the
look like a
Galil.
Mongol.
So there's a
He looks
lot
like his
of
mother's people.
data
His mother
of
was
he's
so
living
Tani,
in the
who
region
was
of
actually a part of the royal
Tiberias, for
family of that
example,
Burkett people
on the sea
who he
and
conquered
that region
sometime
and so on.
earlier.
So we have a big population
It looks like his mother's
displacement in
people.
that
It was a little bit
context.
more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white.
This
very
is a
right,
period when
bright red
Rome was
cheeks,
clearly
and
in
have a
charge of
very
Israel.
round
There was
face
looking
and so on.
no
And,
disagreement about how
so he
the
looked
country
different.
was to be ruled.
And for
Hadrian,
whatever
of course,
reason,
ruled with iron
his
fist,
mother, I
but
think,
we have
she
some
recognized the difference and treated him different.
vagaries in
Her
the Roman
oldest son was called
approach to the
Mukh,
Jews. For example,
or
here's a
later
coin.
Mukhan,
I'm sorry, it's
and
going
she
to
wanted
cut off
him
a
to
little bit
become,
here,
even
but
though
it has on the
her
right
husband
the
was
text
drunk,
Fiski
who
Judaike
died
Calumnia
our campaign
Sublata. And it was issued by
she took
Nerva
over
in
northern China.
96 to 98.
She began to put it together, and she
You will
wanted her
recall
son
that
to
in the
become the great
context of
Khan,
the
the emperor
destruction
of
the temple, one of the things that Vespasian instituted was to took the shekel, the annual tax that Jews gave for the occupancy of the temple, and he redirected it to the temple dedicated to Jupiter in Rome itself, which was a hated tax that the Jews, they were very happy to pay the shekel on their own knack. I mean, as much as anyone was happy to pay a tax. This is the tax which is mandated by the Torah itself. It's their own temple, but they have to pay the tax, and it's going through some other. Altogether, it was much hated, and the tax had been expanded. A huge source of money Metzia, here's a picture of him. He had expanded the
fact that he was going to be a great
far
administrator
beyond what
under his
the
older
Torah
brother,
obligation was.
and he was
He
going to
expanded
administer
to
the land in
women
China.
who were
So he was
normally
learning all
non-taxed,
this stuff.
converts
The older
to
brother,
Judaism, and
he
also
insisted
converts
on
to
sending
Judaism,
out
we shall see.
but he
Minors,
was
children,
overweight, he
and
was
even
fat,
Jewish
he had
slaves. In other
gout,
words, it was a
he
big
needed to go
tax
rest. There was
overreach.
always some excuse.
Normally, it would just be
And
men,
the
I
brother
believe,
was
from the
assigning
ages of
people,
20 to
Odie
60, if I'm not
who was
mistaken, that
the
would
son
have to
of
pay the tax.
Zebediah the Greek
And the
general. He
household,
assigned him to
he
teach
tried to
him
squeeze the
warfare.
Jewish people for as much as possible.
He
And that's
wasn't
why
great on
Nerva,
He really
by
was not. But
cutting the tax back
he
to
was
the
very
traditional
smart.
state,
And at first
felt
a
that
little
was a
bit
good enough
lazy,
thing
like
to
talking
get
about
the
the
coin
religion,
that
sitting
said
around,
the
go
tax has
hunting,
been,
as long as he hadn't been
the
with
hated
him to the
tax has been
shooting.
some
and then to
emperors were
prepare
actually
food and
very friendly to Jews,
and
such
his
as
territory in northern
This
China
is Marcus Aurelius Severus Antoninus
being run in the
Augustus,
dirt by these
and although there
administrators,
is
the
some
Mongols had
debate
gone
as
in.
to which
They were just
exact
overtaxing the people,
emperor
cheating the
is
people, doing
referenced in
everything
the
wrong.
Talmud,
And his
this
mother
is
basically just
probably the
pulled
one
his chain.
that is
She
very
said,
close with
go
Rabbi
to your land.
Yehuda
This is your
HaNasi.
land. You have to
The Talmud
administer
has
this
all
land.
kinds of
You
stories
go
about
there.
how
You
Rabbi
live there.
Yehuda
You
HaNasi
take
was
charge.
extremely friendly
Everybody was
with
terrified.
an emperor
The
named
mother. And
Antoninus.
so he ran off to
Antoninus
China
was
and he
a
started
given name that was
administrating his
actually
land and he
attached
started
to many
learning
of
how
the
to do
Roman
it.
emperors. There's
Well,
some
when his brother
dispute.
died in
Many would like to say it was
1259,
Marcus
he was
Aurelius.
down on
It's
the
kind of
Yellow
like the
Yangtze
philosopher king
River
of the emperors,
on a
which would
campaign
be
that he
kind
was
of nice,
sent by
but
his
the thing
mother
is,
because
he was not so
success at all.
terribly friendly.
But he thought, okay, the brother's
Jews.
dead, I should finish the
Karkala is
campaign.
most likely the
Meanwhile, his
emperor that
youngest
most
brother,
scholars identify as
Anik
the
was
emperor. But you
another
do have
hothead
some
Mongol
of
like
these
their father.
emperors who are actually
He was
positively
really
inclined
hot-headed,
towards
and he was back in
Diocletian
Mongolia,
is kind of
and
an
his
interesting one
tolerance for
because this is
religion.
the time when
He was
Christianity
overseeing
begins
the
to
debate one
emerge
time between the Taoists and the
as a
Buddhists.
much more
The
significant
Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing
social
everybody,
force,
the Buddhists.
and the emperors
So he
are
had to
trying to
oversee
deal
it. He
with
got
this
mad and he picked up a
burgeoning
statue of
new
Buddha and
type
beat
of
the
faith,
Taoists.
which has a lot of the theological
he just
pluses
wasn't
of
good
Judaism,
for
such
moderating
as life after
debates.
death, personal God, that's
So
the concept
he
of
was going to be the new great
reward
Khan.
and punishment, justice,
So he
divine
was
justice.
declared
These
the
are
great
things
Khan
which
in
are
Mongolia.
basically absent from Roman
But this was a
paganism.
turning line for
So
Kublai Khan.
Christianity
Who
was
had never
promoting
achieved
all
much
of
of
these
anything
great
other than
ideas
talking
without the high
So
opportunity
his wife,
costs of
Chami,
becoming Jewish,
sent him some coded
specifically
messages,
circumcision,
basically
observing
telling
the
him,
Sabbath,
forget about
kosher.
southern
So Christianity
China.
was
It's
actually
going to
growing
always be there. You're
significantly
conquer
over
that
this
some other
time.
time.
This
Right
becomes
now,
especially
your brother
important under
is taking over the
Constantine,
empire.
who is
You
the
should be
first
the
Roman
new emperor.
emperor
You are the
to
next
adopt
son
Christianity
after
and to formally accept it as a state
And
religion.
somehow she
This occurs
invigorated
in
him.
the early
And he
4th
came back,
century
and even though he
and
didn't have all
marks
the
a
military
turning point
strategy,
for the
he had
Roman Empire
northern
and,
China,
as
the
we will
resources
assume,
were
a
immense.
turning
He got
point
cut
for
off
Jewish
Mongolia.
history
Mongolia
as well.
was
So
very
at this
dependent on
time,
northern
people
China
like
for
St. John
food.
Chrysostom, the
All the
so-called
Mongols supported
golden
Ali.
tongues, and that's
All
what
the Western
Chrysostom
Central
means, golden
Asia,
mouth,
all of them were supporting Ali.
Augustine of
And
Hippo
so
and others who
he went
shaped
to get
Christian
food from
theology
them,
vis-a-vis the Jews.
and then
This
they
is a
didn't want to give
period
up their
when
food.
Christianity
Yeah, we
is
want to support you
struggling
for
to
great Khan, but
identify itself
we're
and
not giving up our
distinguish
food.
itself
So he was basically going to
vis-a-vis
starve into
its
submission
mother
in
religion. And
1262.
quite often it has a
And then
very
he was taken
negative
prisoner into
approach
China,
in order
and
to
then he
establish its own independence. So the kind of
mysteriously
things that are happening at this
passed
time is that
away
the church is
in
attracting a lot more
1264.
non-ethnically Jewish
Legal
members.
case was
It's
being
no
brought
longer,
against him
a
for
small
trial,
kind of like
but he never
subset,
made it
a
to
breakaway
trial.
minion of Judaism.
He
Now
was
it is
gone.
primarily
Kublai Khan
non-Jewish. There are Romans and
not really
Greeks and others who are
distinguished
converting
himself
to
very much.
Christianity. And they're putting in place a lot of
He didn't have the
legislation
genius
to
of
try
his
and
grandfather,
draw
I won't
lines
say
in the
that,
sand.
but he
The
was
Synagogue
smart
of
and clever.
Elvira,
He understood
305,
more about China than most
that was
Mongols did.
promulgated in
And he
Spain,
understood more about
laid down
Mongols than
all
most
kinds kinds of rules about socializing with Jews, prohibiting of certain types of employment and certain types of social gatherings and things like that. The Edict of Milan in 313 privileges Christianity as a state religion, and that has negative repercussions for the Jews in particular, and this huge Yangtze River may have a relationship to the reason why the Jews moved towards Babylon. And then finally, the Council of Nicaea in 325, very important council because lots of really key decisions were made for Christianity, such as no more Shabbos on Saturday. Christians now worship Shabbos or observe Shabbos on Sunday. Now you can imagine just the fact that we have to say that. That means that until 325, there was an element of confusion.
They went down the
They
river.
know that the
They were
Sabbath
trying to
is somehow
surround the
important,
Chinese
but they don't know how to
territory.
observe what
They were
you
going to hit
do.
them
How
from the
do you
north,
honor the
from the
Sabbath?
west, and from the south.
So
So
I
they went
guess have
down
a look at
the
the Jews,
river,
right? The Jews have a model for observing the Sabbath, and so you had a lot of backsliding of would-be Christian converts who were looking to what's put in their Goldstein's backyard on Shabbos, and they were adopting John Chrysostom was very unhappy about that. So the Council of Nicaea did things like say, okay, for sure, no more Saturday Sabbath, because there are Christian sects that do observe Saturdays, the Sabbath, Seventh-day Adventists, for example, but that's quite a bit later. Another key thing is unhooking Easter from Passover. You can't have, because it's just too close a connection, and it draws the Christian mind away from Christian ideas towards Jewish practices. So the Council of Nicaea, very important line in the sand that said, look, we're Christians, they're Jews, we do things differently, and so on. Key development. Okay, now let's move to the Babylonian diaspora. Jews started moving to Long Island.
The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on.
Okay. No, they started moving
The group that said to
out
burn the
here
boats,
to
they're
Babylon.
Mongols.
I've given you
They
just
want
one
to go to
place
war.
mark where
Why
the city
burn a
of
bunch of
Babylon
women's cars?
was.
It's just not.
There's a
they don't
region
want-
called
So they go and join the
Babylonia
battle. They leave
that
the boats.
is the
Well, the Mongols
Mesopotamian
won
region,
the battle.
basically between the
Soviet
Tigris
forces
and
got
the
the boats and
Euphrates
sailed back to
River,
what's now Hanoi.
a place of
Then they
ancient
evacuated
civilization,
the
goes
city,
all the
took
way
all
back
the
to the
food, everything out of the
Sumerians,
city.
you know,
And they
hundreds
disappeared
and
into
hundreds
the
of years
hilltops.
before the period we're talking about.
Mongols arrived,
And
they
Jews, of course,
conquered,
as we
quote
discussed in
unquote,
previous
Hanoi,
lectures, have been
the
living there
capital
since
city.
at least the 6th century
They had
before
nothing.
the Common Era.
They had
We're
nothing.
now, let's say, in the year
They won every
200.
battle. They lost the war.
219 is a
They
key
retreated.
date when
Aju
Rav
was
comes
the
from
son
Israel, a rabbi
of
named Rav, and sets up
He saw
shop at a
all
place
this
called
happen,
Surah.
and he recognized the
So we're
importance
really
of
quite
water
late. Jews have been living there for 800
until
years.
he
So let's
knew.
put this in
And he spent
context.
his time
Jews have
studying
been living in
the Yangtze
America
River and every little river around
for
it, and the
what,
cities.
400 years?
The
Not
crucial
quite
thing you
400
saw
years, right?
was the cities
1654.
were
I think,
heavily,
for Jews
heavily
here. So
fortified
they were living
on
in
the land
Babylon
side.
twice as
Invasion
long
comes
as
from
Jews
the
have
land,
been living
and
in
they
the
expect
United
this
States.
little
Can
line
you
of
imagine
boats to protect
how
them.
many kosher Chinese
Water,
restaurants
and so
were
the
already
city
there
walls are weak,
by the
and
time
the
the
fences are
Jews
weak on
traveled
that
there?
side.
Let's
That's where we have
sushi
to
for
attack.
sure. Let's have
So
a good
how?
look. Sushi
They
in
sent off
Sushan,
the
which is
Ilkhanate
in that
to
region.
Persia,
So let's have a look. You can see in this satellite map something
his
distinctive.
cousins were ruling.
There's
Their
arid
nephews
regions,
were their
particularly to
cousins'
the
nephews.
south
So
and the west,
they
and
sent
also
over
to the
engineers
northeast, where
to
it's
build
becoming a little
special
more
kind of
mountainous.
shit.
That's because there are these two big
And they
rivers,
had to
the
play around
Tigris,
with it to
the
adapt it for
Euphrates,
boat,
and the
because they were
Tigris.
usually made for
In Hebrew,
stable
they say
ground,
Dekel,
but they
like
adapted
that.
it for
They
the boat
flow
and for
from
throwing
the mountains up in
things,
Turkey
and also
down
for some
to the Persian Gulf,
incendiary bombs.
and it's
They
a
developed
heavily
it.
irrigated,
They
regulated
attacked
area,
the first
and
city.
with this constant
It
flow
failed. They
of
attacked the next. It failed.
nitrogen-rich
They had something
silt
that was
from the
working.
mountainous
They
regions.
worked their way
It's always
down
been a
the
very
Yangtze
fertile
River,
area, and that's why it
destroying
is
city after
settled
city
so long.
with this
Here
navy.
is a map that
And then
gives you a
the
better
army would
sense of
move
what
in
those
after the
rivers
navy
look like.
had moved out.
Here's
So
the
this
Euphrates
is
to the south,
a
Tigris to the
catapult
north,
on a
and
ship.
this
Catapult
cluster
on the
of
ship, but
towns
it's a
here
helicopter
is
shape,
where
this type of
the
catapult.
Jews
This is an
primarily settled.
engineering
Some of
solution
them are
for people who
so
are deeply
famous in
uncomfortable with
yeshivas,
boats.
places like Surah,
Yes.
And they've
Perdita,
accepted it.
Mahasia,
Now it's a
Machosa.
great
These are like they're
It's like it's not
huge
it's
in
no
the
longer
Jewish
heart.
mind, in
It's
Jewish
a bow and
geography,
arrow. It is
but
a
in
giant
reality,
bow and
they
arrow.
would be
Yeah,
something
it's
like,
fascinating. So that they go,
Inwood
they hit them
and
hard
Cedar
on walls on the
Woodmere
weak
for
side.
sure. You know, you have
But
a
there's
really
no
large
army
place, but they're
protection.
not
Yes.
large settlements.
And they
Nevertheless,
conquer
they
their way
have a
down
huge outsized
to Hangzhou, the capital
impact
of the
on the
Southern
Jewish
Song.
mind. Much like shtetls in
They've
Eastern
been in
Europe,
power
where
for a long time, since
they made
970.
Radin,
Now we're
a
already
tiny
into
little
the 12.
shtetl with like one street. And Radin
It's a
becomes
long
such a
time.
huge thing
They
here in the Jewish
anticipated
mind.
they've been
But
had
this is
child
where the
labor,
Jews
had
were primarily
imbeciles
settling,
ruling, all kinds of
especially
things going on.
after the Edict
And
of
at this
Milan,
point,
the year
we have
315.
a
Jews are
title
moving in
in
here.
command.
Now let's talk about the Talmud itself. What
Hohenheim makes a
exactly
very
is
strange
the
move.
Talmud? Well,
He says, okay,
basically,
let's
it
invade
is
Japan
a
now.
commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed a couple of weeks ago.
What
Mishnah is essentially a document of what's called Torah.
Most people are
Traditional
striving to
Jewish
all kinds of
theology.
things, but actually,
God
I think
gave Moses
there was a great logic
the
to it.
written
One was
Torah,
he had
first five
abolished
books
his
of Moses,
grandfather's
and
policy
God
of
gave him
defeat
also
and
an
destroy
oral
until there
commentary that
are
was
no
handed
more.
down teacher to student for many centuries until it was finally codified by Rabbi Rothschild sometime around the year 200, primarily as a response to the devastation of the Bar Kokhba revolt. As we discussed, because Jewish civilization was falling apart in Israel, incredible persecution, the destruction of Jewish centers in Judea, the move to the Galil, and the move much further to places like Babylon, Yehuda Nashi said, we must record this in a document form, and having contests over who was not widely circulated, most likely as an actual document like we have books today, but nevertheless it did acquire a canonized status. It was heavily memorized, ritually memorized actually, and repeated in study sessions, and it became a core document. But the Mishnah itself, as a text, is very difficult to study. It is not a law code like we would expect a law code to be structured. It rarely, for example, offers definitive statements of what is prohibited and what is permitted. It offers the record of various rabbis' opinions, and it often leaves it up in the air as to which opinion is correct. Why are we mentioning an opinion that we don't follow? Why are we mentioning dissenting opinions at all? And sometimes it veers off into statements of philosophy, statements of theology, but it's not a simple law book in any way. And this seems to be quite intentional because it's a book that invites debate and discussion. So in order to study the text itself, you must engage in the text with a study partner, with a Rebbe, someone more experienced in the text. And it is the discussion itself that produces the conclusions. It is intentionally, intentionally opaque. It is designed to involve human interaction with the text. This human interaction ultimately becomes the Talmud. The Talmud is the discussion that is occasioned by the Mishnah. It takes place over hundreds of years, as we shall see in the next group of slides. And it is essentially a long discussion involving literally 2,000 rabbis over a wide geographic area, all trying to figure out what the Mishnah means. There were two of these documents written. One of them was composed somewhat earlier in the northern part of Israel, most likely in Tiberias and a little bit in Caesarea. And that's called, incorrectly, the Jerusalem Talmud. It is also called the Palestinian Talmud, which, is another term that's somehow misleading. But it was the Talmud of the land of Israel. That was composed basically as a commentary on the Mishnah. This material was taken back and forth to the sages who were living in Babylonia by the people called the Nefute. Nefute means those who go down, right, which is Aramaic, the opposite of Aliyah. We say in Hebrew, of course, that when people immigrate to Israel, they make Aliyah, they ascend, because we view it as a spiritual rise, an ascent to Israel. And those who leave, we call them Hebrew theology, which is a derogatory term. In this context, not necessarily derogatory, but beginning with a sage named Hula, and then later with people like Rabbi, they're constantly shuttling back and forth. They're bringing the discussions that were happening in Israel to the sages in Babylonia, and the Babylonian sages are talking about them, and then sometimes they go back and bring back materials to Israel, and there's a cross-fertilization of what's happening in Israel, and the transplantation of many of those ideas into Babylonia. Now, for various reasons, primarily political and social in nature, the communities in Israel begin to decline, and they decline earlier than the Babylonian communities. So the Babylonian communities kind of take over from Israel, and they create a second Talmud called the Babylonian Talmud, ironically, that is kind of like an improved version of the Jerusalem Talmud. There are significant differences. The Babylonian Talmud is somewhat larger, and unfortunately, it ignores a lot of things that are not relevant to Babylonia, such as laws that are connected to the physical land of Israel, the laws of the sabbatical year, the laws of leaving corner of the field, harvested to the poor. These things don't apply in Babylonia, so therefore they simply didn't talk about them. We have many of those texts in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they were ignored in the Babylonians. On
brothers
the other
took a
hand,
little
the Babylonian towns are much larger in areas like civil damages and courts and things like that. The three tractates known as the Gates, Baba, Kama, Messiah, Baba, are huge in the Babylonian Talmud. And it is when people speak about studying the Talmud, almost always referring to the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored for many centuries because the Babylonians were considered vastly superior. The main figures that are creating this Talmudic environment are Rav, I mentioned, came from Israel in the year 219 and established himself in Surah, which is one of these towns on the rivers, and then another rabbi named Shmuel, his study partner, who moved not too far away to Nahardallah, and his student Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, who moved to Pumbedita. These are perhaps the three greatest centers of Talmudic study in Babylon. Later we'll have the great sages of Abaye and Rabbah, who are their students. There is, by the way, when you study the Talmud, because it is a rather timeless type of document, conversations will take place between someone who passed away generations prior to a later rabbi, as the later rabbi will try to engage with the thought of someone who lived 100 to 200 years before him. And so it's kind of like a timeless document, but in order to understand the literary archaeology of the document, you have to have a sense of which generation these rabbis appeal to. The Talmud itself is actually called the Discussions of Abaye and Rabbah, because they discuss it more than anything else in the entire Talmud. So what is it? Let's have a quick look at a typical page. Those of you who have spent more than 15 minutes in yeshiva, I apologize that this would be a repetition, but I think for many of you in the room who may not have engaged the Talmud, this is worthwhile. Here's a color-coded map of the first page of Talmud, just to give you a sense of what it feels like to study it. The red box here, labeled A, is actually the Mishnah. Right, this is the first page of Talmud. That's the Mishnah itself, and as you can see, it's about 15 lines of text. It has to deal with the question of when does one recite the Shema prayer. Then this label B here, the sort of yellow color, that is the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara. The rabbis actually tried to avoid using the term Talmud in the medieval age because it had been so excoriated by the church and Nicholas Doning, that they thought by referring to it by its Aramaic term Gemara, they would hopefully avoid some of these repercussions. But those two terms are synonymous. Talmud and Gemara are the same. The Gemara, it starts out here and it discusses the Mishnah, but this section here actually go on for 10, 15, 20 pages. It can be a tiny bit of Mishnah with a massive amount of Gemara discussing it. It's like no other document you've ever read, because it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion, where they will be, and because so much of it was memorized, there will be all kinds of tiny little connections to put together the flow of the argument. They may start by talking about the Mishnah, but if they're saying something like, I'm not quoting from this particular Talmud, but if they're, let's say they're talking about the time you say the Shema in the morning, and they say, yeah, most mornings when I get up, I have a cup of coffee, and then I say my Shema, and say, oh, you have a cup of coffee before Shema. Are you allowed to have coffee or anything before you pray? Yes, you can, but you should add milk and don't add sugar, and then what's wrong with sugar anyway? Well, you know, it's bad for cholesterol, things like that, and the conversation go off in 100 different directions and tangents until finally someone says,
these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Let's go back to the subject we started with, and then go back to the mission. It's an amazing document that can flow through so many discussions of a wide variety of materials. It's absolutely fascinating. Now, just to give you a sense of how the Talmud has become such an important document in Jewish intellectual life, everything around the Talmud are commentaries that were written hundreds of years later. If the Talmud here was written, let's say, between the 3rd and the 6th century at the outside, so we have over here C is Rashi, who's written in the 11th century. We have Tosfos, written by a group of scholars till the 14th century. Rabbi Hanano, also from about the 10th century, if I'm not mistaken, North Africa. and you'll have
They could just ship
commentaries all
down
the way
from the
up to
highland right onto the
the
ships.
18th, 19th, and
They
even
cut the
21st
ships off
century
for the free
on the
supply
page.
of
It
wood
is literally
and water. So
engaging
they
with
can't
the
boil rice,
greatest,
have
most
to try to
penetrating
eat rice and
minds
drink
of the Jewish
seawater.
people
They're all sick as
ever
dogs
since
out there.
the Talmud was engaged. It's an amazing
The
experience
leaders refused
to
to surrender.
examine their thought
The
and
little
to
boy
engage
is
in
there,
a
7-year-old
dialectic
emperor.
like the Talmud.
Bing was his
Absolutely
name. With his pet
unparalleled
parrot. That's
intellectual
the only
experience.
thing he had left in life.
Looking
Was
at a
his pet
modern
parrot.
edition, I like to use this
And then
particular
among those,
edition myself, the
they offered every
Koran Talmud,
opportunity.
which this is the English translation. I use the Hebrew edition,
The
which
Prime
was
Minister,
originally authored
so-called,
by
coward
Rabbi
that he is,
Steinsaltz,
always
and
treated as a
modern
hero
commentary
today.
on it. So you can see in this particular edition, it's really cool because it
coward
has like
that he was.
pictures and maps
said,
and archaeological
"We will not
information, all
disgrace
that
the
sort of stuff
country
that
by letting
I
them
find
capture
really
the emperor."
fascinating myself.
So first
And
he
I'm
threw
going to
his
put in a
own
plug
wife
here
and
for
children
my
into
own
the water
projects.
to drown.
So many of you maybe follow this Jewishistory.yomi. It's on this website, alldaf.org, where I essentially do that kind of thing,
He was 7
where I
years and
find
1 month.
something
He had just
historical on
turned
every
7
single
years
page
old.
of Talmud. It's a
He jumped
7-year
into the water
project
with this
organized
child.
by the Orthodox Union.
A child
2 to 5
murderer.
minute
He's
videos.
a child
I have so
murderer
much fun doing
to
it.
do that.
Okay.
Somehow,
But
in the
that's
whole
what the
ruckus,
Talmud is like.
the
And that
cage
was
came undone with
created
the parrot,
primarily in
and the parrot
Babylonia
fell in the water
between
too.
the year
So
200
the
and about
7-year-old
the year
boy
500, an absolutely phenomenal intellectual achievement that
That was
has
the
in
end
many
of one
ways
of the
charted
greatest
the
dynasties
course
in
of
the
Jewish
history
life
of the
ever
world.
since.
The Song
Now,
Dynasty, they were
let's just think about what
intellectually
kind of
great,
stuff goes
they
on that
were
we should remember.
artistically
By the way,
great, they were
it's a beautiful
technologically great, they were just one of the
a
greatest moments
synagogue,
of world
5th century
history.
synagogue in
And it
Qumran,
ends
Israel.
with this
And it shows
coward
on
killing
this
a child
probably the
and his pet
encounter
parrot
of
in order to save the
Shimon
honor
HaTzadik with
that was betrayed
Alexander
by
the
this
Great.
woman.
Shimon
The
HaTzadik
men
here on
lost
the
the war.
left,
The
Alexander the
men
Great on the
lost
right.
the war. Who's to
Really
blame?
kind of Byzantine
An
art.
old, one-eyed, ugly
But
lady.
it exemplifies a lot of the encounter
Well, the
of
bigger picture
Judaism
there
and
is probably
Hellenism
is
in a
become
word.
the
Anyway,
institutions
let us
corrupt
recall
and
that the
stale.
Talmud is a highly
The
artificial
army
document.
weekend
It
and
is an
the
organic document that includes
politician
all
class
kinds of material
probably
from all walks of
have
life,
lost
but
their
the
skill and
authors
competence at
are
ruling and
almost
all that kind
all
of stuff.
rabbis.
All that is true.
So if you can
And the
imagine
Chinese summarized
what
that
it's
with
like
listening
to have this massive document
I mean,
written
everybody has their
entirely by
perspective,
rabbis,
maybe.
what interests rabbis? What do rabbis want to talk about?
The way you
Well,
told the
to talk
story
about women,
has a
the
very kind of
biggest chunk of the
objective
Talmud is about relations with women.
way of revealing
Marriage,
the absurdity
divorce,
and the cleverness of
levirate
it.
marriage,
But, you know, there's probably
multiple
the Chinese
marriage.
perspective that they tell the story.
These things are
Some kind of,
significant, and the
maintain
rabbis are
honor
constantly
to the
dealing with
last,
how to
to
regulate
the last
marriage.
moment.
They're really interested
Very
in
often,
how these things
most
work out.
scholars depict
They
Empresio as the
talk
traitor to the
about
country.
their conflict
And I say,
with
no,
the
that boy
exilarch,
lived on
the
for another
Babylonian Jewish
45
community,
years.
as best as we can tell, was organized
And
with
so
a
she
head
did not
of
betray
the
the
community
country.
that was
She protected
recognized
her.
by
She
the
was supposed
Persian
to
government, by
protect.
the Sasanian
It was the
government,
man who killed
and he was known as
the
the
child
Reish
emperor,
Carusa,
killed
the
young
head of the
So
exile.
what was the lasting
In Latin, we
impact
call
of
the exilarch,
Kublai Khan
the head of the exile.
unifying China?
And this was someone who was
Well,
descended from
yes,
King
first of all,
David,
he had
and
unified
that
China in the
lineage was
largest sense of the
respected
word,
by the
with
Persian
Korea,
authorities. And he had
Manchuria,
some kind of
Mongolia,
authority
part of
over the
Central
Jewish
Asia.
community, the
He had
precise
unified
parameters of which are
But he
not
did so at the
clear yet.
expense of
But
his
the rabbis
empire.
are frequently
They didn't
interacting with the
recognize him as
exilers,
the great
sometimes in
emperor.
a
There
very
was great
positive way, sometimes in a very
opposition from the
negative way.
Golden
So
Horde of
rabbis
Russia,
are not
and also from
exclusively
the
in
Central
control
region, which is
of
called the
regulating Jewish
Chagatai,
life
the
in the region.
descendants of Sakate,
They
the second son,
refer to
Chagatai,
Arabs, the general
and then
population. They
from the
refer to
Ilkhanate of
Zoroastrians. That
These are
is,
the
let us
different
recall that
fracturings
the region
of
of Sasanian
Mongol
Persian
Assyrians.
was had
And only
many
the
Christians living
Ilkhanate
there. It
was
had
still loyal to him.
Zoroastrians who are
But they're so far away.
they believe essentially in
Now he
a
has a name.
dualist kind
This is, I mean,
of
even the four
theology where
pieces.
there's a good God
The
and a
whole
bad
thing
God.
is gigantic.
Myself
Even
and
the pieces are
Zoroastrianism.
gigantic.
But
So,
it
I
shows
mean,
up in the Talmud.
it's
For
very
example,
hard
every Friday
to
night in
keep
the
an
National
empire
Master
this size
Shul,
together.
we we recite the passage of Mishnah which is all about how to light candles on the Sabbath. And one of the things that we say is, if you're worried about Zoroastrian priests coming and telling you that this is a day when you're not allowed to light candles, then there are certain protocols that you can follow. So this would be an example of the rabbi's reaction to Zoroastrian reality. They also deal quite a bit with Jews who have gone off the derech. The OCC phenomenon was known in the Babylonian period as well. The Jews who become Christians or pagans, they're often called Babylonians, which means like a type. They have some type
said
of
organize this,
faith other than Judaism,
so
and the
happened that
rabbis
Marco
are
Polo
plagued with other
was ready to go home because they knew Kubla
discussing it
Khan was
also
about
with
to die.
women, the so-called
In fact, they only
matrona,
had about 1 year left
or
until then.
matronita,
They wanted to
a
get the
woman
riches
of some
out before
stature
they
who
didn't know
was
what's going to happen. This is a new
adopted
dynasty.
another faith.
Been
Of course, it's
total
mainly
control of
about
China
Jewish
for one
law, but
generation,
also about philosophy,
and they
ethics,
didn't know what was going to
metaphysics,
happen.
whatever comes into the
Also,
rabbi's
just before
heads
that,
as being
there'd been a bad
relevant
time
to the
because
topic
Kubla
under
Khan had
discussion,
tried
no
to
matter how
invade Japan a
tangential
second
it
time,
was to the original
and he
discussion
failed
that's in
the
there,
second
including
time.
fascinating stuff
And
on
the second
medicine.
time,
I just gave
I
a
think
little
again
class
he
on
had
the
a
topical
practical
use of honey,
purpose, and that
which
was
apparently is
he had
medically
this whole
indicated in many
huge song
cases, and the
army,
rabbis
but now
actually have
he's
quite a
the
bit
new
to say about that.
Mongol
They have
progressive war.
recipes in there,
So he's got,
recipes
what's
for
he going to do?
heartburn,
They're not
recipes for
reliable. They're
maintaining
not safe.
regularity.
So he sends a bunch of
There's
them up into
discussions
the
of
Amur River,
you know,
down
what
the
kind of
Russian Far East,
life
or
lessons
we call
we can
Siberia
derive
English,
from the
Russian Far
behavior of a
East,
cat.
Amur
There's
River.
incredible
He sent
amounts of
expeditions up
bizarre,
into
amazing
Tibet,
information.
exploring
Every
options
single
up there, but
page
there
of the
wasn't enough
Talmud that
room
you turn
or enough
can
agricultural area
reveal
for huge
tremendous nuggets of
military
wisdom,
colony.
sometimes
Most of
humor.
his ships were loaded with
It's really, I
former
can't express my
prisoners
enthusiasm for this
of
document
the war
enough,
from
but
the
I will
Song
say it
Dynasty,
is an acquired
and they were
taste.
not
You
armed.
really
They
have
had
to spend a lot of
hoes
time
and
studying
more
it,
farming.
getting
He
comfortable
wanted
with
to
the coded
create,
nature of the text
obviously,
to be
an
able to
agricultural,
appreciate the
military,
depth and
agricultural
sophistication
farm
of this
in
amazing
Japan to
document.
help feed northern
It
China.
was so
That was very
complex,
important,
however,
just as they
that
were doing with the Amur
at
River,
one
but it was more
point in the
complicated.
medieval period, one
So,
particular rabbi, Rabbi Alphas, said,
again,
you know
they
what,
lost.
this is
They
just
didn't have it.
too
And
messed
part of
up.
the reason is
Can we
the
just focus?
expedition was
You can say it
massive.
like that, but he said,
They
can we
organized
please
it in the Mongol
focus on
principles of
the
left wing,
relevant
right wing.
material for our daily life? I don't want to
As they
hear
work at sea.
about all these other
Because
musings about
the
what
left wing
happens in the
is
other
from
world. Or,
Korea.
yeah, I don't
There's
want
Korean
these bizarre
ships built up
biographies.
there.
I just
The
want to
right
know,
wing is
how am
from
I
southern
supposed to
China,
behave?
mostly.
How
There's
do
ships
I
built
pay
down
damages
there.
if I
They're not the
scratch
same.
my
They have
neighbor's
a
car?
head,
And so
but there's no
took out
center
all
point.
of what I
Genghis
would
Khan
call
always
fun
had the
stuff.
goal.
And
They
he
call it
only
Jewel,
kept the halacha,
the
the Jewish
center,
law. That's called
or
the Rif,
Jewel,
named after him, and that is a
He
version
had
of
the
the
center
Talmud,
in
which is
command.
just the facts.
No, he set the two.
Just the halacha. It does have the give and take to
They were
arrive at
arguing
the
with each other,
halacha, but
not
it is a
cooperating,
condensed
not
version
helping
that
each other,
removes all the fun stuff.
sabotaging
Of
each
course,
other.
you can probably
They get
imagine
there,
what's going
once
to
again,
happen
they have the
next.
same problems, even though they come with
Yaakov
lots of
Ibn Kabir
grenades
says,
this
oh
time.
my gosh, you can't do
Again,
that.
the
I
grenades
take
are
all the stuff
exploding.
that you threw
They're
away,
scaring
make
the
my own
horses.
Talmud,
You know,
and
it's impressive, and a lot
which
of
is all
silk
the fun
screens are
stuff.
made
We're
later
not going
showing
to talk
these
about
impressive
halacha.
battles.
We're not going to
You know,
discuss any of the Shema
they
or
lost.
Torah like
And
that.
again,
We're just going to talk
a
about
high
the
food
philosophy, the
happened to be
biographies,
the
the stories. Give me
final
those recipes. Give me
destruction
those what I
of
can
the
learn from a
Navy.
cat.
But
I
I think
love that
it's
stuff, and that's in the Ein
Japan
Yaakov.
had
Ein
defeated the
Yaakov
Mongols,
is
I would say.
sadly ignored text.
Japanese
It's a
deserve
very
credit for that
widely
victory.
studied text, far more than Dafyomi in Europe.
The sinking
And
of
it
the
would be nice to
ships
see a
was more
revival of
caused by
studying
the
Yaakov, because it's just
by the
mind-blowing stuff
typhoon.
in Ein
But
Yaakov.
already the
But that's
Japanese had developed
just
good
to give you a
strategies
sense of
while the Mongols
the way
had been
that
away.
the
They
Talmud
knew
has
how the
evolved
Mongols
and Jewish
fought.
thought.
And they knew that at
So by
night
the
they
time
could
you
fire
get
flaming
to
arrows
the end of
and
the
ships
5th
set them on
century,
fire. And
there
they
is
were
a
doing
lot
great
of
damage.
conflict with the Sasanian
So
authorities,
again,
with the
Kubla
Persian
Khan
government. There's
lost
actually
the
a
invasion of
rebellion
Japan.
that is mounted by one of the
But the
exilarchs, and it
soldiers
does not
were
go
gone.
well.
They
At
drowned.
this time, the Sasanian
kill them
government
off.
has
It was
been
his deliberate
engaged
plan.
in a centuries-long
But the problem was
struggle with the
solved.
Roman Empire. This is a borderline
It's one of those
territory where
ironies of
it
history.
is just next to the
It's
Roman
hard to
Empire. The
quite
Roman
understand.
Empire is jealous
So
of this
this had
region and
happened,
has
but then
unsuccessfully
Kubla Khan
attacked it on a number of
was
occasions.
coming to
And
the
the Jews
near
are
the end of
often
life,
questioned
and
for their
Marco
loyalty.
Polo
Are
just
they
wanted to get
loyal
out.
to the Sasanian
They're ready to
Persians?
go.
Are they loyal
And
to the
Kubla
Romans?
Khan
And
allowed
as you
them
can
to
imagine,
sail
the specter of dual royalty goes all the way back to this answer period. But as for reasons which are not completely clear, in the 5th century, the Talmud comes to a close. The discussion is kind of called to a halt, and the text is firmly settled more or less to what we have today. There are a few tractates that are added later, but they're bound with the Talmudic printed edition, but they're called Gaonic manuscripts or Gaonic tractates, clearly written by rabbis after the Talmud is sort of sealed. And although it is the most difficult document to kind of say, well, this is the final word, because it just provokes greater discussion, nevertheless, the text of what we call the Talmud is basically sealed at that time. There are a few more generations of scholars Jews that continue to study the Talmud in Babylonia. There's some debate amongst historians as to actually who these people are, what their period refers to. But basically, up until the 10th century, we've got people studying the Talmud in Babylonia. But the big news for Jewish history is what happened in the 7th century, because you have this massive spread of Islam, this new religion that emerges with tremendous strength out of Arabia in the year 622, and with remarkable ease and speed sweeps across the coast of North Africa, eventually crosses into Spain in the year 711, hence the popular chain of cornerstones. And thank you for laughing. I know I tell that joke every time, but again. And also, all the way out, all of Alexander's empire comes under Islam as well. And our topic for next week is going to look at what it was like for Jews living under Islam as a religion, and contrasting that with their experience in Christian Europe.
They were quite independent by now.
I want to take just a moment now to reflect a little bit on Jewish survival, because we have, that's really the theme of this entire series is what exactly is it that contributed to Jewish survival. I was actually criticized by a viewer online. You can look at it up on YouTube. I might not believe it. He says, Jews, I'm watching you. And I saw that your lecturer at timestamp 0.35 or whatever. He wonders how the Jews survived. And he never says in the entire lecture that it was the Lord that helped them. So you are a faithless people. And I think to myself, boy, I look faithless, don't I? Right? It's the beard maybe, or the people that gives it away. But there's no question there's something supernatural going on here. It's impossible to imagine the unlikely survival of this tiny minority, and not only surviving, but thriving in so many different environments. This is something that we really have to look at the grand scope, the huge arc of Jewish history before we can really experience it in its fullness. But let us look at one detail here. And this picture here is a beautiful ritual. It's a young Hasidic family here, a little boy here at the age of 3. Many of you may have done this yourself with your own children. Maybe you remember it yourself. I know I did it with my kids. But the ritual is that it's not a Hasidic ritual, it's a long-standing Jewish custom, that when a young child turns 3, which is considered a milestone in intellectual development, you begin to teach them the Aleph base, the Hebrew alphabet. And in order to instruct them that learning is sweet, you either coat the letters with honey, as is being done here, and then you have the child touch the letter, you tell him the name of the letter, and then of course he puts his finger in his mouth, so he associates the letter with that olfactory sensation of sweetness. It's a beautiful ritual that I remember was very fun. And I think this is a key element
also needed other sources, so I found like Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it. I really felt a lot of confidence with them over time. But spaces were romanticized, and you have to always
something that vivifies us, something that is intrinsically sweet. That's something that contributes to Jewish survival and has allowed us to endure tremendous persecution and strive despite it. So next week, God willing, we will explore
in the 20th century. Eugene O'Neill wrote
medieval period under Islamic rule and under Christian rule. Very different experiences, some points of convergence, many points of divergence. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent night.
He's talking about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kubla Khan.
Tonight's talk
And so
is,
Marco Polo becomes a
I'd
symbol
like to
of
cover, God
capitalism,
willing,
not at its
roughly
worst,
the
but at its
7th
most
through the late 11th century.
basic.
So it's
And that
not the
is
same
like the
amount of time
princess
as we
in that
looked at
story.
last
This is
week,
not in
maybe a
real
little
life,
bit more.
this is in the
But
play
we are
written by
blessed
Eugene
with a
O'Neill.
tremendous
I
number
think
of
it captures
sources.
a lot. The Princess
Really,
Hochstein says,
historiography begins to
Marco
open up
is
with
an
a lot
excellent
of more
judge
material for us to
of
work with, and I'm going to
quantity.
begin the talk with just an overview of some of the
There are
amazing
things like
sources
that.
that we have to deal with on this
And then
period.
in the play,
And then essentially we're going
Bion,
to take
the
a
great general,
comparative look. We're going to see how Jewish civilization developed under Muslim rule and compare that with Christian rule. And there are some areas, as I mentioned last week, that are convergent, they're similar, and there are other areas which are really quite divergent and radically unsimilar. So let's have a look at the sources of the Okay, so the title I've taken is really borrowed from this book by Mark Cohen, Under Crescent and Cross. Of course, the crescent is a reference to the Islamic rule, the cross, the reference to the Christian rule, and these two major geopolitical regions will have a distinctly different effect on the Jews themselves. I also rely heavily on the work of Jeremy Cohen for the Christian period and Norman Stillman for the Muslim period that we'll look at today. You begin to have the appearance of books that are actually dedicated to Jewish history, which is something that's fairly rare. There's only a handful of books that appeared before, let's say, the 12th century. The Sefer HaKabbalah, which is not a book about mysticism, it's a book about the tradition that's received one after another, comes from Avraham ibn Dawood, one of our very first historical sources, an extremely important one. You also have travelogues, like the great Benjamin of Tudella's Journeys, which was so popular in the Middle Ages, it was translated to Latin, to French, to German. It was such an amazing work. It is really a fantastic thing when you look at his journeys in the Middle Ages, and he describes many of the places that he'd been to, and in fact many of the places that he never went to, but he talked about them because he heard about them in his various destinations. So we have these kinds of sources popping up as materials that we can use to understand the experience of the Jews from the 7th to the 12th century, and they're absolutely fantastic. So many different things are available to us at this time. I'll point out the one major source of material, which is the incredible Cairo Geniza. This deserves just a little bit of our time. In the city of Fustat, which is sometimes called Old Cairo, it's actually where Cairo originally was, and the city was moved slightly north. There was a synagogue called the Ben Ezra Synagogue, and it had long been reputed as a synagogue that went back many, many centuries in time and had tremendous treasures. It was basically ignored until these two sisters, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson from England, who were phenomenal intellects, but because they were women at the end of the 19th century, they were not allowed to pursue graduate degrees and get doctorates and become professors at Cambridge. They just ended up, studying Syriac and all these ancient languages and becoming really incredibly proficient and writing books on their own without any official imprimatur of the university, even though they were really teaching the professors what they needed to know to be able to teach their classes. They were visiting Old Cairo, they heard about this Ben Ezra synagogue, and they heard in particular that this synagogue had an attic that had been restricted for centuries. There was some kind of legend about a serpent up there that would bite anyone that went up and would give them a venomous attack and they would die, but there were phenomenal treasures in that attic. So they said, I can just imagine it with a Cambridge accent, pish tosh, and they insisted on seeing what's in the attic, and they discovered one of the most amazing treasure troves of documents in any culture, in any time, known as the Cairo Geniza. This is the ladder up into the attic. And in this attic were stored about 500 years worth of documents. What kind of documents? Absolutely every kind of document you could imagine, because as I'm sure you're aware, we have this commandment not to take the Lord's name in vain, which is extended to Jews will not erase the name of God. If you write the name of God on paper, you can't remove the name of God with an eraser or wipe it out, things like that. So anything which has the name of God on it, which is called the shame put or shamos, you have to put it away, and eventually it will rot. You can put it in you can bury it in a graveyard, for example, but you can't simply dispose of it. So that's the traditional custom, as I'm sure all of you are aware. We have in our synagogue, most synagogues have a place where they store prayer books that are worn out, or the ridiculous number of handouts you get from schools when you send your kids to primary school. And that place is called the Geniza, which can mean a place where things are hidden away or protected away. It can also mean treasure, ironically. For us, it's that big wooden box that sits outside the office during the week, and then I don't know how often they empty it, but it fills up, and they're old tables and things like that. So for some reason that we don't really understand, the Jews of old Fustat had a tradition of saving absolutely anything written with Hebrew characters, regardless of whether or not it was a holy book. So that meant, receipts of sale, business documents, contracts, marriage contracts, notes saying, honey, please pick up 12 pita on the way home from the ship. Any kind of document written with Hebrew letters was preserved and thrown in the Geniza, and it has literally millions of fragments of writings over 500 years worth of material. Here's a picture of the great scholar that the Hebrews sent their material to, Solomon Schechter, working with the Geniza. You get a sense of just how chaotic it is, because it's literally an attic that had been ignored for half a millennium. But the kinds of materials that have been found by going through the Geniza research include, for example, autographed, hand-corrected editions of Maimonides' works. This is Maimonides' own handwriting and his own strikeouts. Here is actually Maimonides' own signature, which is a rather remarkable thing. The actual hand of the incredible great people wrote these words himself. You see it right, Moshe ben Rabbi Maimon. There's like a tremendous amount of these palimpsests, which are basically, because vellum and parchment was very expensive, quite often they would rub it really hard to kind of write out the contrast of the order, and it will write on top of it. So you can see here's a Hebrew document, but underneath there's a Greek script underneath, which both of these texts are actually of tremendous value. Poetry, love letters, you name it, they're all in there, including, for example, children's practice books, how to learn the Hebrew alphabet. This is basically the same kind of thing that my children would have learned, how to practice the letter Shin with all the vowels, letters F with all the vowels, and so on. And we even have amazing things like children's doodles. Some child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, was drawing these pictures as he was practicing the alphabet. The Geniza is an incredible treasure trove of documents that relate to the social history of the Jews in Old Fustat and all of their traveling documents as well, which we'll see. So it is really one of the most incredible sources of information available for the period. And it is still being very actively studied in a couple of fascinating ways. So many of the tiny fragments, I believe I read somewhere about 70% of them have not been cataloged or deciphered. And remember that we're talking about, documents that sometimes have been shattered into 100 pieces and then mixed up in a big box when they went to, St. Petersburg or Cambridge or wherever they were sent, and now they have to be put back together like a jigsaw puzzle. So now with computer technology and crowdsourcing, there are a couple different projects. They're doing things like this. This is called the Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, and they're asking your help to actually work in the Cairo Geniza. They've scanned all the documents, all the scraps, and no matter what your level of linguistic ability, they show you a picture like this. And they ask you really basic questions like, is this upside down? Because yes or no. And they flip it around. And they say, is it written in Hebrew or some other language? And if you know, then you say yes, Hebrew, or no, I don't know, and then you don't know what language it is, and then they'll go on to the next clip. And they'll see that where you left off, so someone who knows a little more about languages will be able to decipher that piece. And so on. Absolutely amazing crowdsourced project. Maybe in 5 or 10 years we'll have the entire Geniza catalog, and who knows what else we will find there. So the Geniza is going to inform our discussion. All right, so what I'd like to do first, now that we've had just a sense of the kind of sources that inform the work of historians in this period, let's look at the Muslim period first, and I want to take you through a discussion of the fact of Umar in particular. So here's a map that shows the remarkable spread of Islam in the 7th century. Now, chances are you've probably learned the historiographic approach that was very popular in the 19th and the first half of the 20th century, and it takes a good 20, 30 years before new historiographic models sort of, work their way down to the primary and secondary levels. The sort of dominant 19th century Christian European approach to the spread of Islam was that, they were bloodthirsty villains who came out and they essentially said to villages and towns, convert or die. People chose to convert, and that's how they spread so rapidly. It fails to really answer the basic question, well, how did they stay Muslim for so many centuries? Not only is it a very facile answer to how they could spread so fast. Because this whole map here, you're seeing this tiny desert religion emerges out of Arabia here on the coast of the Red Sea. Here's Mecca and Medina are the most important cities there. And it spreads within, basically a little over 100 years, and it takes over basically the entire known world. Europe, at this point, with the exception of the Italian peninsula, is not such a well-developed civilization at all. So all of North Africa, Egypt, into Spain, all the way up to Afghanistan becomes Islamicized so rapidly. How does that possibly happen? So most scholars are now working with a model that includes the violent aspect, as I mentioned earlier, but they also look to things like, for example, Islam was, especially in the 7th and 8th century, remarkably colorblind. That is, they did not afford status to conquered peoples based on their skin color. So especially when they penetrated to areas east, going to places like northern India, where you have a very rigid caste structure, and they go in there and say, hey, we don't believe in caste structure, and all of a sudden, all of the darker skinned people who are suffering from very terrible social disabilities could convert to Islam and literally climb right to the top of the socioeconomic ladder immediately. So there's a lot of elements of egalitarianism in Islam that was directly appealing. Also, the very strong message of Muhammad as the prophet of God, a lot of the kind of elements that we see in Judaism that were so popular also made their way into Islam. But I don't want to get too far away from the historical book. It spreads over this region in a remarkable fashion, and Jews, of course, find themselves within the orbit of Islam. Where are Jews living at this time? Well, we still have some Jews in ancient Israel. Now we're really in the 7th century, so it's a small population. But we have a very large Jewish population here in Babylonia, right? Ctesiphon is essentially Mafosa, a lot of the towns that we remember from the Talmud, sort of complete their song, are right in this little region south of Baghdad, so it's a major population there. You also have a significant population in Egypt, and there are populations that are not quite as large, but all the way across the coast of North Africa, Iran, Tunis, and we have Jews in Italy, but that's beyond our discussion for today. So Jews are taken up in this region, and they have to learn to adapt to the new faith. And they learn to adapt primarily because they have actually a fairly significant shared cultural values. And this is extremely important when you think about the contrast between Judaism and Christianity on the one hand, and Judaism and Islam on the other. Christianity is a very clearly based religion, meaning a lot of emphasis is placed on what one believes. Does one recognize, for example, the founder of Christianity as one's personal savior or not? Does one make that statement of belief and affirm that statement of belief? Islam, on the other hand, is much more like Judaism, which, although there are definitely creedal elements, there are things that you have to say, you have to believe, the actual count is actually kind of small, meaning in order to be a believing Jew, you have to believe in, maybe 13 things. That's it. We haven't even really spent a lot of time codifying it. It wasn't until Maimonides that we began to get a count of the e-collar and things like that. On the other hand, we are super into behavior. We are super into what is kosher and what is not kosher. What kind of tablecloth can you put on your table on Shabbos, and what kind you can't. The minutiae, the details of how a person behaves, everything from quite literally how you tie your shoes in the morning, to
And you can
what
still
blessings
go into the
does
eastern
one say?
part of
What time does one
Cambodia
begin the fast? What time does one end the fast? And what
You can go to
exactly is a
large
fast
areas where you
anyways?
don't hear
Does
birds
an
singing.
intravenous count for a
Because of
fast?
the
All kinds of things like this.
warfare
We have like
of
books
American
upon books upon books talking about
So we
behavior,
still do it,
how
but
one
we don't
behaves,
want to
and
admit it, and
relatively
we don't
few
want to
that
go
talk
into
about
it.
what one
In World War
believes.
II, the
And the
Americans
opposite
did
is
have
true of Christianity. So in many
unconditional
ways,
surrender.
although
Well,
Christianity,
because
I'm sorry,
war, don't
Judaism
support the war,
and
we did it right,
Islam
we did it wrong.
had their
These are all
fair
issues that
amount
people
of
can argue.
friction,
But we had a
particularly
clear
in the early
policy.
years when,
We go into
much to
Afghanistan, we're
Muhammad's
fighting terror.
disappointment, the
We're
Jews
going to bring
did not
democracy, we're
choose
going to free
to
the women.
convert to his new
And
faith.
what?
And there were in
There's
fact
absolute sheer
massacres,
insanity.
and there was significant
The
fighting
things
at
that
the
we
time.
did. And we kill
Once that
people.
died down, in
Not
reality,
only
Judaism and
did we
Islam had
use
a lot
chemical
more in
warfare and
common with
kill
each
a lot
other,
of people
a
in
common
Vietnam
shared
and
sort of
Laos
cultural
and Cambodia.
vocabulary.
We killed
have
American
kashrut,
soldiers.
they have
We
halal,
killed
you know?
American
We
soldiers,
have
and my
tzniut, they
father
have
was
super
what?
tzniut.
He
There's all
died
kinds of
from
like
Agent
similarities
Orange
where at least we
disease.
understand each other, even if
Oh, but
we
that
don't
doesn't
see eye to
count.
eye on all things.
He
Whereas
didn't die
many
on
of
the
these cultural
battlefield.
elements
We
are
didn't mean
not
to kill him.
shared
It
by
doesn't count.
Christianity. So
Modern
it was
warfare
much
is brutal.
easier for the Jews and the Muslims to
And we just
establish a
paper
modus
over it
vivendi.
sometimes.
The high point of which we will discuss next week when
It
we
was
look at
designed to
Al-Andalus,
kill
which is the
all
southern part of
vegetation.
Spain.
This is going to be a humane.
It may be
We're going to kill all the
exaggerated to some
vegetation
degree,
in
but
the
it's
jungle,
considered
and that
one
way
of the
they can
greatest
stop moving the
periods of
army through the
cultural
jungle, and they can
coexistence
stop
in the
the
history of
supplies
the
from
world.
coming.
It's
That was
called La
American strategy.
Convivencia, the period of
Henry
coexistence
Kissinger,
where Jews,
Nobel Prize
Muslims, and
winner,
Christians
is
lived
now
together with
resting
a
in
degree of
hell.
harmony
This is
that
exactly where
has
he
not been
belongs.
seen
What
ever
he did
since.
to Vietnam,
It's a little bit
Laos,
exaggerated,
and
a little bit
Cambodia,
rosy, but nevertheless,
was
there's a lot
just
of truth there. But
absolutely
we'll discuss that
horrific.
later.
So Agent Orange
So,
comes in,
how did
they
the
defoliate,
Jews
which
sort of
means they wipe out the
establish
crops, so
themselves in
people were
Muslim
starving.
lands
Literally,
and
vacation.
find a way
Cambodia is
to,
starving
you
to
know,
death.
exist
The
with some
animals are being
stability?
killed,
So
and deformed
we have
children
this
are being born to
document
this
called the
day.
Pact of
And
Umar.
American
It is named after the
soldiers
second
died
caliph,
by the
that is the
thousands.
successor to
Not
Muhammad,
immediately,
as
not
the
on the
ruler of all Muslim
not
lands.
on the
Most
battlefield,
scholars believe
not
that
right
it
there.
actually
They go
dates quite a
home,
bit later, maybe
they
a
have the
couple
disease,
centuries
they
later,
linger,
but it was
they take the whole
attributed
family
to
down with them
Umar
in
as kind of a way
emotional
of giving it more status
trauma
and age.
of becoming
And
slowly
it's essentially,
paralyzed and dying.
like speaking about common cultural
We did that to
vocabulary,
our own
it is a
people.
tshuva,
So yeah,
it is a
warfare.
responsum of
I
Umar
don't think we're
to
any
a
more humane
question
with it any
directed to
better
him.
today
And
than
the question
the
said,
past.
okay,
It's just
Umar,
we can
you are
hide
now the
parts
leader
of
of
it
this
more
entire
easily,
area,
deny it
and
more
we know
easily.
that Islam is a
If you're killed
jealous
by a
faith,
Mongol,
and they're very
it's
insistent
killed
on
by
monotheism,
You're killed by
and we're
friendly fire
monotheists too,
in
but we're
America
not
or
Islamic monotheists. And we know that in
Seems
Islamic
that,
theology, God did
what people
communicate
mean when they
with
say
many
that
people
word's out.
before Muhammad,
It's
and
deep
for
sense
whatever
that
reason,
everybody
they began
loses
to
no
mess
matter
up
the
the
narrative.
transmission. Kind of
Put on
like,
top of it.
you know, the Jews got the Old Testament through Abraham and Moses,
I'm not a
and the Old
pacifist
Testament was
again,
kind
but
of,
I
you know, thinking of software, sort of
war
clunky,
is
and
acceptable
so they
in
had to
some
keep adding
situations.
patches to it.
But
Christianity was
the
one
more
really big
control it is,
patch,
the
so it's
better.
kind of like
I
Windows
buy it.
3.1. But now we
My
have,
effort is not
what's the latest version
to-
of it? Windows 10, I guess?
Do away
You are
with all
Windows
the
10.
things
You
that
are the
happened
final
under
Windows.
Genghis
There's
Khan,
no more Windows after
brutality and
you.
all that.
So what's with
But
us?
it's to measure it
So
against what
Umar
goes on today.
makes a response to them, the
Now we have
document
the
we
different
have,
images.
which
There are
of
two
course
images
is
of
probably
Genghis
not
Khan.
Umar himself,
One is
but
our
nevertheless
image,
later,
is a
in
barbarian
which he
on
says, okay,
horseback,
fine,
killing and raping women all
because
the time.
God did
The other
communicate
image is
to
Mongolian
you,
image. And when they
even
finally
though
built an
you
official
are
statue of
wrong-headed in
him
your belief and you really should be
in
Muslims,
this
nevertheless,
century,
we will
for
respect
the
your ancestral
800th
faith,
anniversary of
and
his
we
founding of
will
Mongolia,
tolerate your existence
and to think
as
about
long
how
as
to
you
present
behave
him to the
within
world and
certain
to
parameters.
themselves.
And so in
And they
this
chose
Pact
the
of
Lincoln
Umar,
Memorial.
there is a whole
And
whole series of regulations of what Jews and by extension also Christians can and can't do in Muslim societies. And a lot of these restrictions are symbolic, humiliating, like, for example, Jews not being allowed to carry weapons because that's a sign of authority, a sign of power, and so on. Jews not being allowed to build their synagogues, to renovate them, or to build new ones, and things like that. Many of these regulations, by the way, were observed in the breach only, because you could always bribe someone to be able to renovate your synagogue, or even to build a new one. Although there are some Syrian synagogues that the custom was to avoid attracting attention that the synagogue was approved, they would actually build downwards. Most of the
let's return
synagogue is
back
actually
to Genghis Khan's
underground,
life
whereas you
and the
see
end
on
of
ground
it.
level, it looks like a regular
How
sort
or
of
where
building.
did he die?
So there were several kind of disabilities, but at the
After
same time,
conquering the Hellenism
there were
Empire in
rights
Central
and
Asia,
privileges also
Genghis
from
Khan
the Jewish
returned,
people, the
and
most
then they had
important
a
of
great,
which
what they
that
called not
Jews
a
were
great
to be
celebration. They went on
unmolested
for a whole
in their
summer just about
ancestral
it.
faith.
They had so
That
much
if they
wealth
wanted to
to
continue
distribute to
worshiping
everybody.
Judaism, it was a
Everybody was
recognized
eating all
religion.
kinds of
They
things,
couldn't do it
for
too loudly.
what
They
they have
couldn't
done,
do it in a very
including the
ostentatious
people who
way.
helped save
Purim
him
was
when he was
always
in
a
the
difficult
in the
holiday,
cake and
but
the
otherwise
Luxio.
they could be left
They were
alone. And
rewarded
this was
with
absolutely a
everybody was
fantastic
rewarded. It
thing
was a
for
great time.
Jews because in terms of
First
our
place he had attacked
diasporic
out
history,
time was
we
the
tend to
Tangut
do
nation.
best
And they had
when
sworn
we live
allegiance to
in
him, and then when he went
moderately
off to the Middle East,
discriminatory
they refused to
societies.
send troops.
Not that I'm suggesting anyone in the
He
internet
didn't
audience
forget
to
that.
pick up
He's
on
going
this
back
statement,
to the Tangut
but
nation,
when there is
and he's
just a
going to
tiny bit of
conquer them.
anti-Semitism there, God
As
forbid,
he was
no
crossing the
violent
Gobi,
anti-Semitism like that,
which
but when
takes
there's a
a
tiny bit of
while,
discrimination
and
that keeps
crossing
the
the
Jews
Gobi,
sticking
he saw
together,
it was
that
destructed a
keeps
little
us
bit by hunting
integral
the
within a
Huron, which is
community.
the wild, we said the
And
wild
as long
ass,
as
or
we can rely on the
I used to say
basic
wild horse, it sounds a little better.
existence of the state as
The
a state
Huron,
defined
Huron
by
on the
law,
Gobi. He was
then
out
we
hunting
can
Huron, he
flourish.
fell from
We
his
see this,
horse,
for example, in
and
South
he injured
Africa,
his leg very
before
badly.
apartheid fell apart.
And he
Of course, that
seemed
was
to
a very
decline from that
discriminatory
point,
state if you
and
were
it
black,
took some
but if you were
number of
Jewish, it was
months
just a minor thing.
before
We see it
August of
also in Quebec,
1227. He
where
was
there's
very much
also
near
kind of
the end
like
of
a
life.
moderate anti-Jewish bias.
You can read
Remains to be
online
seen
the
what
exact
Europe is going to
date.
be like
It's
right
all
now.
very
But
specific.
the bottom
The
line
truth
is,
is we don't know
Islamic society
exactly
was
which day he died at
Rechtsstaat,
that time,
which is
because
a great
one of
German
his
word.
wives was
I
running the
like
camp.
saying it.
And
Usually I say it at the
were keeping
dentist
it
before I
secret
spit
until
down
the defeat of the
which means a society defined by law. By Rechts, there are rights or laws, and Staat, of course, is state. And Jews can exist in a Rechtsstaat. We have difficulty in anarchic environments. When there is anarchy, that is the worst enemy of the Jews, because as a minority, we are relatively defenseless. So the Pact of Weimar actually sort of stabilized Jewish life, moderately discriminatory, but nevertheless lots of potential, because we knew that, you know, if someone were to set fire to the synagogue, then we could go to the local authorities and we would get some redress for that, because it was contrary to the Pact of Weimar. There are exceptions to this rule. There are punctuations of violence, and there are punctuated moments when it is ignored. But nevertheless, this is the general case for Jews in Muslim society, really up until the modern period. Ironically, it is the huge development of tension between you know, Jews and Arabs with the development of modern political Zionism that has sort of cast a shadow on the way we look at Jewish-Muslim relations over time. The vast majority of our experience living in the land is really quite a bit more positive.
The oldest
But
boy
we'll
was
get to
born
that, God
while
willing,
father was allied with his uncle.
one other really important footnote. If you look back at this map for a second, by the way, let's just go back to this map here. You see at the top of this, there's this place called the Khazar Empire. So I can't leave this sentence without taking us back to Khazaria for a second, because this is one of the most bizarre footnotes in Jewish history, and it is a footnote that is still quite active today, especially in the darker parts of the West. Khazaria is this region that is basically in the Caucasus region, just to the east of the Black Sea, north of Azerbaijan and Georgia, south of what would be today Russia. And it was a fairly large empire. You can't use the word state in a modern sense, but it definitely was a large swath of territory that was ruled by a Turkic-speaking people for about 500 years, a significant population. And it's an amazing story. Sometime around the year 740, the story is that they all converted to Judaism. That's a bizarre story. How do we know about it? We begin to get inklings of the Khazarian story from Spain a couple hundred years later, when an important figure named, an important politician named Hasba ibn Shaprut has a correspondence with someone who purports to be the Jewish king of Khazaria. There are a lot of problems with the chain of evidence with these letters, but nevertheless, this King Joseph describes that what happened in Khazaria is that there was an original King Bulan who had a debate, a tri-religion debate
lectured
between
by his
Christianity,
second son.
Islam, and Judaism, because he
This is
wanted
when
to
he
decide
gave that
which faith to
impassioned
adopt
speech
from paganism.
to his-
And after hearing
and
all their
actually,
arguments, he
the way
decided
the
that
secret
Judaism
history
was the best religion.
makes it look
And
like it
now
was his
Khazaria is
assistant
Jewish,
speaker who
and
said
they
it,
would love to
because
get
very
some
often
more
the great
hum
power
and
doesn't
passion for the
say
upcoming holiday and
the
things
words
like that.
directly.
It's a
Let
kind of a
somebody else say
bizarre
the
story.
have
We
a
kind of
spokesperson.
lose the
Anyway,
trail, but it
I think it was
becomes a
his words. I
really
think he said them
popular
on that
device
day.
in the
So I
hands of
think
the great
on
poet
this
Yehuda
business,
Halevi,
you
who
did
a couple
not know,
hundred years
you were not
after
there.
the correspondence
The
with
stars were
Chachai
moving in the sky, the
writes a
head was turning around, the earth was turning over.
philosophical sort of
You did
novel
not know
called
who
the
loved
Kuzari,
you.
which
You did
means
not know
the
who your mother
Khazarite,
loved.
the
You did
person
not know what
Khazaria,
your mother did.
in which
And if I
he
say he
uses
is
that
my son,
foil,
who are
he
you
uses the
to say
story
he
as a
is not my
foil
son?
to demonstrate how
By the way,
Judaism is
pretty
better than
just
Christianity and Islam. By taking the story of the debate and then
really
patching
high
into his
integrity,
philosophical
really
conceit,
respectable.
he's able to
That
create the story, and it was
have
a
that
dramatic,
respect
very
and
popular work.
honor
It's still
his,
studied avidly today.
wife
So what's
in
the
this way,
historical reality
and
of
his
this?
son in this way.
There are many scholars who argue
I don't know if she
Lo
was
hayu
alive at this point or
hadvarim
not. We do
These
not
things
have the
never
death
actually
recorded.
happened. My
Uncles are
colleague
not
Shaul
good at
Stanford at the
recording
Hebrew
death.
University
They
in
don't.
Jerusalem,
They
every
should
few
just say
months we have a
somebody
debate on
finished
the
their
times that
age
someone
or
brings up the
they have some
Khazarian
view
issue,
from this
and he is adamant that it never happened at all.
He
It's
made that
essentially a
impassioned
fiction that
speech.
was invented in
Some
Spain
guy
and
they
so
had
on.
to submit.
I,
He said, yes,
while at
you
the
are
same time
Father.
I
Do we
respect
accept
Dr.
what you
Stanford
say?
as a senior scholar with tremendous achievements,
A tear shot with
there
words.
is some
Probably
evidence
loaded
that
on
there
a
was some
horse.
Jewish things going
A tear
on in
shot with
Khazaria.
words.
We can point to a handful of travelers who were there
So,
who report that the Jews there were Jewish, but were kind of weird. Like, for example, they are not well educated. They didn't practice circumcision, which is a pretty basic Jewish ritual. And
what do
there
you
are a
want
few,
to do? What do you want to do?
scattered bits of evidence suggest that in
I
fact
don't
there
favor
was a
some guy
conversion. How deep that conversion was in society, probably not very deep. Probably just the ruling classes, and it probably had a lot more to do with the political realities conflicting with Christianity that was expanding in Europe and Islam that is expanding at the same time to the south, and they may have chosen Judaism as kind of like a halfway position, so they would not be absorbed politically into either state. And also there's this fascinating archaeological evidence, like these things which are discovered all over Khazaria. People are wondering,
I think he also had passed
did I
out
use
drunk.
that one before? I really
Well,
like
then he
that
came
one.
out drunk and grabbed
But
him up
there
and
is,
pulled him
however,
back
some
into the
really
party.
fascinating cool evidence from the Geniza, like
So he
this
was
letter
chosen as the
here,
next
which
great
is known
Khan
as the
of the Mughal
Kievan
Empire.
letter.
Unfortunately,
Basically, it's a document
sort of a
which
plan B.
we recognize
And
even today.
Genghis Khan
The
had set
document
up
is a
very
letter of
powerful
introduction
with his
of
daughters,
a
but
Jew
also
from
he had
Kiev,
chosen wives for each of
who
his sons.
is a fine,
Very,
upstanding
very
member of the
capable
community. And
wives.
Kiev, by the
And
way,
from a
is
good
in
day,
Khazarian
he had a
territory.
wife who was
Kiev
his
was
first
a
wife. The first wife
Khazarian
would usually be
outpost.
somebody
The great
closer by
Ukrainian
certain
Semelian
clan or
Yitzhak said
something.
it's so ironic
He had a
that
very
it could be that the
intelligent woman
capital
named
of Ukraine was actually founded
And,
by Jews.
She was more or
That's
less
an
ruling in his
amazing
last
thing
few
to
years,
contemplate. But at any
and
rate,
then after he died, she ruled
this
in
letter
honor,
was brought to
in her
Cairo
own name.
by
She
a
was the
Jew
ruler
from
of the greatest
Khazaria,
empire in the world,
probably in the
ever ruled
11th
by a woman.
century. And he said,
It's incredible
you know,
that
the
the
letter
genius
says
of
that the
Jenkins
bearer of this
set it up
document
that way.
is a fine, upstanding
And
Jew. He has
not,
fallen on hard times.
there's probably,
Would you please help him out with some
very
donation
widespread
to support
discrimination
his
of women
family
at that
back
time.
in Kiev? And
And
this
to
is a
have
document
not
we
care
see
about any of
basically
that
every
and just
single
making
day
the
when
right
you go to
decision.
shul, right? There's someone
Well,
carrying around a
we'll
Kievan
keep
letter
the empire
today.
together.
So that's a really
Thurston was
authentic kind of
there's
document.
peace.
So not
She's
only
not
does it
going
specifically
campaigns.
reference Kiev,
There's peace during her
but you
time.
can see that at the
women,
bottom of the document, it has, you know, usually have the signatures of important rabbis who sign on to it, right? And say that, you know, yes, I agree it, this is what's happened to this guy, I endorse his request. And here we have someone signed in Turkic rules, not Hebrew script at all. Probably someone who has no idea how to write Hebrew, and he is one of the leaders of the Jewish community.
Like all of us, you
Which
know,
indicates, according to Amelia Yitzhak, and Norman Gold, who studied this letter, that this is indicative of what's going on in Khazaria in the 11th century. They do have a Jewish community there, which are descended from Khazars, and they are not a very educated community. They need professional scribes to put these things together, but the important people may still even not know how to write their names in
Well, she
Hebrew,
was still alive.
indicative
She had
of their
her primary
religion.
minister was also a
Fascinating.
woman.
One last thing, why is Khazaria so important today on the dark corners of the web?
you
And this is
organize the
something that
purge
Shoal
of report.
has demonstrated in a
Killed an awful lot of
devastatingly
these people who
final
had been supporting her.
conclusion.
And a lot of them were Muslims.
There are
And he killed an awful lot.
anti-Semites on the web
And then he was
who
going to
are
march
very
against the
enamored
Golden
of the
Horde
so-called
because they weren't
Khazarian
supporting him.
hypothesis that
So he
the
set off and he
Ashkenazic
died.
Jews
He was only in
are
office for
actually
18
descendants from this Turkic people
And,
in Khazaria.
He was gone.
And they are
And
really
his wife
insistent
took over
on
Mulgall
putting
College.
this kind of strange,
Unfortunately, she was not capable as her
what difference does it
mother-in-law.
make? The reason it
Mulgall
makes a
College
difference
was a
is
bit
because
greedy.
if today's Ashkenazic
She
Jews
didn't
are
start
actually
any new
descended
wars,
from
but
these Turkic
she just kind of
peoples
messed up things, and
and
she didn't rule
not
for too
from
long.
their
And this is why
ancestral
Cobra
origins
Khan's mother,
in
so
ancient
her
Israel,
stunning,
with Abraham,
was able to
Isaac,
have a
Jacob,
revolution.
Sarah, Rebecca,
She
Rachel,
united
and
with the
Leah,
Golden
then
Horde.
they are truly
She was on
not
one end of
legitimate
China,
Jews.
she had northern
The
China,
real Jews,
the
the
Golden Horde and
Israelites, they
Russia.
were gone a
The
long
two of
time
them
ago.
united
The people who are claiming
against
to be
the
Jews
center.
today are
And they
actually
overthrew
Khazarian. They're
Mulgall
actually like
College,
mud
and
people.
she
This
put her
sometimes
son
is really
Mulgall,
derogatory language for this.
who was 65.
So, and they use this as a lever to try to delegitimize the Jewish identity of people who call themselves Jews. There's a lot of funny things going on here. Like, for example, DNA testing has absolutely, without a doubt, proven that nobody
favored his sons.
has Khazarian
Even knowing
DNA.
they were
Maybe
not
that's
so
where the Khazars
capable and
come
he had
from.
lost
The
it,
other guy,
right?
Khazar,
Son as
maybe has that. But there's no linguistic evidence of Khazarian behavior. There's
He
no
organized it, though,
literature.
as
There's no.
what we take
There's
all
really
the
nothing
almost
to
a
say that
corporation.
the Khazarians actually
All
made much of a
lands
dent
belong to
in
everybody
the
in the
regular
family.
Ashkenazic
Everybody.
population.
So,
Okay,
Cobra Khan,
let's move to the
that's why
Christian
he had
era now. So we got a
soldiers
sense of
that were
what's going on in
Christian
the Muslim
soldiers,
areas and also in Khazaria a little
soldiers
bit.
that could check
The doctrine
soldiers,
witness in
10,000
Christian
each,
lands,
come in.
Christianity has a more serious problem to deal with
The
than Jews.
Russians
The
would own
Muslims
silk
dealt with
factories
the
in
problem
China.
with the Pact of
The
Iman,
Ilkhanate
figured
would
out
own
a way
silk
to deal with them.
factories in
But
jade
unlike
mines in
Islam,
China.
which
But the
views
people in
itself as kind of being
China, the Mongols, they would
a
own
successor
villages
to
in Persia
Judaism,
and in Iraq.
but
So he
never really
organized it
feels
all.
the need
Everything was
to
owned by
prove
the
itself
entire
right over Judaism. Christianity constantly feels this need theologically to defend itself as a legitimate faith vis-a-vis the mother religion. I think we've spoken about this a couple of classes ago, right? The idea like the girl that goes to college, she comes back with a new filling recipe and the mother doesn't like it. So I don't want to go into great details. It's a good argument for so much for today. But the church struggles with the idea of how are we supposed to relate to the Jews today? And there are voices arguing for more extreme measures. You know, the idea of genocide is hard to translate into 7th century terms, but the idea of, well, why don't the Jews just go away? Because they present a huge problem to us theologically and so on. Maybe through expulsion, maybe through war, something like that. So some of the church fathers thought about this very heavily and came up with the doctrine of witness, which is really crucial for Jewish survival through the next 1,000 years. The most famous of them was St. Augustine of Hippo, shown here in effigy. He lived in the 4th and early 5th century in North Africa. And St. Augustine of Hippo, when thinking about the Jews, he coined this phrase, slay them not, which basically means don't kill the Jews, please. Why not? Because we need them to witness the truth of Christianity, to testify that Christianity is true. What does this mean in a nutshell? That since the Jews were the original chosen people, that is not a debate in Christianity. They're originally the chosen people, and then somehow they lost that chosen status. But because they were once chosen, they knew what it was like to be close to God at some point. When the Messiah returns in Christian theology, when the Messiah returns, then the Jews will be able to say, oh my gosh, that's him. You were right all along. We were wrong and you were right. If all the Jews are dead and gone, there will be no one around to be able to say that with authority. The Jews must be kept around always in order to act as a witness in the end of days. That is the theological function of the survival of the Jewish people. And this was, I know it sounds kind of like nasty because, you know, it's totally dependent on validating Christianity, but it was the Latin term of Messiah. It was great because it meant that since St. Augustine's views were accepted, it meant that Jews could not be massacred. It's true, like we saw in Muslim lands, there were moments of punctuated violence and we have this, of
It's
course, in
just
Christianity
male
to a greater
descendants.
degree,
The
but
way
it
it
was
works,
not a theological
that
standpoint.
means
The
if this
high
paper is
church,
at all
the
correct
highest
in
level of the
its
church,
estimate, the
never
number
stepped
of
over
people
this
descended,
line and said,
not
yes, we
direct
have to
male
massacre all the
descendants,
Jews.
but,
We have to
you know,
try to control
the way
them.
trees
We have
work,
to
it's like there's
expel
women
them.
each
We have to
step.
persecute them.
The number of
But
descendants could
massacring them
be
was not
much
one of
larger
the
than that.
options because
So
St.
I think that's
Augustine
pretty interesting.
had
I think
clearly
there's singular
set it down
figures
for
like this
Christian
in
theology.
history,
And there are a few
but
other major heroes in this era, like
like
Pope Gregory the
Genghis.
Great of the 7th century and onward.
It's
Now,
fun.
there were
Where did they
ambiguities
get the
to this
DNA
because the
from
model
Genghis Khan?
Oh,
only
yes.
works
So one of the
as
criticisms we have
long
is
as
like,
Jews
well,
are in a
They don't have
degraded
one
state.
shred
So
of
let's say the idea is that we have
They're
to keep
supposed
the
to be
Jews around because
scientific.
we will need
No, they
them
found
later.
that a bunch of
But
people
what
were
if the
connected.
Jews were become extremely
they-
successful right
One
now,
person.
let's say in the
One
11th
person.
century,
Yes, but they
and they're
choose
very
Genghis Khan,
wealthy
right.
and they are
But no
ostentatious
evidence that it was
and
from
they're
him.
driving
No
around in their
evidence.
11th
It's from
century
that
Rolls
time.
Royces,
It's one
and
person.
the
But
Christians
from
look
that
at each other
time
and
or
say,
200 years
wait a
before.
second,
It could be 200
I
years
thought
before.
they lost the favor of
See,
God.
I mean,
How is
actually,
it
I would,
possible that they're
I would
doing
like for it
so
to be true.
well?
In a certain way,
Maybe
I
there's
would,
something
and I
wrong
do
with
think
what
there
the
is a
church is
truth
telling
there.
us. So
I
the
think that
doctrine
by
of witness had
attaching
kind of
to
a
the
dark
name of
side
Genghis Khan,
in
they've
that
done a
it
disservice to
also went
themselves, but
along
it gets
with
a lot of publicity, a lot more
disabilities
funding,
applied
it's
to Jews.
exciting, and so on. But I
Humiliations
think
like the
it's to that
Jewish
moral
badge.
experience. But Genghis Khan's
Rituals, like, for
descendants were
example,
almost
once
everyone
a year,
categorized
and usually
and
Easter time,
recorded.
the chief
I mean, he's
rabbi
the
of the given
largest
town would
conqueror in
have
the
to
world.
endure a
You do
ritual
not
slap
have
in the face from the
just
mayor
children
of the
popping
town.
up all over the place.
That Jews'
He had
oaths are
4
not
wives all
believed
the
unless
time.
they
He had
stand on a
children with 2
pigskin.
of them.
You know, things like
There's not
that.
a
They're
lot
like
of
ritual
descendants. We know
disabilities.
mostly who
And
they
the
are
idea
for many
is that
generations.
we want
His
the
brother
Jews to stay
Hassan
alive according
had
to the
many
doctrine of
more
witness,
children than he
but they
did.
have to always
Many
be in
more.
a degraded
But they
state
caused a
or
lot
the
of
model
problems
doesn't
later on
work.
for the empire.
So that's
too,
basically the
by
condition
the
of
power.
the Jews up
So
until
it
the
could be that one of these
17th and
other
18th
people wanted
century.
John to fall.
They were in this
Could have
kind
been
of
the origin
limbo theologically, where we
it
were
could have
allowed to
been
exist. We
well
had
before
a
Genghis Khan.
tolerated space,
I
but we
just don't
could
believe
not
in
overstep those
Mongolia
bounds.
today.
We had to always maintain
We
kind
have
of like,
nobody who
you know, we were
claims
sad to
descent
be
from
Jewish,
Genghis Khan.
and
Well,
we
claims
regret
is a different
our,
thing than biology.
you know,
right?
our
So this
stubbornness.
is-
By the way, this is
so
a really
the reason I say
interesting
this is
grave. You can see it says in the French,
this
St.
methodology
Augustine,
is pretty
please
solid.
pray for us.
Well,
And
I believe that
there's
they
actually a
found
relic,
some
the
connection.
forearm of
Yeah,
St.
but
Augustine
it's-
They have
himself
no
is preserved
evidence
here
that
under
it's really
glass. And that's not weird at
Khan.
all.
I
So
think it
look
may
at
be
a couple of
tangentially
historical
connected
moments
to
where
him.
there are exceptions,
Yeah, but
and they are
somebody from
extremely
the
important.
Mongolia
The
region.
first one
Yeah, I
that I'd
think
like to
that's
look at
quite
particular
possible.
is the Crusades.
Well, we've
So the
already had the
Crusades is
Huns
actually
come
a
through. We've had
defining
all the
moment,
Turks. Every one
bringing
of the
together
Turkic
Christians
nations
in
was
Europe
descended from Mongolia.
like
They
no
all came
time
out.
before. And it was
You're
occasioned
right.
in the
You're
later
right.
11th
You're right.
century,
On the other hand,
1095,
I wish they
when
could get some
Catholic
proof. I mean, I wish it could be
the
true.
Catholic Pope
Yeah.
I just
Urban
can't
II
believe it the
was
way it is.
complaining that
We have no
Christians were
DNA.
being denied access
Nobody
to
knows
the
where he
Holy
went.
Land
They
and
don't-
to
so they don't
pilgrimage
know where
sites in
he's buried.
Jerusalem because it was controlled by the
Okay,
Muslims.
Genghis Khan
And
said,
you
let
know,
my
it's
body
a
go.
field of our
Let my nation
as far
live.
beyond the scope
He
of our
chose to
normal
be buried
discussions,
in
but the
unmarked
church had a major schism
The Mongols believe
between
very
what was the
strongly
Catholic
it should
Church and what
always
is
be
the
that
Orthodox
way.
Church.
Most
Orthodox
of the
Church
Khans
being
who followed him
centered
were
in
also
places like
buried
Greece and
in a
Russia,
similar way.
Armenia,
The
and the
Chinese
Catholic
emperors,
Church,
you know,
of
were
course, is
buried in
Western
very
Europe, from
elaborate
Italy and
tombs,
beyond.
but not the
And
Yuan
they were not getting along very well with each other. And Pope
And so
Urban
Kublai Khan
II, you know, said
was buried
essentially
back with his
to
grandfather
the
in an anonymous
Orthodox
grave.
Church and the Christians
And,
everywhere,
Not
we
everyone like
must
who
go
died
on
when
a
he was attempting
crusade,
Jewish Russia. He
meaning
was died
follow
out
the
there, but
cross,
he was buried out there.
and
I think his
reclaim the
my
Holy Holy Land so that Christian pilgrims can get open access to their holy sites.
Many of them were
And
buried
his
with him.
call in 1095 electrified Christian Europe for a whole host of reasons that we'll explore in a minute. But they successfully mounted this years-long effort to march soldiers down to Jerusalem, to rape and pillage as they went. And when they finally got to Jerusalem, it's a horrible massacre, but they at least temporarily freed up the sites for the Christian pilgrims. This idea of a crusade has entered the English language, of course. When you have something really important that you want to achieve, you say, let's go on a crusade to,
just leave it
get
as
rid
it
of
is.
plastic accident in our society or something like that.
roads,
But it
no
really
buildings,
comes
no
from this
killing of
particular
animals,
moment.
no chopping
Here's a
of
map that
trees.
shows you the
Nothing
multiple crusades
can
because
be done.
they were
It's a
not
holy
successful
land
in retaining the
dedicated
Holy
to
Land. The
him
Muslims would
and his
constantly
family.
drive them out, and the massacres just got worse and worse, and so it led to huge enmity between Christians and Muslims. So there were several of these crusades done by land or by sea. Now, the one that's especially important for us in Jewish history is the very first crusade, which began in the late 1095, and in 1096 there was a terrible occasion, right around this time of year actually a little bit later, close to summertime, because there were a group of crusaders who said, wait a second, why should we schlep all the way from Germany, all the way out to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, the non-faithful? We have infidels living right here in our backyard. In fact, there's 3 Jewish towns, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, that are known by the acronym Stroms. They're right here. There are several thousand Jews living here. Why don't we just attack the infidels here? And so you had a series of horrible massacres of Jews living in these towns that had phenomenal ramifications and reverberated throughout Jewish history. And we'll look at those ramifications in a minute, but I want to point out that we actually remember these particular crusades every Saturday morning when we read the Tefillah of Harachamim, which is specifically in memory of the martyrs who died in these horrible crusades. We should understand that the crusades, we're not talking about professional armies for the most part. We're talking about a certain number of noblemen who had free time on their hands and could bring along pages and so on and squires. But then there's a whole rabble of incredible, gullible people who would just get swept up in this frenzy and would, march off on this trek without any means of sustenance along the path. And so, in fact, you can see that some of the crusades were actually turned back from Christian lands because they were like destroying Christian farms as they were making their way to Jerusalem. Quite a few of them were really crazy, rabble-rousing individuals. When you read the accounts from the time, you see like people would be swept up with enthusiasm if they saw a goose walking towards Jerusalem. They would say it's a sign. Let us follow the goose to Jerusalem. Eventually, they would eat the goose, but they would keep going to Jerusalem, that kind of thing. So there was this social upheaval of these masses that could not be easily contained, and they invented their elemental desire for violence on the Jews rather than making their way all the way down to Jerusalem. How did the Jews react? So there were several different responses that are recorded in the very powerful chronicles that we have from this period. We actually have several different chronicles from many Jews who experienced this. It was like a major turning point in Ashkenazi history, and we have first-person records of it. The first thing that's kind of interesting is that the Jews first sought refuge from church authorities. Meaning you have these crazy hooligans who are coming outside the city gates, and the Jews would rush to the bishop and say, protect us. And the bishop would protect them. In fact, the first of those 3 times, the Jews went into the bishop's home, and he sent his troops out, he sent his guards out to meet the crusaders. He asked who's in charge here. He got the one in charge, cut off his hands, and immediately the violence ceased. That was all it took. So in general, pogromists tend to be cowards, and when they face a little bit of resistance, then they all dissipate. So they moved on to the second town. But it is interesting to note that the Jews felt that the church was possibly their best source of refuge. This was not viewed as an anti-Semitic thing that was directed from the higher church. It was really more of a social class element that had some sort of Christian overtones. Secondly, the Jews attempted to pay off the Crusaders. It turned out unsuccessfully. The Crusaders took the money, but decided to invade anyways. This is kind of like the traditional Jewish approach two
is very
threats of
valuable,
this
not in a
nature,
simple way of
either
marathon pursuit that
ride
we've
your
delivered,
attacker
or if you pass the exam
or
with
run
this score,
away.
you get
I
this
think
or
I may
that.
have mentioned to
But
you as
really
a joke,
evaluating
and it's
people
no
and
longer
their
true, but
ability,
people used to say,
I think it's a
why
very
is
good
it that there are no great
thing, not
Jewish
the
piano
only thing,
players,
but I think it's
no
very
great Jewish
important.
pianists?
And
And the
even
reason
though
is
he
because it's
failed
very
and he
hard to
ended his
run
own
with a
life, and
piano
he
on
turned
your
power
back.
over to his
It's
sons
very
and his
much better
family.
with like snare
It's a
drums,
principle that he
clarinets,
lived
things
by
like
most
that.
of his life, and
But
we can
so
learn
Jews
from that
adopted
principle.
what one of my students once
The other
called
thing
the
I think is just his
feed or
global
flee strategy of
feel
survival.
for the world.
Either
His
pay
global
off the
understanding. He was a
attacker
man who
or
had no
run away.
education
And
in any
that
formal sense.
generally worked
And
for
he had
much
this
of our
sense that the
history.
world should be
God willing,
united.
when we move
We should
further
have
on in this
things
course,
that unite
we'll
all
see that
people.
one of the big
Everybody should have
criticisms,
their own law, but there should be
an
a
internal Jewish
higher
criticism
law
of
of heaven
the
that governs
Holocaust
people.
era
You
is
know,
that the
and
leadership
this
of the
later was
Jewish community
translated, everybody should have
was
their own
not
language,
able
but they
to
all write the
envision
same alphabet.
another kind
Like
of enemy,
Comic-Con
an enemy
didn't
like
work.
Hitler, you
Or
might
his
know,
idea,
who
he
was
tried
not
to
prepared
impose
to
the
accept
use of paper
contributions,
currency in
and
Iran.
in fact
The
was no
Persian
longer interested in
Cottage,
helping Jews flee. But that will
Chinese
be
paper
further
money.
apart.
It didn't work.
We still have
The
1,000
people there
years of
weren't
this
used to
kind
it.
of
So
solution.
there, but all this
Another
international
option,
spirit
baptism.
of their
You know, the
empire.
Crusaders did
I
have
think
kind of
that
a Christian
we need
veneer
today,
to
we
their
talk
attacks
about
on the tri-town of
globalization, we're all
Shul. And
connected,
so
it's
there
just
were some
incredible.
Jews who
And
elected to
we're
convert
more
to
provincial than
Christianity
ever.
in order to
We're
avoid
just
being
so
killed.
provincial, and
Some
sometimes we use
very
all this
tragic
technology to
responses
help
written by none
preserve
other
our
than the great
provincialism.
Rashi, who lived through this time,
We can't think
who
in global
advocated
terms. We can't
allowing
think
those
about the world.
Jews
It's
to
just
return
amazing to
to
me
the fold
how
after they
narrow-minded we
had,
are.
gone through the
I
rites of
also,
baptism to save themselves, which was
saw the
not at all a
Bible
simple
proverb
matter to
of
decide.
if
There
you're
were some
afraid,
opinions that
don't do
said
it.
no.
If you
Once
do
they
it,
baptized,
don't
they
be
had
afraid
lost their
that
rights to
you,
be part of the Jewish community. But
especially
Rashi laid
celebrate.
down the lines
And
of
there's
no, they
something
did so
to that.
clearly under duress,
It's,
and they should be
in
returned
many
to the Jewish
ways,
community. And
Genghis
finally,
Khan
most
is
tragically,
representation of
martyrdom. This is one of the most heart-wrenching
of a person
aspects of the
that was
Crusades, and we have many chronicles that
person from
describe
nothing
what has been called by one author the
entire
Akedah, the
empire
last
into
binding of Isaac.
And
Many
everything
Jews, for
against
example,
him
finding themselves locked in the synagogue, surrounded by Crusaders, elected to engage in suicide
all
acts,
these things like that.
where they
But
murdered their
as
own
John
children
said, he had a
and
good
their own
mother and he had a
spouses
good
before
wife.
they took their own lives. Just horrific. Rather than submit to baptism,
There are many
they
crucial
chose to
points at
commit
which
suicide.
it was either
And
his
it
mother or
was an
his
absolute
wife.
horrific kind of a scenario that is described with
Made
very
the
evocative
deciding
language
point.
from the period.
His wife
But
was the
in
one
my
who
humble opinion, I think
caused the
there's
first
tremendous
break with,
ramifications
Shamakan
for
in Norway.
Ashkenazic history. Because even though
Later on,
we're talking about a
when the
relatively
Shamans had
small
become too
group of people,
powerful,
the number of
they
Jews living in the
humiliated his
Tri-Town
younger
is
brother.
probably not more
She
than
was the one
10,000 people.
who said he
And
had
so the
to cut
number
down
of
on the
Jews who actually
Shamans
committed
who
martyrdom,
were exercising
maybe we're
too
talking
much
about
power.
500 people, 600
And,
people at most.
She
More
kind of kept
likely,
them on.
it might be
It
something like
cannot
50
be
people.
understated
50
how
people is still a lot of people, there's no question.
critical
But
women
the
are in the story of
reverberations
the
of
Mongol
the
Empire.
horror of
It's
that
fascinating.
act
Sometimes
had a huge impact on the
they're not behind
Ashkenazi
the scenes because they're always
self-image.
out front.
There,
In the
as a
Mongol
result
court, they
of the
always sit out
experience of the
front.
Crusades,
They're always out front.
Ashkenazi Jews, I will
This
contend with the
horrified
argument,
the Chinese,
began to view
were
the
very good
outside
with
world
this.
as
It
very
horrified the
toxic,
Muslims.
as very
It
hostile.
horrified the
They
Christians.
began to
They
turn
didn't know
inward,
what to
become
say. The
much
women
more
even drink
insular as a
alcohol.
result, viewing the outside world
Yeah,
as
they
being so
drink in public.
threatening that the only solution for Jews was to circle the wagons and
So
look
sometimes it was
into
a
the
devil, other
community
times it's
and
indulgent.
seek
She's actually the
refuge
ruler.
there.
Or in
And
the
this
case of his
really
daughters,
had ramifications
such
for
as
how they studied the
all
Torah, how
like
they
who
developed
ruled
their
over
business
a
models,
part
and
of
so
the
on.
child called the Mongol
Which
people.
is not necessarily the
But their
case,
other
as we shall
daughters
see
who
God
ruled
willing
over
next week
different.
when we look at
They ruled in
Sephardic
their own
Jewry,
names.
which
And
was
he's
not
very. This
faced
is
with the
something
same
about
kind
secret
of
history
sharp, immediate
I get the
test
chapter.
of
They're all the
martyrdom
sections are numbered.
or
I get the
conversion.
chapter
Right now
number
is much
section
more of
215.
a lengthy,
There's only
long
half a sentence.
trial, and they elected to try
214,
and
he's just
adopt
awarded
more of an
a girl. He
accommodation
calls his
approach.
daughter. So she's
You know,
already
this
kind
will
of
blow
she
over.
lives with
Let
his
us just
mother
go along
at this
for the
point.
time being, and then we will be
His
able to
youngest son, Tolo,
re-emerge
is only
in our
4
full
years old.
Jewish identity
Once
with
the
a
time
different
comes,
approach
then
that had
the
different
mother heard him using
ramifications
food
for
because food is
Sephardic history.
he realized
So
this
gross
is the mother of
generalizations,
Chica's
but I
heart.
think
That's
there's
the
something
child of
useful
Chica's heart.
in
He
thinking in
grabs him up,
these types
kidnaps
for
him,
now.
and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand, and
Very
he's pulling out
last
that knife
important
with another
element
hand.
of our period, of
Oh,
course,
honey,
is the
raised now.
economy.
And she
One of the things
grabbed
that's
his arm and
prominent
held it
in
down.
European society, not in the Muslim society, is a Jewish involvement in money lending. And there's a really good reason for this. The first is church law. Under something called the law of Gratian, Christians were not allowed to charge interest to each other. For the exact same biblical reason that Jews are not allowed to charge interest to one another. I recommend you try the 1-800 number at the back of the credit cards. See if the CEO is Jewish. I've never been able to get any success with getting my interest rate reduced on that basis, but nevertheless, I thought that was funny. I said it anyway. So the law of Gratian meant that since Christians can't charge interest to each other, there's basically nobody offering credit until about the 14th century. The Italians had discovered, wait a minute, there's a lot of money to be made here, and they sort of broke the rules, and that was it. But up until the 14th century, the only non-Christians in Europe are Jews. And they're the only ones who can charge interest, and so therefore they're the only source of credit. Really important in an agricultural economy where you're dependent on the seasons, where all your money is in the ground until harvest time. So the Jews are really incredibly important to the functioning of that society economically. Huge advantages for Jews. Contrary to popular belief, Jews were generally allowed to own land in almost all of the history, but why would you want to own real estate? It's so precarious that you could be evicted from this region at any time, that the king could simply expel all Jews, as they would for several times, at several points in the medieval period. So why would you want to own real estate? Because that's essentially kissing your money goodbye. Put your money in something liquid, something that maybe you can carry with you. These kinds of things are definitely very appealing. Also, it's an urban profession that requires the use of the mind rather than being a farmer and working with your back and your muscles. It's a clean profession. It allows for banker's hours, so you have plenty of time to study the Talmud and so on. It's an urban profession. You can live in a city. You can live with other Jews. All these things are very great advantages. The disadvantages, however, of being money lenders is that there's always a resentment. Everyone loves money lenders when they want money, but when they have to pay the bill, everyone hates the money lenders. And let us not forget that interest rates in the medieval period were typically as high as 50%. Really high interest rates and usurious interest rates, and so the resentment against Jews is very high. This will result, as we discussed about during sometimes in popular uprisings against Jews, like the Magnitsky Rebellion in the 17th century, and if the debt load was held by the nobleman was the debtor, then quite often Jews would be expelled like they were in England in 1290, because they were owed too much money. It was easier to simply get rid of them than to actually repay them. At this point, however, it was very good for the Jews, and they occupied a unique place in feudal Europe called Servi Kamarai, which means servants of the royal chamber. Rather than having a spot on the hierarchy of, you all studied from high school, the serfs, and then the petty noblemen and the higher noblemen and so on, the Jews reported directly to the king, and that meant that the king could protect them and especially could exploit their profitability. So the king could say simply, yes, the Jews have the right to live in this particular town. They have the right to offer the exclusive right, for example, to distill and sell alcohol, the right to charge money on interest, and I am the only person who can tax them. Nobody else gets a share, no noblemen get a share, nothing like that. And so it was in the interest of the king to protect the Jews because they were a source of capital. And that's basically what became for much of the High Middle Ages up until the 14th century. This picture here, by the way, is kind of interesting. It shows this is a Christian rendition of a Jewish money lender. He's got a big bag of money here and some change. You can see that the Christian rendition because he's put some sort of faux Hebrew letters at the bottom of his cloak here. And the Christian is coming, this is like the bottom of an empty money bag. He's coming, he's asking for money from the Jewish money lender. Jewish money lender has, anybody recognize what this thing is? Yeah, an abacus. When I show this to my 19-year-old, they're like, what? Is that like some kind of Ouija board or something? But then I say, like, well, it's like a calculator. It's a calculator, right? It's like an iPhone, sort of, except on So the Jews were absolutely essential to the economy as money lenders, but also resented at this time as well. Now,
for
one
many
last
people,
thing.
it's not appealing. It's just, there's
We've
too much
described a
space.
lot of
It's
the
like we need to
political
build
and
something.
the religious and the
Or you
social
could have a
history,
condo
but
right
one of the most
there. You could have a
amazing
building. We
things
could
is
still
the
walk it.
creative activity of the Jews during
They
this time.
haven't given in
Because
to
this is
that.
the era of the
They
so-called
really value their
Rishonim.
country.
You know, Jewish
They
thought,
protect their
there are
country.
sort of like
Even now, only 1%
sets
is
of
privately
generations
owned.
that correspond to
Keep it
certain
down.
levels
In
of
Mongolian
holiness
records,
in
farming
Jewish
cities count
theology.
as one
You know, you have the ancient period with the Tanaim of the Mishnah, the Amoraim of the Gemara. This is the period of what are called the Rishonim, the first ones, and it basically refers to the era from about the 9th century up until about the 14th century. And all the scholars who were active in this time were incredibly creative, doing some phenomenal things. I've already mentioned Rashi, who was one of the great commentators on the Bible, who composed an absolutely amazing, pithy commentary on the Bible with a few terse words able to illuminate huge passages that are otherwise quite incomprehensible in the biblical text. Also very important in the way he united texts taken from the oral Torah and infused his commentary with the aroma of those ideas along with the written text. Really a masterful commentary. He also wrote a commentary on the entire Talmud as well. You also have analyzers like his descendants, the Tosafot, and a whole school of thinkers who essentially said, you know, they asked really hard penetrating questions like, how can it say this over here in the Talmud when we just read 2 weeks ago over here the opposite, also in the Talmud? And they really forced the text to address these basic questions in a very amazing dialectical fashion that makes the Talmud such an intellectually exciting book to read. Codifiers, especially for Maimonides, who is shown here in this illuminated manuscript. Maimonides, where it's filling, is instructing other people in how to use an astrolabe, which is like a device used for navigation by the stars. The codifiers essentially said, okay, wait a second.
I think
We've
almost
got
any
this
direction you go
bizarre,
outside of the city is
rambling,
going to be
amazing book
interesting.
called the Talmud, but it's so hard to figure out how you're supposed to behave. So let's start all over and let's reorganize it in a law code that you can actually look up the law you're looking for. Whereas I described you a call last week, the Talmud is sort of like this long, chain of association. It's a long stream of consciousness kind of document, and you have no idea what's going to happen on the next page because it's like a long, rambling conversation. So Maimonides essentially said, okay, let's start from the beginning. Here's a law about keeping kosher. I'm going to put it over in this book about keeping kosher. Oh, here's a law about Shabbat. I'm going to put it in this book about Shabbat. And then he created what he called a Mishnah Torah, a repetition of the Torah, which is essentially the whole thing, but laid out in a kind of logical Greek fashion, and it suddenly made the entire Talmud so much more accessible, and it threatened to put the rabbis out of business because it was so easy to read. But Levitical work managed to survive because then they started writing commentaries on it. You need rabbis to write commentaries and so on. And you have, of course, philosophers. During this time, you begin to have people sort of taking the text and distilling it for their key ideas. People like Maimonides, also people like Saadia Gaon, phenomenal thinkers at this time. I wish we had more space to really devote to them. But I see that I'm right at the end of my time, so let's go to some reflections on Jewish survival. I think when we look at the Muslim and Christian period that we've encountered today, I think one of the most important elements of Jewish survival is the degree to which the Jews can be truly fanatical about something. It's true that martyrdom is one of the last things that Jews would ever want to have to encounter, but the pointed statement of Ashkenazi Jews during the Crusades in particular was kind of like a beacon, a signpost that laid down a chok lo yavor, a law that should not be countermanded, that infused the next millennium of Jews with inspiration. Jews can be, a stiff-necked people, and to an incredible degree. And I think this is one of the sources of Jewish survival strength. Next week, God willing, we will look at Spain in particular. We'll continue some of the things we discussed today, because of course Spain is unusual. It is a triangular culture where it's not the binary dyad of Jews and Muslims or Jews and Christians. It is Jews, Muslims, and Christians all trying to exist on the Iberian
to ride
Peninsula
that wind
with
horse.
mixed
It's up
results.
to you
I
to use the
want to
wind
thank you
horse,
very
not
much for
to
your
just
attention.
go
I'm
wild
surprised
with
so
the
many
wind
of you
horse.
came out tonight. I thought
So,
that the coronavirus would scare so many of you away, but nobody's
he's on his way back
Thank
home.
God we should all
to
be
go
healthy.
with
I hope you have a
Tomoka
fantastic
and the other
day.
soldiers to the market to rescue Versta. And so symbolically, he found a whip there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning of everything.
Yes. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick that
Right.
is a
So,
baton or something
because
like
of
that. Well, no,
the
it's
dreaded
that
coronavirus,
what
we
they call
are
the
going
whip.
to be doing this
To shoot.
online this week.
We've talked
I
a lot
want to tell
about
you
the
that
past.
I feel
Look out
a
into
little
the
bit
future.
vindicated that
What gives
much
you
of
hope
my misfit youth actually
for
has come
human
in
civilization?
handy in this
For us
difficult
humans.
time. Because I spent
Almost every
so
day I'm
much of my
totally
youth
dissatisfied
watching
with
these
everything on
zombie
earth.
apocalypse movies. And, you know, everyone thought, oh, it's just a waste of
Oh,
time,
man,
zombie
blah, blah,
apocalypse.
blah, blah,
But
blah, blah.
now
What
I
are they
see
talking
how
about?
useful it
My
really
grandchildren
is.
talk to me. I don't understand
In
a
an
word they say.
administrative
What are
capacity,
they,
running
what?
a campus
Who are they
with,
talking
you know,
about? I
1,000
never heard of
students
this,
and
you know.
a whole bunch of
It's kind of like
faculty.
that.
All that
And
those
who's
years
running for
watching
office?
zombies
Oh my
movies
God,
really
oh my
paid
God.
off.
You know, it's
But let's
everything
start
like that.
by going
But
into
then
Spanish Jewish history. So
almost every day
Spanish
I
Jewish
meet
history is quite
somebody,
distinct from
just one
most
person,
medieval
you
Jewish
know,
history,
who
primarily
gives you some
because
kind
in
of hope.
Spain, the
You
Jews
just see
lived in a
somebody doing
triangular
something
culture.
nice,
In North
or
Africa
they do
and
something
in
nice
Europe
for you.
at large,
I do
continental
find in
Europe,
Asia that
Jews
happens a lot.
lived usually in a
You know,
binary
that
relationship.
people
There
just
were
do
Jews
nice things
and
for
there were
old
Christians,
people
or there were
every
Jews
day.
and there were Muslims. And
And
Jews were, for the most part, the only
so then
significant
my
minority in
dissatisfaction
either
with
of
all
those
the big
regions.
things in the world
However, in
and
Spain,
the way my
Jews
grandchildren talk
occupied
and
a
the way young
triangular
people
position
are,
relating to
and
both
then I see
Muslims
something
and Christians. And
like
this
that.
triangular
And often it's something
situation
with the young people,
created a
something that
kind
the
of
young
a
people
different
do.
dynamic among the
In
three
Asia,
major populations.
they always
And
bring me
Jews were
things.
able
They bring
to
me dried
exist in
courage.
Spain in
They bring me
an
strawberries
amazingly
that they
different
picked in
way that
the
was,
forest
in
in the
many
summer,
ways, allowed for
or they bring
tremendous
the
effervescence of
pine
Jewish
nuts
creativity, as we
that
shall
they found,
for Detroit.
or they bring me
So during
the
this
milk
time, you had, at
in
least for a
various
couple
forms, or
hundred years,
yogurt.
a
Oh, you
brief
know,
period
everybody,
which is called
you
by
gotta
many
eat yogurt.
historians
This is from my
La
grandmother.
convivencia,
All the other
which
yogurt
means
in the
the
world
coexistence
is not good.
or the
My
living
grandmother,
together.
she knows how to
And
make the best
it
yogurt
refers
ever.
to a relatively brief period
so
of time when you look at the
over
grand
and over
scope
and
of Jewish
over,
history, when
I find,
Jews and Muslims
despite
in
my
particular,
all
and
intentions
also
to be in a bad
Christians,
mood,
managed to find a way
somebody
to get
spoils
along
it
fairly
with
well.
these little
And
nice acts
many
that are really
historians
very
have said
touching.
that, well, this is an overly rosy look
Yeah, and it
at
reminds you that
Jewish
there's that little
history, and
flame
that,
of
in
goodness
fact,
that
the
burns in
violence
everybody.
overshadowed
I
by
believe
far
that
this brief
on the
period
whole
of coexistence. But in reality,
keep
there's a lot of
humanity
value
flourishing.
to use this as a model. It's true,
Evolving and
it's not
changing
without
towards
its
something
flaws,
better
but
with every
nevertheless,
generation.
there are some really fascinating aspects
No,
of this period that we
people
shall
in Mongolia
explore
take
tonight.
such good care of me
So,
all the time.
All
the time. And
let's just
I
move
think
forward in the
my wife
here.
had to,
Okay,
MS,
so
I've
moving
talked
back
about
to the
this
beginning
before,
of
sometimes
the
she had MS
establishment
and
of the
slowly
Jewish
declined
community in
for many
Spain.
years, becoming paralyzed,
Jews
not able to speak,
were
not
in the
able to
Iberian
control
Peninsula
her
from at least the
movements or
first
anything.
century. There's
We lived
some
half the year
epigraphic
still in
evidence
Mongolia.
that is like
Part of it was because the
gravestones and
climate and
things like that
altitude
that are
were better for
recorded
her
at least from the
situation.
16th century,
It was very
some of
helpful
which
for her. But also the
attest
people.
to a Jewish
There was a
presence
poor country.
even
The sidewalks
before
are
the first century.
broken.
That is,
Everything's
there's even
not
an unusual
working.
reference.
When
We've
I would go
lost
out with
the
her in a
original
wheelchair
stone,
alone,
but
and
there
I knew
are
that
some
every bump,
references to the notion
some
that
arm
Jews
would
may
pick her
have
up,
gone to Spain
or pick up the
as tax
wheelchair
collectors
and
to
lift her
King
over
Solomon,
and not
which
make
we
me do it.
incredibly
We could go to the opera, and you had to go up
for
this
sure we can rely
magnificent
on
set of
some
Soviet
testimony that
stairs
places
to
Jews
get to the
in the
opera.
first
You know,
century. This rather
we would go,
dramatic
and I had no worries. I knew
reference to
two guys would come from one
young
side, two
Jewish
guys from
girl
the
who
other side,
died, and
they
her
do not
grace
say, excuse me, may I help you? They do not wait for you to say thank you.
now, but nevertheless,
Nothing.
it's a fairly
They just do it and they
reasonable
walk away.
subdivision. We also
They
have
have such
references to
respect.
Spain and
Singers
Spanish
would
Jewish
come there
communities
all the
in
time,
the Christian
sing to
scriptures
warm
and
up
also
the
in
house for my
the
wife.
Talmud and
And
places
even
like that.
dancers
So
would come
in the early
sometimes to
medieval
dance
period,
or
the
play the
ancient,
horse head
or the
fiddle,
late
oud and
ancient period, we do have
play
some
that
within the
to
region.
warm up the house.
It is unusual because it is a Christian land,
They treated
but
a
it is
totally
dominated
disabled
by the
person.
so-called Visigoths. So the
And if I was
western
feeding my wife,
as you can see,
and somebody,
they
anybody saw
controlled
it, they would
most
come
of
and
the
immediately
Iberian
take over
Peninsula
and
and
start
really much of what we
feeding her
call
in their
today's
place.
France.
Children would come up to her in
And the
America.
Visigoths
They're often
actually were
afraid that
quite
she's in a
tolerant
wheelchair.
of Jews
You
for
know, they
much
just
of
kind
the
of
time
look. They
they
don't know what
lived
to
there,
do.
partially
But
because
over
the
there, the children
Visigoths
would
were
always
not
come to her.
Catholic.
Always.
They
They
were
were very
Arians, that's Aryan with
You
an
just
I.
learned something
And
about
the Aryans had a very
people
different
living there
view
in a country
of the
where
divinity of the
out
founder
in
of
the
Christianity.
countryside,
They
you come
had
to a
more of
dairy,
an idea that
you
he was
never
something
ask
like
for
a
permission
prophet,
to go in.
something
You
like
certainly
that,
don't
rather
knock on
than
them.
actually the
Afraid.
Son
That's
of
no.
God, which is much more problematic in Jewish
And you
theology.
ask, it's like
And this
insulting
allowed
the
the
people. Like,
Visigoths to
you're
have
not
a much
good
more
husband.
tolerant
People
approach
have
to
to
the Jews.
ask you
However,
for something.
that
No,
changed
you
rather
walk in and
dramatically
you
in the
sit
year
down
589
and they
when
fix food for you.
Recared,
It's
I'm trying to move along
an
with
incredible
my slides here.
thing.
When
And these are the
Recared,
things
this rather
that
amazing photo,
give me hope.
painting
It's
here
no
by
institution
Japan,
in the world, not the
Recared
big
decided
things,
to convert
not
to
the pop
Catholicism.
culture,
That
and
is,
not all the
he left
platitudes. Oh
Aryan
my God, save us
Christianity
from
and he
the
joined
platitudes of
Catholic
modern life.
Christianity.
You know?
Here he's shown as moments of conversion,
It's the family
very
that will
ethereal, kind
fix
of
tea
look
for
on
you
his
at
face
2
and
in the
so on.
morning because
And
there was a flash flood
unfortunately,
and
one of
you
the
got stuck,
best
and now
ways
you're cold
historically
and
that
wet,
one
and they
proves
build a
one
fire and take care of
Bonaparte
you. Or
is
you just show up and you
is
make
God
camp somewhere
persecutes
if
the
you have your own
Jews
tent.
to prove
But
just
that's
how
within 1
religious
hour,
one is. And
some
so
child is going
right
to be there
away,
with water and milk.
period of
You think, where
really
did you come from?
incredible
When the
anti-Semitism
mother
begins
sends them
from
over,
the year
oh, there's somebody over there
589
before
and
us.
extends
They
right
believe
up
that
into the
they're
year
obligated to
711.
take care
About
of one
120
another.
years of
Anybody in
really
your area,
incredible
you
persecution
take
of
care
Jews.
of them.
I use that term
And
anti-Semitism,
things
by the
like
way,
that,
quite
individuals do give me
anachronistically. They
hope.
would not have used that
People
term
one
back
by
then.
one or
But
a few at
there
a
was
time.
this whole
Even
period of
though I'm
anomaly.
lost in the
It's
modern
bizarre.
world.
It doesn't fit with the rest of Spanish history.
Well,
A
I'm
period
glad
of
you
like
find your way.
intense
You
supervision
mentioned
of Jews. Where Jews had to literally
your wife is no
report
longer with
to
us.
the local priest when they were traveling
What's a
from one
favorite
village to
memory
another.
you have with her?
Any kind of activity outside of their home had
Well,
to
I
be
can tell you
reported,
a favorite
and there was
picture is a
a
lake we
ridiculous
used to go
amount
to
of
called
punishments, really severe punishments
Boogie
for a whole host
in the
of
middle
behaviors, specifically
Somebody,
social
a very nice
transgressions where
friend,
Jews
took
were
a
relating with
picture of
non-Jews.
us. Told us
Amputations
we
were
were just
performed,
sitting there watching the sunset
quite
over the lake that
regularly.
we've been to
For
many,
example,
many times
if
in life. And, you know,
a man
she's
and a woman
holding,
had a relationship,
we're holding hands, she's
Jewish men would
paralyzed.
have
And
their
we're just
sexual
sitting there
organs
staring off.
amputated.
And
The women would
this
have
is
their
joy.
noses
That's
amputated. Really
one of my
horrible
favorites.
kinds of
But
things. And one of the most common persecutions is what was called
wife, I was just
decalatio,
blessed
which
with a good
literally
wife.
translates as scalping.
Was
And
exciting.
it's hard to
She was the most
understand whether
beautiful
they're
woman I had
referring
ever
to
met
the
in my whole
actual
life.
removal
She
of
was
the
smart.
skin,
She
the
would talk
scalp
to
from
people
the
about
head,
anything.
because
Talk about
that's really
jazz or
quite a
physics
dangerous
or art.
operation, but
Well,
people seem
my life
to
is
have
so small and
survived
narrow,
it.
but
So it
my
might have
wife,
been like a rather humiliating
she's the one
kind of
who
extreme
gave
haircut,
me a
but we're
life.
not really
She,
sure. But punishments were
the
meted out
truth is that
left
very
and right
odd.
during
People
this
don't believe
brief
sometimes. I
but
failed
intense
English
period of
in
persecution
college.
under
I barely
the
got to college.
Visigoths.
Nobody in my
589
family,
to
I don't know, but my
711.
grandparents
And
was the
that's
countryside,
why
but
when
they had
the
third grade
Muslims
education.
finally
My father had
approached
7th grade. I went
Spain,
to live with him
Jews were really
after
happy
the
to
grandparents
see that
died. And
arrive. Let
then
me
my
explain
mother.
what happened there.
There was
Let's
no
jump
big
ahead
education
to
during
the
that.
Spanish period.
When I somehow got
Sorry,
to
the Muslim
college,
period.
my father
You
told me
can
to
see this
go.
map here. We
He didn't
looked
want me to
at a very
go to the
similar
war in
map
Vietnam,
the other
so he
day
volunteered
that
to go
shows
because
the
there was the rule that
the
you couldn't
tremendously
send
rapid
2 people from one
expansion of
family
Islam
against their will.
across the
It was mainly designed
Mecca,
to protect
Medina, right
mothers.
by the Red
Well,
Sea
he could
there,
go as
just
the father, and then I
southeast
could go to
of
college.
Israel,
So I
and
got to
throughout
college.
the
And
entire
I can't say,
Mediterranean, the
oh, I was
southern
drinking and
Mediterranean
having a
basin,
party
and
and
all the
not
way out
serious.
east
No,
to
I was
Afghanistan and so
trying
on.
to count the
And
past
they
that
court.
crossed
I
straight to
failed
Gibraltar
English.
and they moved
I failed.
into the Iberian Peninsula,
And this was just
naming
a
it
huge shame to me.
Andalus,
In fact, after 1 year I was
that
probation,
becomes the
we
Muslim
kicked out
period.
of
This
school.
happened
My
in the year
grades were so low.
711.
Oh,
Now, there's a
and
lot
then,
of interesting
so it took me a
historiography
long
that's
time to
largely
confess this
considered
to
way
my
out of
wife
date
after we
that argues
I
that
met her.
the Jews actively assisted the
Briefly had
Muslims
known her
and
in
betrayed
high
the
school, but just
Christians
not
to allow the
really.
Muslims to come in.
And we met
Most
later.
of that has been
I
debunked.
told her,
The
she
Jews
just
did not
looked at me,
seem to
she
be
said,
involved with the actual
"What's
invasion
a professor
of the
know? It's just a
Muslims.
professor.
However,
Write
once the
anything you
Muslims
want."
were there
And
and
she
they
had the
removed
power
this
to make me
tremendous
believe
persecution
everything
from the
she
Jews,
said.
it is
I don't
known
care
that
what
the
she
Jews
said,
were
I would
willing to
believe
help the Muslims,
And I
for
was like,
example,
yeah,
hold
that's right,
on
that's
to
just a
their
professor.
conquered
What,
territories in
and
Spain and allow them
she
to advance
inspired me.
further while they were
But she
Jews were
also,
involved in
she supported me
garrisons
all the
and
way
towns
through
like that.
graduate school.
There's no
She was
question
taking some
that
courses of
the
her own and she
experience
was
of the
doing
Jews under the
graduate work.
Muslims was
But she
vastly
inspired me,
superior
but she
to
told
their
me,
experience under the
I said, I want to write for more
Here's
people
a
than
look
just for
at
other
the
scholars. I've done
caliphate
this
of Cordoba,
dissertation, a
which is
PhD,
the Muslim region of Spain, is primarily in the central to the southern part of Spain. The northern part of Spain was almost always Christian, and eventually the Christians are going to push their way north. So much of what I'm saying now happened in the Korean part of Spain, is shown here.
Just tell the story to me.
Among the kind of things that happened is you have the development of the sort of,
just tell
I
the
don't know
story
where
to
it's not
her.
really a legend because we have so many examples
And I always
of
read books to
real
her.
examples, but we have
She
the
couldn't comprehend too much.
pattern of
But she
the
just loved
wise
hearing
and
the book.
loyal Jewish servant.
Because
Well, the Muslims are
it
in
was
charge,
mine,
no
you know,
question about that. But
in the
they
last years of her
encounter
life, I gave up the
a
teaching.
wise and
And
loyal
we
Jewish
went
person.
back to our original
Typically,
home in
it's
South
poetic
Carolina.
because the Muslims
And I said, okay,
really
we're just
respect
going to live
devotion,
here,
more on that later.
watch the ocean, and
Maybe
things
something
like
of a
that.
scientist,
Just
and
be
they
worthless
recognize the
teenagers.
value of this Jewish person.
My
They
wife used
raise
to
him
have
to a very
episodes of
high
clarity.
position in society. Perhaps
I
the most
have no
important of
idea
them
what
was
calls
early
it
on
might be 2
a
hours, it
man
might
named
be 7 or 8
Hastai
hours.
Shapu,
And
who
when we would
was
talk a lot,
noted for his medical skills. This is also a very
one time
common
she
thing.
said to me,
These
she
were
said,
really excelling in the field of medicine. It's a very
this disease is
long-standing
going to
tradition
take
of
my
the Jewish
life,
doctor
but it's
and the
taking your
Jewish lawyer
life.
too. But the Jewish
She said,
doctor
you
goes
gave
back
up
even further.
teaching,
And
and
he
you gave up
invented,
writing.
or he
She
discovered
said, how
the
do you expect
ingredients
me to
for
die
this potion
in
called
peace
teriyaki,
if I know
which
that
was
you gave
something
up
that
everything to this
the medievals believed
disease?
was a panacea for every illness.
She
And
said,
that
you're
they believed that there was this
So
ancient
every
potion
single
called
day,
teriyaki
we
that
sat together by the
could
water
cure every
overnight.
ill. The only
By
problem
the
is that
window,
no
I
one
moved
knew
it into the
exactly
bedroom
what was inside it.
overlooking the water.
So
We
Hastai
sat there
Shapu
at the desk,
found a
and she sat in
recipe
the
for
wheelchair next to
teriyaki,
me.
and he
And
was able
sometimes
to
we would play
identify
a
its
little
ingredients,
soft music
and
in the
this,
background
had
of the
apparently
debate.
solved
And for the most part,
efficacy
she
in the
couldn't
period,
talk,
so he was
but
given
she liked to
tremendous
just sit
honors as a
there
result.
while
Little
I
did we know
made
that it would
work.
inspire, of
And
course,
she
the
knew that
modern
she was
dish,
an
which is
inspiration.
already teriyaki, right?
She was the
Teriyaki,
battery that
teriyaki,
kept me
and
going,
teriyaki
you know.
chicken. So the Asian influences
How
are
on
clear,
earth
even here from Hastai Shapu.
I ever
I
had
hope
a
you realize
wife
I'm
like that,
joking. I
I
can't
don't
tell
know.
because I can't see any
That's
of you,
beautiful,
but I
Jack.
hope you
That's
tried
really
this
beautiful.
at least a little bit.
You know,
But
I
anyways,
just hit the jackpot
Hastai
with
Shapu was a
her.
fascinating individual.
And I
He
see
rose to
so many
prominence,
people that
and
get by, and they
he
even like each
was
other, or they're
became
friends or
essentially the
something.
foreign minister of the
In my
caliphate,
life, there was
extending
one
all
person.
kinds
I love my
of
children.
diplomatic
I still
ventures
do.
all
I love
around.
my
Another area
grandchildren.
where
And I don't
historically
understand them.
Jews have excelled, and he did as well,
But there's one
was
person
in
in my
the
life,
field of
and
languages.
that was
So
my
his
wife. For
polyglottic
44 years,
ability, his ability to speak a
and her
lot of
funeral was on
languages,
our
really
anniversary.
stood him in good stead. And he found that he went from being kind of like the chief
But I was
physician
very lucky,
to
very
the
lucky.
essentially foreign minister and communicating
If
with countries all around
the
to
two of you
bring
lived
them
in that
information
a few
about what was
centuries
going
ago,
on and to conduct treaties
I
and
might
so
be
on.
reading a
Perhaps the
history
most
book about
fascinating
it.
treaty
You
was
conquered.
conducted with
No,
the
no.
And
northern
if she
Christian
said,
region
you should,
when there was an overweight young man
If she
whose
said it, I
name
probably
was,
would
I
have
believe,
believed
Pedro,
it.
exactly.
and he had
She was too
successfully
busy
put him
enjoying
on
the
a
world.
diet. And his mother, the queen,
You know,
I think it was
in her
a Toledo,
final,
was so grateful that she conducted a
I could
very
not ask her
costly
questions.
trade
And I
arrangement
would not
with
say, well,
the
you remember
Muslims.
that? No, I
This is the
never
kind
would
of
say
thing
that
that
because I knew she
Hastai
couldn't
did.
remember.
Now, fascinatingly, for the purpose of
When
Jewish
Joey
history,
be
other than
restless or
his
something in the
brilliance
night,
as a
I
leader,
used to
he also
recite
was a great
scenes from our
sponsor
life
of Jewish
and just
culture and
get the
scholarship.
scene without saying to
In
remember.
particular,
But the
he
last night, I
identified
started to know that she was
a
going. It
young
was a
man
rough
who was
night.
enslaved. His name was Moshe
We went
Machano,
back
and
to
his story was that he
the
was on
first
a ship
night that we
with
had in
several other
Moscow.
scholars that was
We came in
shipwrecked,
December
and
in
he was
winter,
taken
and the
as a
snow
slave,
was so
and
beautiful and
Hastai
white, and the
Shapu
yellow lights
ransomed him
shining
from
on
slavery.
it.
A very common thing, by the way, in
And
medieval
then
period. And it
the
turned out
most
that Moshe
beautiful night,
Machano
we
was
went to
actually
the
a brilliant
Bolshoi,
scholar, and he ended up
and she
establishing
had
a
this
yeshiva
elegant
with
blue
the
wool
sponsorship of
from
Moshe
her
Machano.
grandmother
And
from the
this
cities with
created
a
the beginning
huge,
of a trend
so
of
ironic.
scholarship
There
that
was
Spain became eventually
blue
very, very famous for.
wolf, but
And
it's
one of
great
the things
blue.
that was going on was
Like
the
the
Spaniards
local
were
hedge.
especially
I will
concerned
call
because
it this
if you
huge
look at the
collar.
map,
She just
the
looked like a movie
center of
star
Jewish
from the
activity
20s
is
or
where we
something.
left
And we went
Jews
to
last
see
week, and the
Maya
week before, especially there in
and it was one of the
Mesopotamia,
most
in the
beautiful
Babylonian
nights.
region,
But
where the Talmud has been written. Spain
her
is
last
the
night,
periphery, it's way
I
on the
told her that
outside of the
story
Mediterranean. far, far away. So if Spanish Jews want to learn the Talmud, they really want to make sure that the texts that they are learning from are very accurate. So there's a tremendous amount of push to for precision and accuracy in the copying of Talmudic texts. So this is the kind of thing that Spaniards became very famous for, is being especially careful about the text. And it turned out that as Spanish Jews began to grow in influence and in wealth, a lot of the relationship between the center and periphery shifted because Spain started sending a lot of money back to the big yeshivas of Sura and Kosovita in the Mesopotamian region. And these regions that owed their gratitude to Spain, and you had a new dynamic developing of center-periphery relationship with Talmud and so on. There's some beautiful descriptions of how, originally when Spanish Jews were wealthy but not quite as learned, they would send questions all the way to Babylonia for direction on halachic advice, how to behave as Jews, and they would receive these letters back, which would be, attended with great pomp and circumstance, and they would all gather and ceremonially open up the letter and they'd read it in public, and it was like a huge channel to receive a letter from Babylonia, but just to the sense of how they behave. Now, fascinating as well.
If you like to
It
submit
is a
questions,
periphery. It is like,
audio and
think
video
like,
form,
San Francisco in the 1900s or something like that, where anything that comes from New York, especially anything that comes from Europe, that would be such an amazing event. Some of the things that were going on at this time, there was they love poetry. First of all, the Muslim poetry was tremendously attractive to fine poetry. So Jews also became in love with fine poetry. But the Hebrew language was not at this time really well adapted to the poetic trends of the day. In particular, there was a debate over something called meter, like how you actually measure out the beats in a sentence so it has kind of a rhythmic quality. And most Jews were using the traditional form of meter that was championed by a man named Menachem Ibn Sarur that essentially gave each syllable one full stop. But along came this Baghdadi Jew named Dunash ibn Abrat, who said, wait a second, we have a few of these vowels, like for example the shva, the two dots that are pointed underneath the letter. And whether it is a shvana or a shvana, I won't go into the technicalities here, but you can count that as a half beat or a full beat. You have some flexibility there. And if you count it as a half beat sometimes, then you can create whole new metrics which are actually modeled on the Arabic language.
I can recommend a book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery,
but there was
100 Authentic Slave Narratives.
That went on between those
it all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards.
And
slavery
did not like
was seen as normal
hip-hop
through
stuff
most
that
of
was
human
coming from
history.
Baghdad. On the other hand,
Thomas
the younger
Jefferson,
Jews were saying,
the man
wow,
who wrote All Men Are Created
he's like
Equal,
Elvis Presley,
which I think is
bringing us
one of the
new
most
poetry.
powerful
And
lines in all of
amazingly,
human history.
they actually had
He himself was a slave owner,
riots
making
between
him
poetry
a
loving
fascinating
Jews
case study
in
of
the city
contradictions.
of Granada. Can you
In fact, there's
imagine a
evidence that Thomas
society in
Jefferson
which Jews
drew
have
from
to
Genghis Khan's
blows
ideas
over
about
poetry?
the importance of religious freedom.
Wow, I love it. I
Pulling
think
as
it's
he did
fantastic.
foundational
Anyway, that
ideas of
gives you a
human
sense of,
freedom
like, in the 10th
from the
century, the
jaws of
kinds of
deep
things that
history.
were cooking in
And Dan, in this episode,
Now,
documents these
I have to
contradictions
tell
and
you about some of
complexities
these
quite well.
amazing figures. Hang on,
The
let's
full
do
range of
Ross
human
Roll
psychology
Roll.
involved,
Maybe I have to check that.
including how violations
Here
of
we
basic
go.
human rights
For example,
breed
check this
generational
out. It's
hatred.
so amazing. I can't
This,
believe
I
it.
think, is an important lesson to understand. The
11th century,
consequences of our moral failures
as Abraham
can
Daud
reverberate through
writes
decades,
his
even
story,
centuries.
and the days of
That is perhaps one of the values of studying
that we used
history.
to talk about,
It
they
is
began to
laden with
chirp,
atrocities,
but in the days of
but it
Shmuel
also
Hanagid,
contains
they
people
sang out
who
loud. Like, this is like a
dare
real
to
amazing
rise
achievement
some
of
way above the
Jewish
moral
culture. Now,
decrepitude
here's
of
the
the day,
amazing thing about
to
it.
try to build a foundation of a slightly better
You
future
know what his
world.
daytime job was?
As MLK Jr.
He
put it,
was the
the arc of
general
moral
of
universe
the
is
Muslim
long,
army
but it
of
bends towards
Persia.
justice.
I mean, just think about this for a second.
And
Here you have
now,
a Jewish
please allow me
guy,
to say a few
one
words
guy,
about
religious guy,
Gaza,
who's
Israel,
the general
Palestine.
of a Muslim army
I'm
for
not sure
16
I'm
years.
eloquent enough
And he is going
or
out to the front
know
line,
quite the right
and he's
words to
fighting
express
his
what I'm
word.
feeling.
Christians, for example,
So let me try.
And he's
I think what is happening in Gaza
and more than
is an
that, he
atrocity.
actually wrote a commentary on the
I
Talmud.
think that the
that's
Israeli government is directly
today.
responsible
He was
for
a
it.
phenomenal poet.
And
There's
to
an
the
amazing
degree
story
the
about
U.S.
what he would do
government
on the front
is
lines.
assisting
He
the
would
Israeli
write his
government
poems
in
out
this,
in Hebrew,
which I
and
believe
he
it
would
currently
tie them
is,
to carrier
it needs
pigeon
to stop
legs, and he would send
immediately.
the pigeons off, and they would
For me,
fly
as an
back.
American,
Quote
it
about
makes
where
me sick
his
to know
son
that my
would
government
take
is playing a role
take the little
in
pieces of paper
this
off, and then he would
atrocity.
compile them in a diwan
This
that
needs to
would
stop.
eventually become Shmuel Anaki's writing. I mean,
Yes,
just think about
there's
it for a second.
geopolitical
Here's a
and
guy, this is, by the
military
way, this is
complexity,
really the Sephardic
nuance,
paradigm.
and
This is one of the things
historical
that makes Sephardic
context
Jews
that
so
are told
amazing,
by
is that
some so-called
here's a
experts
man
that one must
who is
understand.
absolutely excellent
And
in
perhaps
the
they are
religious
smarter
sphere. He is like a huge
But like
author,
mentioned before,
a great
unlike the
Talmudic
more
scholar,
complexity of deep history
Hebrew
that I've often
poet par
spoken about,
excellence.
from the
And
Roman
at the same
Empire to
time,
the Atlantic
he's
slave
the
trade,
chief of staff for
this
a
is
Muslim
the
country.
21st
Now,
century.
think about this for a
This is
second.
today.
If, you're
In
looking
this,
at
the
the American
21st century,
government, can
I
you
see things
imagine
quite
that the chief
simply
of staff would not
and
only
clearly.
be a Jewish guy, but
To
also
me,
be
the death
like
of a child is a
a
tragedy.
Talmudic sage? It's unheard
It
of.
doesn't
They're
matter what
very
their skin color
bifurcated.
is,
And if you go, like,
what their
let's say,
religion
to
is,
the greatest
or what
yeshivas in
plot
Lakewood or
of land
something,
they call
are
home.
any of the guys studying
In my
there,
view, they are
rising to
all
high
equals.
office in America? Not
And
at
the
all.
death of
They're
each
just,
child
totally
is a
separate.
tragedy.
But in Sephardic society, you
Hamas
see many
did
figures,
a
not quite
definitively
approaching
evil
Shmuel
act on
Anaki's
October 7th,
greatness, but many who
brutally
are,
murdering over
excellent
1,000
in both
civilians.
worlds. And so,
But
for many
now,
scholars, especially the
the
19th
acts of
century
war
onward,
conducted by the
there's a
Israeli
tendency to
government
look at the
have
Spanish
led
Gulf
to the
period,
death of
the
over
Spanish Age, as a
60,000 people
golden
in Gaza,
era, because
likely
Jews
over
are
80,000
excelling in
people,
both secular
of which at
and
least
in religious
17,000
pursuits
are
simultaneously.
children.
Quite a fascinating thing that's going on.
17,000.
Just to give you a sense, I have to
I'm not smart enough to know the path
to
to
give you a sense of
peace
his poetry. I have a couple of
flourishing
examples here I'd like to share
of all
with
the
you.
peoples in the region.
Let me go back
But
there.
I do know
There we go.
that what has
Here's a
been
couple of
happening in Gaza
Shmuel
cannot be
Anaki's,
the way.
3 of his poems. We won't do all of them. Let's do the
Suffering
middle one.
at this kind of scale
He
breeds
wrote
generational
3 books
hate
of poetry, which
that leads to more
were
evil
found in
in
the
the
early
world,
20th
not less,
century and are published. They're just
to more
amazing.
destruction,
Listen to the middle one here.
to more suffering.
Anashim Ya'anu Ashir.
This
Please
has to
forgive
stop.
my attempt at a Sephardic accent.
2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourselves. It was a deeply moving experience for me.
Tripping over a brook.
I'm
The
grateful
translation
for it.
is,
In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza.
great attention to the wealthy.
I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians,
and
soldiers, activists from all
but they
perspectives.
will degrade
The most
the
powerful
person,
and
and
moving
they will
conversations for
consider
me on mic and off
blame
have always
these
been
for
with
things they've
everyday
never
people.
done. I just
It's always
translated it
felt
into
like where the
lines,
truth
rhyme
is,
or anything like that.
the
In
deeper
the
truth
Hebrew
of life,
lines, there's perfect meter.
pain,
It's just like solid as a
fear,
rock, and it's so
of
beautiful,
hope.
very pithy and beautiful poetry.
And I still
This gives
have
you a sense of like
I believe
the
we humans are good at the core,
Muslim army will do it.
and I know
We
we'll
also have
find our
phenomenal
way.
figures like Yehuda Halevi,
Thank you for listening.
great philosopher
I love
poet
you
as
all.
well. Originally, he was a poet for hire, meaning he would go to like cemeteries and he would write on the spot great funeral elegies for people that you
The
love.
following is a conversation
He
with
would
Jack
write wedding
Weatherford,
songs, and people would like
anthropologist
listen to his
and
poetry
historian
and cry at weddings
specializing
because it
in
was so
Genghis
beautiful.
Khan and the
Later, he
Mongol
ended up, he
Empire.
wasn't making much money
He
doing
has
that, so he
written
ended
a
up
lecture on
becoming
a book on this
a
topic
doctor.
titled
Was
Genghis
not
Khan
so,
and the Making of the Modern World.
puny as a
And
doctor
he has
either,
written
so he eventually
many
became
other
a
books,
philosopher, and
including
really his
Emperor of the
philosophy
Seas,
is
Kublai
what
Khan
stuck
and the
in
Making of
particular.
China,
He wrote, among other
Genghis
things,
Khan,
this
The Quest
phenomenal
for
book,
God,
The Kuzari,
The Secret
which we spoke
History
about
of
a
the
few weeks
Mongol
ago, which is
Queens,
essentially
and other
the
excellent
retelling
books.
of the story
I've gotten
of
to
the
know Jack
Khazars
more
for
after
the
this conversation,
purpose of
and I
religious
cannot speak
dialogue
highly
or
enough
dialogue,
about him.
really, Muslims,
He's a truly
Christians, and
brilliant,
Jews.
thoughtful,
And obviously,
kind
he
soul.
argues that the Jewish
This was a
religion is the
huge
best,
honor and
but it
pleasure
is
for
a
me.
fascinating work that has tremendous
This is a
implications
Let's
today.
Freeman podcast.
Also,
Support it
interesting,
by
he
checking our
eventually made
sponsors in the
Aliyah. He
description
eventually
and
moved to
consider
Israel in
subscribing
his old
to this
age,
channel.
He was
And now,
really a
dear
big
friends,
Zionist. One of his
here's
famous
Jack
poems says, Libi b'Mizrach,
Genghis Khan, born
my
in
heart is
approximately
in the east, but
1162,
I
became
here
the
in the west,
conqueror
meaning
of the
in
largest
space, like the
contiguous
one
empire in
and it's
history.
interesting to think
Before
that
that,
in his old
he was
age,
a boy
when he
named
was
Temujin,
still in Spain,
who at
he
9
may
years
have
old
actually
lost
held
everything.
on
His
his
father and
feet,
his tribe,
none other
living in
than
poverty,
the
abandoned
great
to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. from a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth.
There was an invasion of
the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents
previously
met,
existing
and
Muslims
then
in
how
the
he
region,
was
that
conceived.
certain things like
And that is
alcohol was flowing in
one
Muslim
day,
parties, and that's Muslims
a
were
cart
supposed
was
to
coming
drink alcohol,
across the
and
Mongol
they thought
territory,
this was the influence of
and
Jews.
only
And
women
so
drove
there was
carts.
a certain
Men rode
amount
horses.
of
Women also
persecution,
rode horses.
Muslim persecution
But
of
women
Jews
owned the
in
houses,
the
which were
12th century.
garrison
So
tents.
Maimonides' family
They owned
fled.
all the
They
household
stayed within the
equipment,
Muslim
so they had
world,
to have
but they
carts
left
for moving back
Spain
and
at this
forth.
point,
And the fact that
moved
the
away
cart was
across North
moving
Africa,
meant
and
that
eventually
some
settled
woman was
in
moving
Egypt,
from one
where
place to
Maimonides
another.
really
And in
attained
fact,
great
her
fame,
husband was
first
with
as
her.
a
She was
medical
a new
doctor,
bride,
and later
and
as
her
a
husband
halakhist and a philosopher.
was
There's so
on
much
a
to
horse
say about Maimonides.
close to
I
her.
think we'll have to talk
So what
about
happened
some of
was
his thought in
a man
another
named
class, but
Yasuke.
Maimonides
Yasuke,
has his
the
feet
future
in
father of Genghis
Spain
Khan.
and in the
Yasuke
Spanish
was up
Golden
on a
Era.
hill.
Now,
He was hunting with
the
his
Golden
falcon.
Age
The words of
comes
the
to
secret history of the
a
Mongols are very
steady
clear. And he
and
looked down
inevitable
and he saw
conclusion
her,
as
and
the
he could barely glimpse
Reconquista
her when he
begins. That
knew she
is
was
the
young, and she was a
reconquest
new
of
bride.
Spain. That's
He
a
rode back to
Christian
camp.
term
He
because
got
it
his two
refers
brothers,
to
and they came
the
racing
driving
down.
out of the Muslims that
They
begins
came,
in the north and
first
slowly
the
pushes
husband
down the Muslims and pushes them
of the woman
out
looked
of
around,
the Iberian
and he
Peninsula
decided
in
to flee.
1482. You can
Not
see
because
from
he
this
was a
map
coward,
that
but
the sort of
he
the
figured
yellow
he would
and
probably
the orange and
pull
eventually the
the
green
men
areas,
after
which
him.
are
They would
Muslim,
chase him,
they are
and
the
they did.
last to become
They chased him. He
Christianized.
went far
And
away.
in the
He
context
circled
of the
around. He came
Reconquista,
back.
the
He
Christians have
arrived
to
back
come
at
to
the cart
terms
where his
with
wife
these
was,
Jews who
where they
have
was murdered.
previously
And
held very
Earl had
important
time to
positions in
think while he
society
was riding around,
and are,
being chased
you
by
know,
the
really quite
Mongols.
well
And she
situated,
decided
but the Christians are
that
trying
it's more
to
important for him to
assert their
live.
dominance not only
And
over
she told him
the
when he came
Muslims
back,
who are the
you
lords,
must
but also
flee.
the
If you
Jews
stay
who are
here,
quite
they will kill you
significant
and they will
society.
take me.
And a lot of things happen
But
along
if you
with this
flee,
that are
they
really
will take
quite
me. But you will have the
unfortunate.
chance to find another
The
wife. There are
disputations,
many
for
women in the
example,
world.
perhaps
You
the
find
first
one and you
expression
call
of
her
this,
Hula
in an attempt
after my
to
name.
really demonstrate
And you
that
remember
for
me when
sure
you're with
Christianity
her.
is the best
It's
religion,
a very
not
dramatic
Judaism.
moment.
This
And he
trend
rode away.
develops in the 13th
And he
century,
looked back and
continues
forth, and
into
it
the
said that the
15th century,
pigtails or
of
the braids that were hanging down
forced
were
debates
whipping
with
back
Jews.
and
Here you
forth
can
from
see on
his
the left
chest to his
some
back.
Christian
He was
thinkers and
divided,
holding my
obviously,
books,
and whether he
and
should
on
go
the
or
right
stay.
wearing the Jewish hat
But the three
and
men
with
were
expressions
approaching
that look
again,
like they have some
and they were headed
fascination.
straight for the cart
Jews
this
are
time.
defending Judaism against
came in,
Christian attacks.
And they took
And these were forced disputations
She didn't say
where
a word
Jews were
until
ordered to
her
assemble in a
husband was
church and they
over
were
the
ordered
ridge.
to appoint
When
a
he was
leader
over the
that
ridge
would
and she
then
could no
defend
longer see him, she
Judaism
began
against
to
Christianity.
scream
And
and wail.
the conclusion
And
was
one of the brothers
foregone,
said
to
to
be
her,
sure. Perhaps the
doesn't
most
matter if
famous
you
of
shake
the
the waters
disputations
out of the river,
is the great
and if you
disputation
shake
of
the mountains with your
1263
screaming,
in
you will never
Barcelona
see this
that
man
involved
again.
none other than
He
the
was right.
incredible Nachmanides.
That was the
Not to be
moment
confused with
that Genghis
Maimonides, who we
Khan's
discussed
mother
earlier.
and father
Nachmanides
met.
is Rabbi
That's the beginning of his
Moshe
story
ben
and his
Nachman, the son
kidnapping.
of Nachman.
And it's going to
And
reverberate
he was,
every detail of
unlike
it.
the disputant,
Will
who is
come back
probably
again and
Christianity,
again, not only
typically a
throughout the
converted
story of
Jew
the
to
life of Genghis
Christianity,
Khan, but it's going to
whereas
continue
probably
on
Christianity
with
had
the
a very
feuds and the issues caused by
superficial
it,
knowledge of Judaism.
all the way into the future.
Rabbi
To some
Nachman
extent,
was
in
actually
certain parts of the world, you could say
a
it still
tremendous
exists.
genius and
So
a
the
very
meaning
well-regarded
is
commentator
fundamentally
whose thought is studied even to the
a
present day.
mixture
We actually
of
have a
heartbreak,
tremendous record
dark,
of their
criminal type
dialogue, of
of
their debate,
kidnapping.
because both the Christian
From that
side
is
and
conceived
Nachmanides
this
published
conqueror
their
of
version of it, and we can compare them and see where they interact
What I was really
and
interested in
where
was
they diverge.
how
The
did this
debate
happen?
obviously
Who was this
was won
person?
officially by
As
public
Wordsworth
Christianity, but
wrote in his poem,
Maimonides' performance
the child
was
is
so
father of
admired
the
by
man.
the king of Aragon
And it's the
that he gave him
childhood
a
that
huge pile
created
of money,
him. And it's
and he
that
said to him, listen,
episode
that
that
was
was
a
before
great
he was
debate,
born.
but you
But
better
all the
hide
things that happened
right
throughout
out of
his
Spain right
childhood
now. And so in his old
made him
age,
into the man
Maimonides
he
had to
became.
flee Spain, really
And
because
so
he had done such a
he was
fantastic job
now
with
suddenly
the debate. and he made his way to Israel, where at the
unusual
end of his life,
situation
really,
was
he
created
started a new
where a
career
child is going to be
and
born to a
reestablished
kidnapped
the
woman
Jewish community
who is
in
being
Jerusalem
held
in the
by
late
strange
13th
people,
century.
the
When he
Mongols, who are
arrived,
not
he
her
said
people.
they did not even have a minion, a
And he
quorum
already
of
had
10 men
another
over the age
wife,
of 13
her
in
husband.
Jerusalem. All
He had
places
a wife
they had
named
to like bring
Sochino.
Jews
He
in
had
from the
at that time
surrounding
already
villages.
one son.
But
Later he
Nicaeus
had
was
another
able
son
to
with her.
restart that Jewish
It was a
community.
very
A
odd
phenomenal
situation.
achievement.
And in
But it
fact,
gives
the
you a sense
father,
of the
Yisrael
beginnings
wasn't even
of
there
the end
when
of
Temujin was
the
born.
golden age
He was
of
off
Spain.
fighting the
Let me
Tatars.
just take you a
And during
couple
this
centuries
campaign against the
further
Tatars,
ahead
he
right now.
killed two
Second
Tatars.
here, let's jump
One
ahead.
of them was
Because we have to
Temujin
talk about the
Kuge,
Inquisition.
which is sort of
To understand
person
the
of
Inquisition,
iron.
we really
That's
have
what
to
it
go
means from
back
the Turkic.
about 100 years
What's
before
the name part of
it was
also
instituted in
Mongolian
Spain, to
language.
the year 1391.
So he came
In
back,
that year,
he had a
there
baby,
was a wave
and he
of
decided to
pogroms
name him
that spread
Temujin,
through
the person
northern
of
Spain
iron,
in
or Iron
particular,
Man, we might call
and
him,
After the
many
man he
Jews
killed.
were
after the man he killed. So
The
his
Inquisition
kidnapped mother,
was established
she's a second
almost 100
wife
years later
now,
as an
not a legal
attempt
wife,
to
but
deal
just a
not
second
with Jews
kidnapped
per
wife,
se,
and
but to deal with
he's
those
named for
Jews who have
someone
been
his father just
forcibly
killed.
converted to
It
Christianity,
was not
but
auspicious
were
beginning.
not behaving
In
as
fact,
Christians were
just
expected to behave.
episode after
Now, you might
episode
say to
in his
yourself, well, of
childhood
course they're not going
was
to be
inauspicious.
behaving like Christians because they have
The
been
father and
forcibly
mother
converted.
moved camp
What do
one
you
time
expect
when he
from
was
them?
quite young,
But
and
we should
somehow
realize that the
they
Catholic
overlooked
Church at
him
this
and
time, and
forgot
really
him.
for centuries
He was
afterwards,
left
was kind of
behind.
trapped in this
So
theological
here's this young child, we don't know what age,
that
but could be
when
about 4 or 5. I think.
Jew was
He was left
baptized,
behind.
even against their will,
As it turned out, some
there were
other
many
people, the
dominant
Daichu,
trends
found him,
in Christian
and then they
thought
kept
at
him
that
for a
time
while, and
that
eventually he
meant
was
that they were
reunited with
actually
his father.
converted, and there was nothing you could do about it. They were now Christians.
It's very
The
odd to me
sad
that
example of this
I never
is really from the
have any
1840s
inkling of a
when there was
spark
a
of
young boy named
relationship
Edgar
much between the
Montara,
father and
shown
the son.
here in this Oppenheim painting.
Because then when
Who lived in
when
Bologna,
Temujin
Italy.
is 8
And the
years
story
old,
went,
his
and by
father
the way, it's
decides
going to be
to
the
take him
subject of
off
a
to
major
find a
motion
wife.
picture that's being
Which
produced
finding a
by
wife in the Mongolian
none other than
terms
Steven
means you
Spielberg.
give the
But
child to that
Edgardo
family, or you give the
Montara
boy
was
to
a
that
young boy,
family,
and
and he
he
will
had
live
a
with them,
terrible
and
fever.
they will raise
And
him
so
up, and
his
they will train
Christian
him the way they
nursemaid,
want
who
before he
felt
can
so
marry
badly
their
that this
daughter.
young child was possibly
So
going
he's
to
taking
die,
him off
and
at
then
age
because
8.
he was Jewish, he was going
But
to
he
go to
didn't
hell
take the
forever.
other son
She felt
from
so
the other
badly
wife,
for
but
him that she decided to have him
he was
secretly
keeping him.
baptized.
There was something about
then
Temujin having been
he
lost
recovered,
once and found
got
by the
better.
Daichu and
And several years
reunited with the
later, when I
family.
think he was about 8
But
years
now his
old,
father
it
takes him
happened
off
that this
at age
particular
8. And he
nursemaid
was
or
going to take
maid
him to his
happened to
her
tell
his
someone
family, but
that,
he never made
you
it.
know, that
He stuck
little
with another
Edgardo,
family, and so
that
like
little
the first
Baptiste,
family he came
I actually
across,
had him baptized
and
once when I was worried that he had a
in the
fever
words
and
of the
he would
secret
die.
history,
This
it's
got back to the
sort of
Vatican
instant
police,
love. That
and
there was fire
amazingly,
in his
as you
eyes
see in
and
this
fire in
particular
her
scene,
eyes.
which is
He
not
saw this
exactly
girl,
historically
Restream,
accurate, but
who
nevertheless,
was about 9 years old, a
it gives
little
you the sense
older,
of the emotion.
and he wanted to
The
stay there
Vatican
with that
police
family,
actually kidnapped
according
this
to the
young
story.
boy from
And
his
so the
home
father left him
and
there
took
with
him
that
into the
family.
papal palace
But
to
on
be
the way
raised as a
home,
Christian. Why?
the father
Because he was
decided
baptized against
he
his
saw a
will
drinking
when
party,
he was a
and he
baby.
decided
He
to
had
join
no
them.
clue that he was
They were
baptized. He had no
Tatars.
clue that he was
He
actually
hid his
Christian
identity.
according to
On the
Christianity.
step, everybody
And
kind of figures
this was a
out who
horrific
everybody
event.
is.
Of course, the parents
And they figured out who
complained
he
and the
was.
parents sought
But
redress, but the
supposedly,
papal states had
they
power at
poisoned
that
him.
time in Bologna,
He got on his
and the
horse
Pope
and was able to
refused to
ride
release him.
back home.
It became a
But
cause
within a
célèbre
few days,
across
he
the world.
died.
The great Moses Montefiore
So
became
now,
very involved. Jewish organizations
Temujin
all
is
over the world,
off living
including
with
in New
another
York,
family.
were protesting and demanding that,
Somebody but he comes from his
all the
family.
19th century. You
Family,
can't just
not a
kidnap a
relative, but a
child
close
for
person.
religion.
One blood comes
But
to get
the
him, take him
Pope
back.
ultimately did not release him under this
And they
principle
make
that
it
once
through
he
the
was
winter.
baptized, he was
They make it through the winter.
And what ended
Mother
up
Heirloom by
happening to
now,
our
she has
judge was
4
he ended up
sons
becoming a
and 1
Christian
daughter.
priest.
I think
You
the
can
daughter
see
had
him
already
here
been
on
born,
the
but
right.
the daughter
He
was
actually
going
made
to
a
be born
career
not too long
later
after that. They make it through the
proselytizing
winter.
Jews. Here he is photographed
The
with
spring
his mother
comes,
and
and of
with his
course,
brother. And
the
you can see
clan is
kind
going
of
to move to
the
a
strange
new
family
camp.
dynamic
They
going
go
on
to
in this
spring camp or
particular
winter
picture.
camp.
But
And they
this
have
is an
a
example
ceremony
of the
for their
kind of
ancestors.
restrictions
And they started
based
the
on
ceremony
Jews who were
what
even
they did not tell
forcibly
Erlu.
baptized that was pertaining even in the
And so
19th
she
century.
came and she was
So now if we
angry
go
that
back
she
to
had been
Spain, what
left out.
happened is
The old
in the
women said,
1390s, you
"You're
had
in a
all these
wonderful
Jews
home.
who were
We do not have
forcibly
to call.
converted. And
We will feed you if
they
you
were,
come.
so
We
once
do
they were
not have
converted, they just sent one
to
right
take care of
back
you."
to
Letting
being
her know
Jewish.
that
They
as
lived
a,
in the Jewish
as a
community.
captive woman,
They kept
she was not a
kosher,
real
they kept
wife in their
Shabbat, and
view.
so on. They might do some token
And that was
Christian
really the
activities, like maybe
signal
they
that
would show
when
up
they
in church,
moved camp,
maybe they
they
would
were
wear a
not taking
crucifix
her
in
with
public,
them.
but in reality, they were
They
still
packed
very
up,
well
they
integrated
took her
into Jewish
animals.
community, marrying into each other's
Took the
families,
animals,
retaining a
but
Jewish
she,
lineage, and
at
so
that
on.
moment, she still
And
had one horse for a
moreover,
moment,
this is
and
what's
she
especially
jumped on the
fascinating,
horse and she took
they
the banner of
now
her husband
had
and she
freedom
raced
of
around the
movement
people.
in
And the banner
Christian
after
society
death contains
because
the
they were
soul of the
technically
person.
Christians. They're no longer
And so she raced
bound
around
by
and they
the
were a little
restrictions
bit nervous,
imposed
and so
upon
they
them
camped for
when
one
they were
night.
Jews.
And they
They were
waited
free to
until
pursue any
it was
profession, they
dark.
were free to travel,
And
they
they took
were
off.
exempt from
And this time,
punitive taxes
one
and
of
so
the
on.
friends of
And
the
so
family came
this
running
became
out to try to
resented
stop
because
them,
here were people
and
who
they
were
killed him.
obviously still considering themselves Jewish,
And Timuchin
who were still
cried.
totally
Here's a little boy,
integrated into
8
the
years old. There was
Christian
nothing he could
economy
do.
of
He's just a
Spain.
little boy.
By the way, at this
But
point,
now that
there's
family
a
is
huge
left there
historiographic debate,
on the
which
step.
we won't get into
4
today,
children,
but there are
possibly
many
5
scholars who
already.
feel that the Inquisition was primarily a
Sarchical, the other
religious
woman
affair,
with 2
which is
children,
sort of the
they're
main
all left there to die
narrative that
on
I've
the
given you
step.
at this point.
When the winter
And
comes,
there are others
they
who
will
say,
surely
no,
all
it's primarily an economic issue, because a lot of Christian burghers that are Christian, city dwellers and merchants were saying,
She
this
pulled
isn't
her
fair.
hat down
They've got
over
an unfair
her
advantage
head.
because
She
they
took
have
her
all these
black stick
connections with
and
other
she
Jewish
ran
communities
up
around
and
the world.
down
And
the banks of the river, digging out
they can do
roots
all kinds of things, and
to
they're
feed
Jews
the
after all.
gullet
They're
of
just
her
pretending to be
brood.
Christian. They should not be
She
getting the
fed
same
them through
economic
the
rights as
winter.
us.
She
So
found
the
food,
Inquisition was brought in
digging up
specifically
wherever
directed
she
at
could,
Jews
finding
who were
whatever she
baptized
could,
and their
everything she
descendants,
could.
because they
And
were
even
called
at
new
this young
Christians.
age,
Even
Timuchin
for
was
multiple
already beginning
generations, they
to
were
go out
called
to
new
collect
Christians,
things.
and they were required to
He could
recant
get
their awful
fish.
ways.
He could do a
The
few tasks to
Inquisition,
help
which was
feed the
established
family.
in
It was an
1478,
extremely awful
was
struggle at this point.
was accompanied
But
by
she saved
torture,
every one of the
and there,
children.
as you can see in this horrible
So,
image here that shows
Timuchin's
this
early years were
hand-crushing
marked
device
by
where
loneliness,
the
abandonment,
victim was expected to
and,
stare at the cross
struggle.
and think upon
Yes,
his
even
sins
after this,
while these
he was
handles are
kidnapped
turned and breaking the bones
at
in
one
the hand and
point
so on.
by
And under
Taiju people.
torture, Jews were,
He was
these new
kidnapped,
Christian Jews, were
and we
expected
would
to
say,
confess
I
and
think
say,
the
oh
correct
yes,
word
all
would be
these other
enslaved.
friends of mine
They
were
put him
also
into
actually
a
Jews,
tank, a yoke,
practicing
like
Jewish rites
like
while they
an
were
ox
Christian,
would wear.
and they would be
And so
arrested,
his
and they would
2
be
arms
subject
are
to torture,
and his
and they
head
would give up
is
a whole host of names,
like
and
he's
eventually it
trapped
just
in this
took
thing.
over the whole society like a
Every night
Stalinist
he would be
urge
taken to a
would
different
take
gear
over
to be
society.
guarded by that family.
The elements of
And
torture
one
used
night
by
there
the
was a little
Inquisition were
celebration, so
absolutely
most of the people are
horrific and
drinking.
have
And
become
he's left
proverbial.
with a boy
For
who's
example,
not very
this
smart.
terrible device of torture is
And
called
Timuchin
the
managed to take the
hair,
tank, the
and
wooden
it would be inserted
yoke that
into
he's
an
strapped in,
orifice in the
and
human
use
body,
it as a
many
weapon by
possibilities,
turning it
and
around
then
very quickly and
a
hitting the
person will
boy
be
in the
asked
head,
questions, and if they
knocking him
fail to
out.
answer
Those
appropriately,
were the first
the
lessons
ring at
for
the
the
back will be
Mongols that
turned, and it will be slowly
anything that moves
expanded,
is a weapon.
ripping internal membranes
This is
and so
going to
on.
go
Absolutely
on for
horrific kind of torture.
generations.
So the
Very
Spanish
important for the
Inquisition,
Mongols. If it
even though
moves,
you
it's a
had Monty
weapon.
Python,
He
it
did
was
that.
no
He
joke
raced
at
them
all.
off
It
in
was
the
a
night
horrific thing that really
and
affected
he
Spanish
jumped into the river.
society on a very
Died.
deep and elemental
He still got a tank
level.
on him.
Jews
He's
who
still
confessed
trapped under there.
were
And people are
often
looking
forced
for
to
him.
wear these
They
things
come
called
out
San
and up and down the
Benitos,
river,
these
and
humiliating
he's
tunics. And
hiding
by the way,
underneath the water
for
for the
life,
most part,
you would wear
trying to
this
breathe
for
as best he
life
can.
if you
But
were
it's
found
dark and
guilty
it
of
protects him a little
Judaism.
bit.
And then after
They give up
death,
and they say, okay,
they
we'll
were
come back
often
tomorrow. He
actually
can't possibly
placed on
escape.
the walls in churches as a reminder
The
of
next
the
day he knew
family
one
shame
family
that people
that he
had to
thought he
live
could
with
go to.
after the Inquisition.
And he was
Absolutely
right. He
horrific
went to that
kind of
family
persecution at this
at
time.
a great
And
risk to
get back to
themselves.
the idea of
They,
an
in fact, were a
economic motive
captive
for this.
family.
betraying a Judaizing family, if the family was found in fact to be Judaizing, then the betrayers would get a share of their possessions. And this can happen even after death, where Jews could, die, be buried, and then could be put on trial by the Inquisition. And if they were found guilty of Judaizing, more than that, then their property would be divided amongst the Inquisition and those who named them as Judaizers. So there's a profit incentive to this entire process that could go on forever. The ultimate end of the Inquisition process was, of course, the horrible auto da fe, the public burnings that would take place in many cities, including in the New World, which were like huge, like rock concert events where you would have public burnings of these
breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here is a story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
One small but a very important footnote.
the men who
which of course borders on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula, was one of the first places that Jews fled to try to avoid the persecution of the Inquisition. Portugal did not exactly have the same situation. In fact, they held off introducing the Inquisition.
They had all deserted, all betrayed him. He learned very early on
introduced the Inquisition for a little while, but they had their own
You mentioned
elements
that
of persecution.
Genghis
While I
Khan's
jump around to try
childhood,
to find the beginning of this again.
Temujin
This is
was
more
marked by
awkward,
extreme tribal violence. Can you describe
screen share.
sort of
King
the state
Lao,
of affairs in the
or
steppe?
Jalal,
How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
Wow, like I
The story
imagine when a person
of
of childhood
Temujin
stories
is not a
Wow,
unique
it's a
story
boy.
for that
You can't really
time.
say that. But at
No,
any rate,
as
King
an
Lao
isolated
extended
family
temporary
outcast,
refuge
of
to
course,
some of
he's
the
not
Jews, but
participating
ultimately
in the
they
various
also did
feuds
not
and the
want a
rage
large
of
Jewish
the people
presence there.
around
There were
him.
also some
But they are
geopolitical reasons
constantly
they wanted to
raiding
do.
in the
But
winter.
what they,
And
Portugal
for
felt
women
would be
and
best
for
is rather
horses and
than
for any kind of
expelling
valuables
the
that they
Jews,
could
rather
find.
than exposing
It's
them to
almost
the
like their way
Inquisition
of
right
getting
away,
trade
they
goods
wanted
from
them to
China.
convert. And they
That one
put
group rapes the
incredible
other
pressure on the
in order
Jews
to find
to
out
have them
whatever
convert
they
to
have for
Christianity,
textiles
including a
or
really horrific
for metal.
moment when
Mongols produce nothing.
2,500 children were
They
taken
could produce
from their
felt to
refugee
make their
parents
tents, but they
and
were not
shipped off
craftsmen.
to an
And
island
so they had to
off
get
the
these
coast of
items
Africa,
from
the
somewhere,
island
and it
of
was
Sao
through
Tome,
raiding.
where,
And so even
according
in
to
the
at least
genealogy
one account that we have
Temujin,
from a
you see
survivor,
going back generation after
the children were
generation
actually
of
eaten by
women having
large
been
lizards
kidnapped,
that are
children
apparently
born who were not
indigenous to the
necessarily the
island.
father's
These
child.
horrific stories.
It's unclear who the
Ultimately,
father was.
as a result
All
of
of these
Portugal's
issues go back
desire
for a long
to
time.
unite with Spain, or you can
Later,
see here from
Genghis
King
Khan will
Manuel,
realize, once he becomes
marrying
Genghis Khan, he will realize
Isabella,
that the
it's
true
actually not
source of
Isabella,
most
the
of the feuding
Australian
on
Jews,
this
but another
steppe
Isabella,
is
the
over
Jews
women.
there will
And later he will outlaw
and
the
that happened
kidnapping
in
of women and the sale
1497.
of women.
And many
Part,
Jews
not only
managed to
because of
flee
what
at
had
that
happened
time,
to his
but
mother,
otherwise Portugal
what
became
happened
the
to
same
him
as
next
Spain
in
in
his
this regard.
life.
The Inquisition
And
was
this is
also
one of the
brought
things
into
you talk
Portugal
about.
in
This,
1530 to
in some
attack
ways, the love
those
story
Jews who were forcibly converted
with his
in
wife was
1497 who were
her
not
kidnapping
behaving according
was
to
the defining.
Christian standards.
If you can point to
That
one
just gives you a
place
sense of
where
the
Genghis
horrific
Khan,
nature
the
of
conqueror,
the
was
Inquisition.
created,
It ends, of
it's
course, in
that
1492, which
his
is
wife
where
being
we're going to pick up our
Can
story
you
next
describe,
week, God
first of all,
willing,
his love
with a
for this woman
huge
and what that means,
dispersion of
and
Sephardic
what the
Jews. It
kidnapping
begins
of
in the year
her meant.
1492
At
when
age 16,
those Jews who refused to
the girl
accept
he had
the
met when he was 8
offer
years
of
old and she
conversion
was
to
9.
Christianity
She's
decide
now
to
17.
leave, and they go
And she
throughout the
and her mother
Mediterranean
call
basin. They make their way up to welcoming cities like Amsterdam, and many of
It's
them
hard
make it
to even
across the
imagine
ocean
what it
to
was
the
like for
Americas,
this 16-year-old
South
boy
America
who
in
had
particular,
suffered these
and we'll pick up that
indignities of
story
life
next week.
in every way
This is the
that you
beginning
can
of the
imagine.
Sephardic
And
diaspora.
suddenly,
One
here
interesting
is
point
the
that
love
we
of
should
his
just touch
life,
on before we
who's
leave,
going to be living with him,
and
making
we
him happy.
meditate for a moment on
He has
Jewish
somebody who
survival.
loves him,
There's
not just his mother running around getting
thesis
food and trying
that
to
we
feed
will
the
come
5
back to
children
when we
and
get
plus
to
the
the
other wife and her
Holocaust
2
period. But there's a
children.
great work
No,
on
he has
the
somebody who
Holocaust
loves
written
him.
by the eminent
It's
historian,
all
Iranian
the
historian Raoul
excitement that you
Hilbert,
can
one of the
imagine. The
pioneering
fire in the
historians
eyes
of the Holocaust.
and the excitement,
And
and
he
then
wrote in the introduction to his
it only lasts a
three-volume
few
massive
months.
history of the destruction of
So
European
there they
Jews,
are,
that the
and
roots
there's
of
a
the
lady
Holocaust
visiting them.
lay
We don't know
in
exactly
Spain.
who she
I
is.
remember when I first read it, I thought, oh, come on,
is
how
there,
can you
and the
draw
auction is
a
sleeping
line that
of
goes all the
course
way
on
from
the
the
floor of
14th
the gear,
century
the
to
tent.
the 20th
And
century? You know,
early in the
600
morning,
years.
she feels the
So many
vibrations in
differences
the
about
earth,
Spain and
and she
Germany
knows when
over
horsemen
that
are
period of
coming.
time. It's not
She
a fair
rouses the
comparison.
family.
But as I got
But
older,
Mother
and a
Erlund is
little
in
more mature as a
charge. Mother
historian, I
Erlund
said,
is
you
still
know,
in
there's
charge,
actually a
even though
brilliant
Temujin is now
kernel of
married.
truth to Hilbert's
She
thesis,
puts all of
in
her
my
children
humble
on the
opinion.
horse.
We look at the pattern, for
She
example,
takes the baby girl to
we have in
live in her
1391
own
forced conversions that lead to tremendous
She has
social
one extra
mobility of
horse.
Jews. Then, about 75 years later, there's a lot of persecution of these so-called
Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea. They're coming in the dark,
Jewish groups
they're coming
who are able to move
they
within
know
those
there's a
worlds
girl
of
there. This
sensibility,
family of
and that
outcasts has
results
acquired a
in
wife,
isolation,
and they know
and then ultimately
they're coming
expulsion
for
of
that.
the Jewish
And so
community
she
of
leaves
Spain.
Sopchico,
If we take that and we look at Germany,
she leaves this old
we
lady
see
ready to
Asian
lunch. In
Arabs for
fact, she has
different
her own
reasons.
cart.
There are mass
And she leaves
conversions. These are
first.
not forced conversions,
They
but
pile
a lot
into
of social
Granny's
pressure
cart.
allows a lot of Jews who are assimilating anyways to decide to adopt baptism. Large, there's a social ladder.
Mother Earl is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain,
was his ticket to
to
European
the mountainside, away from them.
and then,
Because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who
these
they
are,
are.
Christians
So Mother
and
Earl
Germans in German society,
saved her
but they don't
family.
quite fit with the rest of us. They're the
But at a
purity of
cost,
blood that
suddenly,
the Spaniards
Timothy
admired, the
realizes
Germans also admired, and there's
he's
a
obeyed
similarity
his
there.
mother,
This leads to
but he's lost
isolation,
the most
to
important
expulsion,
thing in his
and
life.
ultimately to
And
mass
I do
murder,
think
which is
this
something
is the defining
that only
moment
had
of
the
his life.
briefest of echoes.
The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. But now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define what will he do? What should he do?
As Santa
What can
Ana
he do?
famous had said,
Is he going to just
if we do
resign
not pay
himself
attention,
to
we're doomed to repeat it. Others have said
Is he
you may
going to go
not
out
have
for another
repetition
wife?
in history, but you certainly
And
do
he
have
decides
rhyming
that life is not
in history.
worth
There are
living
certain
without person.
oscillations that
He has found something good in
But
this
to conclude
life.
this lecture,
And if he
and
has
I
to
hope you're
die
still there. I'm
trying to get
talking
her
to the
back,
screen. I have
he
no
will
idea
die
if you
trying
are
to
out
get
there.
her back.
We'll find out later. I guess
And
I'll
this
go
is
sure.
the early
Say, oh, yeah, here's
steps
the
of the
lecture.
military genius born.
What
Because
is
in
it
order to get
about
her back
Spanish Jewry
requires
that allowed them to survive?
an actual
As we
organization
saw,
of
it's a great
troops.
contrast to
He
the
needs
spreads of
allies.
Ashkenazi Jewry in the
He
Crusades.
goes to
Was that one
a
big
man who
flash
ruled
moment
the
where
Karyan
you either,
people in central Mongolia,
convert
and
or
until the river
martyr
where the
yourself,
capital
and the Ashkenazi decided to martyr themselves.
He goes there
the
because
three
that
towns of Speyer
Wang
were
Han
named.
is his
That
name,
became
or
kind of like a
Han.
cultural
He
motif.
goes there because Wang Han had
Spaniards, Spanish
been
Jews
the
did
lord
not have
over
that same
his father
luxury
at one
because
point.
all
His
of a
father had
sudden they
gone on
got
raids for
forcibly
him.
converted, right?
So he went
in
there.
really kind of a silly
And so he
way,
took a gift.
holy
That's
water
because
sprinkled on you,
Krishna's mother had
some holy
worn
man,
a
all kinds
sable
of,
coat.
now you're
As a
Christian.
gift for
Like, what are you
Mother
talking
Uru.
about? But nevertheless,
At the
they're caught
time
up in this,
of
not in
marriage.
like a dramatic
So he took
moment
the
of
coat,
dire like you would have,
and he took it,
with the
and he gave
synagogue
it as a
surrounded
gift
by
to Wang
angry
Han and
Mohammedans.
asked for
But
his
now
help.
it's kind of like
And Wang
sort
Han
of
said
a
yes.
religious
And
fiat.
he said, I
What
will
do you
send
do
some
with that?
troops, but
So
we
the
need more.
Sephardim
And
developed
you
ways
need to ask
to adapt to their new reality, their new identity,
You need
without
to ask him
sacrificing their Jewish identity. And
to
let us
come
remember
also.
the
He said, I will
fierce
send a message
attachment
to
that
him
Sephardim had to their culture, particularly as crypto
You have to
Jews.
tell the story
We'll
of
talk more
John.
about this perhaps next
It's,
week. But, for example,
the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him,
your children
being
were
disloyal,
Jewish, or
and
who
here
are
is a person
Judaizing
who's not of
So
his kin,
many crypto
but
Jewish women
becomes his,
wanting to
in a way,
retain
brother,
their knowledge and identity
in a way loyal,
as
and
being
as you've
Jews,
described,
being unable to
he's both.
circumcise their children.
The best
Often
thing
actually
to us
perform
happened
small
to Genghis Khan, and one of the biggest
incisions on
challenges
their shoulders
in the later
to a
years
little
of
circle,
Genghis Khan.
just to remind
So who
themselves
was Jamukha?
that we are Jewish, we
Shamiko
are not able
was
to
a boy
circumcise our
about the
sons,
same
but
age
we will
as
make the scar
Temujin.
on our own bodies
And
to
his
remind us
family
of this
at winter camp
incredible
close to
dedication
where
to
Mother
Jewish
Erdman was
continuity,
living with
although
her children.
submerged in an entirely
And so
different
the
environment.
two boys
And
met
here we
during
are,
winter time. In fact, they
500
both claimed
years
descent from
after
the
the
same
expulsion from Spain,
woman about 4
and these
generations
Sephardim
earlier,
still
or 5
consider
is a little
themselves
unclear.
Dafka,
But she was a
specifically
Uriankai woman
Sephardim. They have
who herself
retained
was
their
kidnapped. And
sub-identity
actually,
within the large
Jamukha was
Jewish
the
community
descendant of her
500
from
years
the fact
after
that she was
being expelled.
pregnant at the moment
I
of
mean,
kidnapping.
That's
And then
amazing. I
Temujin is
consider myself a
descended from
Lithuanian
her
Jewish
through
buried,
the new
even though
kidnapper,
it's now been
his
like 3
ancestor.
countries
So they're both
removed
through
from
the, as the
Lithuania.
Mongols would say, from the
And
same
it was my own
womb. They come from
grandparents
this name.
who fled
Story.
Lithuania to come to
origin.
Canada.
However,
And like,
their lives were similar in
my
that both
children
lost
will
their
consider
fathers
themselves
very
maybe
early.
distant Lithuanian, but
Jamukha
primarily
also
American.
lost a mother.
And that
So he grew
sub-identity
up in the
disappears so
household of his
quickly. How is it
grandfather.
the Sephardim
no
was so
siblings.
strongly attached to their identity
Temujin with
500 years
household
later? It's
of
an amazing
siblings.
thing.
He
And I
grew
think
up with
it's
his
a
grandfather,
testament
and his grandfather
to
had several
Jewish
wives.
survival.
So he grew up with a bunch of
I
old
basically
women,
come to
which
the
later
end
he
of
said
my
he
lecture.
thought was
I hope this
an
works for
influence on
you
his life.
online. I
But
think
the
we
two
had a much
boys
smaller
meet.
crowd
So they
than
come
we
from
would have
different
had without
backgrounds,
the
and Jamukha's
virus.
not as
But at any
deprived
rate,
by any
we're going
means as the life of the
continuity
person.
for the
When
internet
he has a
audience.
certain
And hopefully all
emotional
of this will be
deprivation,
over soon and we'll be able to
having
get
not had
together
mother,
as
father,
we usually
siblings,
do.
and he lives
I
with
hope
these
you have a
old
fantastic
people.
week.
The two boys
Thank you
meet,
for
they
listening.
become good friends
Have a
playing
great
on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like nur in the language. There are several different types of friendship, but anda is a friendship that's beyond the friendship.
I
It's
got
something
it
for
now.
life.
Great. I'm on mute. I'm
And
asking
they
everybody
swore
else to
that
mute.
they would be there forever.
Okay. So
to
listen,
protect
everyone,
each other,
please make
to
sure
help
you
each
are
other
on mute
in every
because it will
moment.
really
And
disturb
they
the experience
exchanged
for
knuckle
everyone else.
bones.
If you
So
are
each one of
not,
them had the knuckle
I have
bone
the
robot, a deer.
So you
Knuckle
just sort
bones
of
are used
move your
in
mouse
these
along.
games that
You'll
they
see
play,
at the
but it's
bottom
also
that
used
this
to
little microphone
forecast the
there.
future. You can
And
roll them around and all.
on your
It's
phone,
very
you start
strange.
six.
On the ice, I will say,
And then
in
now
winter time it won't go.
you
It could be
great.
up to 50 degrees
Okay, thank you.
below
Try
zero.
star six.
It
I
doesn't
will
really
let
matter
everybody
at that
know
moment.
that
It's
if
even
I can't
Celsius
get
up Fahrenheit.
people to mute, I may have to remove you from the class because it's
You
like
slide
not in
something
a
across
regular
the ice
bricks
and
and
it's
mortar
just
classroom. All of a
absolutely
sudden,
smooth like silk,
people are
and it
talking
goes
the whole
on
time.
for a long
Everyone in
way.
the room can hear it
And
at the
if you
same
put your
volume.
ear
It'd be
down to
really
the
embarrassing.
ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any
Yes, I am
sound
hearing
on
you, and I'd
earth.
rather not. I'd rather
It's just like
be
the
able to
angels
speak.
are
So-
singing under the arms. So once they've sworn this relationship upon that,
Okay.
then a couple years later
star
they swear it again,
six.
but this time they're slightly
That should
older
do it.
boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange
Okay,
arrows
great.
with
I'm
each other.
seeing some
In
news
fact,
happening. Great. All right, let's
the
get straight
text
to
is
the
very
material. Okay,
specific
so
that
the goal for
Jamaica
today
took
is
the
to
horn,
go
cut it
over
off of
the
a
16th
2-year-old calf,
17th
and
century. We're going to
he
be
whittled
looking
it down, and then
at
he
pretty
drilled a
tumultuous
hole
period
into
in
it
Jewish
in order to
history
make a
that
whistling arrow,
begins with the
which is
Iberian
used
diaspora.
for
That
several
is
purposes
the
where
period when
Columbus
the
is
Jews
used
are exiled
for
from
signals for one thing,
Spain
from
and
one person to
Portugal
another,
and make their
but
way
also when
around
you're
the
hunting,
Mediterranean
if you
basin
want
and
to
all the
move
way
the
out
animal
to the
in a
New
certain
World.
direction,
And then
you send a
also
whistling arrow
we'll be looking at
in
the
the
tremendous
opposite direction
transformations
to
that
make the animal
resulted as
not have a lot of
Jews
use.
began to
So the
encounter
boys had exchanged
sometimes
robot
as
knuckles.
Portuguese
This time they
Jews who had
exchanged.
Christian
And so
status
they had been close
the new
friends.
technologies
On
and
the hunt
ideas
said,
that were
okay,
circulating
Jamaica
in Europe. And actually,
raise
in many
some
cases,
troops
they
and
were
go
really
with
the
you.
agents of change that
And he
pushed
did.
along a
So the
lot
three
of the
set out
rush
some
towards
troops from
modernity
Van Han. He himself did
after
not
the
go, he was too
discovery
old.
of the New World.
But he sent some
We're going
troops,
to look at
and
the
then
tremendous
Jamaica
period
and his
of
troops, and then
instability
basically
with the
just
Palestinian
looking at his
rebellion in the
family.
middle
He
of the
just had his
17th
brothers.
century that was
That's
followed
all.
almost immediately
They set off
by an
to find
episode
the Merkin
of
people of the
tremendous
Selenge River,
impact on the Jewish
which
people.
flows
That is
into
the
Siberia
false
and on
messiahship of
into Lake
Shabtai Tzvi.
Baikal.
And
They
then
had to
we'll
go
wrap
through
it
some
up with some
extremely rough
reflection on
territory.
survival. That's the plan
And
for tonight.
you see in
The
this
image that you're
episode,
looking at is
though,
actually a classic
Jamaica
piece of art by Ilya
is
Repin.
already
It is
a little bit
it is a
fierce
representation of the
without necessarily
Zaporizhian
thinking
Cossacks
it through
writing a letter
carefully.
to the Ottoman Tsar. And
He
this
gives
is
this long
a
speech about all
representation
the
of the
things they're going to do
Ukrainian
to the Merkin people.
freebooters
We're
who are
going to
really
jump
kind
through
of like
the portal,
alienated
the
from traditional society.
smoke
They're
hole
living
at the top of
in
the camp.
encampments
We're going to
along
jump
the
right there,
Dnipro
and we're going
River.
to kill them all.
And
We're going to kill
these
the
are
men
the
and the
people
women
who
and the
are
children.
primarily
We will
associated
destroy
with
these
the
people
rebellion
forever.
of
He has a
1648-49 that will
extremely
return to
militant
New but it's really
rhetoric,
amazing
at
piece of work.
least.
So I wanted to
He's also
call
rather
it out.
critical of the
Let's
older
go
people. Von
straight
Han's
to
people
the
came
material.
late.
First of all,
He
let's
gave
have
them
a
this long
look at
lecture
my
about
good place to put
we
my
are
own
models
face in
and
this recording.
if we give our word
Last time was
is
just a
our
little too small,
promise
I think,
forever.
and people
And
complained
rain
they could not
or
see my chain
sleet
of
or
punishment.
snow,
You know, when I was a
it
little
doesn't
boy,
matter. We be there on
for a long
time.
time, I thought
And
that my Hebrew name was
he's
chain of punishment.
dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive.
At any rate, here's a map that shows you the diaspora after the Spanish expulsion of
They also
1492
come in at
and the
night.
Portuguese forced
And
conversion
so
of 1497. That
there's a
also
small amount of
resulted
warning
in another
because some men are out
wave
hunting
of
sables
immigration, although
on Merkin
Portuguese
men,
Jews
and they
frequently
race
had
back
a
to
lot
the
of
camp and they
difficulty
tell the
actually
people that the
leaving
people are
the Iberian Peninsula.
getting ready to
But as you
get
can
out
see,
as fast as
there's a
possible.
huge wave
So
to the most
Marston has no
obvious
idea who's coming.
location, that is
She doesn't
over
want to
the
be kidnapped
Pyrenees
again.
Mountains
It's just
into
somebody.
the south of France.
So she and
from the southern
her grandmother
towards
co-opted
the
Canada,
coast
and
of
so
North
they're
Africa.
loaded into a car
And many
to
Jews
go
made their
away.
way to Italy in
So
particular to
sergeant
reception
comes in and there's a full moon at night, so they can see what they're doing. And
cruel.
he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice.
Arguing
she knows who it is. She jumps off the cart and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he says, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." It was very clear about that.
Deserted place in North
And
Africa,
that
or
was
even worse,
his first
murder them and throw them overboard.
full-on
We also
military
have Jews moving all the way out to Muslim territory,
Yes, aside from the
especially
thing, yes, his first
Constantinople,
full-on
which
military
is
engagement.
here labeled in Spanish as
along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors,
where actually the
killed his older half
Sultan actually welcomed the Jews, saying that the Spaniards are giving up their greatest economic intellectual and creative resource,
the role of the older brother, the power struggle there, and
expelling
you know, not to moralize, but there's also
and then finally, you can see all the way to
you know,
the
ethical foundation behind
the arrival of Jews in
the killing of
Israel
Baxter,
after
that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated.
Recently been opened up with some
Baxter was the older
tax
child
benefits, in
of
particular
Sochiko,
for textile
and his
merchants
son,
that attracted
the
a lot
older
of
brother,
Jewish
has complete
and
authority
many of
over
the
the younger siblings
early
in Mongolian society.
refugees from the
They have to
Iberian
refer
Peninsula
to
made
him
their
with a
way
special
to Scotland,
pronoun
where
all the
there
time, Tom,
was a brief
and he
period
refers to
of
them as
incredible
G.
spiritual
It's
creativity
a
from
formality.
really the
And
1520s
his
to
word
about the
goes, he
1580s
is the
that
father in the
resulted
absence
in
of the father.
phenomenal works of Jewish
But also
literature and
it's
scholarship,
quite common
such as
that
much of the
if a
Kabbalah,
man dies
the
and
Arizal
his
was
brothers either has no brothers or his
the
brothers
Shulchan Aruch,
do not
the
marry his widow,
and many
and
others.
if he has a son
And if you
by
look towards
another
the
wife,
left of the map, you see, of course, there
she
are
will
Jews who made their way
become his wife.
to the Americas.
So it would have been
Quite
common
fascinating. They
that
actually
Baxter
decided
eventually,
to
when
take
he
a plunge and
passed through
essentially follow
puberty,
Columbus
would
and make their way over
perhaps
to
marry
the New
one of
World.
her.
And there were Jewish settlements
Now,
in places like
I don't know
Restream
that
from
that
the
happened,
15th century.
but I
But
think
let's
either
move on
it
to
did,
this. Really so much to
or
talk about in this class.
Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the
in terms of
stepfather.
sources, I like to start
Temujin
these
just couldn't
lectures
handle
with a
that.
discussion of sources,
And he
and
was already,
sorry that
Baxter was
it
ordering
does not
around, so
lend
he would
itself
take
as
things
well
like
here
a
because we're going
fish
to be
or bird
traversing
that
quite a large
was
period of
in a corner.
history.
That's
But I want to
perfectly
point out two
acceptable
sources. One of them I'll
in
talk about here.
the
This
Mongol
is one of
hierarchy.
the earliest
Temujin would catch a
works
fish,
of history,
and
especially in the
take the fish.
post-Iberian
Yes, it's only recorded
diaspora
once,
period.
but
This is Samuel Usque's
So that's
Consolation
an
for
okay
the
thing to do
Tribulations
for an
of
older brother.
Israel,
Just take stuff.
printed in
yes, he
Ferrara,
can do anything he wants, just about with his younger
tremendous
siblings.
help of some of the most unusually powerful women of the age,
But Temujin is not going to
Benito
stop
Apadavano and
for
Doña
it. So
Gracia Mendes, who were
mostly in the
very
record, they kind of
important
put the
women who
blame
were
on
actually
this
the
fish,
leaders of the Jewish
which I'm
world
not
at a
sure
time
that's really the
when
blame.
traditional
But
rabbinic
the
leadership
boys had actually taken
had
the sewing
failed
needles
to
from their
stop
mother. They've been using them for fishing.
the horrible
I think it's more complicated.
But what makes this
But for whatever reason,
work
he
is,
and
first
his
of all, it's written in
next
Portuguese,
mother,
which is
Hasser,
not that
decided
common.
to
It is
kill him.
actually,
And
if I
they
remember
did.
correctly, the
Why
first
to use it
major
more
literary
complicated than
work
that?
in
It feels to me
Portuguese
like
that
stealing of a fish.
is studied even
It's
to
like the
this day
final
in
straw.
Portuguese
Here
schools.
he's
And
being
it's essentially
abused
a poetic
over and over and
treatment
over.
of Jewish
And the fish is a
history
symbol of that.
as a dialogue
So here he
between
takes
several biblical
matters into
characters.
his own
And
hands.
it's like a
I think it is
massive
the symbol
kind
of
of
that. I
epic
think it'd be the
poem
thing that
in which
pushes him over
they go
the
through
edge.
all the
But it's
periods
all
of
these
Jewish
other
history and all the
tensions of
terrible
what's
things
going
that
on
happened,
with the
and they
family.
point out how it
Because
is really, so to
they
speak,
shoot
a
him with
silver
arrows, they
lining
kill
to
him.
the cloud.
But what
that
happens
everything that happened really
afterwards
was
is
for a
also
reason, and it all
interesting
worked
for
out.
the
And it makes
dynamics
sense,
of
of
what
course,
was going on
he's
before,
writing
because
this. He himself was
we hear
a
nothing from
refugee from
Sochiko.
Portugal and had suffered
She and
tremendously
her
under the
younger
Inquisition.
son,
And he was
Bengatai, they
attempting to
stay with the
literally console
family.
the
They
Jewish
don't go
people
away. But
through
the one who is
study of
outraged
history, which I
is
think is a
Mama
very
Ergo, his
noble
mother.
pursuit.
She
You can see that
screams
the
and
imagery
hollers
on
at
the
him in the longest
book
kind
cover
of
is fascinating. It has
tirade you can
like a
imagine
globe, which
about you will never
alludes to
have
the
anybody in
spread
your
of the
life
Jewish people, the
except your own
diaspora
shadow.
growing or otherwise,
And, you
and
are worse
also
than everything that she could name.
the Latin
They worse than she
banner
was
underneath
outraged. She
says,
went on and on and on about it.
in
So she
the
was
Lord
obviously
is my hope.
extremely
In the Lord,
distressed about it.
kind of thing.
Whereas
Okay,
Sochiko,
we'll
the
come back to
mother
the
of
other
the boy,
source that I want to look at
she
when
may
we
have
get
been
a little
distressed.
further
I don't
into
know,
this
but
lecture.
nothing has shown up.
Now, let's move on.
So
One
he
of the
does
other
have this
major
episode
things
of
that's
having killed
happening at
off
this
his
time
brother.
is the
But I don't think it was a deeply
Iberian diaspora,
meaningful, but it
particularly
was
in
important.
Amsterdam.
But I don't think it was a
Netherlands
mostly
was
deeply
actually a
meaningful for
fairly
Temujin.
welcoming community for Jews.
The brother was gone.
But you had this unusual phenomenon of
Mother is
the
extremely
Portuguese Jews in
ticked off
particular. You recall that the Portuguese Jews were all
But it does
forcibly
show,
converted under
in
tremendously
fact, it's
horrific
interesting if it's not a
circumstances.
big deal
Their
for him.
children were
It does show
kidnapped, in many cases
that
simply
he's willing
shipped off and never
to
saw them
resort
again.
to murder,
They came to
take
horrible
care
ends.
of
on the deserted islands off the coast of West Africa.
He is capable of doing anything
they
that
were
needs to be done
persecuted
to
horribly
resolve
after
what he
the
sees as a problem.
Inquisition came to Portugal
There
in
was
the
a problem.
1530s, and
He resolved it
many of them,
at a very young
for
age.
generations,
So
were
he had
raised
that
without any
experience
knowledge that,
behind
in fact, they were
Now,
Jewish. It was dangerous,
their
of
younger
course, to
brother
tell your child
is on
that
grade
you were
with him
actually
and was
Jewish,
told when they
because
go
that could
to
trigger a
Captain
whole
Barstad.
series of persecutions for the family if they were to go around,
He has both
speaking about
loyalty
their
and
secret
Ben
Jewish
Gittai
practices
stays
when they
loyal
were
to him
supposed to be
his entire
outwardly
life.
completely Christian.
His entire
So it
life.
happened that Uriel da
It was
Costa,
very interesting.
Costa was an unusual
So thank
individual.
you for your return
He
to
was,
Barstow. Is it normal to
he was
have
told
such
as a
a
young
love
adult,
story
he was
across
theological
many
and
years
doctrine.
when
He had
you're
to study to be a
separated?
priest.
Sort of
And when
having
his
that
mother
kind of
told him
loyalty,
that
because
actually
those
he's Jewish,
two-way
he
loyalty
was so
from Persia
enthusiastic
to
about the possibility
Timujan
of
and Timujan
adopting his
to
Jewish
Persia.
lifestyle.
And this is
and
like
the Jewish religion
before he
when
was
he
Genghis
came to
Khan.
Amsterdam
I think
in order
as
to have
children,
freedom of religion.
he was too preoccupied with staying
In a
alive.
kind of like a tragic
Trying to find
Truva
fish and
moment,
roots to eat and
he
things like
was
that. To really be
surprised
pining for
that
her all the
although
time.
Judaism sounded
But
so
for
beautiful
whatever
and so
reason,
wonderful,
she came in. It could be
Jews
that
were somewhat less so.
her
And
family
he was especially
liked
taken
him in some way,
cognitive
or that
dissonance
she
when he
remembered
realized
him, or
that
that
there were
she
a
had
lot
no
of
other
Jews
suitors.
who simply
Because
didn't
at
live up
17,
to
she
the
should have
ideals
been
of
married,
Judaism.
actually.
Talking in
So
shul,
I can't
and
explain
cheating
why,
on taxes, and
but
who
it
knows
was
what
certainly
every
a
other
strong
thing.
love story
And he ended
after
up
the
becoming a
fact, if not
gadfly
before.
of the Amsterdam Jewish
I
community.
think those two were
He
loyal to
was
each other
repeatedly
throughout their lives.
excoriated by
She
the
was,
leadership,
I
and
would
he was
say, the
actually
most
put
important
into
person to
Karen,
him.
into excommunication
After that,
3
He
times
went to
because
literal
of his,
war
his
to get her
attachment
back.
to his
he risked
ideal
everything.
vision
He
of
was willing to
Judaism
die.
that did not
He
jive
was willing
with
to
his
kill. He was
appreciation
willing to
of the
die
real life
in
Jews
order to get
who
her
were not
back.
necessarily always
And he
up to the
got her back.
challenges that their religion faced before
But
them.
now
In a very
he's
tragic moment, he
reestablished his
definitely suffered
relationship
from
with
some
Jamaica.
mental illness issues.
So
He
they
had a lot of
decide
other
to stay together,
coping
and they all
mechanism
go off to the
difficulties,
Horenham
but
Valley.
ultimately what ended up happening is after being excommunicated the 3rd time, begged to come back to
She
the
is
community.
pregnant.
The Amsterdam Jewish community
This becomes
imposed
a
very
huge
hard
issue
sanction
for
on
her.
him and said that if he readmitted to the
It's one of
community,
those things
he had
that to
to
this
undergo
day
a ritual
almost
humiliation to
an
really
issue.
teach him the message
What
that he
happens,
can't go around. In fact,
but as he
published a book
says much
criticizing
later
the
in
Jewish
life,
community.
when
He
his
can't
own
go around
sons
doing
rebel
these things.
against him,
And
and they call
in
that
synagogue,
first child
they
the market
actually
bastard.
flogged him symbolically with a
He
very,
defends his wife.
not in a painful way, but in a
Viciously.
way that
He's his own
symbolized
son.
the
You
ritual
were not there.
disapproval.
You do not
And
know
then
who wrote who
amazingly,
and who did not.
they had
You
to
did not
lie
see the
down
sky
on
turning
the steps, the
around. You did
threshold
not see
into
the
the
stars
synagogue,
falling. You did
and
not
they
see
had
the
all
earth
the
turn
members of the
over.
community
You don't know
walk
what
over
was
his own
happening.
body
And if I
into the
say he
synagogue.
is my son, he is
After
my
this
son.
horrible
Who are
humiliation,
you
which he
to say
accepted
otherwise?
because he
You
really
were not
wanted
there.
to be
You
back
come
in
from
the
the same
community,
warm womb.
he went
And if
home.
your mother could
He
hear
wrote
your
a
words, her
12-page
warm
suicide note,
womb
which
would turn
was
to cold stone.
it's a very chilling
So he
document. It has
defended
been
her
published.
forever.
It's called.
But he's
He
off
wrote in
now.
Latin an
We go back
example
to the
of a
beginning.
human
She's
life,
pregnant.
and then he
They're
took a
in the
revolver
Horenham
and shot
Valley.
himself. Terrible,
And
terrible
he
story,
and
but
Jamaica
it is indicative
decide
of
to
the
renew their vows of
difficulty
being
that
undone.
many of these Portuguese Jews in particular had to
So this
reacquaint
time,
themselves
it's
with
more
the Jewish
serious
community at
than
large.
ceremony
His
in front of the
approach
home.
to Judaism, his sort of sense of what is
So
ideal,
we can't say
and
tribe. It's not big
kind of
enough
like
yet for
coming
a
out
tribe.
from outside the
But the
community,
whole clan that's
was
there.
actually instrumental in influencing a lot of other
Jamaica
thinkers,
takes off
including
a gold
another
belt, which actually
native,
gets stolen from the
Baruch
market at
Spinoza,
some point.
who
We
is
don't know if they
shown
have a
here
gold,
on
a
the
gold
left
belt. I
of
don't know.
Acosta.
He took off
Now,
a gold
this
belt
is
and he
just
put it
a
on
piece of fantasy.
Timuchin.
They did not overlap
And then
in years,
Timuchin
and
gave him
Spinoza was
a
not
mayor who had never
sitting on the
had a
knee
phone, had
of
never given
Acosta,
birth.
but the artist
It was
certainly
unusual being that we had a little growth on the experience of a husband. First with unusual gift that I don't, it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, and then also went through a similar kind of different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. Some kind of sense of what it must have been like to survive the Spanish Inquisition and then to try and reintegrate into the Jewish world. And this is all happening in the 16th century. Another fascinating thing that's happening at the same time is that Jews are becoming much more enmeshed in the leading scientific theories of the day.
Jews
the
have
word to
always been
secret history,
information
they
workers,
spent
so to
the
speak.
part
Jews
under
have
the
always
same
been,
blanket apart from
really
the
quite
other
literate
group, and they were happy
numerate,
together.
and so as a result,
And when the baby
whenever
was
there
born,
were learned people gathering to discuss anything except, let's say,
Timuchin
theology,
named the
like
baby
Jews were not particularly well known to best
which
of my
means
knowledge
visitor.
in Muslim or Christian theology, but they
Some people say,
definitely
well,
were
that's because
when it came to any
the
of
child
the
was
medical
really the
sciences,
working
for
child.
example.
Other
And
people
let's
say,
not
no, it's
forget
because he
that
was a
it
visitor on the
really wasn't
territory
until
of Jammu at
the
that
late
time.
medieval period
And other people
that
can
there
say,
were
well,
clear
Jammu's ancestor,
distinctions between what we would
who
call
had been
today
born from the
sciences
kidnapped
and what we would
woman
call
who
today
was pregnant,
humanities. You know, a learned
they had named
person,
that
a doctor of
Jodigadai,
philosophy, was
which meant
expected to
foreigner.
know all
So
the
it's kind of like
knowledge
a
that was
parallel,
available at the
visitor and a
time.
foreigner.
And there
And
was
so
no real
Jammu's
scheme
clan
between,
took the name from him.
knowing literature and knowing pharmacology. Those were all part of
So there are all
general
these
knowledge. So this
things
is a
that
period of
sometimes
time
we can't
when it
quite
just begins to start
understand
getting more and more
because
specific.
we don't have the
And
total mentality
there's
of
no
that time
real
and
strong,
we're not
it's
there.
still the
But we
cutting
should
edge of
say
technology,
that
so there's no real
a pretty
strong
powerful part
barriers
of this
to
love
allowing
story is that
intellectually
he,
motivated
if
Jews
the child is likely
into
not
some of
his,
these emerging areas
and
of
he
science,
accepted that child as
especially
his
in
and
astronomy,
defended
which
it as
is
it becomes so much
expanding
more important
dramatically in
later
the era of
as his
Galileo
first
and Kepler and so on,
child.
new technology.
He
Look,
defends
nice
his
guy.
child through his
By
entire
the way,
life.
if you're on a phone, make sure you punch *6
But
to
not
mute
long
yourself,
after the
because the
birth,
heavy breathing is a little bit distracting.
he and Jamukha break apart.
One of my
Or really,
favorites
it's
of this
Timuchin
particular
breaks
period was
apart
an unusually
at the urging of
enthusiastic and very productive scholar named David
She
Gans, who
said
was
he
a prod
lords it over you
Jewish
too
scholar,
much.
very much
He
involved
orders you
with
around too
Tycho
much.
Brahe, who was
You
one
need
of
to
the
be
most
free.
important
You need to
astronomers
break
of the
away.
day. This happens
She
to be a
urged him.
fascinating
But he loved his
photograph.
life more than
It's his
anything.
gravestone. And
I
you'll
think
see
that
here,
at
if
a
you
certain
zoom in,
point, the most important
his
other
is the
character in his
first
life,
documented
Menno's life,
use
would
of
be
the
the
Star of
Anda
David
relationship,
as a
which
Jewish
gets
symbol
up severely
specifically
tested
in
in the future
history.
years.
We tend to think
They
of the
run
Star
away
of
through
David
the
as a
night. They
very,
go
very
all night long
old
to
Jewish
escape
symbol.
from
It's really
him.
not.
But
It's
he
more of a
obviously
modern,
loved
even
Earth the
19th century
most.
symbol.
Took the
Although
baby, of course, with
things
him
like the
as well.
menorah, the Cohen
So
hands,
here's
things
this
like that are
breaking
much
point
older
of the
symbols.
Anda.
The
How did that
six-pointed
relationship
star, which has all
evolve?
kinds of
But two of them
ramifications why it is
never
so,
claimed to
was
break it.
especially associated with some of
They had
John's
just
design.
separated.
And you can just barely
And
see at the
now
top of the star, sitting on it,
we have
is the
Banghan,
outline
the
of
most
a
powerful
goose.
ruler on the
And
steppe,
that's
who's
kind of
ruling
like a
out of
pun
central
because the name
Mongolia
David
of
Gans,
the Kirian people.
Gans in
And so
German
Jamukha remains
and in Yiddish
loyal to
is
him,
goose.
but at first so does
it's kind of like a
Timuchin.
pun
They're both
on his
loyal to
own
him,
name.
but they're fighting in
He
different
also
kinds
was
of
a historian,
campaigns.
wrote a very important
So
work called
for a while,
Semach
they're
David,
not
which is
fighting each
more
other.
rabbinically oriented
But eventually,
history
some
of
things
the world,
happened. They
which
separate
portrays the kind of
Timuchin.
emerging
Timuchin
scientific
was
consensus
making all
and
of these great
emerging
victories
scientific
for Banghan.
enthusiasm you see among the
Like he
rabbis at
was
this
even
time.
got the
Where
title
this
Bang,
speaks
which
apathy,
means
in my humble
from
opinion, is
Chinese
this
speaking,
amazing book, which would only be
prince
written
or king.
another 100 years later, but it's called Sefer
Banghan
Abrit
received that
HaShalem,
from the Jin
which is
dynasty
still studied
because of
today.
all of
If
these
you go to a
conquests against
regular
the Tatar people.
Jewish bookstore, especially in the Hasidic neighborhood,
Timuchin was
this is
rising
like
up,
a
and then he
science
wanted his son
compendium.
to marry the
The
daughter
translation of the title
of
is
Banghan.
the complete
And
book of the
Banghan said
covenant.
no.
And the author,
His own son.
Horowitz, basically wanted to like
Told the father,
introduce
no,
the
no, no, no,
amazing
we don't marry
world of
those little people.
science
They're
to
Mongols.
Jewish
They're not
readers.
like us.
It's a
You know, we're
fascinating,
Kirian
wonderful
people.
book to read.
We're not going
And
to
it
marry
gets into
them.
all kinds of
And so then,
amazing historical sciences,
now,
of course,
or
of
you
the
could say
18th
breaks out
and
our feud.
17th century.
It's more of
So
a
it's
feud.
kind of funny to see that here in the 21st century,
Timuchin
it's still
has
like
to flee
avidly
far away
read, but
into the
nevertheless,
east
it's
to a
kind of
place
like
called
one of those
Montjula.
kosher introductions
And he
to
goes to
sciences
Montjula, and
that
at
we
this
have
time,
at this time. So these kinds of things
Jamukha is
are
going to
developing
fight
in
on
the
behalf
immediate
of
post-Iberian
his
experience.
lord, Banghan.
This is accelerated, of
Two of them
course,
do not
by
meet
the
in combat,
development of printing
but
technology.
now they're forces are fighting each other.
Jews are
And they didn't
early
see that.
adopters of new technologies in
I mean,
general.
there's an obvious
There's a
tension
lot of
there.
reasons
There's
for
an
it. Part of it
obvious,
is because
it's like
economically,
breaking of loyalty.
we tend to live at
Yes,
the
it's hard to know what's
margins
going
of
through their
traditional
minds at that
societies,
point.
right?
We only have it later on
For most of the medieval period,
when
it was not
the relationship is being
wise for
resolved
Jews to invest
in
in real
unfortunate
estate
ways.
because
That
Jews could
they
and
claim
were
that neither one of them
expelled
ever
from
truly
countries with
broke
very
it
little notice, and
because
then
they never
very
harmed each other
investments in
directly.
And
in fact,
Jews were always
Temujin
involved in
eventually defeats von
well, we
Holland.
spoke a little bit
So he
last week
takes over
about money
Central
lending,
Mongolia.
about
He
financial
started to really
things
rise
like
up
that.
now.
But
and he has
not
the
every
title from
Jew
his own
is
people
so
of
well
Genghis Khan.
inclined towards those kinds
They
of
give him
tasks.
that.
But various kinds of artisanry, like silversmithing, goldsmithing,
Very beautiful,
was
special
definitely
place.
very popular for
He
Jews.
takes
Those
that
are
title.
portable
That's not a
trades.
title
Also
that
the
anyone had ever
arts,
held
because
that
these
we
are
know
things
of.
that
Genghis
reside
Khan.
in the mind.
It was a new
Things
title
that
that he
they're very
just
portable trades. So Jews always
thought
were
up,
involved
or
in
somebody
music,
thought up, or
poetry,
somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning
Ashkenazim
behind
a little
it.
bit differently,
It's very
but
close to where
certainly
Tingis,
started
which
in
means the
literature.
sea.
So you begin
It
to
could have had
see
something to
Jews
do with that.
looking for new
Mongolians
opportunities
really like, you
economically
might say,
with,
tons of, they like words with multiple
regularity,
meanings.
and new
And
technologies
that's very
are
important to them.
always
The
the
more
way
meanings
to
a word
find
has,
new
the
economic
more
models.
power
So
that word
printing
has.
became
It has
something
different
that
meaning in different
Jews
languages. So in
found
Mongolian, it sounds
really
like
wonderful
strong.
quite early on, and so you have a lot of great
But in
early Jewish books.
Turkic,
Here's
there are many Turkic
one
people,
that's
including
specifically
the market
connected to the
themselves, are
material
mostly
that we've
Turkic
been
people.
discussing in the post I've been through.
It sounds
This is
like
the famous ViralRabbi Bible.
Tingis.
I think I may have shown it to you in a
So it's
different lecture,
exciting to
but
them
just a closer
when
look
there's
at
this
it.
double
This is
meaning,
a translation
and the
of the
double
Bible
meaning plays with each
into
other, and that exists.
Spanish
Especially
to
with
make it
names.
possible
Like
for
today in
Jews
Mongolia,
who were unable to
well, I've
read
been
in
there
the
so long,
Hebrew
I think the
anymore
fan is
because
passed
of
now,
the
but about 20 years ago, it was
difficulties
popular
of
to
the
name the
Inquisition.
children
They had
Sam
lost their Hebrew over
girls
several
because
generations.
it's a French
Anything
name,
in Hebrew
an
was
American
completely
name, and it
contraband.
means smile.
If a Hebrew book was found
in
in your
Mongolia.
possession,
So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations.
Inquisition.
And so many names are like that.
The only exception,
And so I think
ironically, would
Genghis
be for
doesn't have
medical
one
doctors
meaning.
who
I
are
think it
allowed
means
to keep
powerful, it
books in
means the
Hebrew
sea,
for medical
I think it means
purposes, and
many
of course
different
that's
things. But so he had
well,
become a Khan,
so here,
and he was
have a look
ruling
at
over
this
him. And so
artwork.
Jamukha
This is rather
now
amazing,
switched
right? This is on the
loyalties
front
to the
cover,
next
and it
kingdom
shows
over
this
called the
boat
Naiman
with
people.
the
Or
mast is
farther
broken,
west,
and
on,
it's clearly being driven by these heavy winds
he
blown by
becomes
these
the
angelic creatures,
the
and
protege,
there are these
you could say,
lightning
of the
sea
Naiman
monsters,
people.
and it's a very kind of like intimidating picture to put on the front of the Bible.
When
But
Genghis
the
Khan
idea
attacks
is
the
to
Naiman,
say that the
Jamukha
content of this
deserts
book
the
will
Naiman.
guide us through
He tells
the
them
difficult seas
these
ahead.
people
Very
have
powerful metaphor that definitely
snouts of
spoke
steel,
to the Jews
and they
of
eat
the
humans
post-Inquisition
alive.
period.
And he was telling them all these horrible things about the
right into the
Mongols,
19th century,
and
but the post-Spanish
Tayan Khan,
Inquisition.
the leader of the
The
Naimans, he was
Talmud, which we spoke
rightfully
about a
scared
little bit
about
before, I
them,
won't speak about it more
and
now,
he
but
was left
basically
there.
the
And he, in fact,
setting
was
of
very
the
quickly also
Talmudic text
defeated.
of print
So
made a huge
Jamukha
difference,
has not
and although
fought
it would take
against
a couple
Timucin
hundred
in
years
this
before it
campaign,
really garnered massive strength,
and he's
the
off
idea
with some
that
of his
the text
people,
could be
Jatavan
available
clan
in
people.
a much cheaper
He's
format
off
like
with
this
them,
was something that
and
Jews were very, very excited about. And of
they
course,
see
made
the
the
turning of the tide.
ultimately
You
possible.
know, right?
Not so much the
But he
Talmud
now
possible,
wants to
but
become the great Khan of the
all right,
steppe.
let me
He
slow
has
down a
very
little bit because now we've got to
few
talk about
followers,
one
but
of
he
the
takes the
most
title
tumultuous
Burhan,
moments
which is a
in
very
Jewish
old,
history, and that
ancient,
is
important title.
the terrible
But because
Zerat
Burhan is gone,
with translation,
Burhan gone,
the evil decree
he could
of
take this title and pretend to be
1648-49.
the great Khan
This
of
is
the
a
steppe.
period of phenomenal
But his own people
demographic upheaval
turn against
when
him,
there is a
and they
huge
capture him,
peasant
and
revolt
they think
in
they will take him
Ukraine,
to
and the
Genghis
Jews
Khan.
bear the brunt of
Genghis Khan.
the
They'll
violent
take him,
reaction
and they will
of
be
the
rewarded,
Ukrainian peasants.
perhaps, for turning
So
him
let me
in.
give you a little bit of background here. So
But
here's a map
Genghis Khan does
of
reward
the
them
Polish-Lithuanian
immediately. He kills them
Commonwealth,
all
which was actually the
because they
largest
have
country in
betrayed
Europe at the time. In this particular
leader,
map, you've got
who is his
the modern countries laid
It's a
out
very
in
strange
borders there, but it really was
encounter.
one big
And so,
dynastic
supposedly,
union.
Genghis Khan
Two principal
says to
factors
him,
are the
"Come back to
Polish
me,
region and the
save
Lithuanian
me,
region.
be beside me, protect
And
me,
this
be
was
my
made up
shadow,
of
be my
a number
safety
of
guard in
ethnicities.
life."
The dominant
And
ethnicity were the
supposedly,
Poles,
Jamukha
who were
says,
largely big landowners
"But I did
living
betray
in
you.
central Poland,
My people fought
holding
against you,
massive
and you will always know
tracts of
that.
land called
And you will never
Latifundia,
completely trust me.
principally in
I will be
Ukraine
like a
south.
mouse
Ukraine has
underneath
a
the collar
uniquely
of your
productive
tunic.
soil called
I will be like a thorn
like a black
in
soil,
the
black
lapel
earth, and it is
of your
known
down.
as the breadbasket of
He said,
Europe
"Kill
because
me
it is such highly
without shedding my
arable
blood.
land. The
Let me
Poles
die.
managed
And if you
those
do,
Ukrainian land
take
holdings
my remains
through
up
the
to a
use
high
of
place
Jewish
and
middlemen
bury
who are
me,
called
and I
arrendators.
will be the guard.
The
I will be
arrenda
the
system
protector for
was
you and your
basically a
people
kind of a
forever."
tax farming
So,
system where the Polish
Obviously, the
noblemen,
Jewish did not
known
participate
as the
in the
Schlachta,
killing,
would
but he
give
ordered the
the
killing.
Jewish
And
leaseholders as a community, an entire
It's not
village
specified how he
and
was
its
killed without
buildings to
shedding
manage.
blood.
And
My
that
mom
would
was
mean
in several
that
ways because the most
not only
honorable
would
way
they
to die
tax
was
the
without
peasants'
shedding blood.
agricultural
Blood
output,
contains part of the
but
soul,
they would
and if you
also
lose it, you're losing your soul
free to
before you
impose
die.
any other
So
taxes they wished
usually
on the
wrap them
community,
up in felt
such
carpets,
as
and they beat them to death or trample them to death with
bridges
horses,
or
something like that.
pull
There are a couple
or
other
fees
methods,
use
but I think that's probably the method by which John was
grinding
killed.
mill
And so he was
flour
killed, and then Temujin had his,
fees
or
for
Genghis Khan had
hunting
his
in the nobleman's
remains
forest,
taken up and
whatever
buried
they
in a high
really wanted
place.
to add on there.
This is
There are
over near
even
Tuvan, which is a part of Russia.
One of the most hated of the
Until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia.
by
The Tuvan people, very, very close
according to
culturally
some,
to the
allegedly,
Mongols.
according to other historians, definitely,
both of them
was even the
the
right
relationship
to open the
had a
church
deep value
doors
for loyalty.
only
And so
on
the
payment
way,
of a
you know,
fee.
it's not worth
Amazing
living
thing.
after you've been
There's
disloyal.
been a lot of
Just
dispute about this particular
the
charge
general
against Jews
perspective.
that they, in fact, that they
He had become
invoked
very
this.
practical at
There's
this
a lot
point.
of Ukrainian
And he
folk songs
understood
called Dumet
that
that
you
speak
needed
about this,
complete
however, and
loyalty and
there are
trust
historians,
from everybody
I
around
can't
you.
remember her name now, but this one woman working
And
at
I think for this reason, he was really
on this,
to
looking
accept
at
the
those folk songs.
plea of
Even if
Jamaica.
it wasn't true, just the
Genghis
stories
Khan was
about
asking
it
him to come back and to be his
and let us not
shadow and to
forget
be
that
his
the Ukrainian
safety guard
their
again.
real object of resentment are the
Maybe that
Poles
was just a
who are
formality that he knew would be
giving the
rejected.
Jews these privileges
Or maybe
because they
when
want the money.
Jamaica
Remember how this tax
offered
farming
to be
situation
killed
works, right? The
without
Polish
shedding
landlord
blood, that was
says
a
to the Jews,
formality that
okay,
he thought
I think from
would
my
not be
Latifundia I
followed
should be able to get 100
Nevertheless,
zlotys.
to me, just
So
reading your work
that's
and
what I'd like to
understanding
do
the
next
history,
year.
this
Jews go back
relationship
and
seems
they
like a
tax the
really, really important
population to the tune of, let's say,
relationships that defines the nature of loyalty.
and they give the nobleman 100 and they keep 20 for themselves. That's their fee for
both
doing
negative and
taxation
positive ways.
services.
It was the
And
most
the
important
nobleman is basically
relationship
happy to let them
of
do
his
whatever they
adulthood
want
aside from
in
birth.
order to
But
collect
that
those taxes.
relationship
The nobleman
really
wants
did
the
not
money.
seem to have many
As we'll
negative
see,
aspects.
however,
They
this
sometimes
has an
disagreed on
accelerant
things, but small
effect
things.
that is
So
only
she was
bound
by him. She was
increase
positive
resentment
in
and
every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was
now,
always on his side.
before I forget this, I should also mention one other kind of important thing here.
It was just a little too hot-headed
We should
for me,
recall
you know.
that
I mean, in my
Jews
evaluation
didn't
of
live as individuals in
these things
much
like,
of the
oh,
medieval
we're going to
period.
drop down on the
Just
market
like
and we're going to come
virtually
through
no one
the
lived as
smoke
an
hole, kill
individual
everybody
during
and
this period.
all.
What do I mean by that? The society
He
was
had a flair
organized
for the
and
dramatic,
corporate
even in a way giving the gold
such that
belt to
a
Nugent.
person was born into a
Jamaica
particular
also, he
class
explained himself
or
at the end
state
of life.
in
And he
the
said,
feudal system,
you know,
and that was
we both
basically it.
lost our
With the
father,
exception of people who choose,
but I
like
also
the
lost my
Zaporizhian
mother.
Cossacks that we'll talk about
And
in a
you
moment.
had a strong
Unless you
mother
choose
to
to drop
raise you.
off the grid,
I did
you are
not.
fixed in your
He said,
situation.
you had
You
birth
are
time.
a peasant.
You have a
You
very
are supposed
strong
to join the
wife
church if you're
to
male,
help you.
or if you're female, I guess
And my
you become
wife,
a nun as well.
she
But
just used the
basically,
word like
that's the
prattler,
only
like
way
she
out.
just sort of
You,
complains
you're a
and
peasant.
prattles
That's your
along.
job.
And we did
Stick
not
with
have
it.
a
You can't move up or
relationship.
down.
So
And you are judged
something about that
and
rings
held
true.
accountable within your
There were
entire
some
community.
elements of
Now,
that
how
were
this works
true.
for Jews is
But he,
that the
Jamaica,
Jews would
certainly
typically
didn't have the
come to a
intelligence and
particular
the
region,
real
and they
genius
would
for
negotiate
dealing
the
with
right
people,
to
dealing with
live
soldiers,
there
especially
with the
in
nobleman who
warfare.
actually
That,
owned the village.
Temujin
The way
had.
things work then. You
Yeah,
you
there's
own an
in
entire
that
village
relationship there's a
and the
contrast
surrounding
because
landholdings.
Genghis Khan did
And
not
they
accumulate
would call
riches
this
or
Magdeburg, by the way.
accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very
They would
practical
get a
and
charter of
what
rights,
is
a
the way
list
to
of privilege
maximize
that they
the
had,
success of this
which could
operation.
include, you know, the right
Yes,
to
he,
build a wall around
I often wonder what
their,
happened to the
their
gold belt.
community.
It's
Unlike
from the story.
much of our
You know,
thinking with Western
the
Europe,
gold belt
the
doesn't just
the
disappear.
ghetto
You
walls
know,
were actually,
what
when they
happened to that?
existed
It's
in
so
Eastern Europe, they were
interesting
built by the
because
Jews themselves for their own
Temujin was
protection,
never
rather
interested
than,
in material
close
goods.
them in. That
Now,
was
as Genghis Khan is the
later would be
ruler,
the Holocaust.
In some ways, you could say became the
And they
richest
could say,
man in the world
the right
because he controlled the most wealth
various
through him.
trades
But he
within
always
the
dressed
community,
simply.
and
He always
the
lived in
right
the tent.
to
And he
manage
said,
your own
I
affairs
eat
by
what my
Talmudic law. And
soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers
that were
dress.
really
I
very
live the way
amazing.
my soldiers live. We are the same.
I wish we had more time to
So
talk about
he
this,
had
but
no
one of the
interest
most
in the wealth.
phenomenal developments of the
I'm
period
talking,
is that
He had signed it before with Long Han, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all.
17th century, the Jews
He just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful
joined
for
all
Genghis
of their
Khan's continued
communities
rise.
together.
That
in a
is one of the
massive
powerful things
state
about
within a
the
state
Genghis
of
Khan
the
story
Council
is
of
he
Four
came from
Lands.
nothing.
And this
Absolute
represented really
And he didn't,
phenomenal
from what I
achievement of Jewish
see and
self-government,
understand,
where
become
they
sort of
could not
corrupted
only
by the riches or
govern their own
change.
existence
Fundamentally
within
remain
a
the
given
same.
municipality, but they could actually extend
Does not have
the
value for
consistency
material
of
things.
He
Talmudic
changed
law
and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope
they
we
would
do.
meet a couple of
But he
times a
never
year,
became
principally in the city of
avaricious in any
Berlin,
way. He
and
was
they
never
would make
greedy.
laws
He
for
was
the
never
entire
inquisitive. He
Jewish
kept the
population.
simple life.
Phenomenal
And
achievement.
part of the simple life for him meant
Now,
that no
so
one was
that's
allowed
really
to
what
write about
happened
him.
is Jews would
No one was
typically
allowed
come.
to
We
make
have
his
this
likeness. They
happening
couldn't
already
paint
in
a
the
picture
12th
of
century
him.
and onward,
They couldn't make
particularly in the 16th
a
century.
statue of
Jews
him.
moving
No
into the
building could be built dedicated to him. No
They
palace,
would get
no tomb,
Magdeburg
no
Recht to
temple
work
of
in a
any
particular
sort.
area.
Not even at the
And
point
one
of
of the
death, but
main
the
things that they
simplest
would do is they
gravestone.
would act as arrendators over the Ukrainian
It's fascinating that
population.
a kid, like a
Now,
boy,
the
that
accelerant
doesn't
of
know
that
the
is
world
that
would
if
have
the
the
Polish
intelligence
nobleman
to
demands
understand
100 zloty
how
1 year,
corrupting that is.
and he
Like the
sees that he
moment
gets the
somebody
money
builds a
without much
statue of
difficulty,
you,
he says to himself, you know what,
that's like a slippery slope
I
towards becoming
don't
not
have to limit
seeing the
myself to
world
100.
clearly,
Next
not
year I'll ask
seeing
for 110. The year after
surrounding
120.
yourself with
And so the
sycophants that
Ukrainian
don't tell
peasantry
you right
ends up
the
carrying
information,
more and more
not
of the
being
burden.
able to select
The
the
Jews
right
are like
people to
the
lead the
leading
armies
edge
or
of the
to
spear here
lead the territories that you
who are
conquer.
taking
So
the money
it's
to
interesting
give
that
to
he had
those
that
landlords
foresight
and feeling the
of
pressure of the
don't
highly
reward,
resentful Ukrainian
don't
population as well, not
worship.
surprisingly.
That's because that's a dangerous
One
road to
last
go down.
detail, and I got to go
And
to the
it's very
slide.
hard to explain how he
We should recall
stuck
that
to
there
that,
are
how
some
he got it.
significant
You're
religious
so easily
themes
corrupted
going
by
on here as
power.
well. So
And
the Jews, of course, are Jewish. The Ukrainians
and
are
yet
overwhelmingly
he maintained
Orthodox.
this very
And that's not
fierce
Orthodox like you
attitude
have Orthodox
towards
Jews as well.
his
It's a
relationship
technical
was
term
with
in
the
the
people
church.
around
It
him,
basically refers
his
to the Eastern
guard
Church as a
mostly,
whole,
or
distinct from
his
the Roman
private
Catholic
part of
Church.
the army,
Among the
bring with him the
distinctions
central part
are,
of the
for
army.
example,
That was
they
his
can have a
relationship,
married
his family.
clergy.
He had 4 wives.
There's some
This was what was
distinctions in the
important
way
to him.
that the church
And in fact, no
ceremony is
portrait was
run,
painted until
the base
1278.
language
Well, by
of
then he
the
already been dead
ceremonies
for
and so on.
51 years.
But
And then no
the
statue
Poles are, of course, Catholic.
until
And so you had the
the
Polish
21st century.
Catholic lords
It's incredible, but
imposing
let's
their
go
will
to
through
the
the Jews
document
on
that
the
you
Ukrainian
referenced several
Orthodox
times, the
population.
secret history.
And the Ukrainians resented
Secret
all
history
of
is a
the
very
consequences.
unusual document.
One last
I have
note,
to love
important
it very
detail, and
much.
then we'll talk
But
about the
I
actual
said,
rebellion itself.
Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written
One
about him
of the
in his lifetime. People couldn't take
more
notes. Even the
noxious
army was that
elements of the
Genghis Khan
Arenda system
ordered
is
the
something called
invention of the
propinacia,
alphabet for the
which
Mongol people,
refers
and it was
to
adapted
the
for the weaker
monopoly
people.
on the distillation
So to
and
this day, it's often
distribution
called
and
the
sale
Uruk
of
alphabet, the
alcohol,
weaker alphabet.
which the nobleman
So he'd ordered that, and he'd
frequently
ordered
gave
his children to
to
learn
Jewish
to read
communities.
and write, and
So
some
when
did, I think.
you
Most did not,
read
but
in these
some did.
stories about the
But
Jewish innkeeper and
one of the
Kretschmer and
things he
things like
did
that,
with every
is
campaign,
referring
even
to the
the one
reality that
of
Jews were
American when
given
he
this right of
rescued
propinacia.
Berta, was
Up until, of
he
course,
always
let's just leave
adopted
it
one
at changes when we get to the 19th century, but in the
and that child
17th century, this was the
became
situation.
a full
So
member
if
of the
you
Mongol
were
nation
a
in his household.
Ukrainian peasant
His mother
and
would raise the
hard
child.
work day in the
So she
field,
eventually had a
and you
whole
wanted to go
household
and have a drink of
full of
alcohol
boys
at the end
of
of your
different tribes.
hard day
But
harvesting
they
or
all
whatever it
became
is.
very high-ranking
You
members
typically
of the
would
government.
not be
And
able
one was
to
the
make a
Tatar
bottle of
boy
moonshine
who
yourself.
turned out not to be
That
so
would be
great
prohibited.
as a
And
soldier,
you couldn't go to the liquor store. You
but
had to go
he could read and write.
in
It was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge appointed by Genghis Khan, of course.
To
And so, when Genghis Khan
so
died,
many of these
he
things were
recognized it
primarily
was
for the purpose
important not
of
just to
serving
write down
alcohol.
the law. That's all Genghis Khan
Moreover,
allowed to be
Jews
written
could sell this alcohol on credit.
Nothing about
So
him
you
or
can
his
imagine a
page
Ukrainian
or
peasant
military or
hard working
anything.
field, comes
What
back,
she
works,
hooked up,
goes
she
have a few
hooked up,
drinks, doesn't have any
realized
money on him right now
this
because
was going to be
he's
lost.
been,
This is a great historic thing that has
harvest
happened.
season or whatever.
So he
So
compiled
he
the
runs up
work.
a path.
Part of it,
The
I know
town,
other people
there's
contributed, helped him.
interest,
It's
and
a
when
little
the
bit
harvest season
unclear.
comes, he goes to settle
All
on this
those,
bill.
they don't specify that. They always say exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened.
As we discussed last week,
You still go to
everybody
that
loves
spot where you wrote
when
it.
they
That's
need
very
it,
important
but
along those.
everybody hates it.
And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was at
yours were kind of
1228.
like,
Genghis Khan had died in
wary,
27.
precarious
So he wrote down,
situation,
it begins with what we would say are the
partially the result of
myths. Well, I'm not
circumstances
sure
as
they're
a whole,
myths, but
because
the
it's
origins
not
of
like
myths. It
the
begins
Jews
with the very
had
gray blue
a
wolf
tremendous diversity
with
of
a tawny
options. It
deer.
happened to be a fairly attractive
Some people say,
option
well,
as
that's
long
not
as
kind of myth.
things remain
It's totally
stable,
good.
but
Well,
it was set
they
to
looked
a
at me.
ratchet
I
effect
asked him about
where
this. They said,
things
what?
would become
He
increasingly
was
and
named
increasingly
Poor Gray Wolf. She was
unmanageable,
named
and
Tawny
ultimately
Deer.
the result
They
was
married.
this peasant explosion that happened in the
Practical
17th
about
century.
it. They think
The
they're real people.
explosion
Maybe
was
they
led
were
by
or
this
not.
man here.
But this earlier history
They
is
have
just the
seen his name
genealogy
spelled
is it should be. Who
CHMEIL.
knows? But it's also in there because like Bodachar, they call it Bodachar the Fool.
That's
Ancestor
just the
of
Polish
Temujin.
spelling. The
He's cast
pronunciation
out
is
because
definitely
he's just so
Bogdan
dumb.
Khmelnytsky,
The
and
rest
this
of
is
the family doesn't want
the
him.
transliterated
His
version
father
of
is
Ukrainian.
undetermined who he
As I
was.
mentioned
He
earlier,
kidnapped a Shanghai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigiyuto, he was there, sleeping in the same air with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Marshta sits up in bed
and they ended up
and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't do it. It's all recorded, so it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis prohibition against putting out information about the family. It was secret for a very long time.
They go out,
So much so, the scholars began to think
children
it
who were taken
exists.
as slaves.
And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working
villages and
China
the Jews and things like that. The idea is that they were
discovered a manuscript,
sort of
which
like
was
the
very,
free
very
will
odd.
spirit.
People didn't think it was anything because it's all Chinese characters.
For Jews, of course, they are
But it
terrifying.
makes no
Primarily
sense in
because
Chinese.
in
But he
1648,
recognized when if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian.
Otherwise,
it was in this code that had been used to record information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sound.
A major
The sounds,
military
correct.
attack
They
on
use Chinese
Polish
characters
dominance,
to
and
record
they
sounds.
attack the
Which is always
local
problematic
Polish
in
dominated
some
villages.
areas
Of course,
where
there are not a lot of
exactly sure
Poles
what
living
the
there.
name
They're
is or something.
primarily living north of Poland
It was
itself.
a very unusual
So
document.
they attack the Jews.
And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Because some of the Persians I trust very much. I liked their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed. And all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin they call it Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't Khan then. And sometimes they call it Hun, which is like chief, and other times Khan, which is emperor. Well, in one place it's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the
entrepreneurial
notes, and the second volume was
higher prices. Sometimes even price gouging.
To this
so
day,
it was the
it
Koreans
hasn't
who were
been
the
found.
ones who
I
got the
would
brunt
love to see that, but
Ukrainian anger. And
anyway,
similar in
now
this
it's in
case,
all
the
languages
Jews
throughout the
got the
world.
brunt
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes.
The number of Jews
19th
killed
century
is
Chinese manuscript
a matter of
covers the
some
first
debate.
volume.
Some of the
that is
earlier
translated
accounts, and by the
and
way,
published by
much of
Harvard.
the
But the
treatment
notes were
of
just
this
the
period
notes
is
from
handled so
the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct this story and explain away why
to the
the
situation
Mongols
saying that we
women
think we can go
would be
on
often
doing this
marrying
forever.
their
No, it's
stepson.
eventually going to
It
blow up in our
just did
faces,
not
and ultimately that's what
match
happens.
with
It's what we call
Confucian
Yemen
ethics.
Islam.
So there's several things like this that they try to skip around. But it's interesting just to
I
read
lost my
the
train of thought. So,
Ming Dynasty
yes, how many
notes
Jews
that are
were killed? So
attached to
you
it.
do see some
But
hugely
the
inflated numbers,
document
like
itself,
a quarter of a
Mongolian
million
notes
Jews
to
killed. That
it's
is
just
most
so
likely
important for me.
nowhere
It was a
near
guiding
the real
document. I didn't
number
want to be
because
guided by
if
anything
you look
else
at the
first.
demographics,
Everything else I would check to
Jewish
correlate
population
and
immediately
fill in
after
blanks
the
and get
war
more information.
actually
But
begins to
I
significantly
went to
increase.
Mongolia
And in
to
fact,
travel
they were
around
not
to
anywhere near
those
that number of
places
people
because
there
they were so
before
exactly
the
there.
Polish-Ukrainian
feel
war
it.
as well.
And it's so important, I
Reasonable
think,
numbers, however, might put it as
because
high
the
as
history does
60,000,
not live in
which is
books.
an incredibly
History
large
does not live in
number
the
for the
archives
17th
or even
century,
libraries.
60,000
As much as I need them
related
for my
deaths.
work.
You know,
But history lives in the people.
dead in
History
our
lives in the
sensitivities
memory of the
because
people
we
and the
lived after
culture.
the most bloody
And for
century of all
example,
time,
the
this
episode
century
with
that
the
had the
kidnapping of
Holocaust
Rishta.
and
So I went to
numerous
that
other
place.
genocides as
But
well.
I
That
didn't know when
60,000
it
doesn't
happened,
sound like such an
what
amazing
season
number,
it
but
happened.
was
It was
really
very important for
phenomenally
figuring
big
out the
number,
verse
especially
that came afterwards and other events
one last
that
detail
were being
here, I want to
correlated.
just
Very
pay
important to me.
attention to
And so
another
I'm just
source.
talking to the people
One
who
of the
live in that valley,
references
the
we
nomads
have,
there.
it's not a large
They
one,
said,
but it's a significant one.
it's
A
clear.
woman named
It was the
Lucilla
winter.
Hamel,
I said, oh, where did you read that?
nearby in
She said, no.
Germany.
Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration.
This
She said, look,
period
this
in
is summertime
the
now.
memoirs in which
You're not going to feel any
describes how
vibrations. The ground here is so
refugees
soft.
from Jewish Ukraine would
Suddenly,
make their way
a whole
westward to Germany, and
important
her
piece that
family
I've been
actually
searching
took
for
in
just
some
came
of those
together from
refugees,
some
like my
nomad
grandparents themselves,
sitting there
took in
next to his horse.
Orphans from the Holocaust to be
And he
raised
was
with their own
absolutely
children.
right.
So,
It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that
she
reading was done.
actually
So it correlates with other historic
She was
factors.
a German woman
That gave
who
me
led
the time basis for figuring out a lot of other
in
things.
the
History
turn of
lives
the
in the
20th
people.
century into the
Just only got
1920s.
that
Amazing
point.
thing about her.
You
She was
visited
actually a direct descendant
different
of this woman,
places
Gluco
that
Pamela.
were
And
important
in
to the
this
story
particular
of
photograph,
Genghis
she's
Khan.
actually wearing the
What do you
clothing that
feel like?
Gluco
What
would
are some
have worn
memorable
in
things
the
about
16th and 17th century. So
just
Gluco
the
was a fascinating
experience of
source
standing there?
because essentially what she did was at
I
the
really
age
said
of
I
about
wanted to visit
75
the
or so, if
cities
I
he
remember
had
correctly,
conquered across
she
Central
was kind of
Asia and
depressed.
all.
Her second husband had
There was
passed
so
away,
little
and
to learn.
she's
I
gone
mean,
through so
everything
much
was kind of
challenges
known
in
of
her
whatever
life
the
with,
chroniclers had recorded.
bankruptcies,
The archaeologists had
marital
found
heartbreak,
whatever
and
they
so
had
on.
found.
Her children
And I get
missed
there,
start
and
keeping a
he
journal.
hadn't
She ended
spent
up
much
writing,
time there. He didn't
70
identify
little
with it.
tiny
I
notebooks that
wasn't
eventually
feeling
made up
anything.
an
But in
amazing
Mongolia,
journal.
I would go to these places,
Description of what it was like
and I
to
would
be
know
a Jewish
if
woman
Genghis Khan came
at
back
the end
today,
of
he
the
would know
17th
exactly where
century.
he
And
is.
it recently
There's no
just
road.
came out in a
There's
new
no sign.
edition.
There's
I
no
haven't read it
building.
yet, but I'm really looking
There's
forward to
no
it. It is
a
an
power
amazing
line
book
going.
which has
Nothing.
very little
And just to smell the air,
not only
to feel it,
women, but
to see
any
the
women
animals,
of
and
the
to see what
17th
kind of animals live
And
here,
I'll
what
just
kind
tell
of
you one quick
plants
thing
are
about
growing
it.
here.
It's
You begin to
amazing
get
because
a feeling
what
for how
she
he was
thinks
thinking.
of as being
I think you
totally normal
begin
for
to
her
see,
to do,
I know which direction they came from. The only
make
direction
any
they could come
feminist
from was
proud
that way.
in the sense that
You
she's like
begin to
so
see it, and his
involved
life starts
in
to
international
unfold
business and
in
in
a very
local
dramatic
affairs and in
way.
politics. And
And I have the text,
that's what we gotta do.
but the text is like it has no scenery,
women
no
are like
prompts,
side and
nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything.
All kinds of
They know which way the deer faces with the sun. They know all these things.
Let
But
us
for me,
continue.
that's how I learned it. It was from being with the
the sort
people.
of last
It was the
major
most
story
important
of the
thing.
17th century.
And this
You can
was
see that
the
it's
starting
because
of the
it's a tumultuous century, right? There's all kinds of exciting new things happening with
There
new
were-
science,
At
new
this time,
technologies,
they were
new
amazed
ideas
at
circulating, but at the same time, there's a lot of these
Soviet
kind of
era had just ended.
upheavals,
Socialism
peasant rebellions,
was
and so
just
on.
ending.
And
Democracy was
kind of
starting.
the darkest moment
Genghis
is
Khan
one
had been
associated with
forbidden
this
to
man,
them
Shabbatai Shabbataite
almost the
Tzvi.
entire century.
He
And
was
every
an
known
unusual
descendant of Genghis
young
Khan
man
was killed in
who,
Mongolia.
you know, some of the early historians
Following the secret
looking
history
at Shabbataite
that
Tzvi
became the
regarded
key
him
to
as a
writing what
Rasha,
I
as a
wrote.
very
Take
wicked
the history,
person
which is
who
difficult to
intentionally
understand.
deceived the
You have to
Jewish
go
people,
over it.
claiming he was
I
Messiah,
often never
only to
understand
later
different
betray
parts, or I change my mind.
More modern scholars,
it was
beginning
yes,
with the
now
great
it's no.
Gershom Scholem, who wrote a very
But the
important
secret history is a
biography
valuable document.
of Shabbataite Tzvi,
And to me,
recognized
also,
that he
it's
probably
the opening
suffered from
document
something
of
like, I mean,
Mongolian
I'm
written
not a
language.
psychologist, but something like
And I think
bipolar
it's very
disorder
important
or
how
depressive disorder
people
that
begin.
please be sure to push *6 so that your line is
They
muted.
begin it
And
with the words,
he was originally a very well-regarded young man in his community in Smyrna. He was actually a hot, sought-after prospect for Shidduchim. He had a very fine singing voice. He was a great comic. Studied quite a bit, for example, of Kabbalah.
And
I
then
think
integrating the
eating potato chips
spiritual
was
elements of
probably
nature,
better if
the
you
mountains
pushed
and the
*6.
sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
This is one of the challenges.
Mongolia is a world
figure out how to do this
for
right
the
now.
most part is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world.
He
certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago,
around
it was
the age of 18,
entirely
he refused to
different.
marry. Ultimately, he
People,
would later
languages, and
marry.
everything.
That's another
But
story
you
in
can't
itself.
say it
I
for
don't
London or Moscow or
he
Constantinople,
married also
Istanbul,
by the way before he
Constantinople.
actually had
All of
a
these things have
ceremony
changed
where
so
he got
much.
married
But
to the
Mongolia
Torah
is
itself.
still Mongolia. It's one of the
He
largest
began
countries in the world in
experience what's
space.
called illumination,
With
where
the
he
fewest number
began
of
to be
people,
convinced
say
that
3.3
he could do
million.
amazing things like
They're
he could
spread out.
levitate. Or
And they
that he
live in
could
their environment in such an
traverse massive
intimate way.
distances in the
This was important for
fraction of a
learning
second.
about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he
And this
hunted,
would
how
have
he
just
strategized for
probably
war.
chalked up
You
to
learn
being
that from the people
eccentric
today
and on
because they
the,
are still there. They're still
larger
living.
point of eccentric
What's the
until he ran
open
into this
Mongolian
individual.
step like? As we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan, what's it like looking at this place that has not changed
I'm
since
not
his
really
time?
that
The
expert in
first
this
thing I think
period,
about this
but
step is that
if I
you
were
can
to
see
have to guess, I
forever
would think that Nathan
in
of Gaza is a
every
little bit more
direction.
on the villain side
There's
of
no
Chapter 2.
building,
Nathan
nothing
of
to stop
Gaza
your line
recognizes
of
the
view.
tremendous
And
propaganda value
it's like being in
of
the ocean
Chapter
in
2's
many
message.
ways. So you
And
have this
he
extremely open
circulated
space,
it
and the wind
widely,
is
and
usually
he
blowing through it. But it's
promoted
extremely
the idea
fresh.
that
It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across
actually
Mongolia.
garnered quite a
Cold
large
as the
following.
ticket sometimes, but it's always
This
fresh.
attracted the attention
Always fresh.
of
So you
even
have
Christian
the wind
artists. We have a lot of
coming in.
woodcuts like
You have
this that is
the
so
smell of the wind,
Shabbatite speak
but
coming
also
into
then
town and
there's
being met by
grass.
hundreds of
The
adoring
smell of
Jews,
grass becomes very
where he
important.
would like,
Now,
bless this one and
because
say,
of
I'm going to make you king
particular
of Ethiopia,
location,
and
from
you
one
are
year
going
to
to be the
another,
king
one area
of,
may have grass
I
one
don't know,
year, and
Turkey,
then
whatever it
drought
is.
the next year,
And
another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's
Christians
dust.
were actually quite
You have
fascinated.
dust. Coriander dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good.
Thinking this guy's
But
Messiah is
that's
impossible.
just
And in
one
fact,
part of the country.
sources like Alabama, that so
The
many
waters
Jews
are
in
mostly
Western Europe
pure.
simply
Unfortunately,
sold
there has
all their
been
belongings in order
pollution
to join
in this
Shabbatai
century
Tzvi
from
on
mining
his trek to go back to
several
Jerusalem
areas.
and claim his
Even
title
when I was
as
there,
the king of the Jews.
even today, when we go to some place like the Sea Lake River where we talk about the Market Lake,
It was a
So,
really, truly
it's a place
fascinating
of
time.
pure
But the
waters,
story, of course, ended
and that's
in
how Mongolians
huge,
define
was it debacle
their world, is by the water.
earlier.
They don't, Genghis Khan does not give
What
lands
ended up happening is
to
he
his
presented
sons
himself
to
to the
rule.
Ottoman Sultan. He was
He gives
completely delusional at
waters
this point.
and people.
And he presented himself to the Ottoman
They
Sultan.
do not refer
And
to
he
the
said,
earth
okay,
as
here I
land,
am.
they refer
I
to
am
the
the
earth
king of
as
the Jews, the
Dada,
Messiah.
ocean, the
It's
sea.
time for you to give me
So
Jerusalem now,
water is
so that I
very
can
important.
initiate the Messianic age. And the
To
Ottoman
learn the
Sultan said, I have
rules
a better
about
idea.
water.
How about
You don't
you
camp
convert
by water.
Jerusalem and I let
If
you
you
stay
camp by
alive?
water, your animals
So
and you are going to be
amazingly,
polluting it, messing it up.
Chapter 3
So they're back,
converted to his
maybe
boundary. You
in
can
our
see him in
modern
the
terms, about a
docks
kilometer
as
back.
he's waiting
You take the
for the
animals to
decision
the
what to
river
do
to
about
drink,
the
and then you
Ottoman
take them
offer.
away.
He
You do not
converts to
bathe in
Islam
that river.
along with his
You
wife.
take the water away from
Most
the
of his
river,
followers
and you bathe
completely
away from the
crushed,
river, so you
and
do
they
not pollute the
return
river.
home dejected,
The rules
realizing
are
that the
very
entire
strict and very
Messianic
clear. They're from the
experience
time of
was
Genghis Khan
completely
about
flawed
how
and
to
did
deal
not
with
come
it.
to
But
pass.
also,
However,
it's dangerous to
small
live close to the
people
river because there are flash
then
floods in the summertime. You can
called
suddenly
now
have it,
and said,
and it
wait
can
a
wipe
second, maybe
away
this is part of
if
the
your
great
camp
Messianic
is right
story.
there by the
Maybe
water.
the Messiah go through
So the
the
people,
other great religions.
they
Maybe
live with
he
nature in
have
a way
become
that I don't
Muslims
see anywhere
in
else in the
order
world.
to initiate the
And even
Messianic
today,
period.
with the
And
changes
that's,
with the cell
in
phone
fact, the Jinn
and with
right up to
solar
this day, they had
panels,
a
they
very
can get
large
TV
home
out in the middle step. Still, they're living a similar life.
We'll pick it up
Young
again
people,
when
of
we
course,
speak
want
about
to
Hasidism,
drive
because
a
many
motorbike, but
see
they're
a
still
link
herding cows and
between
yaks and
the
camels.
failed
If it's
messiahship
on a
of
motorbike,
Shabtai
okay,
and
they're
the
still
kind of
doing it
social
the horrible
forces
way.
that drove forward a desire for something
Go
new
to the
in
time
Hasidism. But that will
of
lead
Temujin,
next
Genghis
week.
Khan.
So
Another
I'd like to
component
conclude
is
this
the
lecture
horses.
here,
who talk about their relationship with the horse, thinking about this open step.
As is our
from a
want
young
to
age, they've
reflect
been
a little bit on Jewish
all
survival.
Mongols
And I
trained
think it's especially
to master
appropriate in the situation that we're in right now.
as you write.
God willing,
While standing on
this
the
video
horse,
will be
they
online
learn how
for
to
some time, and people will
ride
watch
while
and say, what is he
standing on the
talking about?
horse from a
Well,
young age.
obviously I'm
While
speaking
standing
to
on the
all of
horse,
you
they
in
often
March of
jousted with one another
2020 when we
to
are
see
just
who
at
could
the
knock
very
the other
beginning
off.
of this
When their legs grew
unprecedented
long
moment
enough to
in world
reach the
history.
stirrups,
We're faced with the
they were
coronavirus
also taught to shoot
epidemic,
arrows
COVID-19.
to lasso on
Everybody should
horseback,
be well and
making
healthy.
targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle
There
from
are unusual
poles
parallels,
that they would
which
blow in the wind.
I'd like to
The
think more
youngsters
about.
practice hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds.
One of the
The
skills
skills
that
such
Jewish
play
people have
proved
that allows
invaluable
them
to horsemanship
challenges
later in life.
is that
Can you speak
they
to
are
the
adaptable.
relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols?
Recognize the potential in many
Mongol
new
and the horse are
emerging economies, in many new
I wrote
emerging
one line
technologies,
in the book
and
that
although
editor
sometimes that can lead
insulted.
them
I said,
into
oh, Mongol and the horse, they live
terrifying
together, they know each
new
other
and
with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the
occurrences.
same.
And one
Well,
example,
I
by
was
the way,
saying it
Shabbatai
just
was a
not
huge
to be
proponent of
insulting
printing. He
about
loved
anything,
printing, and he said
they
that
have
we
that
should do
deep
away with
intimacy,
Horace
and the
Willow
horses do
and
know
use
their
this new
odor from
modern
the smell.
instead.
This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made
So
the flags
it can be a
with the
weakness,
gold
but on the whole, I
out
think
of
it is a
the
strength.
horse
With that, I
hair
want to give
from their
one
own
last note.
horses. And so in
If
battle,
you're
they used
interested
it
in
for a very
hearing more
practical
about that
purpose.
specific line
And
of
that
argument,
is,
in
the
a few minutes,
horses
I'm going
would
to be
return
participating in
to
a
their
new
source
venture that
because they
is
knew the
spearheaded
smell
by
of their
Rabbis
flag.
David
So
Vashkevsky
it's other members of their
Arzel,
own herd.
and it's on this
So the
website,
language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember
while we were all
Mongolians
kind of sheltering in
being
place
out
like this.
there in the countryside. They said,
Okay,
oh, I want to
thank you
learn
very
English.
much for
I said,
joining
okay,
me tonight.
yeah, that's nice.
I'm sorry that
teach me some words.
it has to be
Oh, well, really, I'll
virtual
teach you the
in
words.
this way,
What
but
color is that
I hope you
horse?
found the
I
lecture
said,
useful,
brown.
and
They would say,
you all stay
brown.
safe and
I said,
healthy.
yes.
And I look forward
What
to
color
seeing
is that horse?
Thank you very much.
Brown. Then they said, but you said this color was brown. What color is this?
We're going to end the meeting.
So what?
Okay. Thanks very much. Take care.
It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown
Nice to
or
see
brown
you all.
brown. Or,
I'm glad that
the words for
you're able
horses
to join me
by,
for
of course, by
six
six.
discussion
And then
of
they have
an
three
important
because they're
series of Jewish
guilty.
history. I really hope that everyone on the line is doing well and your loved
whether or not
ones as
they're
well.
reproduced
This
in
is
the case
a
of the
tense and
female.
difficult
All
time
these
for all
things
of
are
us, and
important parts
we
of
hope
the
that you all
horse.
have a refuah
The
shalema.
horse,
Stay away
years
from
ago,
any
a
of the
presidential
untoward and
candidate
negative
ran
effects
under
of
the
this
slogan,
current public health
raised in the
situation.
dust of many fast
In today's
horses.
lecture, what I'd like to do
It just
is to
resonates with the
kind of
Mongolian
orient
spirit.
us
The dust itself
geographically and
is important.
chronologically
The
within
Mongolians,
Eastern Europe
they
for
will
the
wipe
first
the
part
sweat and
of
the
the
dust off the
class,
horse
speaking
by
specifically
wiping onto
about the
their own
Russian Empire,
forehead,
which
which is the
was
most
a
sacred
major
part of the
center of
body,
Jewish
where
population
the soul
from about the
resides.
16th
This
century
is how
onward. That really
intimate the
becomes the
relationship
central
is with the horses.
primary place where Jews are living
They're
in
hard
Europe.
on them in some
And then
ways.
once we
They
talk a
train
little
them
bit
very
about
well.
the
They ride them
political
very
and
hard.
social realities of that time, I
The
want to
horses
look
are also
in
trained for
greater
that.
detail at
They
this
use a very small
remarkable
crop.
reform movement
It's a
known
little bit
as
like a stick
Hasidism.
with a
What
slight
exactly
whip
was
in it. They hit
Hasidism?
the
How did it
rump of the
start?
horse.
What were the major
Never
features of
anything else.
Hasidism
They're
and so on?
horrified at
Placing
Western
that
people
within
who
the
use metal
historiographic
spurs
context as how scholars have tried to understand Hasidism over the years.
to harm
And
the
then
horse in the stomach.
I'd like to speak
To
about
harm
the
the head of a
reaction
horse.
of the Misnagdic,
They
the
say it's a
so-called
capital crime.
opponents of
I don't know
Hasidism,
what
that
you're
is the traditionalists,
But you
who
never ever
viewed this
harm
kind
a
of
horse's
new
head.
revival of
So horses
Judaism
are
with considerable skepticism,
important in
to say
every
the
way,
least.
even
And
religiously
talk about
important with the
the
making
rather
of the
intense
fermented
dispute
horse's
that
milk.
erupted in the late
The
18th and
mother
early
goes
19th
out every
century
morning
between the
and she
Misnagdic and the
throws
Hasidim.
some to each
And
of
then
the four
finally, let's
directions
look at the
to start
Haskalah,
the day.
which is
And
yet
they use
another
it for every
movement that emerges primarily from Germany and has an extremely influential impact, not only on the
I remember one day they was a very nice family, happened to be on a guilting day where they were
Jewish history as a whole throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. And that's basically take us over the course of the lecture.
Family had a bunch of boys,
let's get started right away.
One or two girls, or like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell from the horse.
Modern
He didn't get up.
religious reform movement.
No one moved.
I know it might seem
They all
ironic
kind of turned attention away.
as reformers, because we tend to associate the reform movement with a much more liberal wing of Jewish religious thought, which is much more in tune with accommodating the societal norms and adaptation to non-Jewish culture, things like that. These are generally antithetical to much of Hasidic thought, although as we shall see, Hasidism is really quite a diverse phenomenon, and there are Hasidic movements which are much more open to the outside society than others, but in general, Hasidism tends to be a much more insular movement, much more inward-looking movement.
He was off in an area right close to a forested mountain area.
Actually, right about now, the outside world is kind of toxic, so we should keep it that way. Or at least until we get past this threatening curve. At any rate, it is a movement that began in the 18th century and injected a phenomenal amount of religious fervor and energy into a rather desiccated Judaism that had become really, bogged down in a lot of intellectual calculating, a lot of mental gymnastics, and many felt that Judaism had really lost the kind of joie de vivre that had so distinguished it in other periods of history. They felt that it had become really an intellectual movement that was so focused on the meritocracy of those intellectual superstars that the common person really had no way of accessing the deep reservoirs of spirituality that were locked in Judaism. Hasidism really strove to unlock those things, to make them available to the common person.
The first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water.
And I'm going to outline three basic trends that occurred over the last 150 odd years of historiography that will give us a sense of how historians have looked to this movement and have tried to place it within its larger context. So one of the first greatest of the encyclopedic historians is the incomparable Heinrich Goetz, who wrote the first multi-volume massive encyclopedia history of the Jews that goes all the way from the biblical period right up until the 19th century. He's actually a very important historical figure in his own right. I'm going to speak about him a little bit more when we get to the modern period, but he had a decidedly negative approach to Hasidism. He viewed Hasidism as a renewal of kind of a Jewish superstition, that it was overwhelmingly negatively influenced by Kabbalah, which he felt was also part of the larger history of Jewish superstition. He felt that Hasidim were credulous peasants who simply didn't know much about the beauty of Talmudic traditional Judaism, and they went in for following charismatic snake oil salesmen and other types of local leaders. And he generally had a very negative view of Hasidism as a whole. Hasidism, as I will show you in just a moment, God willing, is primarily an Eastern European phenomenon. You see it happening in the 18th century, primarily in Poland, in Ukraine, to a certain degree in Lithuania, but primarily Southern Asia. And Goetz was much more oriented towards the West, much more oriented, although he had roots in Eastern Europe, he was oriented towards modernizing movements that were associated with the West, specifically the Haskalah that
you have the time and just watching some of the videos.
So
it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse.
And he viewed it
And
as
I guess
kind
you're
of
supposed to be shooting
the embarrassing country bumpkin relatives that we sophisticated Jews have. So he definitely had a very negative approach to
position your body to maintain balance.
This
and
is
then there's the skill of
contrasted
the
with
actual
another
holding
great
and shooting the
encyclopedic
bow
historian,
accurately.
phenomenal
Obviously the
Shimon
technology of the
also,
composite
like
bow,
Goetz,
the
wrote
recurve
a
bow.
massive
They've also
multi-volume
used
history of the
crossbows
Jews.
later.
And Dubno was much more
technology. And there's a
involved
particular
in the
kind
actual
of thumb
day-to-day
draw
life
that
of
you
Eastern
use
European
for
Jews. He's
shooting
about half a
with
century
the
ahead
composite bow that works
Goetz
for
in
a
terms of
horse.
the progress of historiography. And Dubno viewed
Right, so you have to like
Hasidism
not
as an
drop the arrow.
authentic
It's just incredible
expression
to be able to shoot
of
while the
Jewish
horse is
folk
going 60
culture.
kilometers an
Rather
hour.
than looking
Anyway, can
down
you
on
speak
it
to
from
this
a rather
kind of
intellectual
exceptional
sort
excellence
of
that
rarefied
the
position,
Genghis
he
Khan and
viewed it more
Mongols
like an
had
anthropologist
for
would, saying that Hasidism was,
riding horses
an
and
extremely creative,
engaging in war.
innovative, new way in which Jews were expressing their Jewish identity, and it should be celebrated. And he actually, spoke in much more positive terms about Hasidism. He did not necessarily downplay some of the prejudice, superstitious elements that Reds had,
and also the years of skill, the fact that from
Hasidim as something that was
the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding
something that actually came from the people who
when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time,
he valorized the
all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old.
And we come sort of full circle.
That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old.
Not really a historian,
and so you
more
had
than
some
a
as 3 years
philosopher, a
old
literary scholar. But
it's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used.
Again,
so they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse is trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. But by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off the battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things in some areas. There were even tigers and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raping.
Major innovation in Jewish
so
thought.
they became
And
excellent
this is essentially the way
archers.
that
They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway.
Very
the earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is Mongolian word for human.
That is really at the core
that's what they say for human beings. So they came out of Mongolia.
Hasidic historians are no
the
longer
early Turkic groups
participating
came
in
out
kind
of
of
Mongolia.
negative
And they had
approach
the
to
similar
this
skills.
movement.
So
As we saw in the beginning,
you have this
we
perfect
really have
weapon,
come full
but
circle
also
with the
you have to have
historiographic
perfect
approach. Now, that
strategy.
does not say
How to
that
coordinate
it is
it,
not critical approach
organize
by
it,
any means.
and
There are
use it.
definitely some
And this is where
pretty
the
bizarre
genius that I cannot
historians
explain
looking
at
out
all,
there
but
looking
the
at
genius of
the
Genghis Khan came
economic
in.
origins of
Other
the
people I think
Hasidic
were
movement. We'll touch on
very
that
good
today.
in earlier times, a
Some
number of
looking
Turkic
at
leaders, and
influence
also
of
even
Western
Attila the Hun,
ideas,
who, of course, was
fascinating
born in the
different
West.
approaches to Hasidic thought.
But they were
But that's it
charismatic
for
leaders,
our quick
very
introduction to
dramatic
sources.
leaders.
Let's talk a
It
little bit
wasn't that
about
they were so
the
excellent in
social,
their
political, historical
strategy. They were very
we
good
really
in
have to
warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small.
Hasidism
He
flourished.
never got probably above
The
100,000.
roots of
At the most
Hasidism
110,000.
are in southern
That
Podolia
is
in particular, which is a
When you're
region
going
of
against
Poland.
China,
But very early on,
that has
Poland
millions
is
just in the
absorbed
army,
by its three
not
neighbors.
counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East, and Persia, and Afghanistan,
massive
and these
state
areas.
with a significant Jewish
Your whole
population.
army has to
They're
be as
linked
finely
together.
tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the
But it
weapon.
went into a period
The
of
army becomes the
not so
super
much the
weapon
Council
of
Land,
Genghis
but the
Khan.
country for sure.
How he
Went into a
organized it,
period of
and how he
internal
used
political
it, and the
decline,
strategies that he
that will
put
take us
together.
beyond the scope
Yeah, when you
of
have
our
a small
today.
army,
And
just
as
think
a
about
result,
that.
by the time you get to the
A
end of the
small
18th
army that
century,
conquered
Poland is simply
the world.
swallowed up
It would
by
fit
its
in a
three
stadium
leading
today
neighbors,
in
by
America.
Germany, Austria, and Russia.
So
And they
there's
simply
extreme
decide to carve Poland off the
efficient
map
coordination
in
of
the
units.
space of
Mostly cavalry,
three distinct
All
partitions.
cavalry.
But it's all cavalry.
Poland,
No infantry.
sorry,
He had no
Russia ends up
baggage train. He had
receiving the
no
largest
backup
single sent
commissary.
of Jews. And this is quite
Early on,
ironic
no
because
engineer corps.
prior
Later,
to the
one was
partition
added
of the late
much later.
18th century,
But no, all
Russia
cavalry.
was actually
And,
closed to
so
Jews.
there's
There
light
was an
cavalry
incident
and
that
heavy
occurred in the
cavalry.
late 15th century in which
breaking
a
down
member of
units
the
using the
Tsar's
decimal system,
royal
10,
family
100,
actually
1,000.
converted to Judaism,
So,
ostensibly under the influence of a
there's a
Jewish
kind of
doctor who was
hierarchy
treating the royal
where
family.
you
And so ever since that time,
delegate
the Russian Tsars
authority,
have
but
declared
to
Russia
the degree
closed
there's
to Jewish
commands,
settlement completely.
they
And
must
then
be
all of a
followed
sudden, under
strictly.
Catherine the Great, shown
Something like
here,
extremely efficient,
by
accurate
taking over Poland, she
precise
inherited this massive
deployment
Jewish
of
population
these
that were concentrated
troops on the
on
battlefield
her
and the
new
dynamic movement
western
of the troops,
borderlands. Here's a
including
map
all
of
the
those
interesting
western
tactics that
borderlands,
are
in particular
utilized You have to have really good
region
communication
known
and
as the
coordination.
Pale of
And for that,
Settlement.
orders must
So
be
Catherine
followed.
II had to deal with
Is there something to
on the
speak
one
to
hand,
that? Like,
there
how do
were
you do
elements
this kind
in
of system to where
Russian
everybody's
society that
working
said,
together so
oh
well?
my gosh, you
I think
can't
the
have all
first
these
point is
Jews.
the
You have to do
extreme
something about
loyalty
them. You have to
of
like
the
kick
people
them out.
who
You have to
Jesus
like
chose.
expel them. You have
His
to convert them.
kinsmen,
You
as
have to
we
do
said,
something
had
with them.
deserted him.
And on the other hand, there were certain
Was a
commercial
personal
elements which saying, wait a second, the Jews are actually
all the
very
others that he
useful
found
in
were
our
just common
international trade.
people,
They have
herders
many
or
connections
hunters,
in
very
other
common,
countries.
and they were
They have
loyal to
common
him
language. They
and
have
never,
common legal
ever
systems that they can
revolted
use
against
amongst
him,
each other.
never
You
betrayed
should
him.
think about
So
this
he had
carefully.
extreme loyalty.
Catherine II
And then,
herself was
as you
not
mentioned, he
Russian
organized his
ethnicity
decimal
either. She
system.
was
So
actually
the
German
smallest unit
Russian
of the
actually.
army was the
And she was very much
the
enamored of a
the
lot
squad
of the
of 10
Enlightenment
men.
thinking that was
They were put
coming out
together,
of the
and then the
West.
head of that
And
squad, he
she
had
was
total control
inclined to
over it.
view the
But the
Jews
men
with a
knew
certain
that they were going to
amount of
protect
charity.
each other,
And so
and they
she
had to come
adopted a
back
compromise position,
with every
which
member
said
or
essentially
everybody.
Jews will
You
not
don't
be
leave
allowed
anybody
into
behind.
the old
So this was
territories of
extremely
Russia,
important.
where they
So
have been
if you
included since the
submit to the
1470s.
orders of the man in
Some
charge, you know
minor
that
exceptions
he's
were
risking
made
his
for
own life for
talented
you
Jewish
also.
doctors, very
And you
successful
know that
Jewish
your
businessmen
brother
and
on
so
the
on, but
left
for
and
the
on
most
the
part,
right is
Jews
risking
had to
his life for
stay
you.
outside of Russia,
The army
but
was
they could
organized
remain
with 5 horses
within
each
the
man.
Polish
They had
territories
their
that had been
bow and they had a lot of arrows.
This defined
But they
the
also
so-called
retrieved
Pale
the
of
arrows at the end
Settlement
of
for
their
Jews.
battle.
Now, the
And
term
they
Pale of
also would
Settlement sounds
retrieve
rather
the enemy
bizarre. It's
arrows. This
kind
was
of
a
like
great
an
advantage,
old or
by the way,
archaic
when they hit
English
Russia,
usage.
because the
In Russian,
Russians
it's simply
could
the
not
region
use
settlement.
Mongolian arrows.
The
They
pale,
could not them in
like, you have this
their
expression, to go
bow.
beyond the
But the
pale,
Mongols
like,
could
go
use
beyond
Russian
the
arrows.
border.
But
So it's the borderline
so all these little
allowed
things,
to live in. You can see in this
it's
map
not even just the
that
arrow.
it
Also,
constitutes
they had to
basically
carry
the entire
needle and
yellow
thread.
area, and Jews were also
Every
allowed into
soldier
the
had to
kingdom of
be able
Poland,
to
which is
sew.
also under Russian
And sometimes
control at
that
the
could be
time
a
as
torn
well.
garment.
There were certain
It could be a
islands
piece of
within the
skin
Pale
or
of
a
Settlement that
wound
Jews
that
were not allowed
somebody
to
had.
settle in. For
It's a very
example,
odd
the
thing when you
city
think
of
about the army
Kiev
of Genghis
was
Khan,
closed
and they're
Jews,
carrying
although
everything
in
themselves. They don't have
1917
any
there were an
packaging
estimated
behind
60,000
them. And then
Jews
one of
living
the
there
things they have to
illegally
carry
anyway.
is needle and thread
And once
in
you
order
went to the
to sew
far
up
north,
things.
half of Latvia and
Yes.
Estonia
They also
were
carry
outside of the
dry
Pale of
dairy
Settlement as
products.
well. But
Arrow,
nevertheless,
it's called, where they
although
dry curd,
this would
and they
become
can keep it for a couple of
very
years.
crowded,
But
and there
you
will be
dry
a
it,
lot of
and then when you
anti-Semitic
need it, you can
legislation
put
and
it in a
restrictive
flask of
legislation
water.
piled
You
on
ride
the
all
Jews
day,
at
it
the end of
joggles
the
up and
19th
down,
century.
boom, boom, boom. It turns
At
into
the
kind of
end of
thick
the 18th
protein.
century, when the Pale of
It
Settlement
said
was
that
set
the
up,
Mongols could
and much
easily
of the
go 3 to
19th
5
century,
days
it was
without
actually
ever
not
building
so
a fire.
bad. Jews
Have
within the
enough
Pale
food.
of Settlement
So
had
all these little
fixed
things at the
rights.
lowest level were
They
important.
could, for
As
example,
well as the
hold
highest
municipal
level of
office. They
his
could vote in municipal
loyalty of his
elections.
men to him.
They had a
And it
certain
went
amount of
all the way down.
self-government. Their
Loyalty was
Talmudic
extremely important. And he
legislation
organized the
was
army into
respected
left wing, right
for their
wing,
own internal
or
disputes,
east
things
and
like that.
west.
And in many ways, it was
The
not
word
such a
for
bad thing,
left is
especially
east, the word
in
for
the
right
beginning
is
of the
west.
19th century.
Through
It turned
those two wings, and then in
much
the middle
worse
was
under
the pole,
Nicholas I,
the
which is
center,
what we're
this
going to
moving
next.
center.
But
That
nevertheless,
was
that's
his,
how you get so many Jews
his
concentrated
bodyguard and
in
his
this
unit in the
one
middle.
swath of territory,
They usually didn't have a
primarily
vanguard and a
under
rear guard.
Tsar
And,
Catherine
sometimes the
II,
vanguard would go out as
and
much
her
as 2 years
successors.
in advance
We'll
to
look
clear the
here
land,
at
run the
one
people away,
successor
scare
in
them,
particular,
make
and
them
this
go
is one
away,
of the most
so that the
notorious
grass
and
is
evil
left there
tsars
for the
of
army
Russian
when it
history.
moves through.
Tsar Nicholas I,
And they never marched
who
the
came
way
to
other
power when
armies
his
do
father
in a
was
line
assassinated in a
of
failed
one
rebellion.
following the other.
And
They would
he
always
took
go
a
in
very
long lines
harsh
spread out
view
in wings.
towards governing the
So that
country
each
as a
horse
whole.
is on
In
its own
particular,
path, you could say,
viewed
all,
the
but all
Jews
parallel.
as an
So they had
indigestible
very
mass
precise ways
that
of
were
doing things.
incompatible with the
And,
views of unifying the
This,
Russian
I think, was the
population
secret
under
with
the
him. And he
principles of
used the best
autocracy,
people.
orthodoxy,
He
and
also,
Russian people,
he was willing to train them as much as
He
possible.
really
He
wanted
never
Russia to be
punished them
more like
for what
a
happened.
monolithic
Yoshiki-Uto,
ethnic
for example,
state,
the Supreme Judge.
particularly
He
in
was still mad one
European
time
Russia,
about a group in
less so
battle
when
in
you move out towards the Central
Afghanistan,
Asian area
and he
and things like
lost
that.
the battle,
But
which
in
is very,
European
very
Russia,
unusual.
although this is like an almost
So
an
Genghis Khan
impossibility when you
went
realize
out
the
with
fact
him
that there's
and said,
so
okay,
many
let's go to the
nationalities
battlefield
living
together
in
and
the
look
Russian
it
Empire.
over.
not only
You
Russians
explained to me what you
and
did,
related Slavic
and then we
peoples
will
like
talk about it.
the
So he
Poles
was
and the
very
Belarusians
thoughtful
and the
in the way
Ukrainians,
that he was
but
treating the
also
people around him.
people who are
And they knew they were going to
Catholics,
be punished. It's not
like
like
the
these countries where the
Lithuanians, for
general
example,
comes
also
back,
the Poles,
gets executed on
lots
the
of
laws.
tiny
No,
minorities
Genghis
like
Khan knows every
Armenians,
general is going to
like
try
Roma,
100%.
and of course like
And if
the
they
Jews.
retreat,
And Tsar
fine.
Nicholas
They're
I
saving
really
local
wanted to try
lives.
to get a
They know
handle
what
on
to do.
that,
He
and he wanted to
respects
try
that.
and make
So
everybody
all
sort
these
of like, if
things like
not
that fit
actually
together.
assimilate to
But
the
I think
Russian
a
norm,
part of
he
it that
wanted
was
them all to
important for him,
recognize, hey, this is Russia,
they had this
the
base
Russian
from
country.
steppe warfare
Russians
already.
are the
The
titular
horse,
nationality, and every other
the
nationality
archery,
has to
and how that all
really
fit together.
recognize that
But
central
he was very
ethnic fact.
quick
So to this
to
end,
embrace
he
any
imposed a
kind
lot
of
of
other
decrees that were
technology
really quite
that he saw.
awful for the Jewish people.
I think
I'm going
that
to focus on
sedentary
two of
armies
them in
like
particular
sedentary
to give you a
civilizations
sense of
that
the
get stuck in their
historical
ways.
background to the
This
rise
is how
of
we
the
do
Hasidic
it.
movement.
And we're going to make it a little faster,
The
we're
first
going to make it a
is
little bigger, a
the
little
imposition
stronger.
of
But this
the
is how we think.
Cantonist decree of
Genghis Khan had no
1837.
set way to
This
think.
was an absolute
And when he
horrific
encountered the first walled cities
decree
around
that Tsar Nicholas
1209,
I
after
imposed.
founding his nation in
Basically,
1206, he went out on these raids.
in
And I really think
the
they were
Russian
raids on
Empire,
horse at first. So he went into
conscription
Tainan territory
to the
of
Russian
what's now
army
northwestern
was
China
a
in the
25
upper
year
reaches of the
term.
Yellow River.
We're not
So he
talking
went
about
there,
like
and of
modern
course the cities
conscription
have
in
walls
modern
around them.
nation states where it's
This
like
man
2
who's
years,
never
3
encountered
years.
a wall in
We're
his
talking
life.
about 25 years
Well,
of
he did,
army
but they were
service.
made out of
So
felt.
that
The
means
walls
that
around
for
his tent
most
are
Russian
felt walls.
families,
Yeah, just imagine
it
what
was
it's
typically
like
like second sons who
for the
didn't want
first
to
time
become
in your life seeing a
priests
wall.
who would say, okay, you know
When
what,
you come from
I'm not
the
going to get
that
any land,
there's no
and I don't see
very
much
few
point being an
natural
industrial
wall-like
worker, so you know what, I'm
things.
going to be a soldier.
Well, they
And
had
that would
like
be
the
a
wall
career,
cliffs in
and it
some
would be
places. They're familiar with that. They
reasonable
could climb them. But
Jews
they don't have
historically,
people
not
at the
just in
top
Russia,
shooting
but
down
really
the mountain.
much of Europe,
But on the
have typically
so he looked when
avoided
he looked at
conscription
everything around him, and he
by
saw,
paying a double tax.
okay, they have this
This
river,
was
and they have all these
completely
channels,
amenable
and they're
not only
always
to the
moving
Jewish
water around.
community,
And
but
like
typically to the
you
government as
said,
well,
for a
because
Mongol, anything that
Jews were
moves is a potential
typically
weapon. Anything
as
that doesn't
foreigners,
move is a
true,
target.
living on
Moving water,
indigenous soil
they've
for
got a
1,000 years,
standing,
but nevertheless
non-moving
somehow
wall.
not of the country.
So
And in
he
fact,
said,
in Russia,
okay,
right up until
the men are going to dig
1917, a Jew who
channel,
held the Russian
and they're
passport
going to
would say
bring down the wall of the
it would say,
Tungsten City.
foreigner.
Well, they
The
did
Jew
it.
could have been there for
They didn't know
20, 30
exactly what they were
generations, but
doing,
nevertheless
and
they
the
were not
embankments weren't high
a
enough,
native citizen.
and too
So
much water
the,
came in from the Yellow River
Tsar
and
Nicholas
actually
I,
flooded
he
out the
said,
Mongol camp.
okay, we have to end this because the
Okay, it
army
happened.
is
We
one
learned
of the
that
greatest
lesson. So we could
assimilatory
improve it.
institutions
And
we
that
have
became
here
a
in Russia.
strategy that
So
actually worked for the
starting right
Mongols.
now, we are
For
not
the next
going to
50
allow the
years,
Jews
all the
to
way to
exempt
Baghdad.
themselves
They were able
by
to
a
use it
double
when they
hand.
conquered Baghdad in
Jews must
1258.
support the conscription at the
this
same
is
rate as
This
all
ability
Russians,
to
young men
see
must.
things and to
And
try them, and
furthermore,
if they fail to
since
try
the
them in a
age of
different way,
conscription was
but a better way,
18,
we all think we
and
learn from our
it was,
mistakes. We all are,
you know, by the time a young man
learned
is
from
18,
that.
he's really,
What do we do?
formed
We
a lot
repeat
of
the
his
mistake.
opinions in life.
I think it's just a
And
part of human
maybe
nature.
married,
Well,
and
it didn't
children
work the
all
first
kinds of
8
things like that.
times,
It's
but I'm
really,
going to do it
you
one
know,
more
an
time.
adult
I think it's going to
the
work.
word.
I know I'm going to win the
Nicholas
lottery
I
this time
backed
because I got the
on
right
a
number.
minimum legal
That's how we
age of
think.
conscription to
But he had
the
that
age
real
12.
ability,
And what would happen is
first of
Jewish
all, to be
children
humble
would be
before
taken
these other
at
things he
age
didn't know
12
about,
and placed
technology,
in
and
6
understand
years
that he
of
didn't understand.
formal
But
re-education
he could
secondary
understand it
schools
in his own
called
way,
cantons.
and he did.
And from
Over
there,
and
then
over,
they
the
would
Mongols
pursue
were
their
excellent
25 years
putting
military
together
service.
new
It
things
was
in new
a
ways and
devastating
using them
decree that
against
Jews
their
could no
enemies.
longer exempt
So,
themselves from this. And in fact, the
Rapid
children would be
extreme
taken
continued
at a very
innovation.
young age with the
Couple
explicit
that
purpose
with
of assimilating them them to
I mean,
Nicholas
you have to
I's
say
version
a
of Russian
revolutionary idea
Christianity and
that
so on.
promotion
But it gets much worse.
should be based on merit.
We should remember that the Russian
That
government
idea,
was not a
combined
very
with the
efficient government in
innovative
any way.
approach
It was
to
not
the
highly
military,
organized.
is,
It was
it just
overwhelmingly
feeds on
erratic,
itself.
rife
Because
with
the people
corruption,
who are learning
and
from
they
their
simply
mistakes
didn't
and
have the
constantly improving
mechanism
are the ones that
to
get
regulate this
promoted in
kind
the
of
positions of
demand.
power, and
So
then they inspire
typically
everybody
they would
else to do the
not be
same.
very
And
particular
so
about
it's just,
the age of the
if every
children.
action is judged based on the
And
excellence of
secondly,
that
they
action,
weren't able to
then
keep
over
track of the
time,
children. They
repeated
didn't have
iteration and
detailed
more
birth statistics
creates
to even
a
determine,
more and more
who was of the
powerful
right age in any particular
Yes.
location. By the
And
way,
they were
this is
able to
something
do
that
that for
pertained
3
right up
generations
until World
to
War I.
create
There
an
were
army that was
Jews
ever
who were conscripted
expanding,
into the army.
ever
My
changing
own
its
grandfather,
tactics and its
he
technology.
left Russia in 1905 because
got
of the
worse
war
at
with
it over
Japan. He
time.
did not want to get impressed in
But
service,
Genghis Khan
and
was
so he ended up
innovated,
moving to
he was
Canada,
the best with it.
where
And,
he became very
He used it
unsuccessful
throughout
farmer
his
before he
lifetime,
became
and he
more
was getting
successful,
better over his lifetime with
flag
using
history.
foreign
At any rate,
information, foreign technology, foreign
here's
ideas.
the worst part of the whole story.
He just had a
Nicholas
genius
I,
for that.
realizing that his government
If we
was
can go
not
back to the
out
horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5
challenging
horses.
demographic
The reason for that is the horses get tired.
identifying these young
And
children
so you can cover
kidnapping them.
a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way the rotation
What
of
he
the horse
did was
the horse would usually ride for one day and
era in
then
charge
rest for the next
of
4
determining
to 5
which
days,
conscripts
and
would
then
be
another
converted.
horse would be
In
riding the
other
next
words,
day.
he said to the
One
Jewish
way to measure
communities,
it is that
okay,
later at the time of the death
we
of
will be
Abu Dhabi,
conscripting in
the
October.
word went from
Based on our estimate
Mongolia
of your
to
population,
Hungary
you should have
in 6
approximately
weeks.
10 young men
Mongolia to
that
Hungary in 6
should be
weeks. So
reporting
let's
for
just
duty.
imagine this
We will
army
come
that's
get them
able
on
to
October 1st.
move at such
And
high
it was
speed.
up to the Jewish
Does not need to
leadership
follow
to
roads
decide
because
which
it's used
children
to
would
riding in
be
the
sent
open
off to
steppe.
the battlefield.
So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place.
A truly horrific
And then
decision
also,
that
one of the other
unfortunately
famous
the
things is the famed retreat that
manage
was
well.
used continuously.
As you
Can you
might
explain how that works?
expect under
The
these kinds
Mongols
of
did not
circumstances,
fight
the
for
wealthy
honor
and the
the way
well-connected
we
Jewish
often think
families
of
rarely had to
brave
give up their
soldiers,
children
Achilles,
to this
and
essential death
things like that.
sentence.
They fought for victory.
Particularly the
That
children
was the one
of
thing. So to retreat,
children of the
to save
widows
lives, there's no shame in that.
literally
So
on
the
their
Mongols
beds at
would
night,
often
sometimes
retreat,
by
and Genghis
professional
Khan basically,
kidnappers,
he himself
and handed
never
over to the
fought a
conscription
battle
authorities. An absolutely
that
horrific
he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigehito, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack, and the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were
and these are typically the
defeated
wealthy
and
individuals
turn,
who would have
but they could still fire backwards, which was the parking shot, which is unusual in the world. People are unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of a horse, so they're protected in many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They wanted to go, they wanted to get their weapons, they wanted to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around. And the soldiers usually couldn't resist them. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills,
and also by their rabbis who are not stepping up and saying this is wrong.
Over and over, this tactic works.
So you have an
It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking,
from the
the people,
1830s until the
how can they not
1870s,
know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
afraid,
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow, you want to run after them.
you can't help it.
by
I
the
don't know what that is. That's
1840s,
maybe the
Nicholas
animalistic,
I
but
has
take that
basically
with
destroyed
the ability
entire
at high speed for the
People have
Mongols to
lost their
encircle
confidence in
and
their Jewish
attack the
leadership,
flanks.
and so Nicholas I simply delivers the death blow. In
There's been
1844,
many great military historians who have written
all
about
Kehillah
the
power,
great
with the exception of
military forces throughout history.
taxation,
And one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get, you don't get written about almost at all,
So
and
you
don't
should
get
understand
credit
that as we go into the second half
for
of
the
the 19th
military
century,
tactics and
the
the
traditional
military
Jewish
genius
leadership
exhibited through the different strategies.
debilitated.
This kind of idea of the famed retreat and then attacking the flanks,
loci of authority.
you know, been,
That's the
if not
environment which
invented, then
citizen
perfected
really
by
expands
by Genghis.
It really was a
So
military
let us
change.
now
But there were
that
other
we've got a
things too,
sense
you
of the
know.
lay
They
of the
didn't
land
like
literally
roads.
and also the
You know, they just didn't like
let's go
roads.
back a
So
little
they
bit
would
and
often
try
be
to
coming from
understand
some
the
direction
innovation
that
of
nobody
Nazism,
ever came from.
in itself.
And
So,
the people would be
although I've
unprepared for
described
that.
to you primarily
The most
the
famous
first
example is
19th century,
probably
Bukhara,
This is a beautiful, wonderful city of
this would be
great
already
place in
the
the world
third
to
generation
this
of
day.
Hasidic leaders.
And
The
they
first
came
generation
across
of
the
leaders
desert.
harkens back to the incredible
Well,
rabbi
they were
Israel
packed across the
Ben
desert, so
Eliezer,
people see
known
dust
as
telling.
the Baal
It's called a caravan.
some
They don't even
amazing
know what's
research
going on.
has been
But it was the
conducted by
direction. There was a surprise
Dr.
element in
Rothschild
that
from
particular
ViralRabbi
case.
University,
So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking
and
and how to
found
be able to
tax
surprise them.
records from Poland that shows
Again,
the Baal
like
Shem Tov's
to have
own name
this
recorded there.
Mongol armada of the
Amazing thing,
horses.
but he really was an actual
Most of
person,
the
even
crowd
though
must
he
shake when you have
exists in a
that
sort
many
of
horses.
legendary
I think
mindset
it
because
feels
the
like
amazing
to be
story
in a
told about
town
him. What do we know about him?
when Genghis Khan is
It
approaching.
basically comes from
I
a
think
very
the
simple,
terror
humble
was
stock.
one of the greatest weapons
And
that he had.
although he was credited as
He
a spiritual
cultivated
genius,
this
and in fact, many of the
reputation of
stories that are
ferocity.
told over his names
Not
are
only
really
did he win
incredibly
battles,
inspirational.
but
So
he didn't allow
was
people to write about
definitely
him,
not
as we
a
said,
part
but he
of the traditional
encouraged
intellectual crowd.
refugees.
You know,
And when he
hanging
conquered
around
a city, he
yeshivas
always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to
impressing
the next
everyone
city
with
because
his
it's going to weaken
anecdotes
them,
and things like
it's
that.
going to
He was
weaken
much more
their
of a
food supply,
solitary
and they're
wanderer
going to terrorize
who
the
would
people
go
with
off into the
tales.
forest,
The
meditate,
millions of
come back
people
with
that the
great
Mongols
mystical
killed
truths and
with
things
their
like this.
steel
Now, he
chiseled
followed
teeth,
in the
eating
footsteps
children,
of
and
a
all
much
kinds of horrible
older
tales.
tradition
Genghis
known
Khan
as
encouraged
the
it.
Baal Shem.
This is
His name
propaganda.
is the
It's
Baal Shem
terrorism
Tov,
of a
which means
mental
literally
sort to weaken
master
the
of
enemy.
the good
And
name.
so when you
But
hear,
the emphasis should really
or
place
even
on
if you
the
know
word
they're coming, you
Tov,
see the
good,
dust, you hear the
because
kind of
sometimes people
roar that
understand that
comes
to mean
with
he's the
all
master
those
of the
horses
good name,
and the
meaning
trembling
the
of the
master
earth.
of
That
God's
must have been
name.
truly
That's
terrifying.
an allusion
So
to
psychological
the
warfare
very pronounced
was a
phenomenon
part
of
of the
the
whole
urge of
process.
Kabbalah and
But
Hasidic
as I
tradition. That
understand,
is
there was always an
production
offer
of
for the
amulets,
towns and the territories being attacked
recital of certain
for them
spells,
to
and so on. By
surrender
the way, they are
peacefully without the
enjoying
loss of life.
a resurgence
And
right now in the context of the
alternative would
coronavirus.
be a near complete loss of life.
Hasidic
Can you speak to that?
amulets,
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was
At any
known.
rate,
But to
really
explain to
from
them
the
that if they
17th
surrendered,
century and earlier,
all the lives
there are
would be
these people who
spared,
were called
but
Baal
they could
Shem,
continue
who
in their
would cater
professions.
to the
It's just that
need
now the rulers would be the
common
Mongols.
folk
They
by
would have to pay
producing
the
these kind of
taxes. It used to be the same
religious
taxes it
that
did before,
were
but now they
literally
would go to the
amulets that were
Mongols.
like
It was
things
kind
to
of the general
ward
system.
off the evil
And because
eye,
you only have
things to
100,000
help with
soldiers, you can't
a
leave a
livelihood,
detachment there.
finding a like
So
partner, all
you're going
kinds
to
of
leave
things
the
like this.
local people
And
in
this is,
charge to run their
stock and
country
trade of traditional
or their city or
religion
their area
of
the
virtually
way they
every
have done
site.
in the past.
Judaism is not
He was absolutely faithful
unique
to
in this
them.
regard. There are
In one episode in the north of Persia,
go to
one in
a
Iraq,
Judaic
his
store and they
son-in-law
will have a whole array of various,
violated
kind of
and
like
was stealing and
amulets that
looting
you
from
put
the
in your
people
car
who
or
had
on your front door or in your baby's crib.
Genghis Khan
They're
called him
essentially
in,
like prayers.
and he
If
stripped
this
him
was
of
not a
his
history
rank,
lecture or a
and he said,
theology lecture, we would get
the
more
next
into
city,
what exactly these
you
do
go
and
first.
what is the place
As a
of
common
this.
soldier,
But
and of
for
course
the
he was
time
killed
being,
in the
let's
next battle.
understand that,
I don't know
hundreds
the
of
name
years,
of the
Jews
daughter,
have been
unfortunately. I'm trying to figure
consuming
that out. But anyway, it was a close relative to him.
Really thousands of
He was
years,
killed
all the
in
way
the
back
next
to
battle
have
as well.
examples
So
of
that was the
ancient
law.
Babylon and so on.
So then,
So,
if the city
but
fought,
many of the people who
and the Mongols
produced these
won,
things were
they
not
did not kill
necessarily
everyone.
reliable.
What they
They're
did
not
was they killed
necessarily
all the leaders. They felt like the
best
elite had not
examples
served them
of
well, and they used to kill the army
and
because they couldn't
scholarship and so
incorporate
on.
the army into
So
their
when
own.
the Baal Shem
The
Tov
army
came
had
along,
failed,
he was generally
but the
known
one
as the
thing that
Baal
they
Shem
valued
Tov.
were
He was the
all the
good
artisans, everybody who had a skill,
distinguishing
and that
him
skill
from
could be
some
making
of
a
the
pot,
charlatans that
it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be
brought on
weaving
the
carpets,
he was
it could
regarded
be
as
translating
a
or just reading and
genuine
writing.
miracle worker
Every
who
person with
really
a skill
had
was spared.
spiritual insight, phenomenal
So
compassion
the
for the
killing
wider
of the people
population.
who were defeated wasn't so
he
severe.
started this movement.
What was truly
He
severe was
collected
if
a
you
small group
surrendered,
of disciples around him,
and many
and
of
then
them
the
did,
third
and they knew they
generation
would not
under
be harmed, so they're
particular
not harmed. The Mongols go on, the Mongols are hundreds of miles away,
generation
and all
of
to
Hasidic
forget
leaders,
about the
all of
Mongols.
whom
Genghis
had
Khan said where
their
they were
own
supposed to send so many
individual
cows or
approach
sheep,
to
and
Hasidic
I'll
thought,
forget
but
about
nevertheless, it drew from the same intellectual well that the Baal Shem Tov had dug in the 18th century. What are the primary features of Hasidic thought? So let's look a little bit at what's the essential sort of theological message.
When there's an agreement,
First of all, Hasidism really emphasizes the idea of state. It's kind of like spiritual cleaving to God, which is the opposite of the technical term ecstasy. Ecstasy literally means to stand outside oneself, meaning to have an out-of-body experience, so transported with one's religious enthusiasm. Actually, the word enthusiasm might be better, and veils to have God within you. So
he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the Greek Buddhists are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and
somehow
as it says in the Persian history,
with the divine, somehow getting close to God and becoming enveloped within God totally submerged within oneself.
He was killed.
The means to that are primarily through prayer.
Genghis Khan,
there's a lot of
he had never lost a
about how
family member.
one of the founders of
None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that is your pride and joy, in so many ways.
We'll speak about it in a minute.
And so he called
He
the
actually
father.
went to the Maggid of Nezar, the disciple of Baal Shem Tov,
Did not tell him,
to
and
learn
did
how
not
to
announce
pray.
it to
Right? He
public.
was certainly
And the
totally
son came.
familiar with the
And son
prayers.
didn't
I'm
know
sure
why
he
he was being
memorized
summoned.
them. I'm sure he knew exactly what he was saying and translated everything, and there was no
You have
difficulty.
to tell me
But
that
the deep
you will
mystical
not
meaning of prayer, the idea of prayer, the efficacy of prayer, that's something that the Hasidim really emphasized, and that's what the Alter Rebbe went to the Maggid to learn. Also,
And
the
the father
power of
was,
song,
no one was allowed to
power
moan.
of
No one was allowed to
meditation,
cry.
the power
No
of
one was allowed to
fellowship,
do
other
anything.
Hasidim. It's a very
You just
gregarious movement, and there is
make
tremendous
them
value
cry.
in coming together.
You know, he came down
These
on
are
the
things which
people
were
of
not
Afghanistan.
necessarily high on the list for
So
the
harshly.
traditionalists.
And it
Prayer,
went on
of course,
for
is always
weeks and
important,
weeks,
but
the
you know,
killing
very
in
private, quiet
Afghanistan.
affair.
And then
It
just kind of wore
the
itself
internal
out.
world
He
of prayer was
recognized
very
it.
private. It was not necessarily
Allowed his
something that was
emotions to
celebrated in the same way.
overcome
And so the
practicality
Hasidim really
and
placed
the
emphasis
slaughtering of
on
these
those
people should
words.
stop.
But all of these things
So he did it. But that's the
are
only time
accessible
I
to
know of that
those
he
with
really
limited
kind of
education.
lost control of his
Now,
own
anyone
emotions.
pray with
And
intensity.
it's something we
You
can
just
all
have to
understand, but
develop
his
that
response
spiritual
was
muscle. You
truly
don't necessarily
extreme.
have to,
We will not
be
cry, we
man
will not mourn.
to
They will
pray
cry,
properly,
they will
as we
mourn.
shall see.
So that
Another
goes
feature,
against
a reliance on mystical
cold,
teachings and
rational
a
way he
willingness to
approached
disseminate mystical
war,
teachings to the
which is
broader
peace is
population.
offered
Whereas the
and then
traditionalists
betrayal is
view
punished.
I should
the
that
teachings
he did
of
not slaughter the people in the
mysticism
peaceful
as they
towns.
are
What
recorded,
happened
for example,
was
in the
the
Zohar
killing of the
or
what
the
people
Sefer
thought was the
HaPakir or
tyranny will may
other
have been
great
of
mystical
Genghis Khan.
facets of the
The
Jewish
killing
faith.
of him
These were
revitalized
regarded
a lot
as
of
being
people's hope,
sacrosanct
and a lot of
and
cities
intended
revolted.
only for
The
those
ones who
who
did not revolt
already
were not killed,
mastered
but the
the
cities who
entirety
revolted,
of
he killed
Jewish
them all.
law.
There was a
That already
mass
mastered
slaughter.
the entire Talmud,
There
the
are
entire
estimates that
Jewish law, and
Genghis
all these
Khan
kinds of things.
and his Mongol
And
Empire
the
were
Hasidim, on the other hand, was saying,
responsible for
no,
an
we can
estimated
take some of these ideas,
40
we can
million deaths,
maybe water them
approximately
down,
10% of the world's
package them
population.
differently so they can be
So
read
to
by
put this
people
number in the
who do not
perspective of the
necessarily
modern
have
day, that would be
tools to
equivalent
decipher
to
the
killing
coded
about
language.
800 million
But
people
we
in
will
today's population.
disseminate these ideas. And
So
they
how
will
should we think
infuse
about the
common
brutality
Jewish
of
practice with
numbers
a
like
whole
these?
new
The
universe
number
of
itself
being
is difficult
that's
to deal
derived
with.
from the Kabbalah
Millions of
tradition.
people were killed. For
Third,
every
as
family
I've
that lost
said this a
someone,
couple of times now, but I'll say it anyway.
it's a total loss. There's
Valorization
it
of
doesn't
the
matter what the
common,
number is, it's a
often
tremendous loss.
uneducated
And
Jew.
there was
There's
tremendous loss
so
of
many
life,
stories
as
in
in
the
every
Hasidic
war.
literature
I don't
that
think we should
emphasize
judge him
the power of simple
any
piety.
differently
And
than other
quite
conquerors
often
in history
negatively
countries
contrasting the highly
today that fight wars,
intellectualized
including our
and
own
very
country.
cold and rational
And
approach
we,
of the
whatever we are
traditionalists,
willing to permit our
by
country to do,
seeing the
we should
tremendous
be able to
compassion
understand why
and
Genghis Khan
genuine
or the
spiritual
Mongols did it.
enthusiasm
You
of
look
the typical
today
Hasidic Jew.
in the world,
In
people
terms
are
of the
killing
structure of Hasidic communities, they tended to
children,
be developed
women,
around
civilians,
charismatic
every day.
leaders who
Every
often
day.
formed
And it's always
dynasties.
in the name of something,
The
in the
son
name of
of a given
peace, or in
leader
the
would
name of
become the
God,
next Hasidic
or in
leader
the
and
name
so
of
on,
our
and
nation.
especially through the
There are
19th
always
century.
reasons for the killing.
But really,
And the United
tightly that
States is
circles
certainly
the nominal
involved
dedication
with that.
the
Supplying the
Rebbe,
weapons
to
for bombing
the leader
people,
of the
invading
Hasidic
Afghanistan,
as
invading,
a
fighting
prime
in
locus of
Iraq,
Jewish
fighting
spiritual
in
integration. So
Syria.
that's kind of like this movement that
The
started
United
developing in
States
the
is
late
very involved. And
18th
there's always,
century.
oh, but
By
we're
the time
defending
you get to the
democracy.
turn of the
Yeah,
19th century,
we brought a hell of a lot of
really picking up
democracy
steam.
to
And so
Afghanistan.
that attracted the
We killed a killed a lot of
mention
people.
of the traditionalists. Let's have a look at how they dealt with it.
You can even look
And
back to
these
World
are,
War
of
II,
course,
our great moment
so-called
democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We talked about bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those are not military targets. We're not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children.
It's very
That's
funny how
America.
the term
That's
has
us.
connotation.
My father
Among
fought in that
Hasidim,
war. In fact, he fought
the
in
word
all. He fought in
Nisnaged is
Vietnam. He fought
almost
in that
like
war.
the
And he
enemy.
fought in Korea.
It's the mem word, right?
But he
And
was
there's
good.
like a derivative version of
America,
it,
there's
the
nothing wrong with
snags
it.
they
And I'm
hear
not,
in late
I don't
21st
even
century
condemn
parlance.
America, but I'm saying,
And
how can we
the
condemn
Nisnaged, on
one
the
set
other
of
hand,
people for doing
the
it
Jews
and
who are
then excuse it in
traditionalists
ourselves?
who are looking askance
We
at
tend
this
to do
new
that.
Hasidic
We, especially
innovation.
barbarian people,
They ended
people
up
from STEM,
absorbing
for
that
example,
term and considering it
we tend to
perfectly neutral,
demonize
and in
them.
fact,
Or any
just
enemy
a
we
sort
have,
of
we tend to demonize them.
ethnic, cultural
You said a lot
designator.
of interesting
So it's funny,
things there.
I
So
know that I,
one is
some
just
of my best
the
friends
very
are
nature of
Hasidic.
war. And war is
And
how.
when I bring with them, when I get together and,
And sometimes things like
enjoy
dropping
some of that
the atomic
amazing
bomb,
Hasidic fellowship,
which is
they may
an
start
act of
saying
essentially
a story that
in the same
reflects
style as
negatively on
Genghis Khan,
Nisnagdim, and then they'll suddenly reverse a look and
in
say,
an
oh
attempt
my
to
gosh, I'm
prevent
sorry,
further.
I'm offended. But that's not how Nisnagdim regards
It's a
this term.
justification.
It
People
is
are always
simply a
fighting
statement
for
of reality
peace.
that
Always
the
fighting for
Jews
peace.
of
World
the
War I
North,
was to
the
make the world safe for
traditionalists in the
democracy
region
and
of
peace.
Lithuania
In
in
World War
particular,
II, but what happened?
opposed
We went to war in
Hasidism
Korea. We went
quite
to war in
strenuously.
Vietnam. We
And so
bombed
they
Cambodia. We
took
bombed
this term,
Laos. We
Nisnaged,
bombed
as
Afghanistan. We
a
bombed
way of
Syria.
describing themselves
We
as
bombed
we are
Iraq.
not those people.
We're always
No
fighting
way.
for.
Those are
You know,
Hasidim.
I'm
We are
not a
not that very
pacifist.
distinct from them. We're
I am not.
They
I
were
grew up
centered around the
surrounded
leadership
with
of
soldiers,
Elijah
and I'm not a
yes,
pacifist.
shown here,
But I am
known
trying
most
to be a
popularly
realist.
as
That
the
all
Vilna
nations
Gaon,
kill.
the genius of the
It
city of
happens
Vilnius.
everywhere.
So can we universally also then, why you're passionately
with
criticizing
the
the wars of
Hasidim
the
is
20th
not
century?
nearly as
Can we also
pronounced
criticize Genghis Khan
as
and
it tends to
Alexander
be
the Great
portrayed in much of the
and
popular
the
literature.
wars fought by Caesar and
His deputies,
others
however,
in the
and
Roman
his
Empire?
successors
That they're
did
essentially
carry on the fight with tremendous
wars of conquest,
tenacity
and
and
in
sometimes
some human way
even
were not
underhandedness,
necessary,
as we shall
or
see.
were not
What was their
defensive.
primary
They're just part of this
reaction? So
human
first of all,
drive to expand, to explore, and to
we should
accumulate
understand
power.
that there's a
Maybe this is a good
geocultural
place to also
aspect,
talk
right?
about
The
something I
Hasidic
respect a
movement
lot. Dan
is
Carlin
primarily
of
based
Hardcore
in
History
South
Podcast.
in the
He
region
did
of
an
southern
amazing
Poland,
series
Ukraine,
on
and so
Genghis
on,
Khan and the Mongols
which
called The
is
Wrath of the
not
Khans. I
known,
recommend
especially
people go listen
at
to
the
it.
turn of the 19th century,
So
for its
he had a lot
strong
of interesting ideas
educational
there. One of them,
network.
he presented
There
the
are
idea of
no great
historical
yeshivas there at the time.
arsonists. So referring to figures who cause and mass
There are not
destruction,
many
but
great
also pave
yeshivas
the
in
way
the north either
for
at
new
this time either,
developments
but
and
the
progress.
yeshivas don't develop until quite a bit later.
Making this
and stuff like
complicated
that.
case
And
that destruction often
the
in history
locus
paves the way
of
for progress.
the
So what do you think
intellectual
about
center
this?
of gravity
Creative
in Eastern
destruction,
Europe
it
is
certainly
really
works in
towards
some
the
aspects of
Lithuanian
life.
centers. And
Even with
Vilnius is
ourselves, for
one of the most
example, if we
important
can creatively
archaeological centers.
destroy
That's
some
where
of our
all of the
habits,
great
build
writing
new
is
ones,
happening,
it
where
sometimes
all the
works,
great scholars
or
are
we can
coming together and
destroy
so on.
relationships that
And
we're
so
in
the
in order to
Nisnagdimites
create new
basically
ones that
looking
can work.
down
When you start
literally
applying
the
it
map
to
at
world
the
history,
southern
it
Ukraine.
does become
However,
a little bit
we
more
should bear in
difficult.
mind that there are
I
exceptions.
certainly think that
Chabad,
these
as I mentioned earlier,
episodes
Chabad is
create great
actually a
changes.
Lithuanian
You can see great
movement,
changes
Hasidic
that happen
that
because of the
originated
Mongol
in
Empire.
Lithuania, although
Now,
they
whether
maintained
or not
a
that's a
locus
good
there as well,
reason for the
although
Mongol
it also
Empire
did
having
influence
happened,
not only in
it
the
seems
rest
like
of
a bit of a
the
stretch
world as a whole.
for me.
So there is
You know,
a cultural
the
and
Mongols
a
helped to
map
unify
issue
many
that is
countries.
related to this.
You can take Korea
Some of
and
the
three
opposition was
basically
based on the
kingdoms
fact that many
pushing
of the
together.
Nisnagdim
Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia,
one of them
with
would
so many
stand up
little
and would be
kingdoms and
claiming
duchies
himself
and
as
dukedoms,
Messiah.
and the
And
center had been in
look
the
what happened
Ukraine.
to us in the 1600s.
And they shifted the focus out of Ukraine
This
and
was
more towards
especially
what
the
we
case
call
because
Russia now,
when you
and
look
they
at
begin the process of
Greeks,
unification
see them
and a great
revered their
impact on
Rebbe,
this country.
there were a
So,
lot of
in a way,
doctrines
it's a new creation.
quite,
Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated, so corrupted, and so decayed
the
of their
transference
own
of thought, where
lack of moral fiber.
a Hasid might say to himself, well, you know what?
It was easy to
Well, I just
conquer
pray
them.
directly to God.
Okay,
I
so
can't pray
Kublai
to
Khan
God.
finally conquered
Well,
all of
listen to me,
China.
I'm so far
He
away.
was conquering
I
the
will
decayed
instead
pray to my Rebbe.
When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph,
This
they
is
were conquering
definitely
a very
not
dictatorial
Jewish theology
institution.
by any means.
No one
And,
likes war, and I
I'm
certainly don't
hard-pressed
like
to
war,
find a
but I'm not
Hasidic group that
100%
actually
against it. I think that
endorsed
there are
this.
times
It sounds more like sort of a Gnostic
people are going to
slur,
do it for their
but
own
nevertheless, the
protection,
idea
if
that
nothing
a
else,
Jew would
or
have
their
an
own
intermediary
family, and it's
for
justified
praying
in
to
that
God
sense
is
to themselves. It may
completely
not be
contrary
justified in
to
a world sense,
vast
but I just make the case for being
but
tolerant of
whether
what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the
the
Americans
idea
did.
of
And I am
submitting
American,
prayer
there's
requests
no
to the
question about
Rebbe,
that.
a time-honored practice,
We
which
overlook all
also
the
viewed
things
with a
that we
lot of
did.
suspicion. Things like
That's
that.
interesting, for example, in
Related to this,
Afghanistan,
the
we
fears
were there
that
for
the
20
Hasidim
years.
were engaged
We had
in
made the Taliban
anti-Colombian
stronger
tendencies.
before when they were fighting against the Russians. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out.
Against the law.
But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran
And
clan.
the idea is not against the Russian law, but against Jewish law, because the Hasidim were adopting all kinds of practices.
This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us.
Hasidim have a
we don't even
very
see it.
rigid set of time
When
guidelines.
Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time
at a
in
certain
Iraq,
time and not
he
later
with
than a
his
certain
people.
time, and so on.
He said
And,
the Mongols,
if you miss the morning
Americans,
prayer,
the
well, now you gotta
Mongols
wait for the
have
afternoon prayer
returned.
because it's too late for
The
the morning prayer.
Mongols have
Whereas the
returned.
Hasidim were
Like
saying,
he
no,
said,
wait
the
a second.
Americans are just the new
Is this what God wants? Does God really care about
I
this?
can see it. I don't
Because
accept
of the
that.
time? You know,
But
get
I
up
can see how
and
people think.
have a coffee like a man.
If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves,
And then when
perhaps
you're
we will
ready,
be more
pray
ethical in our
properly
dealings with
with
other
full
people.
enthusiasm.
And there's
kind of
effects that you can
reminiscent
talk
of
about.
what
I mean,
they
the
should have
unification of China,
that if
Mongols,
I
or
had
otherwise,
6
is a very
hours to
important
cut
step
down
in
the
the
tree,
history of
I would
China.
then spend 4 hours
That
sharpening the
permeates
axe.
to
So the
today.
Hasidim were saying, hey, you got to cut
And then
down the
there's a
tree
lot
by a
of
certain
stuff that
time.
we'll talk
And the
about.
Hasidim were
It's
saying,
religious
we're
freedom.
not going to waste our time
Also
chopping
that
over
work
dull
with
axe.
the
We've
trade
got to sharpen
routes,
our axe
all
before we
this,
cut down the
there's
tree.
a lot
Now,
of
there are lots of
progressive
specific
consequences
details
of the
you
Mongol
know, the halachic basis
conquest
for
of the
this or
Mongol
that
Empire.
position. I will not
We'll
go
talk
into that.
about that,
But
but
the
let's
nature
linger
of
on
the charge
the
was that
heavier
the
topic
Hasidim
for a little bit
claimed
longer.
class and who's
Like we were talking about Dan
halachic
Carlin,
norms. And it was
he
many different
was
areas in which this
critical
Shvita was another very
your
important
work,
one.
a
Exactly
little
how
bit
does
showing your
one
respect, but also
slaughter
like
an animal,
critical
make it
as
kosher, and
being
so
a
on.
bit too
Kinds of prayer mentioned and other details. So the fear that they're
emphasizing and
actually going
focusing
to be transgressing
a
Jewish
lot of
law
positive
is very
impacts
real.
correctly and accurately,
Now here's
but
where I think
not
it's
giving
especially
enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing,
you should
the
recall,
hell that
as
is
I
war.
discussed a little while ago,
So
and it's
can
actually
you
a
understand
phenomenon
his
that goes back
criticism?
further into
Guilty.
the
I'm guilty.
that
Steve Manning.
in many regions,
Carl is a very
position
smart
of the
man. I
rabbinate
respect him very
was
much. I
actually
like
a
him
purchased
tremendously.
position.
And
In
he's
the
right.
Lithuanian
But
Commonwealth,
that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing.
the rabbinate.
It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say
not necessarily thinking about
how the wall was broken down,
they thought about
how this unit was defeated, you know. No, it's what comes afterwards. You know, just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born. The story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the training system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so we're all benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. All we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If you went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also replied Native Americans and so on. that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. There's a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well. There's all the different kinds of people that came from this.
I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or there are victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and to wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law for all people that follow their own law. You can have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision. And I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime,
which is the
final section. At the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around,
and that is the
I don't see much vision.
So,
I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it.
Or the English term
where's the vision?
Which is a reference
so we're going to have peace, and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and we're, what the heck are they talking about? There's no vision.
A lot of amazing figures.
So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it be? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare. I mean, it's legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to
they were influenced by some of the basic
capture the public imagination, his mind, his vision, but also have the skill to execute it and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things. That's very rare in history.
Certain elements
and when they come along, they change the direction of history.
Now, there were limits. The
Look at some
Enlightenment
of these
never figured out race very
world-defining
well.
ideas. Religious freedom
Totally ignored women.
is
But the
just
idea of
surprising
men,
and
that is
incredible
literally men,
that Genghis Khan was able to
are equal. That
enforce,
was a very significant element
inspire
of taught that
the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. From religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome, to some extent, was reasonably tolerant of different sects, and just not the Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia, was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we had mentioned before, the Naiman king, Kayang Khan. His son, Kuchler, had fled. No good words, get well said, but Kuchler had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian, Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism, while his subjects were Muslim. And he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them. So they sent delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kuchler from power. Kuchler fled down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols said. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of
places
Mongolia.
like
Up to this point, it's been
France,
tribal law.
there was an
And
immediate
he
shock
saw,
with the
as we
revolution,
mentioned before,
and that
that
resulted
the tribes were
in
mostly
Jewish
fighting over
emancipation
women.
in
So you outlaw the
1791.
kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of
Jews.
women, and you cut
Germany
down
had a
on
much
a lot
harder
of
time of it going back and
But he
forth
saw
over the
that
19th century.
civilized
But this promise of
people
political equality, which we
fought a
call
lot
in
over
this
religion.
particular
They
context,
weren't fighting over women, they're fighting over
emancipation,
religion.
the idea
And so
of
he made the law.
Jews, it's not a very
Now,
good
this is a very
sentence. They weren't actually
interesting. Talk about
enslaved.
religious freedom.
They were
Religious
just
freedom comes in many
discriminated
forms.
against legally. But
One
the
form
idea
is
of
to allow
allowing them access to
institutions
general culture
to do what they
slowly
want.
gain
So
much
we're going to allow
currency
the
as a result
the
of
Mormons
activity
and the
of people like
Catholics and
Moses
the Jews
Mendelssohn.
and the Muslims
And
each to do what they
people who
want in
gathered
the
around
organized
him
churches
were
that they
called
have.
Maskilim. That
His
is
law was not
the
that. It
adherents of the
presumed that. It
Haskalah, the
allowed that.
Enlightenment,
But he
who
said
wanted to
every
demonstrate
person
to larger
has the right
population
to
that in
choose their
fact
religion.
they deserve
No one
to be
can stop
included
them.
in general
No one can
European
force
culture
them.
and thought and
The
society.
idea that it was individual
They made
choice, no one in history has
tremendous
ever thought of
progress.
that.
Now,
That it
Mendelssohn
belonged to the
himself
person.
was personally
That's a
observant,
really
and he did not seriously entertain
that
the
alone, I mean,
idea
that's why you
of
talk about Thomas Jefferson being
transgressing Jewish law
deeply
in
inspired
his
by
pursuit
Genghis
of
Khan.
emancipation.
I
He
mean,
was still
that
Sabbath observant and kept kosher
religious
laws and
freedom,
so on.
yes, of the
However,
individual, but
many
it's
of his intellectual
such a powerful
descendants did not necessarily agree. They
illustration,
said, you know what,
manifestation of just
maybe we
individual
should
freedom,
jettison
period.
some of these ancient
If you
Near Eastern
in
practices of
the
ours,
world,
and that way we will be
in history,
accepted
are
as
allowed
Jews.
to
If we, for example,
practice any
move the
religion you
Sabbath
want,
to Sunday, which of course is unheard
that's
of in traditional Jewish thought,
I mean, that is like
but
one
it
of
was
the
actually
biggest way to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral rights. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of, every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types.
They did not do it because they wanted to be
And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslims, leaders of them. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom, and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows
Eastern Europe, Western Europe, there was much
with a
more
small
of
army
an
to
accommodation
administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, a more
So the question
more
was,
practical, political sort
what
of way of
price
thinking.
should the
He
Jews
recognized
pay?
the
How
power
much
of having
should
a
they
balance of power,
invest
like
to
Shiite and
achieve
Sunni,
this
that
promise
both
of emancipation?
are going to be
Let's look
allowed
at four
equal
quick
rights.
figures, and I'll give you a
One is
sense of
not dominant over the
range of
other.
opinions.
And
So
Christians and
on the
Jews.
far left, you have Abraham
All have,
Fowler, who is
well,
associated primarily with what was
that
called the liberal
keeps
movement,
the society from
or in
fragmenting
America, it's known
against
as the
him
Reform movement.
or uniting
So
against
Geiger
him.
argued that,
There's
you
a
know
kind
what,
of fragmentation
there's so much of
that he's
Judaism
taken
that are
advantage
medieval
of.
accretions
I don't think
that
that was
we
his
have
main reason,
developed,
but I
and
do think he was quite
much of it
aware
is
of that.
human
That you
created,
give every
not
religion the
divine
right.
in nature, so we should
Now,
simply,
unfortunately,
remove those things that stand in our way.
the only religion he didn't recognize as a
Geiger
religion
is
was
often
Confucianism.
considered not necessarily
what did
someone
they
who
do?
was leading the
You know,
movement, but one
the
who was
Taoists
a
could do
figurehead
magic
of
on the
the movement.
earth,
Many
and they could
scholars
give
of the
people
early 19th
magic
century in Germany
formulas
point
and
to
cure, they have all this kind of stuff going on.
grassroots
Well, what did the
support among
Confucianists
German
do?
Jews
So the
who
people could be
wants to change
Confucianists, that
happen,
was okay.
and then put
But he
leaders
didn't
in place
expect
who will
all
respect
the
that.
tax-free
But
rights.
this is where one
See, that was
sees
another thing.
a lot of the dramatic changes
Dropped all
to
taxes on
the
religious
Sabbath,
institutions, all types.
to kashrut
But,
laws, and so on.
Since the
Then you have a
Confucianists were
little
not
bit to
necessarily
the
present.
right.
But then,
You
of
have
course, eventually
Zacharias Frankel, who was originally a
was
member
abused so
of this
much because
movement,
the religions were then
but,
asking everybody
in
to
the
donate
30s,
property.
if I
You can
remember
still
correctly,
use it. You
he
can
said,
still
"We're
farm
going
your land,
too
but it's
far.
ours.
We
And now you
are
don't have to pay
changing
taxes on it. You just give us some
fast."
money.
I
It
believe
was,
he would say
got
that
abused, but it
Judaism
started
should
off
change,
as a
but
good
it should be
idea.
evolutionary. It should be under
And
careful
genuinely, as I
deliberation.
understand, maybe
And the way
correct me.
reformers had attempted to
Of
move, for
course, there's
example,
the
the Hebrew
practical
language and liturgy,
aspect
that
of
was a bridge
those
too far.
policies, but
And
he
so
himself
you know
was
what,
just
we're going
curious about the different religions as well.
Historical
As I understand, he
and
never
it's now known in America.
chose any religion except the one
And who said we will change,
came. I
but
guess
not
I
as fast as
mean,
we
can you
want.
describe
And then you have
what he believed spiritually himself.
It's interesting, we said after the death of Shirabun Dispensa in Bamiyan and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, of famous Chang from China, who God despised, but he came and all of his magic formulas and things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons them, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion. Explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. What Khan Haldun? Khan Haldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray. He would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. So later on, actually, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away and pray. So we invade these people. So all the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around him. And you have to know them personally. The priest had to know what they like and don't like. Should you sing to them, or should you offer some products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for Mongols. You've got land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually, Genghis Khan he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus to work in his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather, are all the same. What kind of slaughtering knives is appropriate? Or Mochachtiger in the case of the eternal sky. When they talk about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. We've been arguing about what kind of headgear is appropriate. Became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions. All religions. And all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment.
We're going to view each other with a certain amount of distaste for the next couple hundred years,
but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. They felt that each person,
so we have to realize that 95% of everything
each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson, Mohan said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, you people have your scriptures, you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them.
And we look at the
I think it's true.
blowback that it got.
It's just, this conversation is just blowing my mind. The kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Lost, just had the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a Buddhist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is what he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power, because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles and all that, but The reality is,
avoid
there's a lot of things that
coronavirus
look awfully progressive about
rampaging
these
throughout the world right now.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms.
Talk about the new world, and then
When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Ongun, the Harlik, and different Mongol, and the Uyghur, even were administered by his daughters primarily, and then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way. But it wasn't necessarily in the our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think, well, they're so stupid, they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land.
So
just last
a little less time to
was the
prepare,
one who
but I hope
changed that
we'll be able
actually,
to
and then
go
sort
through
of
the
allowing
period
for more
very quickly
irrigation
anyway and get some sense of the this
But
particular
Genghis Khan,
unique
we
moment
can't
in
use
Jewish
these
history.
modern terms
So
of like a human rights crusader or I'm saying that
the period that I'd like to
the
cover
modern
right
sense
now
or environmentalist
is
or
really the
feminist.
transitional period, the
All
period
of this was a part of it.
when
Another
Jews,
part was the
essentially the
protection of
center,
envoys.
the
He said
cultural
every
center
envoy,
of
every
Jewry
ambassador, every
moved from
messenger
Europe to
is
America.
protected from
This is
arrest,
something that
from
took several
torture, and from
centuries,
killing. And if you kill
was accelerated by the
one of ours,
unfortunate
we will
massacres,
wipe you out.
was accelerated by the
In
incredible
1240, that was the
devastation of the
destruction of
Holocaust.
Kiev.
But it
This
is
is
a
after
movement that was
Genghis Khan,
definitely taking
this
place
is a good
prior to the
Khan,
Holocaust by at least 6 decades. So that's the period that I'd like to look at today, essentially the development of the New World,
the greatest general in the history of the
particularly
world,
the United States of
Sumanai,
America.
person who's up
So
to
to
that
begin
wasn't
with,
Genghis
we
Khan,
should talk
it was
about
for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Sumanai. So Sumanai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch.
Have been moving from place to place
People of Kiev
in order
decided
to
she was
try
a
and
witch.
eke out their existence in often hostile cultural environments for well over 2 millennia. This is something that Jews have learned to adapt to, and ironically, as we shall see when we come back to the last lectures of this series, what we have not adapted to so well is what to do when a country is really nice to us. We seem like we are in America,
signal to everybody
else
else
who's out of existence. That's the latest challenge that we have to be doing right now. But let's look at
Most of the ideas
massive migration.
we accept the idea, we don't do the practice.
Let us
All of us
recall
accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world
by
yearly.
external pressure.
We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation.
The Jewish version is more like a flee or flee response. Either run away
We
because
accept the idea of religious
the
freedom.
risks are
Oh,
simply
but
too
not
great.
those people. That's not. Theirs isn't
Or
good. Their
to,
religion isn't right. But
try
our
to
religion,
challenge
we
that
will
by
tolerate them, but they
driving
gotta be
the
more like us.
opponents, so to speak.
No.
This is something that
We
worked
only
for most
say
of Jewish
these things,
history,
but the world
but
still hasn't
only began
achieved.
to break down in a
And he
significant
did
way when we
achieve
get
these
to
within
the 20th
his
century,
empire,
as
in
we shall
his
see,
time.
God willing, when we return
He achieved
all of
those.
the after
So one of the things we
So
mentioned,
let me take you
but
into
I think
the
it's
beginning,
really
and let's look
fascinating.
at first at this map, which
Maybe an
I
immeasurable
return to quite
impact
often. I really
that
enjoy this
Genghis
map.
Khan
This
had
is a map that
is on
shows
trade.
the dispersion of
And
the Jews
you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network
in Spain,
that
and
spanned
later
I don't know how
1497,
many
the first
thousands of
conversions
kilometers.
Portugal that resulted in a
And there's a
slower
lot of
trickle of
interesting
Jews, but nevertheless very
things that were
significant
done to
movement
enable
of
that
Jews,
trade.
now called
One is
Portuguese Jews
providing
because they were technically
safety
converted to
and
Christianity, still retaining their Jewish
just the
identity,
envoys,
but
like
living
we
at
mentioned,
various
for
levels
communication
of openness as
in the
Christians
military
or as
context,
Jews
but
throughout
for
all
the
of Europe. And
merchants.
as you can see,
Can speak to
a
that,
large number
what
found their
Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road.
Nomads in general are very interested in trade. And throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried their goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade.
Look at America because in many ways,
they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. He created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit money, and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols also supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get. Waiting for the Mongols to work in their
America is different.
The Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that.
Easily say about most countries.
And his grandson or his son, Abdullah, was once asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing this. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And they said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually. And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China. And they were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. The mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years. But the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was impressive. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two ways. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure deposits back in that, because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also an exchange. Explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas. Whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating.
And it's a war poster that says side by side.
It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information. Everything was being exchanged, including even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. The Chinese less so, they're very suspicious of the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be
like golden Medina, the golden land
5 cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse.
Such a destination of choice
4 camels
for
count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take the census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went. It's a complete census of your people, and every house had to post outside. How many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies. But they became the financial advisors to him.
Brazil. It was an unusual kind of moment because the Jews who lived here were actually conversos,
and so you had a combination. They said he himself had that genius for combining
the persecution in
technology,
Iberian
but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing.
They essentially said,
partial spread of something.
well, you know what, we've been pretending all along, we're actually Jewish.
We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology,
tolerant
Chinese had
religious
gunpowder.
differences. He said,
Mostly
surprise
it was
the Jews.
used for
And then, of course, the
fireworks,
Portuguese came back.
religious
And
things.
they
And then
retook the
sometimes
region,
the warfare was
and the
used
Jews
for
of
kind of
Recife
primitive
said,
hand
that's it
grenade
for us.
or primitive
We've
bomb
already
that could be
outed
thrown
ourselves.
into
We're outside the closet.
This is at the time of
What are we going to do? So they decided to pack up their bags
So they had that.
and they left.
The Middle
And
Eastern,
they
the
boarded
Muslims,
the ship.
they had
Many of the
Byzantines
Jews of the
especially.
region actually
They
went
had
back to Europe, went back to London, to Amsterdam, but 23 Jews made their way to Manhattan, where they encountered the Dutch governor of the region.
Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything.
Dutch
But
controls New York.
they could cast bells for
Even though
churches.
he has an obvious
Okay, let's take that
Jewish
bell,
headgear, as you can see.
and we're going to
He
turn
and I
it on
actually
its
share the
side,
same taste in Jews. Isn't that
and we're
amazing?
going to use
And
the
also the same
principles
taste,
of
I
the
think, in airlines
flamethrower,
too.
and we're going to use the
Anyway,
gunpowder from China, and you got a
really didn't want to
cannon.
accept these Jews.
So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of
and he
Baghdad,
was the leader of
I
a
think
Dutch
in the lifetime of
colony,
Genghis Khan,
he didn't want to accept.
soon
And in
thereafter
his
his
letter of complaint
sons and grandson,
to
they were using
Dutch
some
East
very
India Company,
primitive
because
forms
you
of
should recall,
cannon,
even though
and
this is a governmental
even
institution,
something like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle.
the
You
world
can fire
was
very
really
small
dominated by
ballistic device.
massive
So this
corporations that were
combination
linked to one
of
degree or another
metallurgy,
to national
gunpowder,
government. The Dutch East
flamethrowers,
India Company,
you put it all
the
together
Hudson's
and
Bay
you come up with
Company,
something
built up to Canada,
incredibly
for
different.
example. So he wrote back to his corporate bosses,
on the topic
and he
of
said,
Canada.
Are
some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son
meaning even though they're Dutch citizens, they
Kublai
do
were
not
using.
get to
So
stay
how
here.
much
Dutch
gunpowder were
subjects
they
did
using?
not get to stay
In
here.
general, what was their approach to
Why?
siege
Because they
warfare,
are
for
a
example?
deceitful race,
What are some
hateful
different ideas
enemies,
there?
and blasphemers in
switched
the name
the
of
grandson
Christ,
Kublai
and they
Khan.
should not be infecting and troubling this new colony.
First of all,
The
he
story was
changed a
not
lot of
wanted
the
to send
strategies.
these 23
They were no
Jews
longer working.
away.
The Mongol system worked
These
perfectly
23
on the
Jews were
grassland.
mobilized whatever
Well, by the time
resources
you
they
get to
could,
Hungary, the
and they
grassland starts to
communicated
give
with
out.
their
By the time you
co-religionists in
get to
Amsterdam,
Poland, there's so
who
many
made an
farms,
appeal on their
sort of
behalf.
horses to get through
And
farms.
while
They don't want to go on
Trebizond
the
was
roads.
waiting for the
By the time you get to
response,
the Indus
they
River,
basically
it's
shoved
too
it in
hot, too
place
humid, the
until
bows are
finally the
getting the
response
wilt.
came.
The
And
horses
here's
are
what
exhausted.
the boss
It's not
said.
working.
Well,
So
the whole
to
thing
conquer
was
South
this
China,
kind of
Kublai
beautiful
Khan had to come up
honorable,
with new
prudent,
things.
pious, dear, faithful
One thing,
son.
the South Chinese
Thank you
had
for your
built
note,
a great
etc.,
wall.
etc.
It's
He
called the
says,
Great Wall of the
we're
Sea.
not going to let you
This is
pick out
before
the
the wall
Jews.
that we
Why?
know as Great Wall,
Because
which is really the main wall
considerable loss
of the
sustained
big
by
Dutch
the
River.
nation.
But the Great Wall of the Sea,
Others,
and they used it as a
when they were kicked out of
defensive
Brazil,
thing.
because
And
they
the
were
largest navy in the world, it was
doing
defensive.
a lot of
And it
things
was
for the Dutch
literally
when the Portuguese
defensive.
came back.
And then
And also
came time
because
for
of the
warfare,
large
they would
amount
chain
of
the ships
capital
together
they
across the
still
mouth of the
have
harbor to protect
invested
the city.
in the shares of this company.
They became a wall.
Meaning,
Okay,
Trebizond, you may not like
Kublai
Jews,
Khan,
maybe an
who
anti-Semite
was he,
yourself, but you
and
know what?
what was the state of China
We
at
have to
that
please our
time?
stockholders.
That kind of
And
sets
so
up
the
the idea
Dutch East India
of
Company, West India
ships
Company, I'm
and
sorry, said,
siege
you
warfare.
know what?
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China, but at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, who used to call the southern Song. He'd already conquered the Xia kingdom of the Tangut people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215.
Situation in
Conquered
America.
middle.
It was
Later, his descendants conquered
can
middle,
stay
and
here
Kublai Khan was
as
the one
long
to
as
take
we
on the
keep
south.
investing in
But
the
Kublai
country,
Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the
and also as long as
capture of
we do
Beijing.
not become a
And
drain
he
on
was nobody.
so the Jews
He
had
was
kind of like
the second
they're
son
working
of
with
the
a double
fourth son
standard in
of
their
Genghis
mind
Khan.
that, you know what,
Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around and conquering
which
Russia.
actually played
They've already burned down Kiev and they've conquered different places.
Years,
They're real Mongols.
kind of
That's
like
their whole life.
foreigners
And he's
in the
born,
lands they
he
inhabited
doesn't
on
meet
the
Genghis Khan until he's about
countries.
7 years old.
And they knew that
Genghis Khan
if
was
they were to be tolerated in a given
conquest in
situation,
Central
they
Asia.
had to make sure they
And
took
Genghis
care
Khan
of their
came
own,
back,
their own
and he
hospitals,
met him.
their own
And he
aid
said,
societies, widows,
he doesn't look like
orphans,
a
everyone has to
Mongol.
be taken care of.
He looks like his mother's people. His
all
mother
have
was
to be
Solakani,
taken
who was
And
actually
that's
part of the royal
really
family of the Merkin people,
ingrained
who
not
he
only
conquered
in
some
the
time ago.
overarching mindset of the Jews
So
and
it's
the
like his mother's
diaspora,
people, who's
but
a
also
bit more
specifically in
tawny,
America
almost
as well,
very white,
based on their very close
bright red
brush
cheeks,
with
and
expulsion
have a
from
certain
these
very
lands.
round face.
Now,
And so,
what were they doing
and,
at the time? I'm going the wrong way
looked
here.
different.
Sorry.
For whatever reason, his
Jews
mother, I
established
think,
themselves
she
primarily in
recognized the
trade.
difference
This
and
is
treated
something
him
that
differently.
they
Her
had been
oldest son
doing, of
was
course,
called
for a long time in
later
different
Monk.
countries.
Even
Jews
though
they were literate,
was
they were
drunk,
numerate, they had extensive
died on
connections with
campaign
co-religionists in other countries, and it was
took
something
over
that Jews
northern
had taken
China.
to
And she
with a
began to
considerable
put it
amount
together,
of
and she wanted her
cultural
son
weight,
to become the
heritage,
Great Khan, the
and
emperor of
tradition.
the Mongol
So
Empire.
basically, every single thing
And
that
this
was
wasn't in
traded
line. It wasn't going to happen.
in the world was
He's the fourth
traded
son
by
out of
Jews.
three.
One thing that was that has been
she calls the revolution. She made it happen.
argument
She
is
put her son in
Jews not the
Muhammad
slave
in
trade.
1251. He
It
became
would
Great
be
Khan.
a distortion of
He only
history
lived
that
till
Jews
1259.
somehow put up
He
their
died
hands
of
and said, no, we're not going to trade slaves because it's immoral.
They're different stories, and I don't know the truth of it.
Simply
But
did
he
not
died in
happen.
campaign
There were
in China,
definitely Jewish
trying to conquer
slave
southern
traders,
China.
even in the
Up to
transatlantic
this
slave
point,
trade, which is depicted
Kublai
here,
Khan had not been
slaves being
distinguishing
one of the most
himself.
important
His
exports
mother
of
was,
Africa.
she was a Christian
in
woman,
this
but she
triangular
had a
trade,
Buddhist
in which things
nurse
went
for him,
from
and she had
Africa,
Chinese
primarily
scholars
slaves,
come
to
in
the
to
New
tutor
World,
him.
and
She
then
had a very
law
good education for him.
from the New World to
And I
Europe,
think that
and then
she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff.
However,
The older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people, Hangdai, who was the son of Subadai, the great general, he assigned him to teach him warfare.
It's hard to know exactly why these numbers are not as proportionate as you would expect,
and at
but
first a little bit
nevertheless,
lazy, like
there's
talking about
certainly
the
nothing
religion,
to
sitting
see
around
here
go
in terms
hunting,
of
as long as he had been
especially
with him to the shootings,
not just trade.
and then to
Jews
prepare the
were
food
not
and all.
non-participants, but they were
And
certainly
his
completely
territory in northern China
participants in the trade.
was just
And Jews were, of course,
being
much
run in the
more
dirt by these
distinguished by selling
administrators,
things
the
like
Mongols and
molasses. Or,
They were just overtaxing
Canada
the
in
people,
particular,
cheating
where
the
there's a large
people,
settlement in
doing everything
Montreal.
wrong.
Jews were
And his
huge
mother
fur
basically
traders.
just pulled
They
his
would
chain.
deal with
She
Pierre
said,
Dubois,
go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there.
This
You
is much
take
more
charge.
common in terms of
Everybody
overall
was
Jewish
terrified of the mother. And
but
so
nevertheless,
he ran off to China and he started administering his land. He
nevertheless,
started
we
learning
have
how to do it. When his mother died in 1259,
small initially,
he was
but
down on the Yellow
significant
River,
Jewish
Yangtze River,
population developing.
on a
Initially,
campaign that he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign.
Who established
Meanwhile,
themselves,
his youngest brother,
particularly in
Amigbol,
New York, but we
was
also see
another
major
hothead
settlements
Mongol like
in
their
places
father.
like Charleston.
He was rather hot-headed, and he was back
only
in
place that was not
Mongolia,
directly on the
and his
coast was
tolerance for
Montreal.
religions. He was
Headed
headed overseas in debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. So he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoists.
Also a significant
So he just wasn't good for moderating
southern regions as well.
debates.
the Caribbean as well.
So he was going to be the new Great Khan.
Significant amount of
So
data.
he was declared the Great Khan in
Family
Mongolia.
was one of the
But this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of
It tells us a
anything.
little bit about the smuggling life of the tiny
His
number
wife,
of Jews
Chami,
in America.
sent him some
If we
coded
move forward a
messages,
little bit,
basically telling
here is
him,
an artist
forget about
rendition
southern
of Cher,
China. It's going to
the
always be there. You conquer that
remnants
some
of
other time.
Israel, the
Right now,
oldest
your brother
synagogue.
is taking over the empire. You should be the new
Close to
emperor.
it. It's
You
one of the
are
very
the next
first
son
synagogues that was set up
after
in New York. It moved to different locations. The
And somehow she
original
invigorated
Restream
him. And
location.
he came back, and
And
even though he didn't have
early in
all
the
the
19th
military
century,
strategy,
the Jewish
northern
presence was
China,
really
the
very
resources were
small.
immense.
It moved
You
very
could cut off
slowly throughout
Mongolia.
the 18th
Mongolia
century. But we
was
get
very
a sense
dependent on
of
northern China
what
for
this
food.
community is like. For
All
example,
the
they
Mongols
didn't
supported
have a
Akbar.
full-time
All the ones in
rabbi
Central
until
Asia,
1840.
all
So
of
that
them were
means
supporting
200
Akbar.
years
And so
Jewish
he went
settlement
to get food from
in
them,
Europe with no full-time
and then
rabbi.
they didn't want to
Can you
give up their
imagine?
food.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
we
the
want to support
conditions
you
would have
for
been out of control.
very hot,
But
but
the
we're not giving up our food.
say, yeah, in
So he
fact,
was
they
basically
did
kind
have
of starved into
different
submission
population
in
because
1262,
there was no
and then he was taken prisoner into China, and then
this is
he
a notice that was published by Cher Israel
mysteriously
on Arab
passed
Thanksgiving,
away
right? The
in
eve of the holiest day of the year,
while
in
a legal
1757.
case was being brought
good
against him for trial,
60 years
but he
before the
never made
full-time
it to
rabbi.
trial.
And
He was
the
gone.
letter reads
So Kublai
that
Khan,
the Parnasim meeting, the
we're not
heads
really
of the
distinguished
community,
himself very much.
received that several Jews are
He didn't have
daily
the deepness of
violating
his
the
grandfather,
principles
I
of our
won't say
holy
that,
religion,
but he was
such as
smart and
trading
clever.
on Sabbath,
He understood
eating
more about
forbidden
China than
meats,
most
and
Mongols
other
did.
heinous crimes.
And he
They
understood
like the
more
way
about
they're
Mongols than
heinous
most
crimes.
Chinese did.
But the fact is that there is
So the
no
great thing left that
social
Genghis Khan said on his
control over
deathbed,
Jews other than
finish conquering
the,
China.
the inertia
That was
and
the
the
great
weight
objective.
of the established
So
community, which was very small
Kublai was
and
going to
very
fulfill
tenuous.
this, and they
In
didn't know how. The
Europe,
Great
you
Wall
still
of
had
ships
the presence of
was
Faith
protecting the
you
southern
still
zone.
had
This huge Yangtze River was so
massive
bad.
tradition
Why?
of
The
rabbinic
ocean on the
authority
side. All of
that
these
was
things were
vested in
protected.
Kabila and structure. But in America,
So
a
he
very
had, for
voluntaristic
one of his
country,
very smart
Jews were
generals,
essentially free to behave
who was a
any way they
real
wanted.
Mongol,
And
but he
if
was
they
also
chose to
able to
step
think
outside
innovatively.
the
He was the
boundaries
grandson
of
of
traditional
Subadai,
halacha, very
and
little
he went with his
actually
father
stopped
when he
them
hung
from doing
Kadai
so. This
on
should
the
be familiar
conquest
to
of
us
Red
in
River
the
of
21st
northern
century. This is in
Vietnam
fact a
against the
reality
Vietnamese
today, but it was a reality in America
They went
from
down the
its
river.
inception.
They were trying
And
to surround
Jews
the
frequently
Chinese
flouted traditional
territory.
authorities
They were
and
going to
did
hit them from the
essentially
north,
what they
from the
wanted.
west, and from the
But
south.
when they wanted to
So
take
they
a
went
step
down
out, they
the
would
Red
come
River
back towards the
to conquer the
traditional
Dai Viet.
community,
The
and
Dai
the
Viet
community had to
moved their army
tolerate
up on the
a
other
wide
side by boat,
variety
and
of
then they had a
approaches
whole
to the
corps
authority
of
of
elephants.
halacha.
So the Mongols on one side of the
Interesting
river,
to know
but
that what are the kind of
Dai
punishments,
Viet
what are the
forces
kind of
on the other
coercive
side.
powers
But
that the
Yangadai
community could
was a
use?
smart man,
So,
not a genius, but
they're
smart.
right. He will not
And
be
he
deemed a
already knew
member of
from
a
campaigns
congregation
in
of person
Burma
who
that the only
transgresses
way
these
to
heinous
rout
crimes,
an elephant
and none of
was with
the
flaming
honors
arrows
of
to
the
the feet.
synagogue conferred on him. I love
That
the
was it.
16th century spelling, by
But
the
he
way.
recognized
And
that they
here's the
came up
really
on
difficult one.
boats.
And when
Mongols
dead,
didn't like
will
boats.
not be buried
They
according to the
crossed the
manner
river
of
on a
our
boat.
brethren. This is
They wanted to do
actually one of
something
the
more
strongest
The
punishments
boat
that
was
can
like
be
a
used
cart.
in
The
Europe.
cart belonged
The
to a woman. It was a
Hebridean
floating
could
cart.
simply
I am not going over
refuse
a
to
floating
bury
cart.
and
I'm going to ride
consider
a
it a
goat
very,
skin
very
across the
horrible
river.
punishment, and that most Jews would
So
ultimately
he's
pay
assigned
as
one
a
detachment.
follow
You have
the
to
will
burn
of
the
David if
boats
that
so
was
the
the case.
Dai
So
Viet
for the
cannot
first
escape
couple hundred
when we
years of
around
Jewish
the
life
elephants.
in North
Well,
America,
the war,
this is the
the
kind
battle
of
when he got
Wild West
started.
atmosphere
The
they have.
elephants are running
There are,
wild. All kinds of
in
chaos is
terms
going
of
on.
the security, there are definitely some
group that said to
heroes
burn the
that
boats,
stand out. There are a
they're
lot of
Mongols.
overachievers,
They
like
want to go to war.
Solomon, who
Why
was a
burn a
close
bunch of women's
associate
carts?
of
It's
George
just not,
Washington,
you
actually
know,
a
funny. So they
major
go and join the battle.
financier
They
that
leave the boats.
supported
Well, the
the
Mongols won the
war and
battle.
revolution.
But
And we have
the Soviet forces got the boats and
stand
sailed
out
back
by
to
other
what's
people,
now Hanoi.
Jews in
Then they
America,
evacuated the city, took
particularly
all the
Canada,
food, everything out of the
Canada
city,
as well.
and they disappeared into
Also,
the
they
Delta.
distinguished themselves as
The
great
Mongols
leaders.
arrived, they conquered,
But
quote
it's a
unquote,
very thin history
Hanoi,
because there's very, very
capital
few people
city,
living here
and
at the time. Have a
they had
look at this
nothing.
graph
They
that
had
shows
nothing.
you the growth of the population.
They won every
And
battle,
you can
they
see
lost
here
every
on the
war.
left,
They retreated.
1654,
Aju was the
the
son
number is actually
of
23. Like that's the
Hankadai, and he
first
saw all this happen,
boatload
and he
of refugees
recognized the
from Restream
importance of
coming in.
water and boats.
100 years
That's how he
later,
knew
and
And he spent his
basically
time studying
cracked
the
maybe
Yangtze
1,000,
River and every little
and it
river
grows
around
very
it and the
slowly
cities.
until you get
The
to the
crucial
middle of
thing
the
he
19th
saw
century,
was
and
the
that's when
cities
you
were
get
heavily
a much
fortified
larger
on the
number
land
of
side.
German
Because
Jews
invasion
to make
comes
their
from the
way to the
land,
country.
and they expect this little line of
Even the
boats to
promise
protect them
of
from the water. And
emancipation
so their
that
city
had
walls
been
are weak,
afforded to the
the
Jews
defenses are
already
weak on
from
that
the
side. That's where we
revolutionary
have
period
to attack.
only really
So how?
begins to pick up
They
steam
sent off to
as
Il-Khanate, to Persia,
the debates over
where
emancipation
Genghis
are
Khan,
raging
his uncle, was
in
now dead,
Germany.
and
We
his
spoke about
cousins
this
were
briefly at
ruling
the end of last
there,
week's
or his
lecture.
nephews.
And so they
his
decide,
cousins.
you know what? Why am I trying to make it
They
here in
sent over
Germany?
engineers
So much more
to build
opportunity in
special
the
kind
New
of
World,
trebuchet.
and many of those German Jews made it
And they
to
had to
America,
play
where
around
they
with it to
ultimately did
adapt
have
it for a
tremendous
boat because they were
successes,
usually made
as
for
we shall
stable
see,
ground,
God willing,
but they
on the
adapted
Passover.
it for the
By
boat
the
and
time
for
you get to
throwing
1880,
heavy
we're
things
looking
and
at something
also
like
for some incendiary bombs.
280,000 Jews
They developed
living
it.
in
They
the United
attacked the first
States.
city.
Very significant
It
number,
fell.
but it
They
would
attacked it. It fell.
explode
They had something that was
in the
working.
next major
They worked
period
their way
of Jewish
down the
migration,
Yangtze
which
River,
is sometimes called the Great
destroying city
Migration.
after city
And it is that
with this
period
navy.
that
And then the army would
brought my
move
own
in
family
after the navy
and
had
about
broken down.
70%
This is
of American
a
Jewish
catapult
families to
on a ship.
these
Catapult
borders.
on the
So let's
ship,
have a
but
look
it's
at
a,
that
yeah, we
right
call it
now.
Kevin Shakespeare's time.
I'm sorry for the
This is an engineering
backwards
solution
zooming. I'm not sure what it is. Here we go.
for
So this is a
people
map
who are
that I
deeply
love to
uncomfortable with
focus on.
boats.
This map shows
And
you
they've accepted it.
specifically the
Now it's
emigration
a great
from
weapon.
the Pale
It's like it's not
settlements. Your
it's no
post
longer
spoke about
woman's
that
card.
last week as well.
It's a bow and arrow. It is a
the
giant
region
bow and arrow.
the
Yeah, it's
Russian
fascinating. So
Empire
then
in
they
which
go, they
Jews
hit
were
them
allowed to
hard
live.
on the walls,
As
the
we
weak side,
discussed last week,
where there's no
originally this was
armed
actually a
protection.
fairly liberal thing.
And they conquer their way
an
down
extensive number of rights
to
in the
Hangzhou,
Pale settlement
the
under
capital of
Catherine
the Southern
II,
Song.
which was not, these rights were not
They've
afforded
been
to
in
them
power for a long
under other
time, since
environments,
970,
certainly
but now
not
we're
in
already
Russia,
into
where
the
Jews were not allowed to live at all.
1270s. That's a
However,
long
over
time.
the course of the
They
19th century, it became
anticipated
a very,
that
very
they had child
difficult place
labor,
to
they had
live. We spoke about
imbeciles
Nicholas I,
ruling, all
the
kinds of
decree of the
things going on.
Transylvanian,
And at
the
this point,
destruction of the
we
Kiev,
have
and so on.
a
By the time you
child
get to
command.
the turn of the 20th century, the region is
Kublai
rocked with a
makes a
series
very
of
strange
wrongs.
move.
These are like,
He says, okay, let's invade Japan
it's
now.
hard to speak about them in a general form because there are many different
And they go, what?
motivations for
We're
wrongs and the degree of violence
the Song
changes
Dynasty.
across
And most
the
people
various
ascribe
ones.
it to
But
all
basically,
kinds of things, but
you
actually
have
I think there was a
the
great logic to
17th
it. One
century
was
uprising
he
of
had abolished
1648, which
his
we
grandfather's
discussed 2 weeks
policy
ago.
of defeat
That's
and
followed by
destroy until
smaller
there
but
are no
rather
more.
intense
That was the
pogroms,
phrase that was
specifically in the
used for
region
their
of
enemies.
Puman.
And he
That's why
replaced it with a conversion policy.
decided
Trying
to
to
be very
incorporate
there.
that into your army of possible.
That was in 1768.
He did not
And
want
then,
to destroy it,
you know,
and he
so
was
that's
not. He
basically
was
100
had a
years
lot
apart.
of
And then
defectors
in
coming in. And because the Mongols
1882,
wise people
another
with
100 years
skills,
plus,
a lot of
West
very
begins
clever
a
people with
series,
shipbuilding
a
and
cascade of
engineers, and
pogroms
these people
that
were
show
flocking
no sign
to
of
the
stopping.
Mongols,
There are literally
whereas
hundreds of
scholars
small
were all
pogroms
hanging out
that begin
in
in
Hangzhou
1882
doing
and last until
calligraphy and poetry
1884.
and having
it is
contests of
very
who
clear
could
that the
sing
Russian
or paint.
government
I don't know what
is
scholars
either
do.
unwilling, Nicholas II himself
They were being scholars, yes. But they're actually,
or
I think there's a
incapable,
very,
more
very good
likely,
reason for
of stopping the
invading
pogrom.
Japan. Several.
And at that
The
point,
main one
with
was
those
to cut off the
1881
supply
pogroms in
of
August
sulfur.
1882,
They needed it for
Jews
gunpowder
realized that
in the
Russia,
South Tongue.
the
They
Russian
lost their
Empire,
sources in
was no
northern China
longer
where they
a
were driven out. They got it from
no
Japan.
longer a
It was a
state
great source.
founded
I think there were other
essentially
reasons.
on laws,
If they
and
could
that
trade,
Jews
they could
had
also perhaps
no,
flee to Japan.
they had no recourse
They
there.
didn't want
They had
that
no
to happen.
safety there because they could
And
not
then there's this
depend
idea of,
on the authorities to maintain
kill
the
the chicken that
status quo
scared the
at
monkey.
all. And
It's like,
so
okay, we'll
beginning
go
in
do this, and then maybe
1881
they'll just
onward,
surrender
many
out
Jews
there.
simply
They
said,
just
you know
conquer
what,
Japan.
let's
Well,
give
it was a
up,
total
let's leave.
failure. You've got a
Some of
bunch
them,
of ships that
you
are
know,
based
developed
mainly
other
great on
ideologies.
the
Some
river
of them
and right along
along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous waters there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were working in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed.
So we should say that this is the time of samurai.
horrific
Right.
pogroms in the 1890s,
So
terrible
there was
ones
never
in
a real
1903,
test of
No, there was
1905,
some fighting,
and then
and
some
the samurai
horrible
learned some very valuable things. The samurai had
quite a bit of
such a
time studying
ritualized
the
labor.
subject
It's
of
like the Knights
my
of Europe,
doctoral dissertation
coming out
in
with
the
armor
context
that
of
had to
the
be
Russian
lifted up on a
Civil
crane
War
onto a
and the
horse.
establishment of the
I
Soviet
mean, it was
Union
just
in
craziness,
1917
crazy.
and
Well, samurai
1921.
almost at that point.
Tremendous
You ride
chaos
out in
and
front of your
civil war.
enemy and you
So you
recite
have
the story of your
hundreds of
genealogy.
thousands of Jews leaving the Pale of Settlement. Far greater than
Holocaust,
any
they had
other
no use for that.
demographic movement
They're there to
in
fight,
Jewish
they're there to
history.
win.
So look at the
But
map here.
on the other hand, this wasn't
you've got about
territory for them.
1.7
The weather did
million
turn
Jews
against them, but I
coming to
don't
the
want
United
to give
States of America from the
too much credit to
this
the weather.
map indicates
I really think that the
1882 to
Japanese
1917.
defeated them.
It would actually
The
grow
Mongols
by
weren't well
another
prepared. Their ships were not very
people,
good. They were
because
defeated in the first
the
invasion.
American immigration
But they
system
get
would not
off the
begin to
ships
shut down
onto the beach.
But
until the
they had some
1920s.
skirmishes
That's
or
when they
small
became much
battles
more
on land.
restrictive,
Yes,
and it was much harder for
They
Jews to
didn't
make this same journey.
successfully
But
complete
you know,
them.
about
No.
2
So they
million
can do their
Jews
usual
making
Mongol
their
thing.
way to
Right.
America
Well, see,
in
they
the
don't have
space
enough
of
horses for
30 or 40 years. Incredible number.
There
70,000
were
made
many
their way to Canada.
tactical things that they had done
My
incorrectly.
own
It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive
a little bit
invasion.
larger number
So
than
that they're
South
just
America.
learning the
We do
basics
not
of
think
what it
about
means to have
the
a
Jews of
name.
South America, but
So
very
he has
significant
failed to
populations.
conquer.
Brazil,
He's
for
thinking like a
example,
Mongol that you
Chile,
rule
Argentina,
those
you know,
waters and
huge
lands.
populations down
But
there. A quarter of a million made their way to Western
he
Europe.
stopped the trade.
England
He
was
stopped their
a very, very
supply.
fascinating
He cut
destination in
off
particular.
the
And as you
possibility
can see,
of the
by
Song Dynasty
contrast,
fleeing to Japan.
about 45,000 in this period
In a certain
decided
way,
to
he
choose
lost, but he
Israel.
won
These
his
are the early
objective
Zionists,
of cutting off Southern China.
and later the
Also, it gave him
several aliyahs. And about the
some
same number,
experience with the
primarily
ocean.
Lithuanians,
Now
made
they
their
were
way
ready to
down
move out
to
into the
South
ocean
Africa,
around
where they
southern
established
China.
very significant populations
They
in
were closing
Johannesburg,
in then.
Cape Town, places like that.
Aji
Another very
was in
small number,
command, but
5,000
actually
made their
the
way
head
to Australia.
command was a
But
man
this
named
is the
Bayan,
period
who was a Mongol
great
who had been raised
migration
more in
that
Central
creates
Asia.
the core
It was
of
perhaps
the
more close to the Fergana Valley in that area.
Americans. You
We're
recall
not exactly sure where he was born, but
demographic
he
that I
grew
showed you a
up
while
over
ago.
there.
There was something like
And then eventually
280,000
was living
Jews
in
living in
what's
America
now
by
Iran.
1880.
When he
And then
came, when he
within,
took over command of the
within 40
army,
years,
he was
it
very
was increased by
cosmopolitan,
over 2 million.
sophisticated,
So it's a
intelligent.
massive expansion of Jewish
Should have been in
population,
command.
particularly
But
on the
Bayan
eastern
recognized
seaboard
that, and he and Aju
in
worked
the
together
period
very
of
well.
the turn of the
Aju
20th century. Now,
knew
why
how to
did they
fight the
come?
war.
There's 2 main
Bayan
reasons that
was
we
able
bear
to
in mind.
negotiate
The
things
first
back
is,
with the
as
capital
I
city and
alluded,
handle things. So
anti-Semitism.
Bayan
And in
is in
fact,
command.
and it's real. The
And so
pogroms
the
were
generals are
significant,
deserting
very
the
devastating,
south,
horrific,
right
of
and
course.
left.
But
The
let us
artisans are all
trace
coming
this
up to
in
join them.
context.
Mongols get
In
paid.
the first major
Generals
wave
are
of
loading
pogroms,
up
the
the
ones that
boats
really
with
kicked
all the
off
jewels,
this
and
emigration
they
wave from
grab
1881
a
to
couple of
1884.
brothers to the little
According to one
5-year-old
estimate,
emperor,
only
and they put them on a
43
boat,
Jews
and they're
were
free. They even deserted their
in
own
the space of 3
families.
years
The
of
generals were
violence. Now,
corrupt
43 deaths were
cowards
terrible things.
who fled.
But
The person
seriously,
left in
compared
charge
to the
was the Dowager Empress, an
bloodshed
old lady,
that would
who had
occur
no
in
children.
future pogroms,
She
in which you
was
wouldn't
her
be
name.
numbering
The
them
Dowager
in double
Empress.
digits, you'd be numbering them
They said she was
triple,
missing an
quadruple
eye.
digits. And when you get to the
She was ugly.
Holocaust,
They called her
my
ugly
gosh,
she. That's what they called her at that time.
so anti-Semitism is
She was in
definitely a motivation.
And she offered the Mongols
I
everything. I'll
think
give you
it's
everything.
more like
Please
the
let the
sharp
emperor
end of
stay.
the
Okay,
stick
even if you're
when
devoted to
there's
just
a
being
much
a king,
larger
please let him
mass
stay.
that's
Bayan
actually
said no.
brought in Jews.
Total surrender.
And that is
Total surrender.
primarily
So she decided to surrender.
opportunity.
Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around. And she invited him to come to the palace to surrender.
Legislation
He said,
from
no,
the Russian government.
I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her. And there was no looting of the city.
engaging for centuries.
They take everything in a very
legislation
systematic
that
way.
disadvantage them
Take the
against
archives and all this
competitors,
kind of stuff.
all kinds of
But there's
things
no
that are just
wholesale
pressing
looting and
on
killing
them
of people.
economically.
Nothing like
You
that.
also have a very significant population increase
taken the
in 19th
capital,
century among Jews that
And she
drove
comes
a
out,
lot of
she
Jews
surrenders,
to
she bows on the ground
family
towards
sizes
Beijing,
without
and
any
then
real
she takes the child
supporting
emperor,
them.
and
And so
they
when
slowly
people began
make
to
their
talk
way.
about the golden
She
Medina,
was a little bit sick
the
into her longer
golden
time
land,
to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the
decided to take
He
advantage of
gives
it.
each of them a
This
palace.
was
He gives them a
contrary to the
new
will of almost all the bank authorities. who correctly saw
title.
America as a
He's trying to
spiritual
show the world
wasteland
this is the
with
new
very
face of
few
Moses.
rabbis,
We don't kill off the old
Jewish
people anymore. We're
hardly
going
any
to give them a
Chinese
palace,
restaurant,
feed them
especially on
nicely
the
and
East
all.
Coast. And they said, how can you go there?
But the
Nevertheless,
Navy that
a
had
lot of
fled
Jews went. They tended
did
to
not
be
defend the
younger,
city.
tend to be
Those
single, and
cowardly
they tend to
generals.
be much more
They made
dismissive
the new
of
little
Jewish
boy,
tradition.
7-year-old
They tend to
brother,
be
half
rebels.
brother.
They looked at America as a brand new adventure
They
for
made
them,
him the
and
emperor.
they went with the attitude that
Well,
America is on their
they're just floating around with the ocean,
different.
losing
I will lead a totally different lifestyle when I come to America. This was
city
an
after
overwhelming
the
sense
Muslims
of
who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the
the
ships
kind of
that area. There were Chinese Muslims, but
you
there
see
were
in
still
historiography
Muslims.
sometimes of these
They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing
like
and
nothing
because they
more
were
than to
merchants
stay
and
in
their
Europe
status
and maintain
So
a
the
traditionalist lifestyle, but they're driven
Muslims were
out by
switching
the
over.
nasty
The
anti-Semites.
fleet was kind of a
That's kind
fleet
of like
lost
a
without a country out there.
overly
They had
skewed
some
picture
loyal
that
supporters, some
emphasizes
places.
one very real part of the narrative, but certainly
They
ignores
dropped the emperor in the
very
ocean.
important draw of Jewish economic
How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died.
Would make
So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother.
impoverished standards.
So on Lantau Island, exactly where
But they would
the
make enough money
Hong Kong
that they could
airport
actually
is
send
today, the new,
remittances back
well, it's
home
not
to
so new
Europe.
anymore,
And
I still
people,
think it was a new
Irish
airport on
Catholics were
Lantau
supported
Island.
by one
So they
rich Jew in
went there and
America
had a big
who may have been
coronation
a
ceremony
who may
and
have
all,
been a
but the people there were
He
not
made so
supportive
much money
enough.
compared to
It
what
was
was going
Hong
on
Kong
in Eastern Europe, but he was able to
at the Delta,
maintain
Pearl
their
River.
economic status.
So they sailed out farther south to another island,
An amazing.
and then they took
you
it
know,
over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a
she tells
palace.
me how she came to
When
Canada in the
the Mongols are
1930s,
chasing you,
actually
you're
in
going to stop it.
1930.
Build a palace.
These are like the remains of the Chinese
Generals and
there was a
general
woman,
army and
Kaya
the
the
and those are real
American,
competent
Kaya the
issues.
American, because she had gone to
So they're
America,
We're going to
she had
protect it
made
with
so
the
much
Great
money,
Wall of
and
the
then she
Sea.
came back to
They
Lithuania,
chained
get
together
this,
the boats
she
across
built
the
herself
entrance to
a
the
brick
harbor.
house.
And they put the palace
brick
boats,
house
so-called,
in the entire
in the middle.
shtetl, and everyone thought Kaya
The
the
generals
American
didn't
was
trust their
such
own
a
soldiers
wealthy
enough.
woman because of it. And
So they
then
made
she
all
was.
of them
My
leave the
grandmother
island and
always
go
says
to the
this
boats to
she
fight
used
the
to hate.
Mongols.
One of the things she had to do when
The
she was a
Mongols
young girl
arrived
is she had to
over and
go in
over and over
and
and
help
asked them
Kaya
to
the
surrender.
American tie
Don't
up
be
her
harmed,
torso.
all this
She had
kind
to
of
put
stuff.
her foot,
But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land.
pull on the cords.
And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off for the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there.
All
And
right, here, by the way, on the other side of my family, just because
the
I want
leaders
to get a sense
refused
of
to surrender.
the
The little
attitude.
boy
This
is
a
there,
picture of
7-year-old emperor.
my father's,
Bing was his name.
not my
With his
grandmother,
pet
my
parrot.
brother's, my mother's mother.
That's the only thing he had
And,
left in life
this
was
is a
his pet
picture
parrot.
of when they
And then the
were
Mongols,
working in Canada.
they offered
And,
every
you
opportunity.
get a sense of how young they were, and how,
Prime Minister,
they
so
were
called,
adventurous. It was a
coward
brand
that
new
he
thing.
is, although he's
All
treated as a
over,
hero
totally
today in
new life,
China,
which in fact
throughout
they
the
did.
history. A coward that he was.
Northern
He said,
Ontario, where
we will not disgrace the
they,
country by letting them capture
managed
the
the
emperor.
clothing store
So first he
for a
threw
long
his
time.
own wife and children
I'm
into
sorry
the
to tell
water
you
to
these personal
drown.
stories, but because I'm talking to
And then
Jim,
he
I feel a little bit like I'm talking to
The
myself.
emperor
And who knows, maybe one day
held
my
him,
grandchildren will listen to this.
7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1
So
month.
one
He
of my
had
favorite
just turned
stories of
7
this
years
time, and I
old.
imagine they look
Jumped
close
into
to
the
what they
water
look like
with his
here.
child.
This photograph
A
was
child
taken in
murderer. He's a
1908.
child murderer.
That
Do that. Somehow in the
there
whole
was a
ruckus,
forest
the
fire,
cage came undone with the
and there's no
parrot.
way to control
And the
the
parrot
forest
fell in the
fires
water too.
in northern
So the
Ontario.
7-year-old
no
boy
helicopters
and
or
the
anything like
parrot
that. And so my
died in the
grandfather
water.
dug
That
up
was
their
the end of one of
backyard,
the greatest
put all of
dynasties
the
in the history
dry
of the
goods,
world.
suits,
The Song
and
Dynasty, they were
that,
intellectually
and
great,
buried them
they were
in their
artistically
backyard.
great, they were
And then when the fire
technologically
came to
great,
town,
they were just one of the greatest
my
moments of
grandfather,
world history.
Shalom,
And it
my
ends
grandmother,
with this
Shalom,
coward
who was
killing a
pregnant at the
child
time, and
and
a young
his pet
kids, they all
in
went
order to save
and
the honor
they
that
immersed
was
in the
betrayed by
Abitibi
this
River,
woman.
and
The
they
man
waited
lost the
there
war.
until the
The
fire
man
ravaged
lost
the
the war.
entire
Who's
town,
to blame?
which was just terrible. They came back, their houses
One-eyed,
destroyed,
ugly
everything.
lady.
But
It
they
was
dug up
Well, the bigger picture there is probably it's become, institutions became corrupt and stale. The army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate commitment.
Right. Everybody has their perspective, maybe. If
shorter lecture, sorry,
the way you told the story has a very kind of
one thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we think about
way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it, but there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is some kind of like maintaining honor to the last moment.
Very often, most scholars depict Empressio as the traitor to the country.
Survivors are not
and I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years.
Migrants were. The Jews of the
Right, so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child
Jews in general,
killed young men.
Jews specifically.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan
They tried very hard
unifying
to
China?
Yiddish.
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it, but he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, descendants of Zagate, second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongol
Sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
Only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. They're so far away, but now he has a navy.
But this is, even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic. Even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep it apart on the sides together.
But he had China, it was unified under him.
More successful, particularly Orthodox.
He sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was just port to port. Different merchants shipping goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send them a queen or princess to become a queen. And the Ilkhanate, he married the Khan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left to live. And they wanted to get the riches out before they didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation. And they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, they've been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed a second time.
Beginning in the 17th
And the second time, I think again, he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge small army, and now he's the new enlightened who does some slaughter. So he's got, what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River of what's the Russian Far East, or we call Siberian East, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring the options up there, but there was enough agricultural area for huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song Dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. It was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it. And part of the reason is the expedition was massive.
They organized it in the Mongol principles of left-wing, right-wing.
Really, I'm so grateful that so many
Just didn't work, you
choose
see.
to participate via Zoom.
The left-wing is from
It is a somewhat
Korea.
alienating experience.
There's Korean ships built up there.
Myself,
The right-wing is from southern China.
but I see little numbers there.
There's
And
ships
some
built
names
down
on the
there.
side here
They're not
that
the same.
know
They have a head,
you're still
but
out
there's
there
no
and
center point.
you're enjoying the
Genghis Khan
lectures.
always had the goal.
I'm
They
really
call it
looking forward
GOL,
to the time
the
when
goal,
we
the
physically
center,
get together
or
and can
QOL,
enjoy
actually
each other's
called.
presence.
He had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And then the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off, was his deliberate plan. But the problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history that it's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, the Princess Huxjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who is not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Etjetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple of times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he was, first he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had connection to Somaliland, and some people said Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure, but very wide. Very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but actually, the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letter?
Over time, those groups
started intermarrying. They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. But they were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you've talked about. So he's this now famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess is one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell that because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. And so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things, because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized. You have to always discount it. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, which I took his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated Prisons in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, the million, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is like the princess in the story. This is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Hoxton says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. And there are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically. With Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. And it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
No. But today, we've returned to that, I think. The East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden.